Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1975 to Chapter 2059. On the high platform, Tianping Evil Emperor's expression grew more and more solemn. His eyes were a little blurred. The movement technique displayed by Xianxia seemed to have brought him back to the past. Although Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign hated Xianxia, he couldn't wait for Xianxia to break through the myriad wind grand formation. What he wanted to witness wasn't a miracle, but a proof. In his heart, he had a blind admiration for the Great Void technique. Although the myriad wind grand formation that he had set up was incomparably profound and pursued the extreme speed of the heavens and earth, in Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign's opinion, it was nothing in front of the Great Void technique. Today, he saw a certain shadow in Xianxia, a shadow that was unparalleled. That exquisite movement technique was enough to convince him that Xianxia had indeed obtained the true inheritance of Void Sovereign and gained the recognition of the Great Void technique. Otherwise, an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to use the Great Void technique to such a proficient degree. Even Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign couldn't find the slightest flaw in Xianxia's movement technique. It was an almost perfect performance. There was no flaw at all. All eyes fell upon the myriad wind grand formation. The two dragon-like silhouettes had already traversed half of the region. It was still unknown whether Xianxia could bring Xianxia through the myriad wind grand formation, but now, they no longer thought that Xianxia and Xianxia would die for sure. Because a miracle was right in front of them, they had no choice but to face it. In the myriad wind grand formation, Xianxia, who had already traversed half of the region, didn't look nervous at all. The surrounding winds and waves were incomparably terrifying. Xianxia's face couldn't help but turn pale when he sensed the roar and destruction of the wind dragons. However, Xianxia could see that Xianxia's face was as calm and confident as ever. Putting aside Xianxia's cultivation base, the fact that he could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him was enough to make Xianxia admire him. From an outsider's point of view, the deeper one went into the myriad wind formation, the more terrifying it became. The wind waves grew denser and denser, and the energy contained in each wave grew stronger and stronger. However, in Xianxia's view, there was no difference between the inside and the outside of the myriad winds formation, because he had completely mastered the trajectory of the wind and waves. The Great Void technique could find the tiniest gap in the wind and waves to pass through. Therefore, the strength and density of the waves had no effect on Xianxia. Shua, with a sway of his body, Xianxia brought Xianxia across 7 to 8 miles in an instant. The whole process was as easy and casual as the beginning. The dense wind waves couldn't touch him at all. Such a scene caused another round of exclamations. Who would have thought that when Xianxia was at the periphery of the grand formation, he would only be able to travel 3 miles at a time? When he reached the denser part of the grand formation, his speed should have weakened. But now, he could travel 7 to 8 miles in one go. He was walking in the myriad wind grand formation as if he was walking on flat ground. This was too shocking. Shua, before people could react, Xianxia's body swayed again, and this time, he traveled another 7 to 8 miles. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia could clearly see the interior of the myriad wind platform. It was a towering altar with a radius of only a few dozen feet. There was only a large blue stone on the altar, and on the blue stone sat a beautiful woman in a pale blue feather robe. The woman looked about 25 or 26 years old. Even though she had been imprisoned here for 300 years and her face was haggard, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. This was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Her brows were full of melancholy, which made people couldn't help but feel a trace of pity for her. She didn't wear any makeup, but there wasn't a single blemish on her face. Her appearance alone was absolutely impeccable. "You Xianxia called out. His voice was obviously trembling and hoarse. It had been more than 300 years. He had been longing for her day and night. Finally, he could see her in person. Even with his temperament, he couldn't control his emotions at this moment. The lady on the myriad wind platform suddenly trembled when she heard this call. She turned her head and looked at Xianxia's direction. When she saw Xianxia through the dense wind waves, she was dumbfounded. Her mouth was agape, her eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. A moment later, 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes. "Xiao Lang." The woman's voice was choked with sobs. Her body was trembling violently. This scene was like a dream. Outside the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, many people stood up in excitement. No one had thought that Xianxia could really reach there. That place was only 3 to 4 li away from the Myriad Wind platform, but it was also the place where the hurricane was the strongest. If Xianxia was as relaxed as before, he only needed to flicker and he would be able to enter the Myriad Wind platform. Heavens! This kid is really going to get through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation by relying on the Great Void technique. This is simply a miracle. But there's still one last step. Do you guys think he can really get through? Judging from his previous performance, I'm afraid that he has already completely mastered the Great Void technique. I guess Xianxia will definitely be able to get through. Everyone was shocked. A trace of excitement emerged on their faces, especially the people from the demonic immortal island. They all knew about the torturous relationship between Xianxia and the saintess. In many people's hearts, the poor saintess had been imprisoned for more than 300 years. They also hoped that this pair of ill-fated lovebirds could finally be together. Therefore, the people of the demonic immortal island were incomparably happy to see that Xianxia was really going to get through the Myriad Wind platform with Xianxia. Senior, stay calm. I'll bring you over. Xianxia could sense that Xianxia's emotions were fluctuating greatly. He was afraid that Xianxia would jump out of excitement. If that happened, all their efforts would be in vain. Given Xianxia's strength, he would die on the spot if he fell into the hurricane. Xianxia calmed himself down. He knew that Xianxia was right. The more critical the situation was, the more important it was for him to stay calm. Although there was only one last step left, it was also the most dangerous one. Any accident that happened would be fatal. Let's go. Xianxia's aura fluctuated and he exerted the Great Void technique to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the last area and safely arrived at the Myriad Wind platform. This was already a safe zone. Tianping Evil Emperor had set up a high platform here and set up a Myriad Wind Grand Formation around it, completely imprisoning the saintess inside. It could be said to be the most terrifying prison in the world. Hua. Outside the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, there was a sudden uproar. Everyone stood up in shock. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. My God! He really did it in such a short period of time. More importantly, he didn't suffer any injuries during the whole process. That's the scariest thing. The Great Void technique is worthy of its name. I'm afraid that only the Great Void technique can pass through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation so easily. This Xianxia is absolutely a peerless genius. It's a pity that he's not a disciple of our immortal court. No one wasn't shocked. No one could remain calm. The birth of a miracle always stirred their hearts. After all, no one thought that Xianxia would be able to get through it. Plus, Xianxia wasn't alone, he had Xianxia with him. Although Xianxia was a first-grade great sovereign, everyone knew that Xianxia was a burden to Xianxia in the process of breaking through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Despite that, Xianxia was still able to break through the formation unscathed. The whole process was like taking a stroll in the garden. The endless wind and waves didn't affect him in the slightest. Not even Xianxia was hurt. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? None of the first-class disciples of the 9 immortal courts could do what Xianxia did. Even though Lan Xian and Tan Genia's faces were incomparably unsightly, they had to admit that Xianxia was stronger than them. If they were in Xianxia's shoes, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to pass through half of the formation. On the Myriad Wind platform, Tian Lingyu and Xianxia finally met again after 300 years. Tian Lingyu stood up from the big green rock. Despite her cultivation base being a first-grade great sovereign, she couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Tian Lingyu's cultivation hadn't been delayed despite being imprisoned all these years. She possessed the complete Heavenly Peng bloodline, which made her cultivation base incomparably terrifying. So it wasn't strange at all for her to reach the first-grade great sovereign realm. If she wasn't imprisoned, she would have already reached the third-grade demon sovereign realm after 300 years. Xianxia and Tian Lingyu stared at each other. Neither of them spoke. They seemed to have forgotten how to speak, or perhaps, they felt that this was a dream. Xianxia sighed as he stood to the side. He could feel the feelings between the two of them. Even after 300 years, it still couldn't change. It was a kind of infatuation that couldn't be shaken. You er. Xiao Wangqing's trembling hands reached out to caress Tian Lingyu's face. Xiao Lang, I'm not dreaming, right? Tears fell from Tian Lingyu's eyes. She had dreamed of such a scene many times, but she knew that it was just a dream. It would never become a reality in this lifetime. For the past 300 years, she had been worried about Xiao Wangqing's safety. After all, given Xiao Wangqing's identity and status, it was too dangerous for him to offend the demonic immortal island. Now, it seemed like his father was very trustworthy. At least, Xiao Wangqing was still alive until now. Tian Lingyu couldn't control her emotions. She threw herself into Xiao Wangqing's arms and snuggled up to him. Asterisk swish. Asterisk with a flicker of light and shadow, Tianping Evil Emperor appeared on the myriad wind platform. Looking at the excitement of Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu, Tianping Evil Emperor felt a touch of melancholy in his heart. Demon Emperor. Jiangchen cupped his fists at Tianping Evil Emperor. Xiao Wangqing hastily separated from Tian Lingyu and bowed to Tianping Evil Emperor. However, Tian Lingyu's attitude towards Tianping Evil Emperor was obviously not as good. She turned her head away, as though she didn't want to talk to Tianping Evil Emperor. Tianping Evil Emperor was obviously used to his daughter's indifferent attitude. Although Tianping Evil Emperor concealed it very well, Jiangchen still detected a trace of sadness in his eyes. This was understandable. After all, Tian Lingyu was his most beloved daughter. It was impossible for Tianping Evil Emperor not to be sad that the father and daughter had come to this point. But then, Tianping Evil Emperor's eyes fell on Jiangchen. The expression in his eyes had changed dramatically from before. It could be described as earth-shaking. Clatter. Tianping Evil Emperor waved his hand to produce a light shield that enveloped him and Jiangchen, completely isolating them from the outside world. Jiangchen knew that Tianping Evil Emperor had something to say to him, and it was something confidential that even Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu couldn't know. Jiangchen, it seems that you have really obtained the inheritance of the Void Emperor. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to display the Great Void technique so perfectly. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Sir Monster Sovereign, I can also see a trace of the Great Void technique in you. Could it be that Sir Monster Sovereign is related to the Void Emperor? Jiangchen asked. This was what he was eager to know. He was not afraid of Tianping Evil Emperor, nor was he afraid that Tianping Evil Emperor would force him to hand over the Great Void technique. Firstly, he didn't sense any hostility from Tianping Evil Emperor's eyes. Secondly, he firmly believed in De Huang Dog's words. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog's secret guidance, things wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Good eyesight. It's really a miracle for a young man like you. Jiangchen, your future achievements are bound to be limitless. But what I displayed was not the Great Void technique. Tianping Evil Emperor said. His words were full of praise for Jiangchen. Many years ago, when I was still a little Tianping, I received the guidance of the Void Emperor. That's why you can feel a trace of the Great Void technique in my body movement. Moreover, I saw the Void Emperor display the Great Void technique with my own eyes. It was simply peerless. Because of this, the Great Void technique had a greater influence on me, allowing me to possess the true extreme speed of a Tianping. Moreover, if it wasn't for the guidance of the Void Emperor, I wouldn't have such great achievements today. The Void Emperor is the greatest benefactor of my life, so when I saw you display the Great Void technique, I was incomparably excited. Tianping Evil Emperor said. He was completely immersed in his fantasy, as if recalling what happened countless years ago. Jiangchen finally understood why Tianping Evil Emperor attached so much importance to the Great Void technique. It turned out that there were some connections in the past. According to what Tianping Evil Emperor said, the Void Emperor's kindness to Tianping Evil Emperor was indeed too great. Heavenly Ping had always relied on his speed, and it was the dream of countless people to receive guidance from the Void Sovereign. Just like what Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign had said, if it wasn't for the guidance from the Void Sovereign, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. There was no doubt about it. I never thought that Demon Sovereign and Void Sovereign had such a relationship, but there's one thing that I don't understand. Jiangchen said. Go ahead. Tianping Evil Emperor found Xianxia to be more and more pleasing to the eye. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was the successor of Void Sovereign, the fact that Xianxia was able to break through the myriad wind grand formation was enough to make him look at Xianxia in a new light. Since Demon Sovereign has such a relationship with the Great Void Technique, why didn't you ask me to hand over the Great Void Technique when you knew that I have it? After all, if Demon Sovereign obtained the Great Void Technique, it would definitely be of great help to your cultivation. It's even possible for you to break through to the 7th grade Great Sovereign realm with the help of the Great Void Technique. Xianxia wasn't a person who would beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. After listening to Xianxia's question, Tianping Evil Emperor admired Xianxia even more. This young man was straightforward and dared to talk about the Great Void Technique. Moreover, from the beginning until now, Xianxia was neither servile nor overbearing in front of him. His expression was natural. If it was any other young man, he would definitely be extremely nervous in front of him and would think twice before speaking. The more he behaved like this, the more Tianping Evil Emperor liked Xianxia. Of course, this feeling was completely due to the fact that Xianxia was the successor of Void Sovereign. It was normal for Xianxia to behave differently from ordinary people. This also showed the foresight of Void Sovereign. After all, the successor chosen by Void Sovereign would not be a simple character. Xianxia, it seems like you still don't know something. Everyone covets the Great Void Technique, but no one knows that not everyone can cultivate this secret technique. In order to cultivate the Great Void Technique, one must have great luck and be acknowledged by the Void Sovereign. In the past, the Void Sovereign only gave me some pointers, but didn't impart the Great Void Technique to me directly. This is enough to show that I'm not suitable to be his descendant, and I'm not qualified to cultivate this technique. Tianping Evil Emperor said with a smile, the Great Void Technique in your hand contains the will of Void Sovereign. Only those who obtain the approval of this will can cultivate the Great Void Technique and be qualified to become the successor of Void Sovereign. Let me put it this way. If you cannot obtain the approval of Void Sovereign, even if you obtain the Great Void Technique, you will not be able to cultivate it. In other words, even if I force you to hand over the Great Void Technique, it will be meaningless to me, because I cannot cultivate this secret technique without the approval of Void Sovereign. Moreover, I, Heavenly Pung Demon Sovereign, am not a person who returns kindness with enmity. Back then, the Void Emperor's kindness towards me was heavier than a mountain. Later on, he disappeared without a trace. I don't know if he perished in that catastrophe, but I agreed that the Void Emperor wouldn't perish. With just the Great Void, no one in this world would be able to kill him. For so many years, especially after I achieved great achievements, I have always been looking for a chance to repay the kindness of the past, but I never had the chance. Now that the successor of the Void Emperor has appeared, I naturally have to pay great attention to him. Tianping Evil Emperor did not hide his thoughts and told Xianxia all the things that happened in the past. Xianxia could feel the great change in Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude towards him. He was now very friendly towards him, as if he was the descendant of his benefactor. Xianxia knew that this was all because of Void Sovereign. Xianxia finally understood that unknowingly, he had become the true successor of Void Sovereign. Lord Demon Sovereign values friendship and righteousness. Xianxia admires you. Xianxia cupped his fists towards Tianping Evil Emperor and said sincerely. A person like Tianping Evil Emperor was very rare. Once a person reached a high position, his mentality would easily change and he would lose his original heart. This was the case with Star Sovereign. Before Heaven Sovereign was reincarnated, he was just a person by Heaven Sovereign's side. When he became the Sovereign Lord, his mentality changed completely and he wanted to harm Heaven Sovereign. There were many people like this in every era. However, Tianping Evil Emperor did not forget his original heart and never forgot the kindness he had shown him. To Tianping Evil Emperor, it was impossible for him to meet Void Sovereign again. He was already very lucky to be able to meet Void Sovereign's successor. Today, he met Xianxia and fulfilled one of Tianping Evil Emperor's wishes. Brother Xianxia, if you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother from now on. Tianping Evil Emperor patted Xianxia's shoulder and said. *CK, Xianxia rolled his eyes and staggered, almost falling down. Calling Tianping Evil Emperor brother? This is too crazy. I can't. Demon Sovereign, you are my senior. How can I, Xianxia, call you brother? Xianxia hastily waved his hand. This joke was going too far. In terms of seniority, there was a huge gap between him and Tianping Evil Emperor. In his heart, Xiao Wangqing was already his senior, and Xiao Wangqing was also the son-in-law of Tianping Evil Emperor. If he and Tianping Evil Emperor called each other brother, wouldn't Xiao Wangqing have to call him uncle in the future? Damn, this is too exciting. Xianxia didn't even dare to think about it. Brother Xianxia, if you don't agree, it means that you look down on your elder brother. That year, Void Sovereign had given me pointers. I have raised my status and can be considered as half a disciple of Void Sovereign. You are the descendant of Void Sovereign and the true disciple of Void Sovereign. In this way, we are brothers of the same sect. So what's wrong with you calling me elder brother? Or is it that I, Tianping Evil Emperor, am not qualified to be your elder brother, Xianxia? The more Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign spoke, the angrier he became. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Who was Tianping Evil Emperor? He was an existence that even the 9 great immortal courts had to curry favor with. Xianxia had only come to congratulate Tianping Evil Emperor on his birthday. He had never dreamed that he would be able to call Tianping Evil Emperor brother. However, Tianping Evil Emperor's words left Xianxia speechless, because what Tianping Evil Emperor said was reasonable. Both of them were disciples of Void Sovereign, which meant that they were brothers of the same sect. Alright, elder brother, please accept my salute. Xianxia's chi fluctuated as he clasped his fists at Tianping Evil Emperor. He wasn't a bashful person. Xianxia had always been a person who didn't care about trifles. Moreover, seeing that Tianping Evil Emperor was getting angry, he wouldn't be able to appreciate Xianxia's kindness if he still didn't agree. Xianxia was very happy, but he still couldn't get used to it. Because befriending Tianping Evil Emperor was equivalent to gaining a powerful helper. His main purpose of going to Fengqi Immortal Court was to help Heaven Sovereign to deal with Star Sovereign. However, Star Sovereign's forces were deeply rooted in the demonic Immortal Island, and his strength was too strong. So it wasn't easy to topple Star Sovereign. However, it would be much better if he could gain the help of Tianping Evil Emperor when the war broke out in the future. From this point alone, Xianxia's trip to demonic Immortal Island was not in vain. Instead, he had profited a lot. Haha, good, Brother Chen. Today, you and I have become friends. My wish of many years has been fulfilled. This is my gift to you. Take it. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign laughed heartily. With a flip of his palm, he took out an item and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia saw that the item Tianping Evil Emperor took out was the divine blood of the vermilion bird that he had sent out on behalf of Fengqi Immortal Court. But now, Tianping Evil Emperor was going to give it to him. This made Xianxia feel a little helpless. Big brother, this divine blood of the vermilion bird is our gift to you. It's very beneficial to you and can help you break through to the 7th grade Great Sovereign Realm. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Xianxia declined. Although he had coveted the divine blood of the vermilion bird for a long time, it belonged to Tianping Evil Emperor after all. Brother Chen, you're wrong. The divine blood of the vermilion bird will indeed help me, but my speed has reached a limit. Even with the help of the divine blood of the vermilion bird, it will be very difficult for me to improve further. Furthermore, I intend to rely on myself to advance to the 7th grade Demon Sovereign Realm. Once I reach the 7th grade Demon Sovereign Realm, it's a very crucial step. I must rely on myself. If I break through to the 7th grade Demon Sovereign Realm, I'll be able to climb to a higher level in the future. Furthermore, I, Tianping Evil Emperor, will never take back the things that I've given out. If you don't accept it, it means that you're looking down on your brother. Tianping Evil Emperor's face darkened as he spoke. He was about to get angry again. Xianxia hastily snatched the divine blood of the vermilion bird. He wouldn't dare to look down on this mighty big brother of his. Since Tianping Evil Emperor had already said so, there was no need for Xianxia to be polite anymore. Holding the divine blood of the vermilion bird in his hand, Xianxia was very excited. A drop of the divine blood of the vermilion bird was enough to push his cultivation base to the late immortal venerable realm, perhaps even the peak of the late immortal venerable realm. Furthermore, it wouldn't affect his foundation in the slightest. Not only that, the divine blood of the vermilion bird contained a trace of the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Once Xianxia absorbed it, he would be able to use the dragon transformation skill to refine the vermilion bird fire. Currently, his body already had the true dragon fire, true thunder fire, Qilin saint fire, and fire of Sunday. If the vermilion bird divine fire was added, he would have 5 types of supreme flames. That's right. Tianping Evil Emperor had a face full of smiles. He was afraid that only he, Tianping Evil Emperor, could smile so happily after giving away the vermilion bird fire. Big brother, the infatuation between Xiao Wangqing and the Saintess is very touching. Have you considered fulfilling their wish? Jiangchen looked at Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu outside the light barrier and couldn't help but speak. Now that he had become Heavenly Pung Demon Sovereign's brother, there were some words that he had to say. He must fight for Xiao Wangqing. Tianping Evil Emperor turned his head to look at the blissful Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu, especially the smile on Tian Lingyu's face. It was the first time for him to see his daughter smiling so happily. As a father, it was impossible for him not to be moved. Brother Chen, it's not that I'm a heartless father. Yuer is my daughter and the woman I love the most. I've been very sad to lock her up here all these years. I've been waiting for her to change her mind and forget that man, but it seems impossible now. However, the rules of our demonic immortal island cannot be changed. Those are the rules left by the first saintess. Even I can't violate it. As a member of the demonic immortal island, she can't marry an outsider, especially the saintess. Yuer's identity is too sensitive. Tianping Evil Emperor said helplessly. I have a way to make the best of both worlds. I wonder if Big Brother is willing to listen to it. Jiangchen said. Tell me about it, Brother Chen. Tianping Evil Emperor looked at Jiangchen. I've also noticed some things in the past few days. Although the demonic immortal island is a gathering place for demons, there are also some humans here. These humans should have been here when the demonic immortal island was established, so they became members of the demonic immortal island. Jiangchen asked. Yes. It said that there were a lot of humans in the beginning of the demonic immortal island. Later on, the demonic immortal island was occupied by the demon race. However, there were also humans who took root on the island. Therefore, there has always been a small number of humans on the island. We don't exclude them. From top to bottom, both humans and demonic beasts are very united. Tianping Evil Emperor nodded and said. That's great. Since the rules of the demonic immortal island forbid the women of the island from marrying outsiders, if Xiao Wangqing joins the island and becomes one of us, the saintess's marriage with him won't be considered as breaking the rules of the island. In this way, not only will the rules of the island be upheld, the grudge between you and the saintess will also be resolved, and the two lovers will be able to live happily ever after. Isn't this killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Jiangchen said. Upon hearing this, Tianping Evil Emperor nodded. Brother Chen, what you said is a good idea. I can see that you have a good relationship with Xiao Wangqing and you're even willing to break through the myriad wind grand formation for him. In that case, I'll give you face. As long as he's willing to join the demonic immortal island, I'll fulfill their wish. Many thanks for Big Brother's help. To tell you the truth, Senior Xiao once saved this little brother's life. This little brother will definitely repay this favor. Jiangchen said with a smile. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. He began to feel grateful to Void Emperor, who he had never met before. If it wasn't for Void Emperor, it would have been extremely difficult to solve the problem between Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu. Given Tianping Evil Emperor's temper, it was impossible for him to give Jiangchen face. Qua la. Tianping Evil Emperor waved his hand and the light shield disappeared. He and Jiangchen walked out of the light shield. Xiao Wangqing hastily saluted Tianping Evil Emperor. Xiao Wangqing, since Brother Chen has pleaded for you, I'm going to give you a chance. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Brother Chen? Who's Brother Chen? Could it be Jiangchen? Are you kidding me? Senior Xiao, Big Brother Tianping and I have become sworn brothers. We're on the same side from now on. Jiangchen said with a smile. He knew that this must be a great blow to Xiao Wangqing, but he still had to say it. After all, it was an unchangeable fact. What? Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu exclaimed at the same time. They staggered and almost fell to the ground. They looked at Jiang Chen and Tian Ping Evil Emperor, feeling that this was an incomparably funny matter, but judging from their expressions, it seemed to be true. Jiang Chen and Tian Ping Evil Emperor had become sworn brothers? This joke was a little too much. Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu couldn't accept it for a moment. They knew Tian Ping Evil Emperor all too well. He was an incomparably proud and aloof man. There were only a few people in the world who could enter his eyes. Even the sovereign lords of the 9 immortal courts who had been trying to rope in Tian Ping Evil Emperor was ignored by him. Now, Jiang Chen, an intermediate immortal venerable brat, had become sworn brothers with Tian Ping Evil Emperor? What was wrong with this world? Jiang Chen, is this true? Xiao Wangqing couldn't believe it. That's right. According to seniority, you will have to address Brother Chen as uncle from now on. Tian Ping Evil Emperor said. Uncle Chen, F*CKU, Xiao Wangqing almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't done anything yet, but Uncle Chen had appeared. Wasn't this a joke? Tian Lingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just now, Xiao Wangqing had already told her about Jiang Chen. It was all thanks to Jiang Chen's help that Jiang Chen was able to break through the myriad wind grand formation. Therefore, she was incomparably grateful to Jiang Chen. At this moment, Tian Lingyu stared unblinkingly at Jiang Chen. She really wanted to know how charming this young man was to be able to make Tian Ping Evil Emperor swear brotherhood with him and call him brother. As the daughter of the Tian Ping Evil Emperor, no one knew the Tian Ping Evil Emperor better than her. He was arrogant, stubborn, and had high standards. There were not many people in this world who could catch her eye. Now, she only treated Jiang Chen this way. This was enough to show that Jiang Chen was indeed extraordinary. What she could be sure of was that the Tian Ping Evil Emperor would never call others brothers for no reason, or even become sworn brothers with others. Not even emperors of the same level could do so, but Jiang Chen did it. Big brother, let's not talk about seniority. Otherwise, I'll be ashamed. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Xiao Wangqing really dared to call him Uncle Chen, he wouldn't dare to agree at all. Senior Xiao, I've just discussed with Big Brother. The love between you and the Saintess has truly moved us. So Big Brother is going to give you a chance. The rules of the demonic immortal island can't be violated. As long as you agree to join the demonic immortal island from now on, the wedding between you and the Saintess can be arranged. You two have been separated for more than 300 years. Now, you can finally have a happy life. Jiang Chen said, revealing his and the Tian Ping Evil Emperor's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tian Lingyu's face revealed a look of ecstasy. She looked at Xiao Wangqing expectantly. She had been waiting for this day for too long. She didn't expect that the opportunity would really come today. I'm willing. Xiao Wangqing agreed without hesitation. He was willing to do anything for Tian Lingyu. He wasn't even afraid of death, let alone joining the demonic immortal island. Moreover, he was a loner. It didn't matter where he was. The demonic immortal island was the largest island in the ocean. Its strength was strong enough to compete with the immortal court. It wouldn't be a disgrace to him to join the demonic immortal island. As long as he could be with Tian Lingyu, it would be his greatest wish. There was no loss for him to stay on the demonic immortal island. All right. Since you agree, you will be a member of the demonic immortal island from now on. I will personally host your wedding in a few days. Tian Ping Evil Emperor said. Thank you, Daddy. Tian Lingyu knelt on the ground with a thud. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never dreamt that this day would come. It's been more than 300 years. I finally hear you call me Daddy again. Good, good. Tian Ping Evil Emperor sighed. At this moment, it seemed as though the grudge between him and Tian Lingyu had been completely eliminated. The deep affection between father and daughter had returned. Thank you, Demon Sovereign. Xiao Wangqing hastily saluted. What? Still not going to change your words? Tian Ping Evil Emperor glared at Xiao Wangqing. Yes, father-in-law. Xiao Wangqing's face was filled with ecstasy. He turned and approached Jiang Chen. Without saying a word, he cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. He would never be able to repay Jiang Chen's kindness for the rest of his life. He knew very well that it was all thanks to Jiang Chen that they could have such a happy ending today. He had no idea how Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor became so close all of a sudden, but in his heart, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly created another miracle. He was an enigmatic man with a special charm that even Tianping Evil Emperor was attracted to. Haha. Great. Today is the birthday of my heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, and I've solved one of my worries. This is double happiness. Let's go. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign laughed heartily. With a wave of his sleeve, the Myriad Wind Grand formation around the Myriad Wind platform disappeared all of a sudden. The scene that was originally filled with whistling gales suddenly became extremely quiet. Since Tian Lingyu had regained her freedom, there was no need for the Myriad Wind Grand formation to exist anymore. Tianping Evil Emperor flew out of the Myriad Wind platform with Jiang Chen, Xiao Wangqing, and Tian Lingyu and came to the high platform. Seeing that Tianping Evil Emperor didn't move, everyone felt that the scene had changed again. Everyone was back on the demonic immortal square. At this moment, everyone present was confused. They only saw Jiang Chen breaking through the Myriad Wind formation with Xiao Wangqing. As for what happened on the Myriad Wind platform, they didn't know because of the Myriad Wind formation. At this moment, all eyes fell on the high platform. They knew that Tianping Evil Emperor must have something to say. Is that the Saintess of Demonic Immortal Island? She's really devastatingly beautiful. She's indeed a peerless beauty. I heard that she was imprisoned for more than 300 years. I didn't expect that she would be released today and the Myriad Wind formation would disappear. It seems that Tianping Evil Emperor is going to change his original intention. But the rules of Demonic Immortal Island will definitely not change. I wonder how Tianping Evil Emperor will deal with Xiao Wangqing. The Saintess has finally come out. I'm so touched. I wonder how much she has suffered in the past 300 years. That's right. Jiang Chen has brought Xiao Wangqing through the Myriad Wind Grand formation. It seems like he has touched Demon Sovereign's heart. The Saintess is finally free. We're very happy. Don't be too happy yet. Demon Sovereign hasn't said anything yet. I wonder how he's going to deal with it. When the people of the demonic immortal island saw the Saintess, their emotions fluctuated greatly. Obviously, the Saintess had a very good reputation in the demonic immortal island. In the hearts of countless people, the Saintess was too pitiful. If the Saintess could escape from the abyss of suffering one day, they would be happy for her. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 announcements to make. Tianping Evil Emperor spoke in a loud voice that was loud enough for everyone to hear. First, Xiao Wangqing will officially join our demonic immortal island from now on. He will marry my daughter Tian Lingyu 3 days later. Since you've all arrived, please stay in the island for 3 more days. Your congratulatory gifts will also be their wedding gift. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Haha. Great. The Saintess and Xiao Wangqing have finally come to fruition. Congratulations, Demon Sovereign. Double happiness has come to you. Congratulations, congratulations. This is truly something worth congratulating. Everyone began to congratulate Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. As a matter of fact, they had already guessed the result from the moment Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign withdrew the Myriad Wind Grand formation and brought Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu to the platform. Although there were rules in the demonic immortal island, everything would be in order if Xiao Wangqing joined the island. Of course, although there were many people who congratulated Xiao Wangqing, there were also people who were in a bad mood. The 3 immortal courts were in such a situation. Their faces were incomparably unsightly, especially Qin Xianbing and Qiu Qianyun. They were figures of the same generation as Xiao Wangqing and had many conflicts with each other. Now that Xiao Wangqing had become the son-in-law of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, his status had skyrocketed. Damn it. This bastard is really lucky to become the son-in-law of Tianping Evil Emperor. He's really lucky. He was supposed to die, but now he has soared to the sky. Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing spoke gloomily, not concealing their jealousy. Demon Sovereign, the wedding of the Saintess is a joyous day. Since we're here, we naturally have to attend it. May I know what's the second announcement? Someone asked. The second announcement is that I and Xianxia will become sworn brothers in front of everyone. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign announced in a loud and clear voice. This news was like a heavy bomb that exploded in everyone's ears like a bolt from the blue, causing their ears to buzz. What? Countless people exclaimed, especially the people of the three immortal courts. They stood up from their seats, as though they hadn't heard what Tianping Evil Emperor had said. Come on, Brother Chen. Tianping Evil Emperor said, kneeling down on one knee. Xianxia lifted his robe with one hand and kneeled down on one knee as well. The two of them became sworn brothers on the high platform in front of countless people. This was a ceremony that shocked the whole world. Everyone knew that Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign wasn't joking when they saw the ceremony on the high platform. Everyone knew that Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign was serious. My God! How is this possible? That kid is merely an intermediate immortal venerable. Even if he has the ability to break through the myriad wind grand formation with the Great Void technique, he isn't worthy enough for Tianping Evil Emperor to become sworn brothers. They're really sworn brothers. This is the biggest ceremony. Tianping Evil Emperor is serious. That kid is really lucky. I really don't know how he managed to become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor. Tianping Evil Emperor is a proud and aloof person. Even if the Sovereign Lord comes personally, Tianping Evil Emperor won't become sworn brothers with him. What's wrong with this world? What's so attractive about Xianxia? He's really lucky. After becoming sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, who would dare to bully him? He's the brother of Tianping Evil Emperor. Everyone couldn't accept it, but the fact that the two of them had become sworn brothers had become a fact. Everyone knew that Xianxia's value would increase countless times from now on. Anyone who wanted to kill Xianxia would have to think twice before doing so. The disciple of Dragon Hall of Fengqi Immortal Court and the sworn brother of Tianping Evil Emperor of Demonic Immortal Island. There were two unshakable mountains behind him. It wasn't a joke to make Xianxia an enemy. The faces of the experts of the three immortal courts darkened to the extreme. Lan Xian and Tangenia had begun to gnash their teeth. Such a blow was just too great for them. First, Xiao Wangqing had become the son-in-law of Tianping Evil Emperor. Now, Xianxia had become the sworn brother of Tianping Evil Emperor. How the hell were they going to deal with this? There was no doubt that Xianxia had become the biggest winner in the Demonic Immortal Island's birthday ceremony. Yu Huafan, who had been sitting in his seat, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. What the F***ck? What kind of magic did junior brother Jiang use to become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor? Yu Huafan couldn't imagine what had happened between Xianxia and Tianping Evil Emperor, but he was sure that it must be something big. At the same time, Yu Huafan was extremely excited. In any case, Xianxia was also a disciple of Fengqi Immortal Court. Not only would his identity and status skyrocket by becoming sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, the relationship between Immortal Court and Demonic Immortal Island had also been established. In other words, Yu Huafan and Xianxia had made a great contribution in this trip to Demonic Immortal Island. They would definitely be rewarded when they returned to the Immortal Court. De Huangdog smiled without saying a word. He didn't expect that Tianping Evil Emperor and Xianxia would become sworn brothers, but he wasn't surprised. No one knew about the relationship between Tianping Evil Emperor and Void Sovereign, but he was very clear about it. From the change of Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude towards Xianxia, it could be seen that Tianping Evil Emperor was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. On the high platform, the ceremony of becoming sworn brothers had ended. Xianxia and Tianping Evil Emperor stood up at the same time. For Xianxia, it was his luck to become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, but for Tianping Evil Emperor, it was a wish fulfilled. Kong Long, at this moment, a huge rumble suddenly resounded from the interior of the Demonic Immortal Island. The entire island trembled violently and the ground trembled. What's going on? What happened? The sudden tremor immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Tianping Evil Emperor couldn't figure out what was going on. Demon Sovereign, it's coming from the ancestral grave. Kong Long, asterisk the tremor was louder than before. Tianping Evil Emperor's expression changed. The demonic immortal island had existed for countless years, but there had never been such a commotion in the ancestral grave. Let's go and have a look. After saying that, Tianping Evil Emperor disappeared in a flash. The ancestral grave of the demonic immortal island was where the ancestors were buried. It was an important place of the demonic immortal island. Normally, no one would come close to it. Such a huge commotion in Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday ceremony had alarmed everyone on the island. Everyone, something unexpected has happened in the demonic immortal island. Please calm down. The blue wolf demonic emperor said and flew towards the ancestral grave. What's going on? The huge commotion seems to be coming from the ancestral grave of the demonic immortal island. The ancestors of the demonic immortal island are buried there. Those who haven't reached the great sovereign realm are not qualified to be buried in the ancestral grave. I don't know what's going on, but it's not a trivial matter for Tianping Evil Emperor to be so moved. Let's go and have a look. Alright. Since we have nothing else to do, let's go and have a look. The demonic immortal island is too lively this time. Too many things have happened, one after another. The people on the demonic immortal square couldn't keep calm anymore. This birthday ceremony was destined to be chaotic. First, it was Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing. Now, there was a change in the ancestral grave. It was impossible for them to enjoy the peace of the demonic immortal island. A large number of people followed the people of the demonic immortal island towards the ancestral grave. They had to attend Xiao Wangqing's wedding 3 days later. Since they couldn't leave for the time being, they had to go and see what was going on. Moreover, the major event of the demonic immortal island was worthy of the attention of all the people in the immortal world. Jiang Chen, Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu exchanged a glance and followed. Yu Huafan and De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side. Junior brother Jiang, tell me, how did you do it? Yu Huafan asked. He was really curious and wanted to know what was going on. If he didn't ask, he might go crazy. We just have similar interests. Jiang Chen shrugged. He couldn't tell them the real reason. It was Tianping Evil Emperor's secret. Alright. Yu Huafan was speechless. Only a ghost would believe such a reason. However, since Jiang Chen didn't want to say it, he must have his reasons. Therefore, he didn't ask further. In any case, it was a great thing for Jiang Chen to befriend the Tianping Evil Emperor. It was a good thing for Jiang Chen and the Fengqi Immortal Court. De Huang Dog gazed in the direction of the ancestral grave in a daze. He didn't say a word during the whole process. He didn't even congratulate Xiao Wangqing. He seemed to be preoccupied with something. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. There must be something wrong with this dog. This wasn't his style at all. He couldn't help but speculate that Big Yellow had a certain relationship with the demonic immortal island. From the moment he arrived at the ocean, he had been preoccupied with something. However, Jiang Chen didn't press him. He knew De Huang Dog very well. If De Huang didn't want to tell him, it would be useless even if he asked. Everyone had moved from the demonic immortal square to a place closer to the ancestral grave. No one knew what had happened, but they knew that it must be a big deal. The ancestral grave of the demonic immortal island was a black pagoda. The pagoda seemed to have dozens of floors, towering into the clouds. The area around the pagoda was sealed off. The atmosphere here was obviously oppressive and lifeless. This was the super important place of the demonic immortal island. No one dared to violate its majesty. Usually, except for the Tianping Evil Emperor, no one could come here without permission, not even Blue Wolf Demon Emperor. According to the demonic immortal island, there was the ancestral soul of the demonic immortal island. The ancestral soul was supreme. Those who could be buried in the Black Pagoda were those who had made outstanding contributions to the demonic immortal island. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk a huge rumbling sound rang out again. Everyone could see that this rumbling sound came from the Black Tower, and the Black Tower was visibly shaking. Lord Demon Emperor, there has never been such a big movement in the ancestral grave since it was built. Is it related to that monkey? Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said with a frown. It must be related to him. Tianping Evil Emperor said with certainty. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others had arrived at the side of Tianping Evil Emperor. He had just become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor. Now, he was the most important person in the entire demonic immortal island. Therefore, Jiang Chen could walk in front of Tianping Evil Emperor at will. No one dared to stop him. Even Blue Wolf Demon Emperor had to greet Jiang Chen with a smile. After all, Jiang Chen's current status was very different from before. Lan Xian and the others could only watch Jiang Chen walk to the side of Tianping Evil Emperor. They could only watch from afar, not daring to approach the ancestral grave of the demonic immortal island. This was the gap between them. Monkey? What monkey? Jiang Chen was shocked. He couldn't keep calm when he heard the word monkey. In this world, there might not be a second powerful monkey. Brother Jiang Chen, you might not know this, but not long ago, a young man appeared overseas. When he approached the demonic immortal island, the ancestral grave of the demonic immortal island, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly had a huge movement. A ray of light flew out from the top of the black tower and fell on the young man. Then, the light brought the young man into the black tower. During this period of time, we all wanted to find out the truth, but we didn't dare to enter the black tower for fear of alarming the ancestral spirit. Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said. Now that Jiang Chen had become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, he naturally had to change the way he addressed Jiang Chen. Whether Jiang Chen was willing or not, they could only address each other as peers. What's the relationship between the young man and the monkey? Jiang Chen asked. Lord Demon Emperor could tell at a glance that the young man is not a human. He has a powerful holy ape bloodline in his body. Moreover, if he was a human, he wouldn't have caused such a stir in our ancestral spirit. Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said. Monkey. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog exclaimed almost at the same time. In this world, there might not be a second person with a powerful holy ape bloodline. Brother Blue Wolf, what does the young man look like? In order to confirm the identity of Longshu San, Jiang Chen continued to ask. He looks to be about the same age as you. He's wearing a yellow robe and has a handsome appearance. Oh, by the way, the most obvious feature is his black and white hair. Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said. It must be 13. This guy went to someone's ancestral grave. Jiang Chen shook his head speechlessly. The features that Blue Wolf Demon Emperor mentioned could only be Longshu San. After rescuing Da Huang Dog from the desolate ancient land, Jiang Chen went to the Fengqi immortal domain and parted ways with Longshu San. Longshu San said that he was going to look for something he needed. It seemed that he had gone overseas. Longshu San's bloodline must have been too powerful, which alarmed the ancestral spirit in the Black Pagoda. That's why there was such a huge movement and sucked Longshu San into it. Now that the Black Pagoda was shaking again, it must have something to do with Jiang Chen. In the beginning, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to the situation in the ancestral grave of demonic immortal island. After all, it was an internal affair of demonic immortal island. However, the situation was different now that Longshu San was involved. He couldn't help but pay attention to the development of the situation. Whether Longshu San had obtained great benefits or was in great danger, Jiang Chen didn't know. Brother Chen, do you know that monkey? Tianping Evil Emperor looked at Jiang Chen. Big brother, the monkey is called Longshu San. He and I are sworn brothers. He was born from a spiritual stone and possesses the complete bloodline of a battle saint ape. He's extremely powerful. When we parted ways, I went to the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain and he went overseas. I didn't expect that he would enter your ancestral grave. If I'm not wrong, the ancestral spirit of demonic immortal island must be shaken because of Longshu San's powerful bloodline. Jiang Chen said. He didn't need to hide anything from Tianping Evil Emperor. Longshu San had intruded into someone else's ancestral grave, which was a great disrespect. Jiang Chen was worried that Tianping Evil Emperor would slap Longshu San to death. Therefore, he explained the relationship between Longshu San and Longshu San. At least Longshu San's safety could be guaranteed. Little brother Chen, you're freakish enough as it is. Even the people you make friends with are freakish. Tianping Evil Emperor said with a smile. At first, I didn't understand why a ray of light suddenly appeared in the ancestral grave and fell on the young man. Now I understand a little. The complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape is really powerful. It's the most powerful existence in the entire demonic Immortal Island. I just don't know what's happening in the Black Tower. I hope your brother won't do anything to harm the demonic Immortal Island. Hearing this, Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. If Xianxia really destroyed the ancestral graves of the demonic Immortal Island, the consequences would be severe. He really didn't know how to deal with it. Lord Demon God, the commotion is getting bigger and bigger. What should we do now? Blue Wolf Demon God asked. As one of the higher-ups of the demonic Immortal Island, he was very anxious about such a big accident in the ancestral graves. There's nothing we can do but wait. Xianxia didn't break in by himself. I believe it's the will of the ancestor's soul. Since it's the will of the ancestor's soul, we shouldn't act rashly. Let's wait and see. We'll know the result soon, Tianping Evil Emperor said with a calm face. At his cultivation level, his mind was very strong and he could remain calm in everything. Xianxia was still very worried. He secretly cast the Great Divination Art to see if Xianxia would be in danger. The Great Divination Art was unparalleled in the world. It was almost impossible to cultivate it to the highest level. It was already very amazing for Xianxia to cultivate it until now. Not long after, the Great Divination Art had some clues. According to the calculation of the Great Divination Art, Xianxia wouldn't be in danger this time. Instead, it was a great opportunity. This made Xianxia secretly heave a sigh of relief. But at the same time that he heaved a sigh of relief, Xianxia had also deduced something else. The matter of the ancestral burial mound this time might bring about quite a bit of turmoil and trouble. It was a pity that Xianxia couldn't predict the specifics. However, it was already good enough that he could calculate that Xianxia wasn't in danger. What Xianxia needed to do now was to wait quietly like Tianping Evil Emperor. Kong Long, the movement of the Black Tower was getting bigger and bigger. The shaking was very obvious, as if a huge amount of energy was constantly coming out from the inside. It gave people a feeling that the Black Tower would collapse at any time. Rumble, suddenly, a violent rumble sounded again. Everyone saw an extremely bright and dazzling golden beam of light rushing out from the top of the Black Tower. The golden beam of light seemed to carry an extremely violent energy as it directly lifted the top of the Black Tower. The ancestral graves exploded, that's right, the top of the Black Tower was lifted off. For the demonic Immortal Island, it meant that the ancestral graves exploded. The Black Tower of the demonic Immortal Island was the ancestral graves. Since its establishment, there had been no traces of it. Today, it was directly hit by an internal energy and the top was lifted off. For the entire demonic Immortal Island, this was really a big event. Accompanied by the golden light, a violent ape with golden light all over its body rushed out of the Black Tower. The violent ape was 30 meters tall and extremely majestic. It held a bright iron staff in its hand and its eyes were blooming with infinite colors. After the violent ape appeared, it was full of violent chi. It stood in the air above the Black Tower and roared at the sky. Roar, roar, the violent ape roared incessantly. Powerful waves of chi overflowed in all directions, shaking the void to the point that it was about to be torn apart. The violent chi emitted from its body was frightening. Monkey! Xianxia shouted and immediately discovered that Xianxia was abnormal. At this moment, Xianxia was in a completely violent state. It seemed that he had even lost his mind. His body seemed to bear the burden of endless flames, suppressing endless anger and resentment. That's right, it was resentment. The resentment seemed to have existed for countless years and it was difficult to release it. Not good, that's not the monkey's resentment. It's forced on him by an outsider. Xianxia knew that this wasn't good. To his horror, Dragon Shan was almost controlled by the powerful resentment. He had completely turned into a berserk violent ape. What's that? How could such a big guy appear in the ancestral graves of the demonic Immortal Island? It's a powerful holy ape with an extremely rare bloodline. However, the holy ape seems to be in a violent state now. This violent ape caused the ancestral graves of the demonic Immortal Island to explode. The demonic Immortal Island will definitely not let him go. This is a great disrespect to the demonic Immortal Island. Everyone was shocked. countless eyes fell on Longshan. Qiu Qianyun, Qin Xianbing, and the other two looked at Longshan differently because they felt a sense of familiarity. However, because the dragon was too violent at this moment, they did not associate it with Longshan for a while. Roar, roar, Longshan went completely berserk. His eyes were filled with powerful resentment. He roared incessantly, and his body began to emit a murderous aura. Jiangchen noticed that Longshan was already at the peak of the first-grade demon sovereign. In such a short period of time, his cultivation had reached such a shocking level. It was conceivable that Longshan must have obtained great benefits in the Black Tower, which was why his cultivation could reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. However, the current situation also confirmed the result that Jiangchen had deduced with the great divination art. It was true that Longshan had obtained a fortuitous encounter, but he would still face a lot of troubles. The powerful resentment that was added to his body for no reason was the biggest variable. Monkey! Jiangchen shouted at Longshan. Longshan, who was originally in a berserk state, immediately turned his gaze over when he heard the shout. When he saw Jiangchen, his sharp gaze obviously eased up. Little Chenzi. Longshan shouted Jiangchen's name with a slightly hoarse voice. However, Jiangchen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. In any case, although Longshan was added with powerful resentment, he did not completely lose his mind. At least, he could still recognize Jiangchen, which was the best-case scenario. De Huang, what should we do? Jiangchen looked at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was, after all, the reincarnation of demon sovereign Long Yang, so he knew a lot of things. Jiangchen still had to ask De Huang for help at the crucial moment. However, after Jiangchen asked, he realized that De Huang Dog didn't reply. He didn't move at all. Jiangchen looked over and found that De Huang Dog was looking at Longshan in the sky. From his eyes, Jiangchen could feel that De Huang Dog's heart was in turmoil. What the hell is this dog doing? Jiangchen frowned. De Huang must have something on his mind. Jiangchen was almost certain that De Huang Dog had a deep relationship with the demonic immortal island. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Lord Demon Emperor, this is the holy ape that entered the ancestral tomb. Now that it has jumped out, what should we do? He seems to be in a berserk state right now. Should we kill him? Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign said. Don't. Jiangchen quickly stopped him. Big brother, the monkey must have been controlled by your ancestor's soul. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong resentment. Big brother Blue Wolf also said that he was brought into the Black Tower by the light emitted by your ancestor's soul. He didn't break in by himself. He's innocent. He was most worried that the experts of the demonic immortal island would take action. If that happened, Longshan's life would be in danger. After all, the current situation was enough for the experts of the demonic immortal island to take action. Although Longshan had advanced to the first-grade demon sovereign realm, such cultivation was nothing in the demonic immortal island. If Tianping Evil Emperor wanted to kill Longshan would be killed without a doubt. Blue Wolf, control him first. Don't hurt him. Tianping Evil Emperor said to Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. Jiangchen looked at Tianping Evil Emperor with eyes full of gratitude. He knew that Tianping Evil Emperor would probably kill Longshan directly. But now, Tianping Evil Emperor specially instructed Blue Wolf not to hurt Longshan. Alright. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign's aura fluctuated. Suddenly, he stretched out a terrifying wolf claw and shrouded Longshan. The terrifying chi wave of a third-grade demon sovereign wreaked havoc, causing the sky and earth to change color. The Blue Wolf Beast Emperor acted decisively. The ancestral grave had already been destroyed, and he didn't want a tyrannical holy ape to cause another big accident in the ancestral grave. No matter what the holy ape experienced in the Black Tower, or why it entered, the most important thing now was to calm down this turmoil. As long as he controlled Longshan, the storm would subside. The rest would be the internal affairs of the demonic immortal island. Roar, unexpectedly, Longshan's violent chi became more intense when he saw someone attacking him. Two flames shot out from his fiery golden eyes. Then, Longshan raised his huge iron rod and smashed it towards Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign's wolf claw. Kong long, a terrifying impact spread out. Under the impact of the iron rod, the wolf claw was instantly shattered. Long Shersan's huge body didn't even move a bit after suffering the attack of a third-grade demon sovereign, let alone suffering any damage. What? Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign exclaimed. He looked at Long Shersan in disbelief. He was a powerful third-grade demon sovereign, but he couldn't cause any damage to Long Shersan even with such a terrifying cultivation base. His body was greatly shaken by the impact just now. As expected of a battle Saint Ape. His bloodline is much stronger than mine. Even if he's just a first-grade demon sovereign, he can still fight against me. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign sighed. He looked at Tianping Evil Emperor and Jiang Chen, unable to conceal his astonishment. Big Brother Blue Wolf, this monkey's combat strength is extremely terrifying. With his cultivation base at the peak of first-grade demon sovereign, I'm afraid that ordinary third-grade demon sovereigns are no match for him. Jiang Chen said. This violent ape is so powerful. He can actually fight against Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. This is heaven-defying. The bloodline of the violent ape is too powerful. In today's era, such a bloodline doesn't exist anymore. Even the bloodline of Heavenly Pung Demon Sovereign isn't on the same level as the violent ape. It seems like the strength of the demon race's bloodline is very important. I'm afraid that Tianping Evil Emperor is going to take action soon. This is a serious matter. He must put an end to this storm. Not everyone was shocked. A first-grade demon sovereign was able to fight against a third-grade demon sovereign without falling into a disadvantageous position. This alone was enough to prove that Violent Ape was a powerful and monstrous genius. What a freak. Yu Huafan sighed. He looked at Jiang Chen and felt somewhat depressed. Jiang Chen was already a freak. Now, even the person he befriended was so heaven-defying. This made him speechless. I'll take action personally. Tianping Evil Emperor said in a deep voice. At this moment, he didn't want to waste any more time. He decided to take action personally and control this tyrannical Saint Ape. He would deal with the rest later. Tianping Evil Emperor moved. He transformed a giant palm into a wide cage, shrouding Long Shersan. Stop. This voice that suddenly appeared was like a ghost in the endless darkness. It was just 2 words, but it actually made people feel a chill run down their spines. Tianping Evil Emperor, who had already made his move, quickly withdrew his attack. His facial expression changed dramatically. The voice came from the ancestral grave. It must be the ancestor soul of the demonic immortal island. Everyone held their breath. No one spoke. Only Long Shersan's roar could be heard. Everyone's eyes fell on the top of the Black Tower. If the ancestor soul of the demonic immortal island was resurrected, it would definitely be a big event. Everyone knew that the ancestral grave of the demonic immortal island had buried a truly powerful expert, a peerless demon emperor. Under the gaze of countless people, a white smoke rose from the Black Tower. The smoke floated above Long Shersan's head. In the center of the smoke, there was a looming figure. It was a beautiful woman in a white dress. Her blue hair was particularly eye-catching. The woman seemed to be in her 30s. Her eyes were empty and her body carried endless resentment. This is not the awakening of the ancestor's soul. It's an incarnation of resentment. She's not a real person. Jiang Chen said. He could see at a glance that the woman in front of him was definitely not a real person. It was possible that her real body had died countless years ago, but her resentment was not extinguished and eventually formed into an incarnation of resentment. What shocked Jiang Chen was how much resentment this woman had. She had died countless years ago and could still appear in the form of resentment. It's the first-generation saintess. Yes, I've seen the portrait of the first-generation saintess. This is the first-generation saintess. What's going on? Isn't the saintess dead? Back then, the saintess was abandoned by a foreign man. She was disheartened and died of depression. I didn't expect that her resentment was not extinguished and remained until now. The people of the demonic immortal island exclaimed. All of them had seen the portrait of the first-generation saintess. Although the restrictions of the demonic immortal island didn't say anything about the first-generation saintess, the people of the demonic immortal island were well aware of it. They had discussed it in private, but because of the passage of time, many people had forgotten about it. But today, the first-generation saintess had appeared again. People couldn't help but recall the past, but no one had expected that the saintess' resentment would be so great. Tianping greets ancestor. Tianping evil emperor bowed deeply to the first-generation saintess. After all, the first-generation saintess had been around for a long time. Even someone like Tianping evil emperor had to address her as ancestor. The eyes of the first-generation saintess were cold. She didn't even look at Tianping evil emperor. The saintess glanced around, her eyes fell on the geniuses of the 9 immortal courts and the demonic immortal island. Then, she said, I'll give a fortune to whoever defeats the Saint Ape today. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk. As soon as the first-generation female emperor's voice faded, Long San roared again. His body was filled with terrifying killing intent. What the hell? Xianxia frowned. He couldn't figure out what the saintess was trying to do. She's formed from the remnant resentment. She's going to use Long San to release her resentment, and the best way to do so is to kill. Once the resentment is completely released, Long San will return to normal. De Huang Dog spoke. His eyes had never left the saintess ever since the first-generation saintess appeared. The saintess died of depression in the past, and her resentment didn't dissipate. This is her greatest regret. If this method can be used to eliminate the saintess' resentment, she will be able to rest in peace. Otherwise, the resentment will grow stronger and stronger until she turns into a terrifying vengeful spirit. Given her strength, I'm afraid that it's the end of the world for the immortal world. Tianping evil emperor said in a solemn tone. He's right. De Huang Dog nodded. No one knew better than him how terrifying the first-generation saintess was. Once she turned into a vengeful spirit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The first-generation saintess has such a strong resentment. But it's said that she was a powerful 8th-grade demon sovereign when she was alive. I wonder what she's going to do after such a long time. That violent ape seems to be controlled by the saintess. It's filled with killing intent. It won't be easy to deal with it. Why don't we give it a try? The saintess' words will never be false. This is a good opportunity. If we can defeat that violent ape, the saintess will be giving us a great fortune. The surrounding people were getting restless. There would always be people who were willing to take the risk in the face of great temptation. Who wants to fight me? Dragon San flew up into the sky. His body started to change and he turned into a human. His black and white hair had almost become his trademark. His fiery golden eyes were like 2 scorching suns that people wouldn't dare to look at directly. Long San. Qin Xianbing exclaimed. He immediately recognized Long San when he saw his human form. What? He's the Long San who killed so many geniuses of our immortal court. Damn it. This bastard has grown to such an extent. It seems like I have to take action today. He's being controlled by the saintess' resentment. He's just a tool for the saintess to release her resentment. If I kill him now, I'll be able to obtain a great fortune from the saintess and soar to the sky. Strong killing intent burst out from Lan Xian's body. When he heard that the saintess was going to give him a great fortune, he already had the thought of killing Long San. After confirming the opponent's identity, he was even more determined. Long San was the same as Xianxia. Both of them were enemies of the immortal court. Getting rid of them as soon as possible would save the immortal court from future troubles. Furthermore, despite Long San's powerful performance, he was still a first-grade demon sovereign after all. Lan Xian was a level higher than Long San. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Long San with his full strength. Xianxia frowned. In any case, he was worried about Long San's current state. Although Long San could still maintain his consciousness, he was carrying the saintess' resentment. His role now was to help the saintess release the resentment. In other words, he was almost under the saintess' control. Anyone can fight. Life and death are determined by fate. Whoever defeats or kills the Saint Ape will obtain my inheritance. The voice of the saintess of the first generation resounded once more. Her words were like magic. The fortune left behind by an 8th-grade demon sovereign was enough to drive countless people crazy. Big brother, what should we do now? Xianxia looked over at Tianping Evil Emperor. According to the Saintess, we must let her release her resentment. Otherwise, once she leaves this place, the consequences will be severe. Furthermore, this Saint Ape must have obtained the Saintess inheritance. Otherwise, it's impossible for his cultivation base to improve so much in such a short period of time. The Saintess has given the Saintess resentment to him, indicating that she has faith in his strength. He's right. Monkey has already obtained the Saintess inheritance. However, the Saintess has her own selfish motives. She wants to use Longshan to vent her resentment. Therefore, when Longshan strikes, he will kill. Let's see which unlucky bastard is willing to step forward. De Huang Dog said. Xianxia noticed that De Huang Dog's eyes had never left the Saintess ever since she appeared. It seems like there's going to be a bloody storm today. Regardless of whether the Saintess is selfish or not, given Monkey's current combat strength, it won't be a problem for him to deal with all the geniuses here. Xianxia said. He was very confident in Longshan's strength. The powerful Battle Saint Ape and the Battle Saint technique were almost invincible in the world. The most powerful genius on the scene was only a peak second-grade Great Sovereign. None of them were third-grade Great Sovereigns. Longshan was currently a peak first-grade Demon Sovereign. In addition to the fact that he was in a berserk state, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with any of them. At least, his life wouldn't be in danger. Even so, Xianxia was still incomparably worried. What he was worried about wasn't Longshan's strength or the genius disciples of the Immortal Court, but the Saintess herself. Although the Saintess had passed her inheritance to Longshan, causing Longshan's cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds, there was a purpose behind it. To put it bluntly, in the Saintess' eyes, Longshan was merely a tool to help her vent her anger. What Xianxia was most worried about was the resentment that had been accumulated for countless years. If Longshan couldn't fully release it, it would hurt Longshan in the end, or even cause Longshan to lose his mind. However, Xianxia could only worry about the current situation, because he couldn't do anything to help. Not to mention him, even the most powerful Tianping Evil Emperor couldn't do anything in this situation. The Saintess was his ancestor. Even if she was just a trace of resentment, Tianping Evil Emperor still had to show respect to her. De Huang, do you know this Saintess? Xianxia transmitted his voice to De Huang and asked curiously. However, De Huang Dog didn't answer Xianxia. Ever since they entered the demonic Immortal Island, De Huang Dog had been acting mysteriously. Xianxia asked. Ai. Why did the Saintess choose Monkey? I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for Monkey. Xianxia couldn't help sighing. At this time, he couldn't even calm down and use the great divination art to calculate the situation. Because she was the first to discover the wondrous rock. De Huang Dog said. What? Xianxia's eyes widened and he almost exclaimed. Only now did he recall that the wondrous rock that gave birth to Longshan had existed in the space where the Immortal Execution Order and Immortal Burying Coffin had been found. This meant that the wondrous rock had existed since a long time ago. What he didn't expect was that the first Saintess was the first to discover the wondrous rock. Xianxia finally understood why the Saintess' resentment had been suppressed for so long and why it erupted the moment Longshan appeared overseas. This dog must know a lot of secrets. He and the Saintess must know each other. That bastard just won't tell me. Xianxia wished he could crawl up to De Huang Dog and bite him. However, since De Huang Dog wasn't willing to tell him, it was useless for Xianxia to force him. All he could do now was to wait, or to watch a good show. Regardless of the outcome, at least Longshan was now a first-grade demon sovereign. Such a huge improvement was, after all, a good thing. As for what would happen next, it was up to heaven's will. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign turned his body and said to everyone present in a loud and clear voice, Geniuses of the immortal world, according to our ancestors' words, all of you are free to deal with the violent ape. As long as you can defeat the violent ape or kill him, not only will you obtain the fortune of our ancestor, I will also give you a great reward. The winner of this birthday banquet is allowed to choose one of the congratulatory gifts. Hua. As soon as Tianping Evil Emperor's voice faded, the scene was in an uproar. Countless tyrannical chi were fluctuating, carrying terrifying battle intent. The geniuses who were hesitant were now eager to give it a try. The fortune of an 8th grade demon sovereign and the gift from Tianping Evil Emperor was too tempting. They didn't know what the Saintess fortune was, but they knew all too well about those gifts. If they could get any of them, they would gain tremendous benefits. It wouldn't be a problem for them to break through to the 3rd grade Great Sovereign Realm, not to mention that they were allowed to choose any of the gifts. Xianxia felt very helpless. Tianping Evil Emperor's action had undoubtedly pushed Xianxia to the teeth of the storm, but Xianxia understood why Tianping Evil Emperor did this. He had to eliminate the Saintess' resentment, as that was the most important thing. Tianping Evil Emperor wouldn't hesitate even if he could get the other immortal courts as a result. But once you take action, your life and death will be determined by fate. If you die in the hands of the violent ape, you can only blame your own incompetence. Tianping Evil Emperor spoke loudly again. The next battle would definitely be a battle of life and death. Just like what Xianxia had said, Xianxia was very powerful. If he killed the peerless geniuses of the immortal courts, wouldn't the immortal courts be in a bad mood? Therefore, Tianping Evil Emperor had said that they were willing to take action, and wouldn't be forced to do so. They couldn't blame others if they died. Big brother, don't let the geniuses of the demonic immortal island take action. Xianxia reminded. He was thinking for the sake of the geniuses of the demonic immortal island. It was a stupid thing to fight a life and death battle with Xianxia. Alright. Blue Wolf, go and arrange for the geniuses of the demonic immortal island to stay calm. Heavenly Pung Demon Sovereign instructed Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. This kind of thing had to be done. After all, it was related to the fortune gifted by the 1st generation Saintess. As a genius of the demonic immortal island, he didn't want to give such fortune to others. Who wants to fight? Xianxia stood in the air, his black and white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was resolute and the iron staff in his hand had disappeared. Xianxia knew that although Xianxia was affected by the resentment of the Saintess, his mind was still clear. Xianxia, I'll kill you. A loud shout was heard. A blue light whizzed out and appeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. It was none other than Xianxia. The immortal courts of ethereal immortal domain had suffered a great loss this time. Xianxia was the only one left. He had been feeling very depressed all along. Initially, he thought that he could get rid of Xianxia with the help of the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would become sworn brothers with Xianxia and Tianping Evil Emperor. Xianxia made his move. Countless eyes fell upon the sky where a battlefield had been opened. It was a battle between the pinnacle of the young generation of the immortal world. It was destined to attract countless people's attention. Xianxia has made his move. He's a first-class genius of ethereal immortal domain. He's here on behalf of the ethereal immortal court. His cultivation base has already reached the peak of 2nd grade Great Sovereign Realm, which is a level higher than Bao Yuan. Adding his talent, he can easily kill an ordinary 3rd grade Great Sovereign. I'm afraid that Bao Yuan is no match for him. Don't jump to conclusions too early. That's a powerful battle, Saint Ape. Such a heaven-defying bloodline is rare in the heavens and earth. We can't use common sense to estimate it. If Xianxia isn't a level higher than Bao Yuan, he'll definitely die. Even now, I'm afraid the outcome is still uncertain. I still favor Xianxia. No matter what, he's still a level higher than Bao Yuan. Although the battle Saint Ape is powerful, Xianxia, as a first-class genius of the ethereal immortal court, won't be any weaker. The battle had yet to begin, but the crowd had already begun to discuss it. In the face of such a fierce battle, most of them were inclined towards Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had a huge advantage in terms of cultivation base. One should know that it was almost incomparably difficult to kill a great sovereign, especially someone like Xianxia. In the sky, Xianxia's chi was unparalleled. He shouted at Xianxia, your hands are stained with the blood of our ethereal immortal court. Today, I'll make you pay for what you've done. After I kill you, not only will I avenge the deaths of the disciples of the immortal court, but I'll also obtain the fortune of the Saintess of the 1st generation of the demonic immortal island and a congratulatory gift from the Tianping Evil Emperor. Your existence is destined to fulfill my wish. Someone from the ethereal immortal court? Very well. After hearing the background of the opponent, the corner of Long Shersan's mouth curved into a cold smile. Intense killing intent was instantly released from Long Shersan's body. Since the opponent was from the ethereal immortal court, Long Shersan didn't have any psychological pressure at all. The relationship between him and the ethereal immortal court had long been one of life and death. Moreover, Long Shersan would never hold back against those who were bent on killing him. There was no need for him to hold back against his enemies. "Don't waste time, make your move," the first-generation saintess said indifferently. It seemed like she did not want to waste time. "Long Shersan, die." Lan Xian moved, releasing a strong Great Emperor's aura. He clawed with his hand and a giant hand appeared. The giant hand was like a real heavenly barrier, capable of destroying everything in the heavens and earth. With an unstoppable might, it pressed down on Long Shersan. "It's good to be here." Long Shersan's battle intent was completely aroused. He was a battle maniac. Now that his cultivation base had just advanced to the first-grade demon sovereign realm, he was in high spirits. Fighting against a top genius of the immortal court was what Long Shersan desired. A life-and-death battle with someone like Lan Xian was more exciting. He was willing to be used by the saintess in such a battle. Moreover, Long Shersan didn't reject the resentment of the saintess. In any case, he had obtained great benefits in the Black Tower these days. It was only natural for him to do something for the saintess. Draconic Shersan moved as well. His movement was simple as he sent a terrifying punch towards the huge hand. It was a simple punch, but it carried an indomitable momentum. The void was torn into pieces on the spot. Kong Long, the powerful attacks of the two experts collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering boom. Under Long Shersan's punch, the giant hand formed by Lan Xian was instantly torn into pieces. The surrounding void was shattered inch by inch, and the terrifying airwaves began to surge like a tide, completely wreaking havoc on the battlefield. A casual move of a great emperor was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Take the battle between Long Shersan and Lan Xian as an example. If they didn't create a separate battlefield, it would be a devastating blow to the entire region. The aftermath of the collision was enough to destroy the ancestral graves. What a powerful guy. Lan Xian's expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Long Shersan also changed. He knew that Long Shersan was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Long Shersan could easily destroy his attack without suffering any damage. However, Lan Xian's heart didn't waver. He was just testing the waters with his attack. He was very confident in his powerful means. Plus, he had an advantage in cultivation, so he was quite confident. So powerful. As expected of a battle Saint Ape. He's a guy born to fight. Even though he's one level lower than Lan Xian, he's still on par with Lan Xian. It's rare. In ancient times, the battle clan was a heaven-defying existence. It's hard to tell who will win in the battle between him and Lan Xian. Let's see. The next battle is going to be really exciting. I'm afraid Lan Xian is going to use his strongest attack. Long Shersan easily destroyed Lan Xian's attack with one punch. This made many people look at Long Shersan in a new light, and they were looking forward to the next battle. No one could determine who would win. Even if many people felt that Lan Xian had a great advantage, no one dared to make a conclusion about whether Lan Xian could defeat Long Shersan. Long Shersan, that was just a test attack. Next, I won't be polite. Lan Xian's aura was unparalleled. Waves of qi began to surge from his body. He waved his hands in the air, and a scene of the universe appeared. It was like a small world, and it pressed towards Long Shersan. This time, Lan Xian used his strongest attack. Compared to the previous attack, it was unknown how much stronger it was. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Long Shersan's expression didn't change. No fear could be seen on his face. Lan Xian didn't use his full strength in the first attack, but Long Shersan didn't use his full strength either. Battle Saint technique, fighting symbol art. Long Shersan's voice was hoarse. He used the fighting symbol art, and it was as if he was fighting against the heavens. Shua, Long Shersan's fighting symbol art evolved into a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like the most terrifying sword in the world, indestructible. Puchi! Bang! after the scene of heaven and earth was destroyed, Lan Xian also suffered a great shock. His body trembled violently and his face darkened. This time, he was really shocked. Looking at Lan San, the expression in his eyes changed completely. How could this monkey be so powerful? Lan Xian clenched his teeth and felt extremely depressed. He couldn't help but feel depressed. One should know that the scene of heaven and earth that he displayed just now was not an ordinary technique. It was the technique that he was most proud of. Originally, he thought that he could completely control Lan San. Once Lan San was sucked into his scene of heaven and earth, his life and death would be completely under his control. It was a pity that San's strength was beyond his imagination. San's terrifying and heaven-defying battle technique easily tore through his attack. It was effortless. Amazing. This violent ape's technique is so terrifying. He should be using the Battle Saint technique of the Battle Clan. It's too powerful. It seems that even Lan Xian might not be a match for him. He's a super monstrous genius, a truly heaven-defying existence. He easily destroyed Lan Xian's attack twice in a row. He hasn't even launched his real attack yet. This is too shocking. If Lan Xian can't beat him, then who among the geniuses here can be a match for this violent ape? Everyone was shocked. Lan San's performance was too powerful. It was effortless for him to fight against Lan Xian. Junior brother Jiang, isn't your brother a little too powerful? Yu Huafan said speechlessly. He knew Lan Xian's strength the best. Lan Xian was an existence that was on par with him. He originally thought that even if Lan Xian couldn't kill Lan San, he could at least defeat him. But now, it seemed that Lan Xian wasn't defeated. Jiang Chen was already abnormal. Now, a random friend of Jiang Chen was also so heaven-defying. Yu Huafan couldn't accept it. Lan Xian will definitely die. Jiang Chen said faintly. Such an outcome was within his expectations. Others might not understand Lan San's strength, but he was well aware of it. Lan San had just used the battle symbol art of the Battle Saint technique. If Lan San had used the annihilation symbol art, Lan Xian's fate would have been unimaginable. Yu Huafan looked at Jiang Chen in shock again. He had to take his junior brother Zhang's competence seriously, but he still couldn't believe that Lan San could kill Lan Xian. Lan San, lend me another move. Matchless in heaven and earth, Scar the Great Tao. Lan Xian finally used his trump card. His body suddenly became taller, and a trace of the Great Tao drifted out from his body. This was a move that he had comprehended in his lifetime. It could imitate the trace of the Great Tao and directly attack the opponent's soul, destroying the place from the root. This move is indeed powerful, but it's a pity that the Great Tao isn't so easy to grasp. Lan Xian has only comprehended a little bit of it, and the attack he displayed was just an imitation. He's overestimating himself if he wants to attack the monkey's soul with such a move. Jiang Chen revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Lan Xian also wanted to pursue the Great Tao, but unfortunately, the Great Tao wasn't so easy to grasp. Every comprehension of the Great Tao required a huge amount of luck. For example, Jiang Chen's way of killing was about killing, which was the true embodiment of the Great Tao. Lan Xian was arrogant and virtuous, but he also wanted to pursue the Great Tao. He was really overestimating himself. He shouted the banner of matchless in heaven and earth, but in fact, he was nothing. Battle Saint technique, annihilate symbol technique. Lan San attacked again, expressionlessly. The terrifying annihilate symbol technique was displayed by him, evolving into a huge annihilate character. The annihilate character was like a mountain, suspended above the battlefield. It itself represented a kind of death, a kind of nirvana. A black face seemed to appear above the huge black character. It was the face of the King of Hell, the judge of life and death who walked between heaven and earth, able to judge the life and death of a person at will. Rumble, the annihilate symbol technique was unparalleled in the world, killing everything. Compared to Lan Xian's comprehension of the Great Tao, the aura of nirvana was truly able to affect the mind and soul of a person. Just like now, under the pressure of Lan San's annihilate symbol technique, Lan Xian only felt his heart shaking, and his soul palpitating. It was indescribably uncomfortable. With a loud roar, Lan Xian's attack of the Great Path was directly crushed into pieces by the annihilate symbol. Although the huge annihilate symbol had dimmed a little, it still pressed down on Lan Xian fiercely. Bang! Because the great Tao had been torn apart, Lan Xian's body had already suffered a huge shock and sustained serious injuries. Coupled with the relatively large pressure on his soul, his mind was in a state of panic. For a moment, he could not continue to resist the oppression of the annihilate symbol technique. The annihilate symbol technique was like a mountain pressing down on Lan Xian's body. The unparalleled power of destruction and lethality caused Lan Xian to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his aura began to weaken. Swish! In the next moment, Long Shersan's iron cudgel appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards Lan Xian. Countless people exclaimed. At this time, anyone could imagine that if this iron cudgel hit him firmly, Lan Xian would almost certainly die. Moreover, with Lan Xian's current state, it seemed that he would not be able to resist this cudgel. I surrender! Lan Xian roared loudly. He could feel an extremely dangerous aura. It was the fear that came from the depths of his soul. It was the aura of death. Long Shersan's powerful aura had already sealed the battlefield and the void, not giving him a chance to escape. At this critical moment, face and dignity were no longer important. The most important thing was to stay alive. Therefore, Lan Xian shouted to surrender. How can you surrender in a life-and-death battle? However, Long Shersan did not intend to give Lan Xian the chance to surrender. The huge iron cudgel was extremely fast, and it smashed down mercilessly. A mournful scream was the last sound that Lan Xian left in this world. The iron cudgel hit Lan Xian's head accurately, turning his skull into powder. Blood spurted out crazily. A second great sovereign supreme genius died on the spot. After killing Lan Xian, Long Shersan kept his iron cudgel. His face was expressionless. Long Shersan would not show the slightest bit of mercy for killing a genius of the ethereal immortal court. Oh my god, Lan Xian is dead. He was smashed to death just like that. What a pity, what a pity. The ethereal immortal court has suffered a great loss this time. God knows how much resources it takes to nurture a genius like Lan Xian. This monkey is too ferocious. A second great sovereign didn't even have the chance to escape. Moreover, he didn't even give his opponent the chance to surrender. Lan Xian's death was within Jiang Chen's expectation. He believed that Long Shersan understood everything. Therefore, he showed no mercy in killing Lan Xian. Although Lan Xian was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Long Shersan. However, those who didn't know Long Shersan well were shocked. Yu Huafan's mouth was wide open, looking at Long Shersan, who was floating in the sky with an unparalleled aura. His heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm himself down for a long time. This kind of situation had the greatest impact on geniuses. Because they were geniuses, they were arrogant and had a heart that refused to admit defeat. It was also because of this that when they encountered geniuses that were stronger than them, they would feel an extremely strong sense of defeat in their hearts. What a monster! Yu Huafan shook his head and sighed. Although Jiang Chen had already told him how terrifying Dragon Shersan was, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw how Lan Xian, who was at the same level as him, was killed by Dragon Shersan. A peak second great sovereign didn't even have a chance to escape. Regardless of how shocked the others were, what Jiang Chen was paying attention to was the resentment qi on Long Shersan's body. After killing Lan Xian, the resentment qi on Long Shersan's body had indeed weakened a little, as if it had been released. This was, after all, a good thing. In the sky, the illusory first-generation saintess finally revealed a smile when she saw Long Shersan's performance. Obviously, she was quite satisfied with Long Shersan's performance. The battle continues. You don't have to fight one-on-one. You can join forces and attack together. If you can defeat this saint ape, I will gift you with great fortune. The voice of the first-generation saintess resounded once again. As soon as her words were out, the geniuses who had begun to retreat became restless again. The saintess' words had undoubtedly added more fuel to the fire, causing the scene to boil up again. You really don't mind blowing things up? Jiang Chen shook his head. This saintess had completely treated Long Shersan as a tool of slaughter. She didn't care about Long Shersan's life or death at all. Even if a few second great sovereigns were to attack Long Shersan together, she wouldn't stop them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Saintess has already said that you can choose to attack together. As long as you can defeat the Saint Ape, you'll be able to obtain a great fortune. Similarly, I'll also give you a congratulatory gift. However, you'd better measure your own strength before you attack. Once you're on the battlefield, your life and death are your own business. It has nothing to do with the demonic immortal island. Tianping Evil Emperor spoke aloud. Lan Xian was already dead. In order to release the Saintess's resentment, he no longer cared about offending the immortal courts. He, Tianping Evil Emperor, was a fearless person. Even though the immortal courts were powerful, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Furthermore, he had already said the important words. Life and death are your own business. You can choose not to attack. Is there anyone who is willing to join forces? Tan Xianxia of Miluo Immortal Court stepped forward. Under the temptation of double benefits, he was willing to take the risk. Furthermore, Longshan and the Immortal Courts had enmity. In addition, Longshan was too monstrous and his speed of growth was too fast. Judging from the current situation, the degree of threat he posed had surpassed Xianxia. Such a figure had to be eliminated as soon as possible in order to avoid future troubles. Of course, there was an important prerequisite for Tan Xianxia to take action, and that was to have someone join forces with him. Although he was arrogant and greedy, he was not a fool. He was well aware of Lan Xian's strength. Now that Lan Xian was dead, if he were to join the battle, he would definitely die. I'll join forces with you. A man in gray linen clothes stepped forward. His body was incomparably sturdy. The muscles on his body were explosive and incomparably solid. At first glance, one could tell that he had cultivated his physique. This man was called Lu He, a genius of Radiant's Immortal Court. His cultivation base was the same as Tan Xianxia, a peak second-grade Great Sovereign, only a step away from the third-grade Great Sovereign realm. His intention of joining forces with Tan Xianxia was the same as Tan Xianxia's. Back in the Golden Horizon, Xianxia and Longshan had offended the three major immortal courts at the same time: Ethereal Immortal Court, Miluo Immortal Court and Radiance Immortal Court. To the experts of the three immortal courts, whether it was Xianxia or Longshan, both of them must be killed. Now that Lan Xian was dead, only the two of them were determined to kill Longshan. Alright, is there anyone else? Tan Xianxia's gaze shifted to the other geniuses of the immortal courts. After witnessing the terror of Longshan with his own eyes, he clearly understood that even if he and Lu He joined forces, they would still be no match for Longshan. At least 3 of them had to join forces to defeat Longshan. Let me do it. Another person stood out. He was a genius of Limitless Immortal Court, called Luo Wanjian. He was also a peak second-grade Great Sovereign. He was very famous for his invincible combat sword. He had spent his entire life studying sword techniques. It was said that he had already comprehended his own sword Dao. In the past, he had succeeded in breaking through to the Great Sovereign realm by comprehending the Dao of the sword. Seeing that the person was Luo Wanjian, Tan Xianxia and Lu He's eyes lit up. This was a powerful move. With Luo Wanjian's help, they would be more confident in dealing with Longshan. Anyone else? Tan Xianxia continued to ask. Tan Xianxia, aren't you ashamed? You have already joined forces with 3 of us. I don't want to be in the same boat as you. If it's 4 against 1, even if we win, there's nothing to be proud of. If we lose, we won't be able to show our faces in the future. One of them spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. That's right. We are all people who care about our reputation. We won't do such a thing. If we can't win, we'd rather not fight. We can't afford to lose our face. Another person said. What they said wasn't wrong. What people like them cared about the most was their face. Every one of them was a famous figure, representing the pinnacle of the young generation, and the face of the immortal court. They had always fought against many, and had never bullied others with numbers. Their strong self-esteem wouldn't allow them to make such a choice. Moreover, Tan Xianxia had already joined forces with 3 people. 3 people was already the limit of what they could accept. Anyone who was willing to join in at this time would be truly shameless. Humph. It's more important to judge the situation. It doesn't matter if you all don't join in. The 3 of us are enough to defeat Longshan. At that time, we will be able to obtain fortune and benefits. Don't be greedy. Alright, the three of us are enough. If anyone else joins, I'll quit, said Luo Wanjian. He was a man who cared about his reputation. Plus, the everlasting immortal court didn't have any enmity with Longshan. He wanted to take action now because of the fortune promised by the saintess and the treasure promised by the Tianping evil emperor. That's all. Just like the others, 3 people was the limit they could accept. Now, Xianxia wanted to invite others to join. If there were really others joining, he would quit immediately. One should know that even if it was 3 against 1, he already felt that he had lost a lot of face. Stop dilly-dallying. If you want to die, come up quickly. Longshan said coldly. He was an extremely arrogant person. Plus, under the influence of the strong resentment, he gave people a feeling of incomparable arrogance. Longshan, don't be arrogant. I'll kill you today. Xianxia said. With a flash, she flew up to the sky and came in front of Longshan. Lu He and Luo Wanjian followed her. The 4 of them instantly opened up a battlefield of great emperors. The airwaves emitted from their bodies were isolated from the outside world. Junior brother Jiang, 3 against 1. What do you think? Yu Huafan looked at Jiang Chen and asked curiously. He wanted to know if Jiang Chen was still as confident as before. After all, the situation was different now. Previously, Lan Xian was alone and he looked down on Longshan. From the beginning of the battle, he underestimated his enemy, which led to his death. Now, there were 3 of them. Their cultivation had reached this level and they knew how to cooperate with each other. In addition, they had witnessed the terrifying means of Longshan. Therefore, they wouldn't look down on Longshan this time. If they really fought, it would be hard to say what the outcome would be. Senior brother Yu, I can confidently say that Xianxia and Lu He will definitely die. As for Luo Wanjian, he might have a chance to survive. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had too much confidence in Longshan's strength. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Longshan. Moreover, Longshan knew that Xianxia and Lu He belonged to the Miluo Immortal Court and the Radiance Immortal Court respectively. The enmity between them was too deep. Therefore, Longshan would never give them a chance to live. As for Luo Wanjian, he had no enmity with Longshan. Therefore, he still had a chance to live, but only a chance. After all, with Longshan's current state, it was very normal for him to raise his hand and kill someone. Are you that confident? Yu Huafan's eyes were filled with doubt. Just watch. Jiang Chen shrugged. Rumble, on the battlefield in the sky, a fierce battle broke out in an instant. Xianxia and Lu He struck out an extremely powerful attack. The entire battlefield was covered by the violent battle chi waves, and the void was smashed in an instant. Luo Wanjian held a huge golden sword in his hand. It was absolutely a peerless battle sword. A casual move of it would produce a soaring sword chi that changed the color of the sky and earth. Haha, come on. Facing the joint attack of the 3, Longshan didn't show the slightest fear. Flames burst out from his fiery golden eyes, and he exerted the battle saint technique to the extreme. Waves of battle chi evolved into violent attacks and fought against the 3 of them. Rumble, the battle was completely blown up. This was simply the pinnacle battle of the young generation. Not to mention those who were in the battle, even those who were watching from the outside felt their blood boiling with excitement. At the end of the confrontation, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Even the joint attack of the 3 was completely resisted by Longshan's battle saint technique. Moreover, the violent chi on Longshan's body became more intense. Like Jiang Chen, he was also a battle maniac. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. If the enemy was too weak, it wouldn't be able to stimulate his huge battle intent. Amazing. This Longshan is really a peerless evildoer. With his battle strength 1 level lower than him, he resisted the strong attacks of the 3 geniuses. It seems that it was effortless for him. That's right. If the demonic immortal island can get such a heaven-defying existence to join them, the prestige of the demonic immortal island will be even greater than it is now. This battle saint ape is likely to surpass Tianping evil emperor in the future. Let's see. Who do you think will win this battle? It's hard to say. Even if Luo Wanjian and the other two can win, it's almost impossible for them to kill Long San. Such a figure can be defeated, but it's very difficult to kill him. Everyone was shocked. They had witnessed one good show after another in this trip to the demonic Immortal Island. The fierce battle between Long San and the three geniuses was much more enjoyable than the battle between Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing. Rumble, the battlefield had been completely covered by the colorful destructive waves of air. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. They could only hear the continuous roars of the fierce battle, which lasted for a long time. Myriad swords returned to origin. On the battlefield, Luo Wanjian displayed the sword technique that he was most proud of. His whole body was boiling with battle intent. He had never thought that a first-grade great sovereign could be so powerful. If he didn't fight with Long San personally, he would never know how terrifying Long San was. At least at this moment, Luo Wanjian was incomparably serious. He had no choice but to be serious in the face of such an opponent. Even if the three of them were to join forces, any carelessness might give the opponent a chance to take advantage of the situation and cause a fatal disaster. Exterminate symbol art, exterminate the heavens, exterminate the earth, and exterminate the firmament. Long San erupted completely. His body transformed into a violent ape that was dozens of meters in size. His body was filled with violent qi, causing his combat strength to rise once again. The extermination symbol art was executed to the extreme. It was a sense of destruction that could destroy the heaven and earth. Even those outside the battlefield could feel the intense destructive combat strength. This was the great art of extermination, capable of shaking the heaven and earth. This was the ultimate display of the battle saint technique. Even Xianxia and the other two were frightened by this violent combat strength. Their facial expression changed. They knew that they had underestimated Long San's strength even though they had made a great assessment of Long San's combat strength. Don't hold back anymore. Luo Wanjian shouted. Rumble, the entire battlefield had gone completely berserk. Endless waves of qi kept rolling like raging waves. Long San had transformed into an unparalleled violent ape. The power that could destroy the heavens, the earth, and the sky made the enemies tremble in fear. At this time, even if the three of them joined forces, Xianxia and the others did not have the slightest confidence in winning. They even began to regret stepping into this battlefield. Rumble, the extermination symbol formula clashed fiercely with the trio's violent attacks. As boundless waves of air rolled about, Xianxia and Lu He's attacks were the first to be destroyed. On the other side, Luo Wanjian suffered the same fate. Even though he unleashed the myriad swords returning to origin and released countless strands of sword qi, the sword qi, which was said to be invincible, could not withstand a single blow from the extermination symbol formula and was destroyed en masse. The sword qi was destroyed. Luo Wanjian, like the other two, was also pushed back by Long San's attack. The faces of the three turned extremely ugly. Their auras were in complete disorder. Xianxia and Lu He even had a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. After this confrontation, all three of them had suffered heavy or light injuries. In such a fierce battle, even the slightest injury could be fatal. The gap between the two sides had been invisibly widened. Roar, Long San was extremely berserk. The resentment on his body grew thicker and thicker. Then, this resentment turned into a strong killing intent. He displayed the extermination symbol art again. A huge face of the King of Hell appeared above his head. He was the first to lock on to Xianxia and pounce towards her. Not good. This person cannot be resisted. I'm going to retreat. Luo Wanjian shouted. His body flashed and retreated from the battlefield. He was a very smart person. After witnessing Long San's abnormal and terrifying strength, he had to admit that there was a big gap between him and Long San, even if he was unwilling. Even though the three of them had joined forces, they still felt like they were fighting for themselves when facing Long San. Luo Wanjian believed that if the battle continued, they would end up like Lan Xian. He could already smell the scent of death. Although it was embarrassing to run away, at this point, he couldn't care less. It was better than losing his life. Besides, he didn't have any deep hatred with Long Shan. In fact, after seeing Luo Wanjian withdraw, even Tan Jinya and Lu He, who had a deep grudge against Long Shan, were prepared to withdraw. Facing an enemy that was impossible to defeat, if they continued to fight, they would only end up in tragedy. The two looked at each other, then turned around and ran at the same time. They were ready to follow Luo Wanjian's example and retreat from the battlefield. Unfortunately, they were horrified to find out that the extermination symbol art had locked onto their chi, especially Tan Jinya. She couldn't escape at all. Lu He was in the same situation. The aura of the battle saint technique had sealed the entire battlefield. In other words, Shan had no intention of letting them go from the beginning. Xianxia understood Long Shan's approach the most. Tan Jinya and the other two were top-notch geniuses. Even if they were defeated, they could still escape if they wanted to. It was almost impossible for Long Shan to keep all three of them here. Therefore, he allowed Luo Wanjian to escape and focused all his energy on dealing with Tan Jinya and Lu He. After all, these two were mortal enemies. Long Shan had no reason to let them go. Damn it, let's attack together and resist him. Tan Jinya's expression changed greatly because he could smell the Death King's aura. An incomparably strong aura of death. He was almost certain that in his current state, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to resist Long Shan's exterminate symbol art. Helpless, Tan Jinya could only continue to attack. Violent energy collided with Long Shan's exterminate symbol art. Rumble, arg, this time, it wasn't as easy as before. The power of the exterminate symbol art was not reduced, and Tan Jinya's battle strength was also seriously damaged. How could he be a match for Long Shan? A blood-curdling scream rang out from Tan Jinya's mouth. One of his arms had been shattered and blood was gushing out. His eyes were filled with terror. He didn't want to die, and he had never imagined that death would be so close to him. Die. Long Shan was incomparably tyrannical. An iron staff appeared in his hand, and with lightning speed, he heavily smashed it on Tan Jinya's head. This time, Tan Jinya couldn't avoid it. His head was smashed into pieces, and he followed in Lan Xian's footsteps, dying miserably on the spot. Swoosh, after killing Tan Jinya, Long Shan's fiery golden eyes swept towards Lu He, whose face was as pale as ash. Lu He's heart was trembling with fear, and he was terrified to the extreme. When Long Shan killed Tan Jinya just now, he saw it with his own eyes. He didn't even have the chance to help. Long Shan, don't kill me. I surrender. Surrender is allowed in a battle between us, Lu He said in horror. Lu He said in a horrified tone. At a time like this, face was no longer important. Nothing was more practical than preserving one's life. Boom, however, Long Shan didn't even bother to say a word. The terrifying iron staff smashed over with a bang, and the void was smashed into pieces on the spot. Boundless air waves drifted out from the iron staff, forming a zone of air waves, and completely enveloped Lu He. Facing such an attack, the only thing Lu He could do was to resist. His aura was completely locked on by the opponent's attack, and it was impossible to dodge. What a joke. Surrender? How could Long Shan give him the chance to surrender? Letting go of Luo Wanjian had already made Long Shan very depressed. This Lu He was from the Radiant Celestial Court. Since he had encountered him, he had to kill him. Arg, Long Shan struck 3 times in a row, and the power of each strike was as heavy as billions of tons. The current iron staff was at least a great emperor weapon. Coupled with the tacit understanding between Lu He and Long Shan, the lethality of the iron staff was immeasurable. After Lu He withstood 2 attacks from the iron staff, he finally couldn't withstand the 3rd strike. With a shrill scream, he was killed by Long Shan with 1 strike. In the blink of an eye, Tan Jinya and Lu He died in the hands of Long Shan. Among the 3 of them, only Luo Wanjian walked out alive. At this moment, Luo Wanjian's expression was extremely unsightly. Looking at the tragic deaths of Tan Jinya and Lu He, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had escaped early. Otherwise, he would have died under the iron staff of the violent ape. There was no doubt about this. The scene became restless again. Countless people's expressions became extremely unsightly. They suddenly realized that the first-generation Saintess had used Xianxia to kill. The geniuses present were no match for the battle Saint Ape. It's too ruthless. There's no way to fight against this sacred battling ape. The first Saintess must know that this sacred battling ape has already inherited the first Saintess legacy. Coupled with its terrifying bloodline, it has already surpassed Lan Xian's level of talent. The three immortal domains have suffered a great loss this time. 3 of their geniuses are dead. Luo Wanjian is the smartest, he chose to withdraw at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have died under Xianxia's iron staff, just like Xianxia and the others. I'm afraid that no one else will appear, unless there's a third-grade great sovereign genius from beyond heaven. Otherwise, no one will go to their death. Everyone was in a state of intense shock. They had finally witnessed the terror of Xianxia. Damn it. One Jiangchen and the other Xianxia. These 2 bastards have grown up. Jiangchen and Tianping Evil Emperor are sworn brothers. When can we take our revenge? We've suffered a great loss in this trip to demonic Immortal Island. We must report everything to the Sovereign Lord. We can't just let this matter go. The people of Miluo Immortal Court and Radiance Immortal Court were filled with anger and sorrow. They had never thought that this birthday celebration would turn into a tragedy. Roar, in the sky, Xianxia had reverted to his human form after killing the 3 of them. His bright eyes flickered with brilliance, making people not dare to look at him directly. Jiangchen could clearly feel that Xianxia's tyrannical qi had weakened after killing Xianxia and Lu He. This was a good thing no matter what. He's indeed a battle Saint Ape. He's so heaven-defying. The Blue Wolf Demon the Arch sighed. They were both from the demon race, but he, the Blue Wolf, admitted that his bloodline was far inferior to that of Dragon Xianxia. Who else wants to attack? Do it now. The Saintess spoke. It seemed like she hadn't had enough of the massacre and wanted to continue. Motherf *Cur. Do they think we're fools? At a time like this, who would still make a move? Going up would just be throwing their lives away. That's right. The first-generation Saintess has been dead for countless years. Right now, she's just a stream of resentment. She wants to use Xianxia to release her own resentment. We can't fall for it again. That's right. 3 people have already died. To make another move at this time would mean that there's something wrong with the head. Moreover, it's quite a serious case. No one was buying it anymore. No one present was a fool. Previously, they had been blinded by greed and did not have an accurate understanding of Xianxia's strength. That was why they had suffered such a huge loss. Now, they had almost seen through the intentions of the first-generation Saintess and also witnessed Xianxia's ferocity. Wouldn't they be the real idiots if they went up to die at this time? Huff huff, seeing that no one was continuing to make a move, the first-generation Saintess, who had a smile on her face because Xianxia had killed 2 people, instantly turned extremely cold. Monstrous resentment gushed out from her body and swept across the entire ancestral grave, drifting endlessly. More importantly, this huge amount of resentment actually poured into Xianxia's body. Roar, with so much resentment pouring into him in an instant, Xianxia roared to the sky. The violent sound was endless. His eyes turned black, and his entire body was almost corroded by resentment. Not good. Jiangchen shouted. He didn't expect the first-generation Saintess' resentment to be so heavy. After seeing that no one was continuing to make a move, she suddenly became extremely manic and resentful. Now, Xianxia was completely under her control. He had probably lost his own consciousness. This situation was very bad. If things went wrong, Xianxia might become a killing machine and lose himself forever. How could this be? Heavenly Pum Demon Sovereign's face turned unsightly. The resentment was so intense that if he were to rely on killing to release it, he was afraid that tens of thousands of people would be killed. That would be a massacre. Monkey, let's go. The first-generation Saintess looked at the completely manic Xianxia and prepared to leave with Xianxia. Seeing this, Jiangchen and Tianping Evil Emperor's faces changed. Once they left this place, the consequences were almost imaginable. Not good. Once the Saintess leaves this place, the resentment will become stronger and stronger. At that time it will turn into a terrifying vengeful spirit. Even Longshan will become a killing machine controlled by the vengeful spirit. At that time, there will be no peace in the immortal world. There will be endless killings. Tianping Evil Emperor's expression was incomparably unsightly. In the face of this situation, even he was helpless. If the first-generation Saintess left with resentment, even Tianping Evil Emperor might not be able to stop her. Moreover, if he stopped her, it was very likely that the Saintess would be completely enraged. At that time it would directly cause a massacre on the demonic immortal island. De Huang. Xianxia called De Huang. At such a critical moment, the only person he could think of was De Huang Dog. He believed that De Huang Dog must have a way. The famous demon sovereign Long Yang, there was probably nothing in this world that could baffle him. However, when Xianxia turned his head around, he found that Big Yellow who was always by his side had disappeared. He had no idea where he went. In the sky, the Saintess had already left the range of the Black Tower with Longshan. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Young Demon Sovereign, that's right, the person who suddenly appeared was the Young Demon Sovereign. Xianxia looked at the Young Demon Sovereign with a stunned expression. Then, he seemed to suddenly understand something. Demon Sovereign Long Yang, oh my god, such an ancient figure has actually appeared again. How is this possible? Seeing the Young Demon Sovereign, Tianping Evil Emperor couldn't help but exclaim. One must know that Demon Sovereign Long Yang, Immortal Execution King, Xianxia the Great Emperor and Void Emperor were figures of the same generation. When they became famous, Tianping Evil Emperor was still a little bird. Demon Sovereign, I heard that the man who abandoned the first-generation Saintess was Demon Sovereign Long Yang. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign whispered. Don't speak. This is a secret. Outsiders don't know about it. Tianping Evil Emperor glanced at Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. Seeing the appearance of Demon Sovereign Long Yang in the sky, the body of the first-generation Saintess, who was originally agitated, suddenly trembled violently. She stared blankly at the young man in front of her. Saintess, so many years have passed. Why do you have to do this? The young Demon Sovereign said. I just want an explanation. Saintess said. Okay, I'll give you an explanation. The young Demon Sovereign and the Saintess had vanished, leaving Longshan standing in the sky with a blank face. It could be seen that Longshan had been completely controlled, like a wooden puppet, which made Xianxia's heart ache. But at this moment, no one cared about Longshan's appearance. They were all guessing the identity of the young man. Who's that young man? I've never seen him before. He seems to be a demon sovereign. It can be seen that the first-generation Saintess knows that young man. Otherwise, such a situation would not have occurred. However, the first-generation Saintess has been dead for a long time. She is someone from the previous era. Could that young man also be from that era? Who knows? Too many things have happened in the demonic immortal island this time. Who knows what happened in that era? Let's just watch and not judge. This is the internal affairs of the demonic immortal island. It has nothing to do with us. That's right. There's no need for us to get involved in the internal affairs of the demonic immortal island. Ethereal immortal domain has suffered a great loss. Luo Wanjian was lucky enough to survive. We can't get involved in the affairs of the demonic immortal island anymore, especially the Saintess and the Saint Ape. We'd better not provoke them, lest we get ourselves into trouble. Everyone was guessing the identity of the young demon sovereign, but no one really knew. After all, the era of demon sovereign Dragon Sun was too long ago. Among the people present, only Tianping Evil Emperor was able to tolerate demon sovereign Dragon Sunday. Moreover, when demon sovereign Dragon Sun was at his peak, Tianping Evil Emperor was just a little bird. But after witnessing Longshan's massacre, the people of the Immortal Court knew that they shouldn't get involved in the affairs of the demonic immortal island. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. It wasn't worth it. Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had already guessed everything even if Tianping Evil Emperor didn't say it. It turned out that the heartless man who abandoned the first-generation Saintess was De Huang Dog. No wonder De Huang Dog looked so worried when he went overseas with him. No wonder De Huang Dog knew so much about demonic immortal island. No wonder De Huang Dog couldn't take his eyes off the first-generation saintess. Now, all the abnormalities of De Huang Dog could be explained clearly. No one knew what was happening in the chaotic qi, and no one knew what the young demon emperor and the first-generation saintess were talking about. However, Jiang Chen believed that De Huang Dog would definitely be able to resolve this crisis, and only De Huang Dog could. From the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart, he agreed with Big Yellow's decision to step forward. There were some grudges that needed to be resolved sooner or later. Once they were resolved, it would be good for both sides, as they could fulfill their wish and even let the saintess rest in peace. The first-generation saintess had said that she only wanted an explanation. 10 minutes later, the chaotic qi disappeared. The figure of the first-generation saintess reappeared in front of everyone, but the handsome young demon emperor had disappeared. Beside Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog appeared again. Jiang Chen didn't go over to ask, but he could feel the relief of De Huang Dog at this moment. It was a feeling of relief, as though a huge rock had been removed from his heart. In the sky, the saintess of the first generation was standing quietly. No one said a word. Her eyes changed a few times and finally turned to Big Yellow. A smile emerged on her face as she said, "Thank you." It was a very strange thank you. No one knew what this thank you meant. However, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that everything had been resolved after the saintess thanked him. A large amount of resentment disappeared from Long Shersan's body. Almost in the blink of an eye, Long Shersan's eyes became clear. The figure of the saintess began to fade and was about to disappear completely. Ancestor. The Tianping evil emperor bowed deeply to the saintess. The rest of the people on the demonic immortal island also bowed. Some even knelt on the ground. The demon race had unimaginable respect for their ancestors. From today on, the demonic immortal island will abolish the saintess and replace her with a holy son. Long Shersan is the first-generation holy son of the demonic immortal island. Remember, he will lead the demonic immortal island to prosperity. The voice of the first-generation saint rang out loud and clear. Everyone present could hear it clearly. After saying that, the saintess disappeared completely. "Alright, let's go. Let's go." The resentment in the sky disappeared, and the light above the black tower also disappeared. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only the last words of the saintess of the first generation were still echoing in the hearts of everyone on demonic immortal island. Everyone on the demonic immortal island was sad at this moment. They all knew that this time, the saintess had completely disappeared and would never appear again. However, the people of the demonic immortal island were also happy for the saintess. They all knew that the saintess had finally fulfilled her wish. Even if she disappeared, she would have no regrets in her life. Long Shersan bowed deeply in the direction where the saintess disappeared. He looked very respectful. Only he knew what had happened in the Black Tower these days. In order to repay the saintess' kindness, Long Shersan was willing to stay on the demonic immortal island and play the role of Holy Son. Tianping evil emperor flew to the sky and stood in front of Long Shersan. Then he announced to everyone, "From now on, the demonic immortal island will follow the will of the ancestors. From now on, the saintess will be abolished and the Holy Son will be replaced. Long Shersan will be the first-generation Holy Son of the demonic immortal island." With these sonorous words of Tianping evil emperor, the demonic immortal island ushered in the biggest reform. For a long time, the demonic immortal island only had the saintess and never the Holy Son. Today, the saintess was abolished and the Holy Son was replaced. This was a great change for the demonic immortal island. The people of the demonic immortal island were clear about Long Shersan's strength. The powerful Battle Saint Ape bloodline could be said to be the most tyrannical existence in the demonic immortal island. Such a person was naturally qualified to be the first-generation Holy Son of the demonic immortal island. Holy Son, Holy Son, Holy Son, tens of thousands of people of the demonic immortal island shouted the name of the Holy Son in unison. This was a symbolic day. They would never forget the last words of the saintess. Under the leadership of Long Shersan, the demonic immortal island would never decline. How could the ancestors be wrong? That's great. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. This trip to the demonic immortal island went so smoothly and they obtained such great benefits was all thanks to De Huang Dog. He broke into the myriad wind grand formation to save Tian Lingyu and resolve the long-cherished love between them that lasted for more than 300 years. He became the sworn brother of Tian Ping Evil Emperor. He saved Longshan from danger and made a great contribution to the peace of the immortal world. All of these were thanks to De Huang Dog. If Xianxia didn't say it, even Tian Ping Evil Emperor wouldn't be able to guess that this quiet and silent De Huang Dog was actually the mastermind behind all the affairs of the demonic immortal island, the famous demonic emperor Long Yang. The matter of the demonic immortal island had been completely resolved. Longshan had become the first holy son. Many major powers that came to attend the birthday celebration went back to rest. They were still waiting for the wedding of Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu 3 days later. Jiang Chen, Longshan and De Huang Dog returned to their residence. Yu Huafan knew that they had something to talk about, so he didn't show up and went to the demonic immortal island for sightseeing. Monkey, congratulations. I didn't expect to see you again so soon after we parted last time. More importantly, you've undergone such a tremendous change. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It wasn't easy for the two brothers to reunite here. It's all thanks to the help of the first saintess that my cultivation base could progress so quickly. I have to accept her kindness, so I agreed to stay and be their holy son. Longshan said. It's not a bad thing to be the holy son of the demonic immortal island. The demonic immortal island is the largest gathering place of the demon race in the immortal world. It's not a disgrace to you. Besides, our relationship with the demonic immortal island has become much closer. This will be of great benefit to us. After all, we have too many enemies in the immortal world. Jiang Chen said. That's true. The 3 immortal courts hate us to the core, but Lan Xian and Tanjinya still want to kill me. They've overestimated themselves. Since they're courting death, Master Monkey naturally won't show any mercy. Longshan said. Ever since he knew the identity of Lan Xian and the others, he had no intention of letting them go. Jiang Chen and Longshan chatted for a while longer before their eyes fell on the sullen De Huang Dog. After learning about the relationship between De Huang Dog and the first saintess, they never asked about what happened in the Chaos Aura. You don't have to ask. It's all in the past. The reason why I took action was to fulfill a long-cherished wish of my previous life. My previous life is my previous life, and this life is this life. I want to live my own life and don't want to be too involved with my previous life. From now on, I'm no longer Demon Sovereign Dragon Sunday. Everything in my previous life has nothing to do with me. De Huang Dog said. De Huang, this is a good thing. Longshan said. Jiang Chen also nodded his head, deeply feeling that what De Huang Dog said was right. This life was this life, it was a completely different identity, a new life, and it had nothing to do with his previous life. If it wasn't because Big Yellow had recovered the memories of his previous life, how could he have a close relationship with his previous life? The matter of the first saintess should be the last hurdle left in Demon Sovereign Dragon's son's heart. Now, De Huang Dog had helped Demon Sovereign Dragon's son to overcome this hurdle, helping his previous life, and also helping himself. From now on, De Huang Dog would be able to live his own life. Jiang Chen and Longshan exchanged a glance. They didn't ask about what happened in the Chaos Aura, nor did they ask about what happened between Demon Sovereign Dragon's son and the first saintess. Why did he abandon the saintess and lead by himself? Because all of these things weren't important anymore. Everything had become a thing of the past. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Whether it was the first saintess or Demon Sovereign Dragon's son, everything was in the past and would eventually disappear in the long river of history. Monkey, I'm going into seclusion to advance to the late immortal venerable realm. Help me keep an eye on the people of Radiance Immortal Court and Miluo Immortal Court. Tanjinya and Lu Ha are dead. They won't stay to attend Xiao Wangqing's wedding anymore. Their geniuses have died in your hands and you are now the holy son of Demonic Immortal Island. This has already made them resentful towards Demonic Immortal Island. Keep an eye on them. If they leave the island in advance, inform me immediately. Jiang Chen said with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. You don't intend to let them leave alive, do you? That's easy. Just focus on your seclusion. As long as they leave the island, De Huang and I will eliminate them separately. Longshan naturally understood what Xianxia meant. The enmity between them and the three immortal courts had long been irreconcilable. Now that they had encountered each other here, it would be a battle of life and death. All the experts of ethereal immortal court, including Lan Xian, had died. As for the other two immortal courts, there naturally wouldn't be any accidents. Xianxia had no intention of letting them go. This had always been their way of dealing with enemies. No. You have just become the holy son of demonic immortal island. You have to pay attention to your identity. After all, this is the overseas region, which is under the control of demonic immortal island. It's only appropriate for me and De Huang to deal with them. Xianxia said. The fact that Longshan had become the holy son of demonic immortal island indicated that the relationship between demonic immortal island and the three immortal courts wouldn't be good. However, it wasn't the time for them to become enemies yet. Therefore, Xianxia didn't intend to let Longshan become the enemy of demonic immortal island just after he became the holy son of demonic immortal island. However, it was different for him. The enmity between him and the three immortal courts was irreconcilable. Moreover, the Fengqi immortal court behind him was also hostile to the three immortal courts. Moreover, Xianxia had his own purpose in going to Fengqi immortal court. He wanted to make Fengqi immortal court more chaotic. Alright. Leave this matter to me. They won't be able to escape from under my nose. Longshan said, then vanished in a flash. Longshan was now the holy son of demonic immortal island. He could control everything in demonic immortal island. Under such circumstances, it would be too embarrassing for Longshan to let the two immortal courts leave unknowingly. Kid, what trump card do you have to advance to the late immortal venerable realm? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia curiously. As far as he knew, Xianxia had just advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm not long ago. It wouldn't be easy for him to advance to the late immortal venerable realm in such a short period of time. Unless Xianxia had an important trump card, it would be very difficult for him to do so. What do you think this is? Xianxia turned his palm and the divine blood of vermilion bird appeared in his hand. For God's sake. Tianping Evil Emperor has actually given this to you. He's worthy of being his sworn brother. With a sway of his body, Xianxia entered the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. This was always the best place for advancement. De Huang Dog was used to playing the role of a protector. After ending the relationship with the saintess of the first generation and bidding farewell to his previous life, the cheerful De Huang Dog appeared once again. From now on, there would no longer be a demon sovereign Long Yang. In the 33rd floor, Xianxia took out the vermilion bird divine blood and swallowed it. With the support of the dragon transformation skill, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that Xianxia couldn't refine. Xianxia's cultivation base had just reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm not long ago, and the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1.56 million. Normally, it would be incomparably difficult for him to advance to the late immortal venerable realm in a short period of time. After all, Xianxia's foundation was just too deep. Every advancement required a tremendous amount of energy. Moreover, continuous advancement would affect Xianxia's foundation, which was what Xianxia was most concerned about, but it was different with the vermilion bird divine blood. It was a true divine item. Even if it helped Xianxia advance to the late immortal venerable realm, it wouldn't affect Xianxia's foundation in the slightest. There was no doubt about it. Kong, a drop of vermilion bird divine blood was swallowed by Xianxia. The violent energy immediately rushed to Xianxia's limbs and bones. It was afraid that only Xianxia could do such a barbaric refinement method. If it was an ordinary person, even a half-step sovereign wouldn't dare to swallow a drop of vermilion bird divine blood directly, because the violent impact wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Apart from the violent energy, there was also the mighty vermilion bird divine fire in the vermilion bird divine blood. Not everyone could absorb such a supreme flame, but it wasn't a problem for Xianxia. His physique was so strong that he could withstand the violent energy. As for the vermilion bird divine fire, it couldn't be any better. Xianxia already had 4 types of supreme flames of the same grade in his body, which gave him a great immunity to flames. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate frantically. The violent energy in the vermilion bird divine blood began to be converted into his own energy by Xianxia. New dragon marks began to form in his qi. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, 20,000, the speed was too fast. In just a few minutes, 40,000 dragon marks had been formed, pushing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 1.6 million, which was the number needed to advance to the late immortal venerable realm. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. A large number of immortal vermilion dragon stones began to rush to the late immortal sovereign realm. Ka-cha. That was the sound of the bottleneck being broken. At this moment, Xianxia's cultivation base had successfully advanced to the late immortal venerable realm. The 1.6 million dragon marks in his qi were roaring and circling like countless azure dragons. The entire qi had turned into an ocean of dragons. It was an extremely spectacular scene. If anyone could see the situation inside Xianxia's qi, they would surely be astonished. After advancing to the late immortal venerable realm, the speed of the increase of dragon marks showed no signs of slowing down. The vermilion bird divine blood is truly worthy of its name. I initially thought that a drop of vermilion bird divine blood would be good enough for me to advance to the late immortal venerable realm. I didn't expect that this drop of vermilion bird divine blood would contain the origin of the vermilion bird. In this case, the benefits it will bring me will be doubled. At this rate, at least another 30,000 dragon marks will be formed, pushing my cultivation base to the peak of late immortal venerable realm. Xianxia was extremely excited. This was an unexpected surprise. If his cultivation base could advance to the peak of late immortal venerable realm, he wouldn't be far from the half-step sovereign realm. The current situation in the immortal world was clear. Coupled with the matter of the barbarian race, the enemies were getting stronger and stronger. Xianxia deeply felt that his strength wasn't enough. What he hoped to see the most now was the improvement of his strength. Putting aside the war in the immortal court, the fact that Xianxia heir was trapped in the barbarian race had become a stone in Xianxia's heart. As long as Xianxia heir wasn't rescued, Xianxia wouldn't be able to let it go. Come on. Let's go all out. Xianxia's heart was in a frenzy. The vermilion bird divine blood played a huge role in condensing new dragon marks. This time, there was enough time, so Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. It took him a full hour to completely refine the vermilion bird divine blood. When the vermilion bird divine blood was completely refined, just as Xianxia had expected, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1,630,000. He was only 20,000 dragon marks away from the half-step sovereign realm. His cultivation base had also advanced to the peak of late immortal venerable realm. Pa. Sounds of firecrackers kept bursting out from Xianxia's body. That was the sound of violent energy. Currently, he was like a body of energy. The energy that was radiating out was like an endless ocean. Late immortal venerable. Given my current strength, killing a first-grade great sovereign won't be a problem. In my dragon form, I can even kill a second-grade great sovereign. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. It was a feeling of being powerful, and he liked this feeling. After advancing to the late immortal venerable realm, Xianxia didn't leave the Zulong Tower immediately. Instead, he chose to go into seclusion. Now that the energy in his body was in a frenzy, he needed to stabilize his cultivation base. Anyway, the 33rd level had the advantage of the time law. Even if he went into seclusion for 3 days, it would only be dark outside. 3 days passed in a flash. Xianxia's strength had been completely stabilized. His energy was no longer restless. Not only that, he had also completely merged with the vermilion bird divine fire. Including the previous 4 types of flames, there were now 5 types of flames in Xianxia's body, bringing him greater benefits. Xianxia slowly got up and walked out of the Zulong Tower. It was already late at night. De Huang Dog ran towards Xianxia the moment he saw him. Not bad, kid. You've improved pretty fast. Judging from your qi, it won't take long for you to break through to the half-step sovereign realm. De Huang Dog said. The vermilion bird divine blood has helped me a lot. I've gained a lot in this trip. Xianxia smiled. The biggest winner of this trip was undoubtedly Xianxia. Not only had his cultivation base improved tremendously, he had also become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, solved the love problem of 300 years for Xianxia, and met Xianxia, who had become the first holy son of the demonic immortal island. His cultivation base had also reached the terrifying first-grade demon sovereign realm. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk at this moment, a silhouette flickered. Xianxia appeared in front of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. "Are we leaving now?" asked Jiang Chen. "Yes. The experts of Radiance Immortal Domain and Miluo Immortal Domain have already left the island. Given their speed, they will be able to leave the ocean very soon." After leaving Jiang Chen's place, Jiang Chen had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the two immortal courts. Sure enough, after losing Tan Xianxia and Lu He, the two immortal courts were no longer in the mood to stay any longer. Therefore, they left as soon as the sky turned dark. Xianxia immediately came to report to Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't let them leave unscathed. "All right. De Huang, we'll split into two groups and intercept them. Remember, don't hold back. Don't leave any survivors." Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. "Jia, don't worry. Master Dog has always been ruthless." De Huang Dog let out a sinister smile. He loved killing his enemies the most and was most excited about it. "How dare you two stop me from attacking?" Xianxia said gloomily. "Monkey, you'd better be the holy son." Jiang Chen patted Xiaxia's shoulder, then disappeared with De Huang Dog in 2 rays of light. Although the remaining experts of the two immortal courts were also experts, it would be a piece of cake for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog to kill them after losing Tan Xianxia and Lu He. De Huang Dog was a peak first-grade demon sovereign, while the other party didn't even have a second-grade great sovereign. It would be too easy for De Huang Dog to kill them. Jiang Chen was different now. He had just advanced to the peak of late immortal venerable realm. No one knew how much his combat strength had improved. He was no longer someone that the other party could fight against. The experts of Miluo Immortal Court and Radiance Immortal Court flew in 2 different directions after leaving. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. If they knew that they would suffer such a great loss in this trip to demonic Immortal Island, they wouldn't have come at all. On the side of Miluo Immortal Domain, no one spoke along the way. The atmosphere was incomparably depressing. "Everyone, I don't think it's a good idea to sneak away like this." Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and saw a ray of light flashing by. Following that, a figure appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The newcomer looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was dressed in white and had a faint smile on his face. He was extraordinarily handsome and had an unparalleled aura. Who else could it be other than Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen. Qin Xianbing and the others were infuriated when they saw Jiang Chen. It was an expression of monstrous hatred, and they simply gnashed their teeth. However, everyone quickly released their spiritual wills into the void. When they discovered that only Jiang Chen had appeared, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Qin Xianbing, are you leaving just like that? The grievances between us haven't been resolved yet." Jiang Chen said lightly. "Jiang Chen, don't tell me that you came here alone to stop us to kill us." Qin Xuanbing's tone was cold. "What? Can't you kill me?" Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at Qin Xianbing with interest. "Jiang Chen, I really admire your arrogance. Do you really think you can fight us alone? Since you've come to die in the middle of the night, it seems like we have to fulfill your wish," said Qin Xianbing. He wouldn't have cared if there was only Jiang Chen. Even without Tan Xianxia, they would have no problem dealing with Jiang Chen given their strength. After all, there were 3 or 4 first-grade great sovereigns among them, and all of them were geniuses. Jiang Chen was merely an immortal venerable. Although he could kill Li Wanye, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for the geniuses of the immortal court. "Elder Qin, we have suffered a great loss in this trip to the demonic immortal island. It couldn't be better that this brat has come here to die. Killing him will be considered as a great achievement for us." A first-grade great sovereign genius named Ling Ling spoke. As a rare genius of the immortal court, their pride had always been their characteristic. They admitted that they weren't a match for Xianxia, but they were extremely confident in dealing with Jiang Chen, who hadn't even reached the half-step sovereign realm. Furthermore, this trip to the demonic immortal island had dealt a great blow to them. Leaving with their tails between their legs had made them incomparably depressed. Now that Xianxia had arrived, they had found a way to vent their frustrations. As long as they killed Xianxia, they would be able to vent their frustrations. Unfortunately, they had neglected one thing: they knew Xianxia very well. Xianxia would never take the initiative to die, nor would he do something he wasn't confident about. Want to kill me? Come at me then. Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time. Terrifying waves of energy were released from his body like a raging tide. He immediately transformed into his dragon form. His killing intent soared to the sky. Reckless fool. Let me kill him. The first great sovereign who had spoken earlier leaped forward. He waved his hand and struck out a bright brilliance that illuminated the night sky. Those rays of light were like dazzling swords that blotted out the sky and earth, stirring up a wave that rushed madly towards Xianxia. Slaughter Dragon Seal! Xianxia shouted. He didn't want to waste any more time with his opponent. He struck out the most terrifying Slaughter Dragon Seal. A slaughter dragon roared out. Its cold eyes carried the will to kill and a trace of the great Tao. It lunged towards his opponent crazily. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Asterisk clang clang, asterisk the sharp rays of light collided with the slaughter dragon, producing clanging sounds and sparks. However, under the impact of the slaughter dragon, those rays of light were completely destroyed in an instant. Asterisk roar, asterisk the might of the slaughter dragon didn't diminish. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the first great sovereign's head and bit down with its bloody mouth. No. The first great sovereign's expression changed dramatically, and he roared loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he smelled the breath of death, death had already befallen him. It was an extermination disaster. At this critical moment, the first great sovereign finally realized the gap between him and Xianxia. The gap wasn't just a little bit. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk the dragon of slaughter swallowed the genius in one gulp. Then, a violent force exploded, causing a huge wave to rise in the sea below. As for the genius of the immortal court, he was torn into pieces by the dragon. Only a pool of blood was left floating on the water below, which was quickly washed away by the current. That's right. That's right. That's right. What? Qin Xianbing and the others exclaimed. The scene had scared them to death. Their confidence was gone. Each of them looked at Xianxia in horror, as if they were looking at a peerless devil king. Qin Xianbing, don't you want to kill me? Let's do it together. Qin Xianbing was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Xianxia could improve to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time. When he first met Xianxia, Xianxia was just a small figure who hadn't even reached the immortal emperor realm and had to rely on Xiao Wangqing's protection to stay alive. At that time, Xianxia was like an ant in front of him. He could crush Xianxia with a single finger. Unfortunately, the situation had changed too quickly. Xianxia had made a complete turnaround in a short period of time. Li Wangye was killed by him. Now, even a first great sovereign genius was killed by him. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. He's even stronger than when he participated in the birthday ceremony. He's a super abnormal being. We are no longer a match for him. How did this bastard grow so fast? He must have obtained tremendous benefits from Tianping Evil Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grown so fast. It's too late to say anything now. The faces of the geniuses of Miluo Immortal Court darkened. They thought that they were going to return to the Immortal Court soon. Unexpectedly, they encountered a crisis as soon as they left the demonic Immortal Island. Given the enmity between them and Xianxia, they were afraid that Xianxia wouldn't let them go no matter what. I only regret that I didn't kill this little bastard earlier. Qin Xianbing looked up at the sky without tears. His intestines were green with regret. Back in Genius Prefecture, if they had joined forces with Li Wangye and killed Xianxia at all costs, they wouldn't have to face today's calamity. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xianxia. Now, it was too late to say anything. Xianxia had completely grown. Elder Qin, what should we do now? One of them asked, his face full of fear. He was only a half-step sovereign. He was very afraid of Xianxia. He knew very well that if Xianxia attacked him, he would die on the spot. Run. Where there's life, there's hope. Qin Xianbing gritted his teeth, and then all of them tore space open and intended to flee. At this moment, nothing was more important than staying alive. All of them were very clearly aware of the gap between them and Xianxia, and even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill Xianxia. Voila! Just as they were about to escape, the surrounding waves suddenly moved, forming a water curtain that sealed off the void. It was the strongest barrier, and it had turned into a huge cage. It was impossible for Qin Xianbing and the others to break out of the cage. Qin Xianbing, are you still trying to escape at a time like this? Xianxia said coldly. Since he had decided to take action today, he would never leave any chance for his enemies. None of these people would be able to escape. He had controlled the water domain and sealed off the entire battlefield. Haha. Haha. Xianxia, do you really have to be grateful and kill them all? Qin Xianbing shouted. Of course, I won't hold back in killing all of you. Xianxia's killing intent soared to the sky. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand, and he lunged at Qin Xianbing. Pu Qi. The void was slashed in half. Qin Xianbing, who had just advanced to the first grade Great Sovereign Realm, was also slashed in half by Xianxia. He only let out one last cry before he was slashed in half by Xianxia. Arg. Xianxia's longsword rippled, and the sword chi was like a deadly scythe. 3 more people died under Xianxia's sword along with 3 blood-curdling screams. They were all half-step sovereign geniuses. They couldn't even put up a fight against Xianxia. He killed 4 people in a row. The whole process was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It was a one-sided massacre. The enemies couldn't even fight back. Including the first grade Great Sovereign and Xianxia, who was killed by Longsher San, 6 of the 8 geniuses from Miluo Immortal Domain had died, leaving only 2 remaining. Both of them were first grade Great Sovereigns. It was already something to be proud of to be able to reach the Great Sovereign Realm at such a young age. With such strength, no one would dare to slight them no matter where they went. Moreover, they were all outstanding geniuses, arrogant and prideful. But now, their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Xianxia held the blood-red combat sword in his hand. The blade of the sword was constantly emitting killing rays. Howl. The combat sword turned into a dragon and lunged at one of them with lightning speed. Xianxia didn't give them any chance to breathe. Fight. The 2 of them gritted their teeth. They knew very well that Xianxia wouldn't show mercy and let them go. It would be the same even if they knelt down and begged for mercy. They were going to die either way. The only thing they could do was to fight back together. Chi La. However, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were still powerless. In front of Xianxia, it made no difference whether they joined forces or not. Xianxia chopped off one of their arms. Then, the sword vibrated again. The genius whose arm was chopped off didn't even have time to react before his head was chopped off. Fresh blood spurted out from his severed head like a fountain, adding a cruel color to the night once again. Seeing that his comrade was killed so easily, the remaining one was completely terrified. The shadow of death had completely shrouded him, or it could be said that Xianxia's overbearing strength had destroyed his will, causing him to completely forget to resist as he stood there. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Pu Qi. The heavenly saint sword vibrated again, killing the last genius effortlessly. The void regained its calmness. Xianxia's face was full of indifference after killing 7 people in a row. The corpses of the 7 geniuses of Miluo Immortal Domain had been washed away by the torrent. It wouldn't take long for them to be eaten by the creatures in the sea. On the other side, De Huang Dog was also incomparably powerful. The moment Xianxia ended his battle, the battle here was also coming to an end. Roar. De Huang Dog's body grew to 12 meters in size, like an ancient barbaric elephant. His indestructible dog head slammed into the head of the last first grade Great Sovereign. How could the head of an ordinary person collide with the head of De Huang Dog? The consequences were too miserable. Too weak. Not challenging at all. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. After killing them, he swaggered away. All the geniuses of Radiant's immortal domain died in his hands. This time, there were a total of 24 geniuses from the 3 immortal courts, including the geniuses and elders. In the end, all of them died tragically. None of them returned alive. In the residence of the demonic immortal island, Xianxia and De Huang Dog returned almost at the same time. Looking at the smile on each other's face, they already knew the result. Well done, De Huang. Xianxia gave a thumbs up to De Huang Dog. Of course. It's a piece of cake to kill those small fries. By the way, open the spatial zone of the 33rd floor for Master Dog to enter. Master Dog wants to advance. De Huang Dog said. All right. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face was immediately filled with surprise. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the first grade Great Sovereign Realm. Now that he was about to advance to the second grade Great Sovereign Realm, Xianxia guessed that De Huang Dog's mental state had changed after settling the grudges of his previous life, allowing him to advance to the second grade Great Sovereign Realm. This was a great thing. The stronger De Huang Dog's cultivation base was, the more help he would get. He couldn't wait for De Huang Dog to return to his peak state in his previous life. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Demon Sovereign Dragon's son was a peerless great sovereign in his previous life. It was undoubtedly very difficult for someone of his level to fully recover. Xianxia opened the spatial zone of the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower and placed De Huang Dog inside. The experts of Miluo Immortal Court and Radiant's Immortal Court were dead. Their corpses couldn't be found, but this didn't affect the celebration of the demonic Immortal Island. Everyone in the demonic Immortal Island was busy with the wedding of Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu. The entire island was decorated with lanterns and streamers. No one had the time to pay attention to what was happening overseas. Therefore, the tragic death of the 2 experts of the Immortal Court didn't affect the demonic Immortal Island at all. 3 days later, the entire demonic Immortal Island was celebrating the wedding of Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu. This wedding was very important to the demonic Immortal Island. Everyone in the demonic Immortal Island knew about the story of Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu. Now that the 2 of them had finally come to fruition after experiencing countless hardships, how could they not feel gratified? As the saintess of the demonic Immortal Island, Tian Lingyu was now married to a human. Logically speaking, most of the people in the demonic Immortal Island should be against it, but when the person was Xiao Wangqing, no one in the entire demonic Immortal Island objected. Xiao Wangqing didn't give up for the saintess for 300 years and risked his life to challenge the Myriad Wind platform. In the hearts of the people of the demonic Immortal Island, Xiao Wangqing was the only one who was qualified to be the son-in-law of Heavenly Peng Demon Sovereign. Putting aside the previous rules of the demonic Immortal Island, Xiao Wangqing had long been recognized by the majority. On the high platform, the red-robed Xiao Wangqing's smile never faded. One had to admit that this fellow was indeed the most handsome man in the world. He was so handsome that he had no friends. Tian Lingyu was also peerlessly beautiful. The 2 of them could be said to be a perfect match in the truest sense of the word. It's finally come to fruition. It hasn't been easy for Senior Xiao, Xianxia said with incomparable relief. Xianxia was very happy to see Xiao Wangqing's life come to fruition. After becoming Tian Peng's son-in-law, Xiao Wangqing's future will be limitless. This guy's talent is not bad, but his cultivation base was delayed by the Tao of Wangqing. Otherwise, his cultivation base would at least be on the same level as Yang Junlong and Tian Peng Evil Emperor. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, Xiao Wangqing's future will be smoother and his cultivation base will certainly advance by leaps and bounds. De Huang Dog said. He was a very accurate judge of character. Currently, De Huang Dog's cultivation base had reached the peak of second grade Great Sovereign Realm, only a step away from the third grade Great Sovereign Realm. Perhaps, he would break through to the third grade Great Sovereign Realm one day. De Huang Dog slept in the 33rd level for 3 days. It was a deep sleep, but the effect was extraordinary. 3 days in the outside world was equivalent to 90 days in the 33rd level. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, and his strength became even more terrifying. After the wedding, Xiao Wangqing pulled Xianxia and ran to a secluded hilltop. He held 2 jars of wine in his hand and sat side by side with Jiang Chen on a big green rock, drinking to his heart's content. Jiang Chen, my life has changed because of you. Let me propose a toast to you, said Xiao Wangqing with a smile. Xiao Wangqing said with a smile, his eyes filled with gratitude to Jiang Chen. Senior Xiao, don't say that. You've saved my life more than once. What I've done for you is nothing. Jiang Chen smiled. It was the most precious thing to have a few bosom friends in one's life. To Jiang Chen, it was a very fortunate thing to be able to be friends with Xiao Wangqing despite the difference in age. If it wasn't for your guidance, I might still be an old swindler who gave up on myself. I came to the demonic immortal island with the intention of dying, hoping to see the saintess again. It's because of you that my life can be complete. I, Xiao Wangqing, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Xiao Wangqing said very seriously. Although his name was Wangqing, he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. In his opinion, becoming a bosom friend with Jiang Chen was the luckiest thing that had happened to him in his life. The next day, Jiang Chen bade farewell to Tianping Evil Emperor and Xiao Wangqing, and left for Fengqi Immortal Domain with Yu Huafan and De Huang Dog. In Feng Jingyang's palace in the Dragon Hall, Yu Huafan told Feng Jingyang everything that had happened in the demonic immortal island. Feng Jingyang was dumbfounded, especially when he heard that Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor were sworn brothers. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Brat, you're amazing. Feng Jingyang really couldn't find any words to describe Jiang Chen. He could only give Jiang Chen a thumbs up and say awesome. His eyes were constantly sizing up Jiang Chen, and he found out that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had improved by a lot. He had already advanced to the peak of late immortal venerable realm from the intermediate immortal venerable realm. In just a few days, Feng Jingyang felt that his disciple was much more heaven-defying than he had imagined. It's all luck. Jiang Chen chuckled. How could such a thing be explained? Besides, it was mostly luck. If it wasn't for his great void technique and the fact that Tianping Evil Emperor had received guidance from Void Sovereign, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Damn it. Why isn't my luck as good as yours? Yu Huafan rolled his eyes and said gloomily. He was the big senior brother of Dragon Hall and a famous figure in the immortal court. Why didn't he have such good luck? Maybe it's because senior brother isn't as handsome as me, or your character isn't as good as mine. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Get lost. Yu Huafan almost spurted out a mouthful of blood on Jiang Chen's face. How could Jiang Chen call him fat? Jiang Chen, you have made a great contribution to the immortal court by successfully roping in Tianping Evil Emperor. I will report this to the Sovereign Lord and reward you. Master, there's no need for that. I have already obtained great benefits from this trip to the demonic immortal island. Jiang Chen said. What he said was true. Moreover, he didn't want any favor from Star Sovereign. After the matter of the demonic immortal island was settled, the next thing was the matter of the miniature Fengqi world. It wouldn't be long before the miniature Fengqi world opened once every 6 months. The immortal court had already begun to prepare for it. After entering the miniature Fengqi world, Jiang Chen would help Heaven Sovereign find the ancient elephant bloodline. Once Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base recovered, the immortal court would face a new chaos. Everything would be reshuffled. By the way, Jiang Chen, there's something I need to tell you. Feng Jingyang's tone suddenly turned solemn. What is it? Asked Jiang Chen. Looking at Feng Jingyang's expression, he could already predict that something was about to happen, and this matter was related to him. This is a letter of challenge I received 2 days ago from Eastern Xuanyu of Ethereal Immortal Domain. It's a letter of challenge for you. Take a look at it yourself. A golden letter of challenge appeared in Feng Jingyang's hand. With a casual flick, he passed it to Jiang Chen. Hearing that it was a letter of challenge from Eastern Xuanyu, Jiang Chen didn't dare to neglect it and hastily opened it. Jiang Chen, 3 days later, we will have a life and death battle in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire to settle the scores between us. If you don't come, just wait to collect the thousands of corpses of Great Qian Empire, Northern and Southern dynasties. These were the words on the letter of challenge. Through the letter of challenge, one could hear the sharpness of the words of the person who wrote it. At the bottom of the letter were the words Northern and Southern dynasties. Asterisk paw asterisk a flame flashed in Jiang Chen's hand, instantly burning the letter of challenge into ashes. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The names of the northern and southern dynasties had been with him since the beginning. Ever since Qi province, the grievances and disputes between him and the northern and southern dynasties had not been resolved. This time, the northern and southern dynasties had named him to settle this once and for all. Jiang Chen had no reason to back down. Jiang Chen, according to my investigation, the northern and southern dynasties have just become great emperors not long ago. Now, the great Qian Empire has completely fallen into his hands. All the important figures have been imprisoned by him, including your wife, Yan Qinyu. Feng Jingyang said. A surge of anger and murderous intent immediately burst out from Jiang Chen's body. He could already imagine the current situation in East Xuanyu. The northern and southern dynasties must have become great emperors before Yan Qinyu did. Then, they decisively took down the great Qian Empire, which was the only one that could compete with him, and issued this letter of challenge to him. I'm going back. Jiang Chen said nothing and turned to leave the palace. According to what Feng Jingyang said, the letter of challenge was issued 2 days ago. In other words, there was still one more day before the 3-day battle. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. The northern and southern dynasties were different from the others. They were truly madmen. If he didn't attend the battle in 3 days, the northern and southern dynasties would definitely take action against the people of the great Qian Empire. There was no doubt about this. Jiang Chen, do you need me to take action? Feng Jingyang asked. No need. I will settle the matter between me and him personally. It's been so long, it's time to put an end to it. Jiang Chen rejected Feng Jingyang's good intention. He must take action personally to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had the same idea as him. They must settle the matter personally. If Jiang Chen used Feng Jingyang's method to get rid of the northern and southern dynasties, it would mean that Jiang Chen was afraid of the northern and southern dynasties and didn't dare to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. If that was the case, even if the northern and southern dynasties were killed, there would be a shadow in Jiang Chen's heart. It would be a serious blow to his future cultivation. Junior brother, I will go with you. Yu Huafan walked to the front of Jiang Chen. I appreciate senior brother's good intention. I can handle this matter by myself. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, he vanished in a flash. Before leaving the immortal court, he sent a message to De Huang Dog. Soon, a man and a dog gathered outside the immortal court. Little Chenzi, why are you in such a hurry? De Huang Dog saw that Jiang Chen's expression didn't look too good and asked. The northern and southern dynasties have advanced to the great sovereign realm in advance, imprisoning the entire great Qian Empire. They have arranged a life-and-death battle with me tomorrow to settle this once and for all. We must hurry back as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. For God's sake. That bastard is really haunting us. But it's time to settle the matter between you and him, but that bastard has already advanced to the first great sovereign realm. He won't be easy to deal with. De Huang Dog said worriedly. He knew Jiang Chen too well. He was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't allow him to intervene in the decisive battle with the northern and southern dynasties. He must settle the matter with the northern and southern dynasties by himself. Even if I'm not competent, I still have to fight them. My current cultivation base has already reached the peak of Immortal Venerable Realm. The northern and southern dynasties have just advanced to the great sovereign realm. I'm not afraid of them. Jiang Chen said. Given his current condition, he was full of confidence in fighting against the northern and southern dynasties. Not necessarily. The northern and southern dynasties are different from ordinary great sovereigns. They are the reincarnations of great sovereigns. They have extremely rich experience and incredible control over the great sovereign law. It will be extremely difficult for you to defeat them with your current strength. Furthermore, the northern and southern dynasties have the monarch's sword, which is able to fight against the immortal burying coffin. De Huang Dog said worriedly. No matter what, we have to fight them. Jiang Chen's battle intent sword. This battle was unavoidable, because the northern and southern dynasties had already taken control of the entire great Qian Empire, leaving him with no other choice. Little Chinzi, look at this. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a combat sword. Immortal Execution Sword. Jiangchen recognized the sword. It was the Immortal Execution Sword, which was as famous as the Immortal Burying Coffin. It was the natal monarch weapon of the Immortal Execution King. Back when De Huang Dog merged with it, it rarely appeared. At this moment, the Immortal Execution Sword was golden in color, emitting endless monarch's aura. In terms of momentum, it was no weaker than the monarch's sword and the Immortal Burying Coffin. The Immortal Execution Sword has almost recovered to its peak state after the constant cleansing of my bloodline. Now, I have added my will into the Immortal Execution Sword. I will now hand the Immortal Execution Sword to you. You will have complete control over this sword. When the time comes, you will use the Immortal Execution Sword to fight against the monarch sword of the Northern and Southern dynasties. De Huang Dog handed the Immortal Execution Sword to Jiangchen. It's indeed a peerless sword. Jiangchen couldn't help but nod his head in admiration. As the famous Immortal Execution Sword in the immortal world, it certainly deserved its reputation. His Heavenly Saint Sword would certainly not be inferior to the Immortal Execution Sword in the future. However, the gap between the Heavenly Saint Sword and the Immortal Execution Sword wasn't small at all. This time, they were going to deal with the Northern and Southern dynasties, who were Jiangchen's mortal enemies. It was imaginable that the process would be a life-and-death struggle. With the Immortal Execution Sword, Jiangchen's confidence was boosted. He and De Huang Dog tore the void apart, traversing millions of miles in an instant. They executed the Great Void Teleportation and flew towards the direction of the ethereal immortal domain. Fengqi Immortal Court, inside the palace. Master, should we help junior brother Jiang secretly? Yu Huafan looked at Feng Jingyang, his tone was still filled with worry. There's no need. Jiangchen is a dragon favored by the heavens. His body is shrouded by great luck, even I can't see through it. Plus, he is a man with his own mind. I think he and Nan Beichao are old enemies. An enemy like this must be dealt with by him personally. Let him settle this by himself. I believe in him. Feng Jingyang said, his eyes flickering. As a powerful fifth-grade great sovereign, the hall master of the Dragon Hall, he had seen countless geniuses in his life, but Jiangchen was the only one he couldn't see through. He believed that allowing Jiangchen to enter the Dragon Hall would be the best decision he had ever made in his life. Many years later, when the story of the Dragon Hall was mentioned, Jiangchen would definitely be his pride. Ethereal Immortal Domain, East Xuanyu. Today, East Xuanyu had fallen into the greatest turmoil. In fact, East Xuanyu had never been peaceful since the Golden Horizon. Jiangchen's emergence had completely stirred up the muddy waters of East Xuanyu. Now, another heaven-defying Northern and Southern dynasties had emerged. Not long ago, East Xuanyu had been reduced from 11 major powers to 2 major powers. Now, a victor had been decided between these 2 major powers. A peerless genius had appeared in the Nanbei family. He had broken through to the great monarch realm in the shortest time possible and led the Nanbei family to conquer the world. Now, they had imprisoned another giant, the Great Qian Empire, and the entire East Xuanyu was under the control of the Nanbei family. Genius Prefecture, now, it was completely occupied by the Nanbei family as a base. All the higher-ups of the Great Qian Empire were imprisoned here. On the martial arena of Genius Prefecture, countless cages were lined up side by side. Under the scorching sun, these cages that were made of special metals were constantly reflecting dazzling brilliance. Yan Qinyu, Yang Yu, Yang Bufan, the Old Emperor, Supreme Elder, Yang Zanqing, Dong Fengyu, and all the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire were imprisoned in individual cages. There were also many huge cages where many disciples and elders of Genius Prefecture were imprisoned. These cages were enchanted with powerful formations and restrictive spells that were personally deployed by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Even a mighty peak immortal venerable wouldn't be able to walk out of them. However, apart from Yan Qinyu who had a pale face, the rest of the prisoners looked normal. There wasn't any change in their qi. It could be seen that when the Northern and Southern dynasties led Nanbei family to attack Great Qian Empire, they didn't encounter the slightest resistance. Without a doubt, after Yan Qinyu was defeated in the battle with the Northern and Southern dynasties, she immediately chose to surrender in order to protect Great Qian Empire from being destroyed. That was why there wasn't a large-scale bloodshed in Great Qian Empire. One had to admit that Yan Xinyu's approach was the wisest. Although the people of Great Qian Empire were rather aggrieved, there was no need to worry about firewood as long as the Green Hills were still there. Nothing was more important than preserving their lives when the pointless resistance was futile. More importantly, the faith of Great Qian Empire hadn't collapsed yet. Even though they had become prisoners, they didn't give up or admit defeat, because there was someone who hadn't appeared yet. That person carried all their hopes. That person's existence had given them the belief to persist. Without a doubt, that person was none other than Jiang Chen. All along, Jiang Chen had created miracle after miracle for Great Qian Empire. His image had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of countless people. He was like a godlike existence. As long as he took action, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. Now, in order to put an end to Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties had issued a letter of challenge to Jiang Chen. They believed that Jiang Chen would certainly appear and wouldn't leave them behind. This was a belief and also a kind of trust. Outside the training field, the upper echelons of Nanbei family stared at the cages before them with smiles on their faces. Each and every one of them was smiling happily, especially the patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taixing, who was grinning from ear to ear. "Patriarch, isn't it too easy for us to imprison these people without killing them?" One of the elders said. "What do you know? Young Master Chao wants to have a life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. Since he has given us 3 days, we must wait for 3 days. If we attack them now, wouldn't we be destroying young Master Chao's reputation? If young Master Chao were to blame us, who would be able to bear the consequences?" Nanbei Taixing glared at the elder. "Patriarch, the 3 days are almost up. According to young Master Chao, there are at most 3 hours left. But Jiang Chen still hasn't appeared. In my opinion, there's an 80% chance that Jiang Chen won't dare to come. After all, young Master Chao is a powerful great emperor. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, how powerful can he be? He'll only be courting death if he comes. He's not a fool. It's hard to say. Many of the people we imprison are very important to Jiang Chen, especially that Yan Xinyu. Jiang Chen definitely won't leave them behind. However, even if Jiang Chen comes, he'll still die. Young Master Chao is the reincarnation of the powerful great Emperor Badian. How can a puny Jiang Chen deal with him?" The people of Nanbei family were incomparably confident. Now that they had ruled the entire East Xuanyu and completed the so-called hegemony, their mood couldn't be better. As for Jiang Chen, if it was in the past, they would still be afraid of him. But now that young Master Chao was here, they didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. From their point of view, it was fine if Jiang Chen didn't appear. Once he did, he would definitely die. Nanbei Taixing strode into the training field and arrived before Yang Yu's cage. "Hee, brother Yang Yu, you probably never dreamed that you would be reduced to such a state. The fate of the entire Great Qian Empire is now in my hands. I've said it before, our Nanbei family will definitely rule the entire East Xuanyu. Only I, Nanbei Taixing, will have the last laugh." The northern and southern dynasties opened their mouths and spoke with incomparable pride. "Nanbei Taixing, what are you so proud of? It's still uncertain who will have the last laugh." "Is that so? Yang Yu, do you really think that Jiang Chen will come back? He's not a fool. If he knows that he's going to die, what's the point of coming back?" Nanbei Taixing said with a playful look. "Die? The person who can kill him hasn't appeared in this world yet. The 3 immortal courts have been hunting him, but he's still alive and well." Yang Yu said. Jiang Chen's influence on Great Qian Empire was too great. He had been deified. Even the emperor felt the same. In his heart, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. If the 3 immortal courts couldn't kill him, it was even more impossible for young Master Chao to do so. "Let's wait and see. If Jiang Chen doesn't come back in 3 hours, it will be the time of your death. At that time I won't show any mercy." Nanbei Taixing harumphed coldly, flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. In his point of view, Jiang Chen would never come back. After all, the situation was already very clear. Coming here meant death. As long as he wasn't a fool, he wouldn't come. Your Majesty, do you think young Master Jiangchen will come back to save us? Someone asked. Don't worry. Little Chenzi won't leave us behind. I know him very well. Yang Bufan said confidently. He and Jiangchen were life and death brothers. He knew Jiangchen's character very well. Now that Great Qian Empire was in trouble, as long as Jiangchen received the challenge letter, he would come forward even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. I'm worried that Jiangchen isn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties. I heard that young Master Chao is the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Badian. Now that he has advanced to the Great Sovereign Realm, not even Miss Yan is a match for him. How long has it been since Jiangchen left? No matter how heaven-defying he is, he will at most advance by one level. How can he be a match for young Master Chao? That's right. If Jiangchen isn't a match for them, not only will we die, but he will also lose his life. Ai. Let's leave it to fate. Great Qian Empire has reached the most critical moment of life and death. I wonder if young Master Jiang can create another miracle this time. Most of the prisoners of the Great Qian Empire were filled with despair. According to Nanbei Taixing, there were only 3 hours left. If Jiangchen didn't come, their doomsday would come. Even if Jiangchen were to come, he would not be a match for young Master Chao. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was huge. However, now that they had become prisoners, the final fate of the Great Qian Empire was in the hands of Jiangchen. Whether they lived or died, they could only leave it to fate. Miss Yan, are you all right? Yang Bufan looked at Yan Xingyu and asked worriedly. That day, Yan Xingyu had suffered serious injuries during the battle with the northern and southern dynasties. I'm fine. Don't worry, Brother Chen will definitely come back. Yan Xingyu said. Her tone was firmer than anyone else's. In her heart, Jiangchen had never disappointed her. No matter how big the crisis was, Jiangchen could always appear at the most critical moment and change the situation. Moreover, Yan Xingyu knew Jiangchen too well. If this letter of challenge was sent by someone else, Jiangchen might not care. But since it was sent by the northern and southern dynasties, Jiangchen would definitely appear. In this world, the only person that Jiangchen couldn't admit defeat to was the northern and southern dynasties, just like how the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't admit defeat to Jiangchen. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. To the people of Great Qian Empire, this was simply an anxious wait. Every second was torture. They were now standing on the execution ground, waiting for the time to come. By this time, many of them had begun to despair. Many of them thought that Jiangchen wouldn't show up. If he was going to show up, he would have already arrived. After all, the letter of challenge had been sent out 3 days ago. If he was going to show up, he would have already arrived. There was only 1 hour left before the appointed time. The martial arts field began to stir. At this time, a tyrannical figure appeared in the sky. This person was exuding a domineering aura from head to toe. He wore a golden robe and had a head full of golden hair. His body was filled with a strong domineering aura. This golden-haired and golden-robed man was none other than the northern and southern dynasties who had just advanced to the first grade Great Sovereign Realm. Just as Jiangchen had expected, even though the northern and southern dynasties had just advanced to the first grade Great Sovereign Realm, their control of the Great Sovereign Law was almost perfect. It wasn't something that Li Wangye and Qin Xianbing could compare to. Young Master Chao, in my opinion, that Jiangchen won't dare to show up. An elder of Nanbei family said. He will definitely show up. The northern and southern dynasties said indifferently. Other than friends, there were also enemies who understood a person the most. Even at the last second, the northern and southern dynasties believed that Jiangchen would definitely show up. Young Master Chao, what if Jiangchen doesn't show up? Nanbei Taixing asked. If he doesn't show up, kill everyone here. Leave no one alive. The tone of the northern and southern dynasties was as calm as before, but the ruthlessness in their tone gave people goosebumps. No one doubted the words of the northern and southern dynasties. Their tone itself was unquestionable. It was a judgment from a superior. Everyone knew that as long as Jiangchen didn't show up, blood would flow like a river today, turning this place into a slaughterhouse. The people of the Great Qian Empire began to stir restlessly. Countless faces of despair were incomparably pale. For the first time, they felt that death was so close to them. And at this moment, a hole suddenly exploded in the air. Everyone could see a man and a dog appearing. The place where they were at was filled with raging waves. That white-robed man's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an unparalleled god of war, casually emitting a radiance that caused people to not dare to look at him directly. It's Xianxia. Xianxia is here. He has appeared. He didn't abandon our great Qian Empire. Xianxia has come to save us. Great, we are saved. As long as Xianxia is here, everything will be fine. The people of Great Qian Empire, who had already given up all hope, revealed a look of ecstasy the moment they saw Xianxia. It was an indescribable excitement. They didn't know how strong Xianxia was. They didn't even know if Xianxia could defeat the northern and southern dynasties, but they firmly believed that as long as Xianxia was here, they would be saved. Xianxia would never watch them die. There was no doubt about it. It was a kind of faith, a blind faith. He has never disappointed anyone. The corner of Yang Yu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He knew that he wasn't wrong about Xianxia. All along, Xianxia had never disappointed anyone. This had been proven countless times. His cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal venerable realm. It seems like he's only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. Given his strength, he's totally capable of fighting the northern and southern dynasties in his dragon form. Not only Yang Bufan, but also Yang Yu, the old emperor and many other immortal venerables had also noticed the tremendous progress of Xianxia's cultivation base. The cultivation base that Xianxia had displayed had undoubtedly given Great Qian Empire another kind of confidence. Although the northern and southern dynasties were only first-grade great sovereigns, a person like Xianxia couldn't be measured by ordinary cultivation base. Even if he was only a peak immortal venerable, it was enough to be compared to the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia, you have finally appeared. The northern and southern dynasties looked at Xianxia and immediately unleashed their violent battle intent. Xianxia's eyes, however, fell upon the prisoners, especially when he saw the injured Yu. The fury in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Northern and southern dynasties, you have hurt someone you shouldn't have. And for everything that your Nanbei family has done to Great Qian Empire, you will have to pay a heavy price. From today onwards, you and Nanbei family will cease to exist. Xianxia spoke loudly, his entire being was filled with a domineering aura. Xianxia, I like your arrogance. Let's put an end to our conflict today. Unfortunately, the one who will die in the end isn't me, but you. My northern and southern dynasties are invincible. The northern and southern dynasties spoke. Their golden hair stood erect, like sharp swords piercing into the void one day. The ultimate battle, a life and death battle. With a sway of his body, Xianxia arrived above the sky. He transformed into his dragon form and opened up a battlefield. All right. With a sway of his body, Nanbei Chao appeared on the battlefield, standing opposite of Xianxia. His face was filled with overbearing qi. After so many years, this pair of old enemies had finally reached the pinnacle of the immortal world. Now, they were going to have a true showdown. This time, it would be a battle of life and death. From today onwards, there would only be one between Xianxia and Nanbei Chao in the immortal world. This was the common thought of both of them. They had the same goal. They didn't retreat or fear, even if they would die in the hands of the other party. Xianxia, your growth has indeed surprised me. Unfortunately, your immortal venerable cultivation base is still far from being able to fight me. My means aren't something you can imagine. Killing you today will fulfill one of my wishes, said Xianxia. The northern and southern dynasties spoke arrogantly. It wasn't because he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes, but because of his innate arrogance and supreme dominance. On the contrary, Xianxia had already become the existence that the northern and southern dynasties cared about the most, surpassing Empress Ninine. Otherwise, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't have specially issued a challenge to Xianxia and waited here for 3 days. In the entire immortal world, Xianxia was probably the only person that the northern and southern dynasties regarded with such importance. Northern and southern dynasties, I've heard these words too many times. Let's see who's the real deal. Xianxia didn't want to waste time, nor did he want to talk nonsense with the northern and southern dynasties. There was no need for nonsense between him and the northern and southern dynasties, because it was meaningless. Roar, Xianxia moved. A dragon roar shook the sky. The true dragon palm rushed towards the northern and southern dynasties like a towering blood barrier. Sensing the power of Xianxia, the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties changed a little, because the combat strength that Xianxia had just displayed was too inconsistent with his cultivation base. The fact that a late immortal venerable could exert combat strength that was on par with them had dealt a blow to the pride of the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties weren't fools. They knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for them to exert such terrifying combat strength when they were still at the late immortal venerable realm. In this aspect alone, they were no match for Xianxia. The feeling of being inferior made the northern and southern dynasties incomparably uncomfortable, to the point that they couldn't accept it. In the face of such a situation, the only thing that the northern and southern dynasties could do was to use their strongest means to destroy the other party and let the other party die tragically. In that way, they could completely defend their dignity. Kong. The northern and southern dynasties struck as well. Their reddish-golden fists collided with Xianxia's blood-red dragon claw. In just an instant, the violent energy tore the void apart. It was too violent. Even though a battlefield had been opened up, the pressure radiating from the battle still made the people below feel incomparably uncomfortable. After the first collision, Xianxia instantly casted out the 5 elements combat dragon seal while Nanbei Chao casted out the wisdom king fist. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle. The battle had reached its climax. The northern and southern dynasties had just advanced to the great sovereign realm, and their means were exceedingly high. Xianxia was also a peak late immortal venerable. In his half-dragon form, with the help of the true dragon combat skill, the great void technique and the great divination art, he already had the ability to contend against the northern and southern dynasties. At least judging from the current situation, the two of them were equally matched. Given Xianxia's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill an ordinary first-grade great sovereign genius, but it was a different story when it came to the geniuses of the northern and southern dynasties. The faces of the people below turned pale. They had never seen such a fierce battle before. Each and every one of them was trembling with fear. Their eyes were glued to the battlefield. Whether it was the people of Great Qian Empire or Nanbei family, they were all paying close attention to this battle. Everyone knew that the outcome of this battle was directly related to their life and death. If Xianxia was defeated, the only thing that awaited Great Qian Empire would be annihilated. Similarly, if the northern and southern dynasties were defeated, the ending of Nanbei family wouldn't be any better either. Patriarch, this Xianxia has really come. He's truly a monstrous genius. Every time he appears, he would make tremendous progress. Now, he's already able to fight young Master Chao with his late immortal venerable cultivation base. This is truly rare. An elder of Nanbei family couldn't help but sigh while looking at the heated battle in the sky. Even if he was unwilling, he had to admit that Xianxia was very powerful. It was imaginable that if Xianxia's cultivation base was on par with the northern and southern dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be a match for Xianxia at all. Don't worry. Young Master Chao's means aren't something that you and I can imagine. He still hasn't used the monarch sword. Xianxia will die for sure today. There's no doubt about it. We just need to watch. Nanbei Taixing spoke with incomparable confidence. Nanbei family had the same blind confidence in the northern and southern dynasties. The reincarnation of great sovereign Badian was enough to give them great confidence. As for the people of Great Qian Empire, after seeing that Xianxia wasn't at a disadvantage against the northern and southern dynasties, each and every one of them became excited. Incredible! Young Master Xianxia has become even more terrifying. He's able to fight a great sovereign with his late immortal venerable cultivation base. He's the most heaven-defying genius I've ever seen. That's for sure. I've already said that as long as Xianxia is here, we will be fine. Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties collided fiercely once more. The entire sky above the battlefield had turned into chaos. The battlefield was completely torn apart. Boundless pressure sprinkled down, causing the souls of the people below to tremble. Terrifying airwaves covered the scorching sun. Destructive chi was everywhere. The entire sky above Genius Prefecture seemed to be experiencing the end of the world. No one spoke a word. Both sides were too strong. Although the first-grade great sovereigns of the northern and southern dynasties were slightly stronger, no one dared to predict the result of this battle. After all, Xianxia wasn't an easy opponent. Whether it was his own people or his enemies, they all had a deep impression of Xianxia. This man had always been creating miracles. The three immortal courts were bent on killing him, but he was still alive and growing stronger. Dong dong, on the battlefield, Xianxia madly executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps was as heavy as billions of caddies. Each of his steps could shatter a part of the heavens and earth. The northern and southern dynasties struck out 5 punches. The terrifying Wisdom King fist seemed to be filled with wisdom. Each of his punches emitted boundless golden light. Each of his punches collided with Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps violently, causing turbulent airwaves. It was afraid that only the northern and southern dynasties dared to collide with the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Xianxia, you are indeed the most heaven-defying genius I have ever seen. If you continue to grow to the same level as me, my northern and southern dynasties will never be a match for you. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance to do so. No matter what, you have to die today. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant. Monarch chi began to spread from their bodies. It was an incomparably noble and superior aura. The airwaves emitted from them were like ripples. The northern and southern dynasties' bodies were covered in golden light. He looked like the true ruler of heaven and earth. The aura of the Emperor Heaven Art was completely revealed. After a series of collisions, the northern and southern dynasties clearly didn't want to waste any more time. They were prepared to use their strongest attacks. It could be seen that the northern and southern dynasties' fighting spirit was unparalleled. Today, Xianxia's strength made him very satisfied with this ultimate battle. If Xianxia's cultivation did not improve by leaps and bounds, then the northern and southern dynasties would be extremely disappointed. After all, Xianxia was the only opponent that the northern and southern dynasties thought highly of and respected. Sovereign's body, suppress. The northern and southern dynasties' body became 100 feet tall. His golden hair danced in the wind. The might of the ruler of heaven and earth was completely released. He stretched out a huge palm. It was like a heavenly barrier, imprisoning the battlefield and the void. It shrouded towards Xianxia. This move was called suppression. It came from the suppression of the ruler of heaven and earth. In an irresistible pressure and prison, any enemy would be imprisoned. Under the suppression of the ruler, people would subconsciously have the thought of submitting. Once such a thought appeared, the outcome of the battle could be imagined. Unfortunately, the suppression of the northern and southern dynasties as ruler was useless against Xianxia. Among the heroes of heaven and earth, who would dare to call himself a ruler, Xianxia was the son of the heavenly dragon. His nobility surpassed that of the northern and southern dynasties. In terms of ruler, Xianxia was the real ruler. The blood of a supreme being flowed in his body. In front of him, the suppression of the ruler's might from the northern and southern dynasties was just energy suppression. The suppression was useless, not to mention intimidating Xianxia's soul. Slaughtered Dragon Seal. Xianxia no longer concealed himself. He came forward and displayed the Slaughtered Dragon Seal. The sovereign heaven art of the northern and southern dynasties was too powerful. Xianxia had to use a fierce method to resist it. Roar, the mad dragon roared. The slaughtered dragon emerged, carrying rolling lightning. Then, Xianxia integrated 6 kinds of powerful supreme flames. Such a mystical dragon, carrying endless killing intent, once again collided with the northern and southern dynasties. Rumble, the heavens and earth changed color again. This was the pinnacle confrontation between the sovereign heaven art and the slaughtered dragon seal. Both were the most powerful means of both sides. Under the impact of the vast ocean-like energy, Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties were pushed back dozens of meters before they could stabilize their bodies. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. The Tao of Slaughter had fused with the will of the dragon transformation art. Xianxia fought with all his might. With the help of the great divination art, he could calculate the attack trajectory of the northern and southern dynasties. But even so, he was only on par with the northern and southern dynasties. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had reached a terrifying level. Haha, again. The northern and southern dynasties laughed wildly. Their battle intent was even more intense than before. They raised their hands to the sky and formed a phantom of a ruler. It was a peerless ruler. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but the body of a ruler was hundreds of meters tall. It was like a mountain, pressing towards Xianxia fiercely. Roar, on the other side, Xianxia's body changed again. He changed from a half-human half-dragon form to 100 meters tall blood dragon. Just from this size, he was even bigger than the phantom of the ruler. The dragon's body circled in the sky. Its body was filled with endless flames. Its emotionless and cold eyes looked down on everything in the world. Its huge dragon claws could crush the whole world with a casual move. The whole scene could be described as shocking. My God, is that a real dragon? It's the aura of a real dragon. Has Xianxia completely become a deity? This is too terrifying. Could it be that his dragon transformation is not a simple transformation skill? Is Xianxia the reincarnation of an ancient real dragon? Don't talk nonsense. The human aura on him is also very strong. Who cares? Anyway, Xianxia is too abnormal. He's simply a super monster. I hope he can defeat the northern and southern dynasties in the end. Many people looked at the dragon circling in the sky and were shocked. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. The real dragon was a supreme existence that had disappeared since the ancient times. Or rather, the real dragon did not disappear. Instead, it existed in a higher world. Even in the immortal world, it was hard to find the shadow of a real dragon. It was already extremely rare to find an existence with the bloodline of a real dragon. How could the strong dragon aura of Xianxia not be shocking? Rumble. On the battlefield, the claws of the real dragon clashed with the phantom of the ruler. The horrifying airwaves exploded. This was the clash of the pinnacle of power. It could no longer be described with just the word horrifying. Crack crack, the powers clashed continuously. Cracks began to appear on the body of the phantom of the ruler, letting out cracking sounds. At the same time, the dragon scales on Xianxia's body fell off one by one. His blood turned into red rain and sprinkled down from the sky. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Rumble, both of them disregarded the injuries on their bodies and continued to collide fiercely. The body of a true dragon and the body of a monarch were like two mountains colliding back and forth. On Xianxia's side, dragon scales danced in the air and blood gushed out crazily. On the other hand, as cracks continued to appear on the body of a monarch, the true bodies of the northern and southern dynasties were also spurting out blood. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Even so, the fierce battle still continued. The two of them seemed to have entered a state of selflessness, completely immersed in the battle. Eternal immortal wind, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding as they unleashed the eternal immortal wind at the same time. The violent wind waves completely formed a domain, or rather, two domains were colliding and intertwining. Xianxia, don't you have your own means? Unleash this monarch's eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties said mockingly. Who said that the eternal immortal wind must belong to your northern and southern dynasties? The eternal immortal wind that I unleashed is not any weaker than yours. Xianxia's voice shook the sky. Violent immortal wind constantly gushed out from his body like terrifying sharp swords, cutting the void into pieces. The entire scene gave people a feeling of doomsday. Heavens, such a battle scene has really widened my horizons. Too fierce, too violent. These two are monstrous geniuses. How great would it be if I could reach that level one day? I advise you to hurry up and pee. Don't worry about how much you pee, look at yourself first. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? How dare you compare yourself to Xianxia? Get lost. Can't I have a dream? Even if I can't achieve it. At this time, whether it was the people of Great Qian Empire or Nanbei family, all of them were deeply attracted by the fierce battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties. It was an unimaginable shock. On the battlefield, even Xianxia had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties with the strength of a first-grade great sovereign could bring him a certain kind of pressure. In the previous violent collision, his injuries were obviously more serious than those of the northern and southern dynasties. However, the recovery speed of Xianxia's dragon transformation skill was so fast that on the surface, Xianxia's situation was no different from that of the northern and southern dynasties. This was also the terrifying part of the dragon transformation skill and Xianxia's biggest advantage. With such a terrifying recovery speed, Xianxia was almost invincible. Not only that, at this moment, Xianxia was completely immersed in the thrill of the fierce battle. He hadn't found this feeling for a long time. Moreover, the impact of the pressure emerging from the northern and southern dynasties on Xianxia was a completely different scene. The circulation of the dragon transformation skill was getting faster and faster. Xianxia could faintly feel that he was about to break through under this wonderful state and pressure. Even Xianxia himself didn't know that a few hundred new dragon marks had appeared in his qi. It could be said that in the process of fighting against the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia was also constantly growing. For the northern and southern dynasties, although they could feel the thrill of such a battle, they couldn't improve their cultivation. This was because their original way of thinking was different from Xianxia's. Xianxia had never entered the immortal world, let alone come into contact with the great emperor realm. The realm he was in now was his most powerful realm. However, the northern and southern dynasties were different. He was great Emperor Badian in his previous life. Whether it was in terms of vision or knowledge, he was much more experienced than Xianxia. Therefore, it was difficult for him to find the same state that Xianxia was in. If the battle continued like this, Xianxia would have a chance to counterattack, because he was constantly getting stronger, but Nan Beichao's strength remained the same. If this continued, the result could be easily imagined. Xianxia's strength was still the same. Clang, the northern and southern dynasties made a grabbing motion. The monarch sword appeared in their hands with an earth-shaking whistling sound. With the monarch sword in hand, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly rose by a lot, obviously more terrifying than before. Xianxia, you should be proud of yourself for being able to fight me like this with your cultivation base of a peak immortal venerable. Next, I won't hold back anymore. I'll kill you straight away. The murderous intent of the northern and southern dynasty soared into the sky. The monarch sword had completely locked onto Xianxia's chi. Not good. This guy is using the monarch sword. That's a peerless sovereign weapon that can greatly increase the combat strength of the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia doesn't have a sovereign weapon that can fight against it. I'm afraid he won't be a match for it. The legendary monarch sword is just too terrifying. I wonder how Xianxia is going to deal with it. Don't worry too much. I believe that Xianxia still has a powerful trump card that he hasn't used yet. Since he dares to fight the northern and southern dynasties, he must have some confidence in winning. Upon seeing the northern and southern dynasties using the monarch sword, the faces of the people of Great Qian Empire changed. Their faces were filled with worry. There was no way they wouldn't be worried. Everyone knew how much a peerless sovereign weapon could bring to a cultivator. If Xianxia was able to fight the northern and southern dynasties on equal footing with the monarch sword, the situation would be reversed immediately. Xianxia would no longer be a match for them. Haha. Young Master Chao's monarch sword is the final trump card. This time, even if Xianxia has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still be killed by the monarch sword. That's right. Young Master Chao is destined to win this battle. There's no doubt about it. Compared to the worries of the people of Great Qian Empire, the people of Nanbei family were extremely excited. Naturally, they had their reasons to be excited. After all, this battle concerned the life and death of the entire Nanbei family. Just when many people thought that the northern and southern dynasties would win with the monarch sword, a peerless sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was a soaring sword that emitted an immortal glow. The sword chi was like a dragon that soared into the sky. In terms of aura, the sword was not any weaker than the monarch sword of the northern and southern dynasties. Immortal execution sword? Why do you have the immortal execution sword? Upon seeing the immortal execution sword, the people of the northern and southern dynasties had a slight change of expression. In terms of rank, the incomparably powerful immortal execution sword was above their monarch sword. Although the monarch sword was also a peerless monarch weapon, it was still inferior to the immortal execution sword and the immortal burying coffin. Although the northern and southern dynasties could use the monarch sword to fight against Xianxia's immortal burying coffin, it did not mean that the monarch sword and the immortal burying coffin were on the same level. After all, although the immortal burying coffin was powerful, Xianxia was not the true owner of the coffin. Although she could control it, she could not unleash its true power. On the other hand, the monarch sword of the northern and southern dynasties was a natal monarch weapon that could perfectly unleash the power of the monarch sword. As such, the gap between the monarch sword and the immortal burying coffin was narrowed. That's none of your business. Now that you have the monarch sword and I have the immortal execution sword, I'm afraid it's hard to say who will die and who will live. Xianxia said loudly. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit The appearance of the immortal execution sword had indeed shocked the northern and southern dynasties. It had also exceeded their expectations. Guys, look. Xianxia also has a peerless sword in his hand. Its aura doesn't seem to be any weaker than the monarch sword. What sword is that? The northern and southern dynasties were talking about the immortal execution sword. Oh my god, is that true? That's the life monarch weapon left behind by the immortal execution king. It's a famous existence in the immortal world, just like the immortal execution king. Today, Xianxia has obtained the immortal execution sword. This is too shocking. Amazing. The immortal execution sword has appeared. I told you that Xianxia must have a powerful trump card. With the immortal execution sword, Xianxia won't be afraid of the northern and southern dynasties anymore. It's still hard to tell what the outcome will be. Xianxia can always bring about miracles. The people of Great Qian Empire, who were extremely worried, were overjoyed when they saw the appearance of the immortal execution sword. The fame of the immortal execution sword was known by everyone. Now that Xianxia had such a trump card, it was enough for them to have full confidence in him. The people of Nanbei family, on the other hand, were in a different situation. From surprise to horror, the smile on their faces froze. Damn it, why does this bastard have the immortal execution sword? Didn't the immortal execution sword disappear along with the immortal execution king in ancient times? Damn it. Don't worry. So what if Xianxia has the immortal execution sword? With his current strength, he can't unleash the power of the immortal execution sword. However, young Master Cao can perfectly unleash the power of the monarch sword. Therefore, there's still a certain gap between them. That's right. Just wait and see. Xianxia will die for sure in this battle. Although they were shocked, the people of Nanbei family still had absolute confidence in the northern and southern dynasties. All along, young Master Cao was absolutely supreme in the hearts of countless people of Nanbei family, a godlike existence that was omnipotent. On the battlefield, Sword Qi from the immortal exterminating sword and the Emperor sword kept appearing, competing with each other. They both wanted to suppress the other's aura. Xianxia, let me see how powerful the legendary immortal slaying sword is. The northern and southern dynasties exploded, and boundless Emperor's light fused into the monarch sword. The huge sword suddenly became 300 meters long, and the northern and southern dynasties raised it high. The Sword Qi soared into the sky, and a dragon of Sword Qi appeared in the sky, poking a huge hole in the sky. Black icy waves of Qi gushed out from the hole. Shua, the northern and southern dynasties acted, slashing down with their swords. One sword move stirred the wind and clouds, and one sword move pierced through the sky. It was a sword without any fancy moves. The peerless emperor weapon seemed to have come to life. It was unknown how much power this sword contained. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be that it could destroy the heavens and earth. On the other side, Xianxia was equally domineering. The immortal slaying sword was also 300 meters long, and the body of the sword was filled with several kinds of supreme flames. It constantly swallowed and spat out light, like countless spiritual snakes. It looked extremely beautiful. But behind this beauty, there was extremely terrifying destruction. Come on. Xianxia roared, and the immortal slaying sword struck out. It was also without any fancy moves. Under countless horrified gazes, the two peerless swords collided with each other. Rumble, this was an extreme collision. It could no longer be described as fierce. It was extreme destruction. The sparks created from just one collision directly evolved into a sea of fire. Countless sword chi interweaved and collided. The whole scene was too beautiful, and it made people tremble with fear. This sword seemed to carry all the energy from both sides. That violent counterattack caused both of them to fly backwards. They were like two small boats in a vast ocean of energy. They looked very small, but in fact, they were the real masters here. Blood was dripping from their bodies, but it could not stop their beliefs. Again. Xianxia's dragon wings fluttered, and the great void technique turned him into an omnipresent ghost. Carrying the sword, he charged forward again. Xianxia had already entered a state of battle where he forgot himself. Under the stimulation of this state, the number of dragon marks in his sea of qi began to rise rapidly, madly rushing towards the half-emperor realm. On the opposite side, the golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties was 3,000 zhang long. He and Xianxia were like two madmen, desperately fighting each other again. This was a battle of the pinnacle. In the eyes of others, it was just a cruel and intense battle, but in the eyes of those who understood, it was a long-cherished wish. De Huangdog and Yan Xinyu were mesmerized by the scene. They watched the two madly fighting each other, regardless of the blood and injuries on their bodies. If it was in the past, Yan Xinyu and De Huangdog would definitely be extremely worried when they saw Xianxia being injured like this, especially De Huangdog, who might have rushed forward to help. But now, Yan Xinyu, who was in the prison, did not say anything, neither did De Huangdog. There was no sign of them making a move. Because they knew very well that this was a duel between Xianxia and Nan Beichao. It was a predestined decision. They had to kill each other with their own hands in order to fulfill their long-cherished wish. Only then would they be able to clear their thoughts, and only then would they be able to walk a long path in the future. Therefore, even De Huangdog could not participate in this battle. He could only be a spectator. This battle was destined to be cruel. In the end, only one of them could survive. Rumble, the fierce battle had reached its climax. Two peerless swords constantly collided with each other. Above the sky, the area within a radius of thousands of miles had been turned into chaos. Destructive energy was drifting everywhere, covering the entire sky. After this battle, it would take at least a month for this part of the void to return to peace. Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties had become two bloody men, but the fight still showed no signs of stopping. He brandished his sword, and his blood sprayed everywhere. Forget about all the emotions in this battle, I only want this moment to be carefree. The battle lasted for 3 hours. Before he knew it, 15,000 dragon marks had appeared in Xianxia's qi. He was only 5,000 away from becoming a half-step martial monarch. What was certain was that Xianxia had benefited a lot from this battle. Driven by that state of selflessness, Xianxia's cultivation base was also advancing by leaps and bounds. As long as Xianxia could win and survive this battle, his thoughts would immediately become clear. In less than 3 days, he could directly break through to the half-step martial monarch realm. Although Xianxia's cultivation base was improving, his condition was very bad. The continuous collisions had caused great damage to his body. Even the terrifying dragon transformation skill could not make up for it. The scene quietened down. Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties looked at each other and closed their eyes at the same time. The people below didn't dare to speak. They knew that when Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties opened their eyes again, it would be the moment of life and death. It was not hard to imagine that after such a long and intense battle, the two of them would probably have to resort to a mutually destructive strategy. 5 minutes passed. During these 5 minutes, Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties didn't think of launching a sneak attack on each other. They just closed their eyes and stood there quietly. Swoosh, suddenly, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time as though they had discussed it beforehand. 4 beams of light shot out from their eyes at the same time. The 4 beams of light were like 4 dazzling sharp swords, causing ripples in the void space. Xianxia, come on. The last move. The northern and southern dynasties raised the emperor sword in their hands and pointed it at Xianxia. Come on. Xianxia also raised the celestial eradication sword. After fighting for so long, they had made up their minds to put an end to this today. Swoosh, swoosh, under countless nervous gazes, the two of them disappeared at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast and they were like two beams of lightning. In the next moment, the two of them collided. However, this time, they weren't pushed back by each other. Their bodies were still and the swords in their hands pierced into each other's body at the same time. However, the northern and southern dynasties' swords pierced through Xianxia's shoulders, while Xianxia's sword pierced through the northern and southern dynasties' hearts. Bang! A terrifying sword aura raged and one of Xianxia's dragon arms was shattered on the spot. Blood spurted out and the white bones exploded. At the same time, Xianxia's celestial eradication sword released a destructive sword aura. His sword aura shattered the organs of the northern and southern dynasties and even destroyed their vitality. Barf, the northern and southern dynasties spurted out a mouthful of blood and their expressions began to wither. It's over, Xianxia said calmly. However, at this moment, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. After killing the northern and southern dynasties, he suddenly felt lonely, as though something was missing in his life. It was an indescribable feeling. Before you die, tell me how you did it, the northern and southern dynasties said. The great divination art deduced the trajectory of your sword, and the great void art avoided your vital parts. Even so, you still broke one of my arms, Xianxia said. He wanted the northern and southern dynasties to die in peace. I see. Nanbei Chao shook his head. At this moment, he had lost his domineering aura. His face was as pale as paper, but there was no regret in his eyes. Once you're dead, I'll let Nanbei family go and guarantee their safety in Eastern Profound Domain. Southern and Dynasty Jiangtime, Chen said. Thank you. The Northern and Southern dynasties had never said these two words to anyone. This time, he completely closed his eyes. He didn't choose to escape with his soul because he knew that under Xianxia's control, anything he did would be futile. Young Master Chao is dead. Our Nanbei family is finished. Young Master Chao wasn't a match for Xianxia and died under Xianxia's sword. Xianxia will never let us go. How could this be? How could this be? Nanbei family was completely agitated. The death of the northern and southern dynasties was too great of a blow to them, directly dropping them from the sky to the bottom of the valley. The indescribable difference in their hearts made many of them feel like collapsing. Voila, at this moment, De Huang Dog made his move. He struck out countless dazzling rays of light that fell on the training field below. After the rays of light flashed, all the prisons disappeared and the upper echelons of Great Qian Empire instantly regained their freedom. The moment they regained their freedom, the people of Great Qian Empire surrounded the people of Nanbei family. Each of them gritted their teeth and revealed ferocious gazes. Nanbei Taixing, weren't you very arrogant? Your young Master Chao is dead, what else do you have to be arrogant for? How could Yang Yu let go of this opportunity to ridicule them? At this moment, everyone from Great Qian Empire was incomparably excited. Their trusted Jiangchen didn't disappoint them and once again created a miracle for Great Qian Empire. Your Majesty, let's destroy Nanbei family together, someone shouted, followed by a soaring killing intent. Under the cover of this violent killing intent, the faces of the people of Nanbei family turned pale. They were in complete despair. At the moment when Nanbei Chao was killed, they had already given up everything in their hearts. Stop. A voice resounded. The killing intent that had erupted from Great Qian Empire was instantly suppressed by this shout. The person who spoke was none other than Jiangchen. He slowly pulled out the longsword from the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. His body had returned to human form, and the blood on his body had disappeared. However, the severed arm didn't grow back immediately. Under countless gazes, Jiangchen stretched out his hand and placed it above the heads of the northern and southern dynasties. Then, he used the crystal ball to send the souls of the northern and southern dynasties into it. Seeing Jiangchen's action, De Huang Dog and Yan Xinyu couldn't help but nod their heads. When Jiangchen descended from the sky with one hand holding the northern and southern dynasties, the crystal ball and the monarch sword were floating on his body. When Jiangchen approached Nanbei Taixing, fear immediately appeared in Nanbei Taixing's eyes. This young man, whom he once looked down upon, had completely grown up and was now high and mighty. Nanbei family patriarch, I, Xianxia, have promised the northern and southern dynasties that I will ensure the safety of Nanbei family. You can continue to live in East Xuanyu in peace, and no one will dare to go against you. Xianxia said. Hearing this, the people of Nanbei family couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, what everyone couldn't understand was that Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties were obviously mortal enemies, yet the northern and southern dynasties were already dead. In that case, with Xianxia's style of doing things, he should have annihilated Nanbei family. But now, he had to agree to the request of the northern and southern dynasties to protect Nanbei family. This was too incomprehensible. Of course, they didn't need to understand. This was what Xianxia wanted to do himself. Although the northern and southern dynasties are dead, they will welcome a new life. This is his soul. I've already erased his memory. Bring it back and let him be reborn into Nanbei family. And this monarch's sword, take good care of it. It might see the light of day again one day. And the remains of the northern and southern dynasties, take them back and give them a proper burial. As Xianxia spoke, he directly handed the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties, their souls, and the monarch's sword to Nanbei Taixing. What's going on? Why did young Master Xianxia's temperament suddenly change so much? Shouldn't he be annihilating Nanbei family after killing the northern and southern dynasties? Now, not only does he want to give the northern and southern dynasties a chance to be reborn, but he also wants to ensure the safety of Nanbei family. This doesn't seem like his style. Yeah, I wonder what young Master Jiang is thinking. Don't speak. What do you guys know? Young Master Jiang naturally has his own reasons for doing this. The people of Great Qian Empire were also at a loss. Based on their understanding of Xianxia had never left a way out for his enemies. He would always cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Normally, even if he didn't annihilate Nanbei family, he would never give the northern and southern dynasties a chance to be reborn. As a matter of fact, Xianxia also had the same thought before the battle with the northern and southern dynasties. He wanted to kill the northern and southern dynasties and annihilate Nanbei family. However, at the moment when his longsword shattered the vitality of the northern and southern dynasties, he suddenly felt that without the northern and southern dynasties in this world, it was as if he had lost a part of his life. It was a feeling of mutual appreciation. Xianxia knew that he and the northern and southern dynasties were actually the same kind of people. They all wanted to conquer the world and sweep away all obstacles. Xianxia felt that if it wasn't for the arrangement of fate, he and the northern and southern dynasties might have become good friends. However, fate made a fool out of people. The two of them were destined to be enemies. Moreover, they were old enemies. Since they were enemies, one of them must die. With the death of the northern and southern dynasties, in order to make up for the regret in his heart, Xianxia gave him a chance to be reborn. In this way, Xianxia's heart wouldn't be lonely. He erased all the memories of the souls of the northern and southern dynasties. When the northern and southern dynasties were reborn, they would be a new person. They would have nothing to do with their previous lives. At that time, without his obstruction, the northern and southern dynasties might really be able to shine and become the main characters. De Huangdog and Yan Shenyu didn't speak. They knew what Xianxia was thinking and a regret in Xianxia's heart. He was a sentient person, and it was precisely because of this that Xianxia was bestowed with a unique charm, making them willing to follow Xianxia. Therefore, no matter what Xianxia wanted to do, no matter how he wanted to deal with the grudges between him and the northern and southern dynasties, they would choose to support Xianxia. Nanbei Taixing suddenly had the urge to cry. He stretched out his trembling hands and received the corpses of the northern and southern dynasties, the soul crystal ball, and the monarch's sword. From this moment onwards, all the grudges between Nanbei family and Xianxia were written off. Furthermore, with Xianxia's current strength, he was no longer someone that the northern and southern dynasties could afford to provoke. It was already thanks to the blessing of the northern and southern dynasties that Nanbei family was able to survive this time. Thank you, young Master Jiang. We, Nanbei Taixing, will remember this kindness. I, Nanbei Taixing, swear to the heavens that from now on, Nanbei family will never be enemies with the Great Qian Empire, nor will we be enemies with young Master Jiang. Nanbei Taixing said solemnly. Then, he led the members of Nanbei family away and disappeared from the sky above Genius Prefecture. Young Master Jiang, I, Yang Yu, represent the millions of people in the Great Qian Empire to thank young Master Jiang for your kindness. Yang Yu walked to the front of Jiang Chen and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. The higher-ups behind him also did the same. They were all high and mighty figures, but in front of Jiang Chen, they were nothing. In their hearts, the kindness that Jiang Chen had done for the Great Qian Empire was higher than the heavens. It was not something that could be repaid with a mere bow. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. Sooner or later, there will be a decision between me and the Northern and Southern dynasties. Today, by killing the Northern and Southern dynasties, I have fulfilled a long-cherished wish of mine. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to help Yang Yu up. He was very clear that even if the Great Qian Empire didn't suffer today, the decisive battle between him and the Northern and Southern dynasties would happen sooner or later. Brother Chen, how are your injuries? Yan Qinyu walked to the front of Jiang Chen and saw that one of Jiang Chen's arms was blown to pieces. She asked with great concern. I'm fine. My injuries can recover easily. How about you? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Yan Qinyu. He knew that Yan Qinyu had been worrying about him during this period of time. I'm fine. My injuries aren't serious. I'm going to go into seclusion. Very soon, I will be able to break through to the immortal sovereign realm. Yan Qinyu said. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised at all that Yan Qinyu wanted to break through to the immortal sovereign realm. He and the Northern and Southern dynasties were already at the same level. Now that the Northern and Southern dynasties had broken through to the immortal sovereign realm, Yan Qinyu wouldn't be far from it. I'm also going to break through to the half-step sovereign realm. I've gained a lot from the decisive battle with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Killing the Northern and Southern dynasties is equivalent to kicking out the biggest obstacle in my path. In this way, my thoughts will be clear and I can break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Jiang Chen said. The harvest this time was indeed great. He and the Northern and Southern dynasties would obtain great benefits if they didn't die. De Huang, Xiaoyu, and I will enter the 33rd level later. You guard the outside first. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog. Don't worry. De Huang Dog nodded. At this moment, 3 or 4 incomparably tyrannical chi waves suddenly drifted from the sky, arriving above Genius Prefecture in the blink of an eye. Then, 4 silhouettes appeared. The 4 of them had incomparably powerful cultivation base. The leader was an old man whose cultivation base had reached the terrifying 4th grade Great Sovereign realm. Beside him were a 3rd grade Great Sovereign and 2 2nd grade Great Sovereigns. In the entire ethereal immortal domain, apart from the immortal court, it was afraid that there wouldn't be a second power with such a powerful lineup. For God's sake, the people of the immortal court are very well informed. They know that you have returned so quickly. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Not only that, they also know that their people were killed by you and me. This time, they have sent a 4th grade Great Sovereign. It seems like they are taking this matter seriously. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen would definitely show a worried expression when a 4th grade Great Sovereign came. He would definitely turn around and run away. But now, Jiang Chen had no intention of running away. De Huang Dog's strength had reached the peak of 2nd grade Great Sovereign realm. He was only a step away from advancing to the 3rd grade Great Sovereign realm. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it would be a piece of cake for him to fight against an ordinary 4th grade Great Sovereign. Therefore, the 4 people sent by the Immortal Court couldn't pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, boy. Hurry up and kneel to your death. Someone had already locked onto Jiang Chen and yelled furiously. Not good. It's the people of the Immortal Court. What a powerful expert. Mother ****. This Immortal Court is really relentless. They are going all out against young Master Jiang. This is bad. The opponent's strength is too strong. Not to mention that young Master Jiang is seriously injured. I'm afraid that he won't be a match for them even if he's in his peak state. For a moment, the crowd of Great Qian Empire became restless again. Each of their faces revealed a worried expression. After all, the opponent was too strong. They couldn't help but worry. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. This wave was much more powerful than the previous one. Xianxia could kill the northern and southern dynasties, but he couldn't deal with the immortal court. Now that a fourth great sovereign had appeared, the people of Great Qian Empire knew that the grudge between Xianxia and the immortal court would never end until one of them was dead. The immortal court had always wanted to kill Xianxia, but they couldn't find a chance to do so. Now that Xianxia had finally shown up, the immortal court wouldn't give Xianxia any chance to escape. That's why they sent a fourth great sovereign to kill Xianxia. De Huang, I'll leave this to you. Don't disturb me and Xiaoyu's advancement. Xianxia said to De Huang Dog. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of clowns. De Huang Dog didn't care at all. If it was in the past, he might be worried about a fourth great sovereign. But now, a fourth great sovereign was nothing in his eyes. Moreover, the fourth great sovereign in front of him had just advanced to the fourth great sovereign realm. De Huang Dog's cultivation base was already at the peak of second great sovereign realm, and he could advance to the third great sovereign realm anytime. Therefore, even though it was difficult for De Huang Dog to kill a fourth great sovereign, he had no problem suppressing a fifth great sovereign. Unless a fifth great sovereign like Feng Jingyang appeared, only then could De Huang Dog be suppressed. Xiaoyu, let's go. Xianxia tore a hole in the Zulong Tower, and entered the 33rd floor with Yanxinyu. With their current state, they could complete their advancement within an hour after entering the Zulong Tower. Seeing Xianxia and Yanxinyu suddenly disappear, the great sovereigns of the immortal court's facial expression changed drastically. The third great sovereign didn't say anything and stretched out his hand to grab the place where Xianxia disappeared. In their opinion, Xianxia was planning to escape. This time, they came prepared. Their goal was to kill Xianxia. How could they give him the chance to escape? Therefore, the third great sovereign decisively took action and sealed the entire void. De Huang Dog moved. His dog head flickered with golden light and slammed into the giant palm formed by the third great sovereign. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The void in that area was instantly shattered. At the same time, the giant palm was also shattered. The powerful attack of a third great sovereign was easily blocked by De Huang Dog. Everyone was amazed. Amazing. De Huang Dog is getting more and more terrifying. Looks like our previous worries were unnecessary. That's right. Previously, we were still worried if Xianxia was a match for the northern and southern dynasties. However, we neglected the terrifying strength of De Huang Dog. I'm afraid that the northern and southern dynasties are no match for him. Let's see. Xianxia must have gone into seclusion to cultivate. I wonder if De Huang Dog can withstand the great sovereigns of the immortal court. What a powerful dog. De Huang Dog's attack immediately attracted the attention of the experts of the immortal court. This dog's hands are also stained with the blood of our immortal court. Let's kill him first. I have sealed the entire void here. Xianxia won't be able to escape. The fourth great sovereign said. His tone was incomparably confident. It seemed like he was certain that he could defeat Xianxia and De Huang Dog. He had already made sufficient preparations before coming here. This dog is already a second-grade demon sovereign. Let me kill him. The third great sovereign who attacked earlier shook his chi and lunged at De Huang Dog again. De Huang Dog grew a pair of wings on his back. He turned into a ray of lightning and soared to the sky. An unparalleled might of a great sovereign was unleashed. His eyes sparkled with golden light. His entire body was filled with a majestic aura. A third great sovereign was nothing in his eyes. Damned dog, how dare you go against the immortal court again and again, killing our geniuses and elders. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. The third great sovereign said in an incomparably domineering manner. His murderous intent soared to the sky. It seemed like he was certain that he could defeat De Huang Dog. After all, he was a third great sovereign. His powerful cultivation base had given him great confidence. With such confidence, he did not put De Huang Dog in his eyes at all. Unfortunately, those who underestimated De Huang Dog had always ended up in a miserable state. This third great sovereign was no exception. Go to hell. De Huang Dog flapped his wings without saying a word. His majestic body instantly turned into a ray of dazzling golden light. Lightning flashed on his head. The dragon horn on his glabella flickered as he lunged towards the third great sovereign. De Huangdog's speed was too fast. He arrived in front of his opponent in the blink of an eye. "You're courting death." The third great sovereign stretched out his big hand and slapped De Huangdog's head. Obviously, this third great sovereign did not know the true terror of De Huangdog. Just like the others, he thought that De Huangdog was stupid enough to attack with his head. Whether it was a human or a demon beast, the head was the most vulnerable part. Attacking with one's head was no different from courting death. Kong, the third great sovereign's palm fiercely slapped De Huangdog's head. It should be said that De Huangdog's head slammed into the third great sovereign's palm. Because the result was very miserable. The violent energy tore the void apart. Under the impact of De Huangdog's head, the third great sovereign's arm was shattered and turned into a mist of blood. What? The third great sovereign's facial expression changed drastically. He exclaimed as he felt the intense pain from his broken arm. He looked at De Huangdog as if he was looking at a ghost. For a great sovereign, losing an arm wasn't a serious injury. It wasn't difficult for a great sovereign to regrow an arm. However, the shock in his heart had reached an extreme point. It was too shocking. He had never seen such a mighty head. More importantly, he was a third great sovereign. A dignified third great sovereign was no match for a second-grade demon sovereign. Not only was he not a match for the third great sovereign, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the third great sovereign. Oh my god, this dog's head is really heaven-defying. Have you guys forgotten that De Huangdog's strongest point is his head? It's like a divine weapon. However, I have never imagined that even a third great sovereign couldn't defeat him. He's getting more and more powerful. With De Huangdog here, it seems like it'll be difficult for the immortal court to kill Xianxia today. The people of the Great Qian Empire exclaimed. However, their emotions were different from the people of the immortal court. They were incomparably excited and pleased. Kaka, after gaining the upper hand, Big Yellow laughed maniacally and attacked again at the speed of lightning, not giving his opponent any chance to react at all. The dog head, which was shining brightly, once again shot toward his opponent like a rocket. I don't believe it. The third great sovereign was infuriated. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at De Huangdog's head. Facing the attack of the third great sovereign's sovereign weapon, De Huangdog grinned. There was no longer any fear on his face, but excitement. De Huangdog didn't even change his attacking method when facing his opponent's combat sword. He was still using his invincible dog head to ram his way forward, which was very frightening. Countless spectators couldn't help but grin, guessing how hard this dog's head was. Putting aside the fact that it had to withstand the opponent's fist, now it had to withstand the opponent's combat sword. One should know that it was a sovereign weapon. No one knew how terrifying De Huangdog's head was. As a matter of fact, De Huangdog's head itself was a divine weapon. As his cultivation base continued to increase, his head became more and more terrifying. To put it bluntly, De Huangdog's head was much more powerful than any ordinary great sovereign weapon. At least, it was more powerful than the third great sovereign's combat sword. There was no doubt about it. Moreover, De Huangdog's head shone brighter after this collision. The dragon horn on his head stretched out, flickering with crackling lightning. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter. Clang. Under the gaze of countless people, De Huangdog's head collided with the sovereign weapon's combat sword. A shocking scene appeared once again. The unparalleled sovereign weapon didn't leave a scratch on the dog's head. Instead, it couldn't withstand the impact of the dog's head. The combat sword flew out of the third great sovereign's hand. That wasn't all. The combat sword was sent flying, and the third great sovereign's remaining hand that was holding the sword was almost shattered, blood spurting out from his mouth. Bang. De Huangdog struck again with lightning speed, not giving his opponent any chance to react. This time, the dog's head collided with the third great sovereign's head. The consequences were imaginable. The poor third great sovereign didn't even have the time to scream before he was killed by De Huangdog. Asterisk hua, asterisk countless uproars were heard. Whether it was the people of the great Qian Empire or the immortal court, all of them widened their eyes. The scene just now was like a dream. It was too shocking. Bastard. The fourth great sovereign couldn't help but curse. Endless anger gushed out from his body. He was both shocked and furious. He was shocked because he had never thought that this dog would be this terrifying. One should know that the dog was a third great sovereign of the immortal court. What kind of concept was a third great sovereign? Even if he couldn't defeat the dog, it wouldn't be a problem to escape. Who would have thought that a third great sovereign wouldn't even have the chance to escape? He was infuriated because he saw a third great sovereign being killed right in front of his eyes. He didn't even have the chance to help. This dog was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. As a matter of fact, there was a huge gap between the third great sovereign and Big Yellow. It was normal for the third great sovereign to be killed by him. Of the third great sovereign was third grade death. The great sovereign's death, third grade sovereign. Dog sovereign. If he didn't underestimate his enemy, the third great sovereign wouldn't have died so easily. If the third great sovereign didn't put Da Huang Dog in his eyes and chose not to fight against Da Huang Dog, it wouldn't be hard for him to keep his life. Similarly, if the fourth great sovereign wasn't too confident in the experts of the immortal court, and didn't look down on Da Huang Dog, he wouldn't have had the chance to help. Elder Feng, this dog is too powerful. It's not easy to deal with him. A second great sovereign said with an extremely ugly expression. When they first arrived, they were in high spirits and didn't put Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog in their eyes. But now, all of their confidence was shattered. Even a third great sovereign was instantly killed by Da Huang Dog, let alone him. With his second great sovereign cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to survive if he were to rush forward. Let me kill him. Elder Feng's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and stood opposite of Da Huang Dog. At this moment, other than anger, Elder Feng was also feeling a little regretful. He regretted letting the third great sovereign take action himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. One should know that the immortal court had spent countless resources to nurture a third great sovereign. The death of a third great sovereign was an unimaginable loss. Damn dog, you will pay a hefty price for what you have done. Elder Feng said. Price? What price? Do you think you can kill Master Dog? I'll let you have a taste of Master Dog's invincible universe enchanting fart. Da Huang Dog said and turned his body, aiming his fat butt at Elder Feng. Elder Feng's eyes widened when he saw Da Huang Dog's action. He was dumbfounded. But shortly after, Elder Feng was enraged. In his point of view, Big Yellow's action of raising his butt high up to face him was a humiliation, a serious humiliation. What the hell is Da Huang doing? Yeah, what kind of move is that? Can't you tell? Da Huang is humiliating his opponent. It's not a move. The dog's head is already extraordinarily hard. Could it be that he can attack his butt too? That's hard to say. Da Huang Dog is a weirdo. What's impossible? What a pity. If it was someone who was really familiar with Big Yellow, he or she would definitely stay far away from this dog. It was impossible for them to be like Elder Feng and stand still behind Big Yellow's butt. This was simply courting death. Just when everyone thought that Big Yellow was just humiliating Elder Feng with this action, a sudden clap of thunder came from the clear sky. Asterisk boom, asterisk everyone was dumbfounded. They saw a mass of green air spurt out from Da Huang Dog's back door. Then, it exploded and turned into countless waves of air, like a tide. Poor Elder Feng. He was completely shrouded by the green wave without any warning. Asterisk blurg, asterisk Elder Feng vomited. F asterisk CK. Blurg. Motherf asterisk cur, Elder Feng vomited painfully and cursed loudly. This was the most painful thing in life. Da Huang Dog's enchanting fart could no longer be described as invincible. It was simply heaven-defying to the point that even a fourth great sovereign couldn't withstand it. Oh my god, there's such a move. Oh my, I can smell the smell of a bad sweet potato from so far away. This is terrible. A fourth-grade great sovereign's image was completely ruined by a fart. It's not easy for him to be in such a sorry state. The people of the Great Qian Empire were completely convinced. This De Huang dog could always bring them surprises. What a pity for a fourth-grade great sovereign. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a super strong airwave rushed out from Elder Feng's body. It carried almost all of the power of a fourth-grade great sovereign to disperse the green airflow. At this moment, Elder Feng's face was ghastly pale. There were still remnants of vomit at the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Perhaps only De Huang dog could make a fourth-grade great sovereign lose his composure like this. Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. Elder Feng was enraged. His body carried a violent energy as he lunged towards Big Yellow crazily. He was really angry. What was his identity and status? He had never been humiliated like this before. It was a great humiliation. Caca. Old man, isn't Master Dog's fart wonderful? De Huang dog laughed. He was fearless and rushed towards Elder Feng's attack with his dog head. That King fart didn't cause any harm to Elder Feng. Of course, De Huang dog didn't expect to kill a fourth-grade great sovereign with just a fart. It was unrealistic. De Huang dog had already achieved his goal as long as he could disgust his opponent. Asterisk rumble, asterisk once again, Big Yellow's head collided with Elder Feng's head violently. A shocking scene happened again. No one knew how hard Big Yellow's head was, but Elder Feng's fourth-grade great sovereign cultivation base couldn't hurt him at all. Of course, Elder Feng couldn't hurt De Huang dog. It wasn't easy for De Huang dog to hurt Elder Feng either. After all, there was a fundamental difference between a third-grade great sovereign and a fourth-grade great sovereign. Although great sovereigns were divided into 9 levels, there were also high, middle and low levels. First-grade great sovereign to third-grade great sovereign belonged to the low level, 4th grade to 6th grade great sovereign belonged to the middle level, 7th grade to 9th grade great sovereign belonged to the high level. The leap from 3rd grade great sovereign to 4th grade great sovereign was equivalent to the leap from low to high level. One could imagine the difference between them. Therefore, De Huang dog could easily kill a 3rd grade great sovereign, but it was extremely difficult for him to kill a 4th grade great sovereign. Of course, with De Huang dog's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight evenly with a 4th grade great sovereign like Elder Feng. In other words, as long as De Huang dog was here, it would be almost impossible for Elder Feng to kill Jiang Chen. Unless a powerful 5th grade great sovereign appeared, it would be useless even if Elder Feng and the others came. In the sky, the figures of Elder Feng and De Huang dog were intertwining with each other. They were constantly colliding and killing each other. Sparks were flying in all directions. Huge black holes appeared in the void. Horrifying airwaves kept gushing out from the black holes, causing the sky above Genius Prefecture to look like the end of the world. The people of the Great Qian Empire were dumbfounded. They had never seen such an exciting battle scene in their lives. Everyone was shocked by De Huang dog's ferocity. Too ferocious. He's too ferocious. This dog is simply heaven-defying. Even a 4th grade great sovereign can't do anything to him. One is more abnormal than the other. The Immortal Court has never gained any advantage in the hands of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. That's right. Many of their geniuses and elders have died. Just now, a 3rd grade great sovereign was killed by De Huang dog. They have suffered a great loss. If Jiang Chen and De Huang dog continue to grow without any limit, I'm afraid that the Immortal Court won't even have the chance to take revenge. They might even face a great crisis. It's not impossible. Jiang Chen has created too many miracles. When he first entered Genius Prefecture, he was just a small figure, an outer sect disciple. Who would have thought that he has grown to such an extent in such a short period of time? He has saved Great Qian Empire several times in a row. That's right. The people of Great Qian Empire sighed. When Jiang Chen was recruited by Yang Bufan into Genius Prefecture, who would have thought that the unknown outer sect disciple would have such great achievements in such a short period of time? The fierce battle continued. The battle between De Huang dog and Elder Feng had reached its climax for half an hour, but there was still no winner. At this time, Elder Feng was showing signs of weakness, while De Huang dog was getting more and more courageous. His qi was even stronger than before. If the battle went on like this, Elder Feng was afraid that she wouldn't be a match for De Huang dog. How can this dog be so terrifying? We can't go on like this. We're here to kill Jiang Chen today, but Elder Feng is being obstructed by a dog. Jiang Chen is nowhere to be found, and we've lost a third-grade great sovereign. The second-grade great sovereign who had been watching the battle said gloomily. It seems like we have to do something. Another person said. What are you going to do? That person asked. Now that Elder Feng is entangled with De Huang dog and Jiang Chen is hiding, we might as well attack the people of Great Qian Empire and force Jiang Chen out. I don't think that's a good idea. We are the people of Immortal Court after all. We represent the Immortal Court. Isn't this inappropriate? We can't care about that now. We must kill Jiang Chen today. We can't give him any more chances to grow. After a discussion, the two second-grade great sovereigns decided to attack the people of Great Qian Empire. Although it would damage the reputation and image of the Immortal Court, they had no other choice in order to force Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen, if you don't come out, we will attack the people of Great Qian Empire. One of the second-grade great sovereigns yelled. Mother **Ker. The great sovereigns of the Immortal Court are too shameless to use us to force Jiang Chen. Someone immediately cursed. The actions of the Immortal Court were indeed infuriating. It seems that Jiang Chen is determined not to come out. In that case, I will personally kill the Emperor of Great Qian Empire first. The second-grade great sovereign's face revealed a ruthless expression. His eyes instantly locked onto Yang Yu. Without giving Yang Yu any chance to react, a terrifying big hand was about to grab him. Not good. Yang Yu knew that the situation was not good. His face instantly turned incomparably pale. Under the pressure of a second-grade great sovereign, he couldn't even move his body. Just a trace of the opponent's qi was enough to completely control him. It was a gap that couldn't be bridged. Yang Yu was almost certain that as long as the big hand pressed down on him, he would definitely die. He wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Kong Long, just when Yang Yu had fallen into despair, an explosion was heard. Then, everyone saw Jiang Chen appearing in front of him. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw accurately collided with the big hand formed by the second-grade great sovereign. Under Jiang Chen's attack, the palm that originally possessed an extremely strong offensive power was completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's attack. Dang dang dang. The second-grade great sovereign was affected by the powerful energy and was forced to take a dozen steps back before he managed to stabilize his body. Barf. The second-grade great sovereign spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale and ugly. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. It's Jiang Chen. My God. It has only been half an hour and his cultivation base has become even stronger. Half-step sovereign. Jiang Chen has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Isn't this speed a little too heaven-defying? Amazing. Jiang Chen is simply the incarnation of miracles. He has been creating miracles continuously. Now that Jiang Chen has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, these two second-grade great sovereigns are no match for Jiang Chen. The people of the Great Qian Empire were excited again. Jiang Chen had just annihilated the northern and southern dynasties. In less than half an hour, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Look, Lady Yan has also advanced to the great sovereign realm. Yeah. Lady Yan is the reincarnation of Empress Ninine. She's in existence on the same level as the northern and southern dynasties. It's no surprise that she has advanced to the great sovereign realm. It's our Great Qian Empire's fortune to be able to befriend Jiang Chen and Lady Yan. The people of the Great Qian Empire who had survived the calamity worshipped Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu like gods. In the hearts of the people of the Great Qian Empire, Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu were unsurpassable. Yang Yu secretly wiped off his cold sweat. His eyes were filled with endless gratitude when he looked at Jiang Chen. The situation just now was too dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, he would have died for sure. Now, he felt like he had just passed by the gates of hell, and he still had lingering fears. The two of you, don't attack Xianxia. That brat has already become a half-martial emperor. You two are no match for him. Seeing Xianxia appear, Elder Feng, who was fighting with De Huang Dog, hurriedly reminded him loudly. Elder Feng made the best choice by reminding Xianxia at this moment. The current situation was very obvious. After Xianxia advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, he was an existence that no one could fight against. At least, he wasn't someone that the two second-grade great sovereigns could fight against. If the two second-grade great sovereigns wanted to kill Xianxia, they would only be killed by Xianxia in an instant. There was no doubt about that. At that moment, Elder Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He had volunteered to kill Xianxia and a Huang Dog this time. He had thought that it would be a done deal, but he had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. Both of them were more terrifying than the other. Even if he were to take action, he could not even deal with a dog. A talisman appeared in Elder Feng's hand and was instantly crushed by him. That was a signaling talisman. Elder Feng had begun to ask for help from even more terrifying experts in the immortal world. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to ask for help. A fourth-grade great sovereign was completely useless against Xianxia and a Huang Dog. Brother Xianxia, the elder of the immortal court, has begun to call for more powerful experts. You and De Huang should leave this place quickly, said Yang Yu hastily. He had already predicted today's situation. The grudge between the immortal court and Xianxia was too deep. It wasn't easy for them to find out that Xianxia had appeared. The immortal court would never let go of this opportunity to kill Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's growth was too fast. If he wasn't killed as soon as possible, there would be endless troubles in the future. Even the current Xianxia had become a disaster. From Yang Yu's point of view, although Xianxia and De Huang Dog were terrifying, they were only a half-step sovereign and a second-grade demon sovereign respectively. Such strength was nothing to the immortal court. If a fifth-grade great sovereign appeared in the immortal court, Xianxia wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The grudge between me and the immortal court will be settled sooner or later. If I leave now, the immortal court will definitely vent their anger on Great Qian Empire. At that time, they might use Great Qian Empire to threaten me, just like how the northern and southern dynasties did. In that case, it's better to settle this once and for all. Xianxia spoke. In the past, he wasn't worried that the immortal court would attack Great Qian Empire. After all, the immortal court also cared about their reputation. However, the second-grade great sovereign who wanted to kill the emperor of Great Qian Empire had made Xianxia understand the immortal court's determination to kill him. In order to get rid of him, the immortal court might disregard his dignity and reputation. In that case, Great Qian Empire would suffer a disaster because of him. This wasn't something that Xianxia wanted to see. Instead of that, it was better to settle this once and for all. The immortal court would definitely send out more powerful figures later. Xianxia didn't know how to deal with them, but he used the great divination art to predict that there would be a great turning point today. Therefore, he might as well make use of this opportunity to make a decision with the immortal court. No matter what the final result would be, at least he and Great Qian Empire would be separated. Now that the northern and southern dynasties were dead, Nanbei family could be considered to have gone into hiding. As long as the immortal court didn't take action, Great Qian Empire would stand alone in East Xuanyu without any danger. Little Qinzi. Yang Bufan came to Jiangchen's side. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jiangchen with a wave of his hand. King Fan, there's no need to say anything. I have already made up my mind. You and I are brothers. There's no need to be polite. Ai. Yang Bufan let out a sigh and no longer spoke. He knew Jiangchen's character too well. Since he had already made up his mind, Jiangchen would never change his mind. Yang Bufan knew that everyone in Great Qian Empire knew that Jiangchen could choose to leave at this moment, but he didn't. All of this was for Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan felt that it was worth it to have such a brother in his life. Not long after that, a figure appeared in the sky above Genius Prefecture like a gust of wind. It was an old man who seemed to be in his 60s. His black beard was very long, fluttering in the wind. He was wearing a white robe, giving off the feeling of an immortal. As soon as the old man appeared, the entire genius prefecture felt a strong pressure. Countless gazes looked over and landed on the old man. Fifth grade great sovereign. Xianxia thought to himself. This old man didn't look like a simple character. He was actually in existence at the same level as Feng Jingyang. Jiang and De Huang Dog couldn't fight against an expert of this level. Even a fifth grade great sovereign has come. What should we do next? AI. This is really worrying. Offending the immortal court isn't a joke. There are too many great sovereigns in the immortal court. I hope Jiangchen can turn misfortune into fortune. The emergence of a fifth grade great sovereign had caused everyone to worry. The situation had become tense again. Seeing the arrival of the old man, Elder Feng immediately left De Huang Dog and approached the old man. Elder Wu, this dog is too powerful. He has already killed one of our third grade great sovereigns. Even I am no match for him. I have no choice but to ask Elder Wu for help. Elder Feng clasped his fists and said. He couldn't help but blush when he said that he was no match for Jiangchen. This was an incomparably shameful thing to say, but there was nothing he could do about it because it was the truth. I know. Elder Wu nodded, looking rather indifferent. His name was Wu Yuanyang. He had a great reputation in the immortal court. He was high and mighty. Wu Yuanyang's gaze fell on De Huang Dog and Jiangchen. His eyes were a little cold, almost without concealing his killing intent. Jiangchen, follow me obediently to the immortal court to receive your punishment. I don't want to get involved in this. Wu Yuanyang said faintly. He looked down from above, judging everyone with the attitude of a superior. From his point of view, the fate of Jiangchen and De Huang Dog was completely in his hands. There was no room for them to resist. It was already a great honor for Jiangchen and De Huang Dog to have him personally come forward. After listening to Wu Yuanyang's words, Jiangchen couldn't help but sneer. Kid, what are you laughing at? Wu Yuanyang looked at Jiangchen. I'm laughing at your strong sense of superiority. Your immortal court has always put yourself high and mighty, but in the eyes of Jiangchen, you guys are nothing. The enmity between us started in the Golden Horizon. But at that time, when your geniuses wanted to kill me, am I not allowed to resist? Do you think that only the lives of the people of the immortal court are important and my life isn't? There is no such logic in the immortal world. I naturally have to resist when you guys want to kill me. You guys failed to kill me and were killed by me instead. This only shows that you guys are not strong enough. Jiangchen said loudly. Even though he was facing a fifth grade great sovereign, he wasn't afraid at all. Brat, I'm not here to listen to your excuses and nonsense. I don't like people who haggle. I'll give you one last chance. Do you choose to go to the immortal court with me and accept your punishment, or die in my hands immediately? It's your choice. Wu Yuanyang said in an incomparably domineering manner. Given his status, he wouldn't even bother to deal with a half-step sovereign. If it wasn't because Jiangchen and De Huang Dog were too difficult to deal with, he wouldn't have appeared here. Choice? I, Jiangchen, have no choice. My life is in my own hands. I will not be manipulated by the immortal court. Even if you are a fifth grade great sovereign, I will still fight with my life. Jiangchen's tone was calm, but there was an unshakable determination in it. The immortal court had made a mistake by trying to manipulate and control Jiangchen's fate. Kid, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I won't be courteous. Wu Yuanyang didn't want to waste any more of his breath. A strong wave of qi was unleashed from his body, carrying the strong aura of a great sovereign. Suddenly, he reached out a huge palm, which immediately turned into a peerless cage, shrouding Jiangchen. This was a prison created by a fifth grade great sovereign. It could even trap the void, let alone a half-step sovereign like Jiangchen. That was an unparalleled power. With Jiangchen's current strength, even if he were to use his dragon transformation, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Rumble, at this moment, another huge hand appeared in the void. This time, it was a scarlet golden hand. It struck the cage that Wu Yuanyang had conjured and destroyed it completely. Jiangchen heaved a sigh of relief. He'd used the great divination art to predict that there would be a turn for the better today. That was why he'd chosen to confront Wu Yuanyang. Who's there? Wu Yuanyang yelled. His expression changed slightly. To be able to appear here without a sound and destroy his attack in one move, the newcomer must be a powerful figure. Wu Yuanyang, have you discussed this with me, Feng Jingyang, before you punish my disciple? A voice as loud as a bell rang out from the void. After that, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man walked out of the void as if he was taking a stroll in a park. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Jiang Chen. The newcomer's bearing and aura were not any weaker than Wu Yuanyang. He might even be stronger than Wu Yuanyang. Master. Jiang Chen hastily cupped his fists when he saw the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than the hall master of the Dragon Hall, Feng Jingyang. Feng Jingyang nodded. He was worried about Jiang Chen coming alone this time because he'd already known about the grudge between Jiang Chen and the three immortal courts. He was sure that the immortal courts would take action. That's why he hurried over. Coincidentally, Wu Yuanyang was about to kill Jiang Chen. Feng Jingyang naturally had to take action given his protective nature. Who is this? I think he's Jiang Chen's master. He's so powerful. He's also a powerful 5th-grade great sovereign. Mother *Ker. There are more and more experts here. I've never seen so many experts in my life. No wonder Jiang Chen chose to stay. He doesn't even care about a 5th-grade great sovereign. It turns out that he has such a powerful backer. I wonder where Jiang Chen has been all this time. The people of the Great Qian Empire couldn't help but be shocked by Feng Jingyang's appearance. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. It would be extremely difficult for the immortal courts to kill Jiang Chen now that he had such a powerful backer and helper. Feng Jingyang, this is the grudge between the immortal courts and Jiang Chen. I advise you not to get involved. Wu Yuanyang said with a frown. Feng Jingyang wasn't someone to be trifled with. His fiery temper was well known in the immortal world. No one would be willing to provoke Feng Jingyang even if they were at the same level. Get involved? Jiang Chen is my disciple, a genius disciple of the Fengqi Immortal Court's Dragon Hall. You can punish him as you wish. Who gave you the right to do so? Are you looking down on the Fengqi Immortal Court? Feng Jingyang harumphed coldly. He was standing here today. If anyone dared to hurt Jiang Chen, he would lose his position as the hall master of the Dragon Hall. He would also lose his reputation. Feng Jingyang, are you sure you want to get into a conflict with the three immortal courts just for a mere Jiang Chen? Wu Yuanyang said while gritting his teeth. He already knew that Jiang Chen had joined the Fengqi Immortal Court, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen would receive such great attention. Even Feng Jingyang had to personally come and protect him. Wu Yuanyang wanted to take action immediately, but he knew that Feng Jingyang wasn't an easy opponent. Even if there were two of him, it would be a miracle if they could fight against Feng Jingyang. So what if it's not a good thing? Let me tell you, Wu Yuanyang. Whoever dares to touch my disciple, I will kill him. What the *CK? Awesome. Jiang Chen's master is really hot-tempered. Haha. He's as awesome as Senior Xiao Wangqing. It turns out that Jiang Chen has joined the immortal court of Fengqi Immortal Domain. He's a great backer. With him here today, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult for Wu Yuanyang to kill Jiang Chen. Let's see. With Fengqi Immortal Court as his backer, Jiang Chen won't be that easy to kill. We don't need to worry at all. We can just stand here and watch the show. Feng Jingyang's tyrannical strength had almost blinded the eyes of the people of Great Qian Empire. Wasn't he a little too overbearing, like disciple, like master? Now that he had such a powerful master protecting him, it would be difficult for anyone to touch Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, who was standing beside Feng Jingyang, grinned. This was the first time he saw Feng Jingyang's overbearing strength. He had to admit that Jiang Chen really liked Feng Jingyang's character. Moreover, Feng Jingyang stood out to protect him at such a crucial moment. This filled Jiang Chen's heart with endless gratitude. This alone was enough to show that Feng Jingyang had truly treated him as one of his own. Feng Jingyang, you're talking big. Can you stop us if we want to kill Jiang Chen today? At this moment, another tyrannical chi wave appeared from afar. Needless to say, another powerful expert had arrived. A total of 7 to 8 figures appeared out of thin air. These people were obviously divided into two camps. There were two fifth-grade great sovereigns among them. Miluo Immortal Court's Huang Qingzhong, Radiance Immortal Domain's Li Shengyun. So many of you have joined forces to bully my disciple. Don't you have any shame? Feng Jingyang looked at the newcomers and said snappily. Even though there were three fifth-grade great sovereigns, Feng Jingyang's face didn't show the slightest bit of fear. There weren't many people in this world that could make him afraid. Motherf asterisk Ker. The experts of Miluo Immortal Court and Radiance Immortal Court are here too. They want to kill Jiang Chen. With so many great sovereigns, the situation is going to be out of control. Since the establishment of our genius prefecture, there has never been so many experts. Today's scene is enough to be recorded in the history of Great Qian Empire. There are too many experts, and all of them have come for Jiang Chen. I wonder how Feng Jingyang will deal with them. With the arrival of the experts of the Miluo Immortal Court and the Radiance Immortal Court, the situation that had just eased up immediately became extremely tense. Worry once again emerged in the hearts of the people. Today was destined to be an unprecedented drama. As for what would happen next, no one dared to predict. Based on the changes in the current situation, anything could happen next. It was even possible that more experts would appear. With so many great emperors, it was extremely difficult to even see one on a normal day. Now that there were so many great emperors, they felt numb. Feng Jingyang, Jiang Chen must die today. None of us from the three immortal courts will be able to save him. Li Shengyun said domineeringly as soon as he appeared. Although Huang Qingzhong didn't say anything, his unyielding attitude had made everything clear. None of the experts that they had sent to the demonic immortal island had returned, and all of this was related to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was hiding in the Fengqi Immortal Court, they might not be able to do anything to him. After all, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't just go to the Fengqi Immortal Court to ask for him. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen had appeared in eastern Xuanyu at this time, and even waged a duel with the northern and southern dynasties. It would be hard for people not to know about it. To the three major powers, this was a great opportunity to eliminate Jiang Chen. They had no reason to miss it, and they would never miss it. What a joke. With me here, no one can hurt Jiang Chen. Why don't the three of you join forces and give it a try? Feng Jingyang's qi was unparalleled. He was a ferocious madman. Judging from his appearance, he would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. 1 against 3. This reminded Jiang Chen of the scene where Xiao Wangqing fought against Li Wanye. History was always shockingly similar, but the characters that appeared were completely different. Xiao Wangqing and Li Wanye were only half-step sovereigns back then, but Feng Jingyang was far beyond their reach. Feng Jingyang, do you really want to fight? Huang Qingzhong said sternly. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you. A powerful airwave instantly surged out from Feng Jingyang's body, carrying boundless violent battle intent. It seemed like Feng Jingyang wouldn't be afraid even if he had to fight 3 against 1. Then let me see how powerful the legendary Feng Jingyang is. Li Shengyun was also a hot-tempered person. Murderous intent surged from his body as he charged towards Feng Jingyang. On the other side, Huang Qingzhong and Wu Yuanyang also made their move. The three of them joined forces and attacked Feng Jingyang from 3 different directions. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Feng Jingyang's name was known throughout the immortal world. The three of them knew that Feng Jingyang wasn't easy to deal with, so they chose to fight 3 against 1. Their goal was simple, to end the battle as soon as possible and eliminate Jiang Chen. 1 against 3. Why would I, Feng Jingyang, be afraid? Feng Jingyang was boundlessly violent. He immediately struck out magical images. Every image was like a world, carrying the power of the world, colliding with the 3 experts. Asterisk rumble, asterisk it was merely the first collision, but the void was completely destroyed. There had been too many battles today, and each one was more powerful than the last. As a result, countless cracks had appeared in the void above Genius Prefecture. It would take a few days for the cracks to recover. Countless gazes were looking at the sky. Feng Jingyang was fighting 3 against 1, yet he was not at a disadvantage at all. Feng Jingyang is really powerful. He's not at a disadvantage even when fighting 3 alone. De Huang Dog clicked his tongue. Jiang Chen was also infuriated. He had never seen Feng Jingyang fight before, so he did not expect Feng Jingyang to be this powerful. However, from the scene of the three experts attacking together, Li Xiangyun and the others must have known how powerful Feng Jingyang was. That was why they chose to fight 3 against 1 without any hesitation. They did not even care about their reputation. The violent battle waves came one after another. The battle had just begun, but it had already become extremely intense. It seemed that it was almost impossible to determine the outcome of the battle between the 4 of them in a short period of time. Although Feng Jingyang could fight 3 against 1, it was precisely because of this that he had lost the possibility of winning. At most, he could only fight to a draw. The 2 of you, block Feng Jingyang. I'll go kill Jiang Chen. Wu Yuanyang suddenly retreated from the battlefield and shouted at Li Xiangyun and Huang Qingzhong. Then, he charged towards Jiang Chen. Wu Yuanyang left the battlefield. Without any hesitation, he immediately launched a powerful attack towards Jiang Chen. Feng Jingyang's appearance showed them that Jiang Chen had a powerful backer, and also let them know that if they couldn't kill Jiang Chen today, it would be even more impossible to kill Jiang Chen in the future. Jiang Chen frowned. Wu Yuanyang was a 5th-grade great sovereign. With his current strength of a half-step sovereign, there was no way he could fight against Wu Yuanyang. Even with the help of Da Huang Dog, they were still no match for Wu Yuanyang. Although Feng Jingyang was powerful, he was entangled by the other 2 5th-grade great sovereigns. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to help Jian Wushuang. Just when Jiang Chen was about to enter the Zulong Tower helplessly, a gust of wind was set off in the void. Then, a giant palm as large as the sky appeared. Rather than a palm, it was more like a sharp claw of a demon beast. The sharp claw had a radius of 100 zhang, as if a piece of heaven and earth was pressing down. Its imposing manner was too terrifying. No one knew how much energy this giant claw contained, enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas, enough to crush everything in the heavens and earth. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the moment the giant palm appeared, Wu Yuanyang's attack was completely destroyed. Countless people felt an enormous pressure. That was an extremely overbearing pressure, making them feel incomparably uncomfortable. Even Feng Jingyang and the other 2 who were fighting fiercely couldn't help but stop their movements. Their facial expression changed drastically. As a 5th-grade great sovereign, they had more experience than ordinary people. They knew that another powerful expert had appeared. This time, the person who appeared was much stronger than them. There were less than 20 people in the immortal world who possessed such a cultivation base. Needless to say, they were all 6th-grade great sovereigns, because those who surpassed the 6th-grade great sovereigns had already gone to the sovereign domain. Feng Jingyang and the other 2 were already feeling such enormous pressure, let alone Wu Yuanyang who bore the brunt of it. At this moment, Wu Yuanyang was completely shrouded by the sky-high giant claw. He felt like he had fallen into a prison of the heavens and earth. Even with his strength of a 5th-grade great sovereign, he couldn't move at all. Afterwards, under countless gazes, a mighty middle-aged man walked out. The man was dressed in grey feathered robes, and his face was filled with a domineering aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. Who is this? He's too strong, a 5th-grade great sovereign couldn't even move in his hands. There are more and more experts. I'm already completely numb to it. Jiang Chen has already far surpassed our imagination. The people he comes into contact with are even more beyond our imagination. This expert is obviously here to help Jiang Chen. There was Feng Jingyang, and now there's an even more powerful existence. Jiang Chen's backing is getting stronger and stronger. The people of the Great Qian Empire felt suffocated. Jiang Chen had brought too many miracles, one after another. They were already numb to such miracles. Even if a bigger miracle were to appear, they wouldn't be too shocked. Big brother. Jiang Chen's face revealed a bright smile when he saw the newcomer. He knew that with this person's arrival, all the problems would be easily solved. The person who came was none other than the famous Tianping Evil Emperor of the immortal world. Tianping Evil Emperor nodded at Jiang Chen, then shifted his gaze to Wu Yuanyang, Li Xiangyun and Huang Qingzhong who were under his control. It's Tianping Evil Emperor. He actually came to help Jiang Chen. Wu Yuanyang and the other 2's facial expression turned extremely ugly. If Feng Jingyang could still fight against him, then they were completely helpless against Tianping Evil Emperor. As for why Tianping Evil Emperor would help Jiang Chen, they knew it very well. Although the people of the Immortal Court had been annihilated, they had already found out everything that had happened in the demonic Immortal Island. The biggest news and focus in the demonic Immortal Island was undoubtedly the sworn brother relationship between Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor. They had never believed and were unwilling to accept this fact. After all, who was Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign? Why would Jiang Chen become sworn brothers with him? This was simply absurd. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, Jiang Chen, but now, it seemed that Tianping Evil Emperor, who rarely left the ocean, had personally appeared in Genius Prefecture to help Jiang Chen. This was enough to prove that the relationship between Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor wasn't ordinary. Humph. Tianping Evil Emperor harumphed coldly and withdrew his huge sharp claw. Wu Yuanyang staggered and almost fell from the sky due to the powerful impact. How dare you kill the sworn brother of Tianping Evil Emperor? Tianping Evil Emperor Ling Ling said, not putting Wu Yuanyang and the other two in his eyes. Let alone them, as long as Tianping Evil Emperor was in a bad mood, he wouldn't give face even if the three sovereign lords of the immortal courts came personally, let alone the three of them. Feng Jingyang, who was standing not far away, heaved a sigh of relief. A smile emerged on his face. He naturally knew that Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor were sworn brothers. Yu Huafan had already told him everything that had happened in the demonic Immortal Island. In the beginning, Feng Jingyang thought that Tianping Evil Emperor was just putting on a show. But now, it seemed that Tianping Evil Emperor really valued Jiang Chen. His attitude towards Wu Yuanyang and the other two was enough to explain everything. I'm Feng Jingyang of Fengqi Immortal Court. Greetings, Demon Sovereign. Feng Jingyang walked forward and clasped his fists at Tianping Evil Emperor. There weren't many people that he respected in the immortal world. Tianping Evil Emperor happened to be one of them. However, when Feng Jingyang introduced himself, he didn't mention that he was Jiang Chen's master. After all, the Demon Sovereign was Jiang Chen's sworn brother. Even if he was Jiang Chen's master, he couldn't say it out loud in front of the Demon Sovereign. It would mess up the seniority and he would be taking advantage of Tianping Evil Emperor. Feng Jingyang, I've heard of you. Not bad. Judging from your cultivation base, it won't take long for you to advance to the 6th grade Great Sovereign. Tianping Evil Emperor nodded at Feng Jingyang. Knowing that Feng Jingyang was here to help Jiang Chen, Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude towards Feng Jingyang was very good. Demon Sovereign, the grudge between Jiang Chen and the three immortal courts is deep-rooted. Since you're here today, why don't you help Jiang Chen and the three immortal courts to settle it once and for all? Feng Jingyang said. He knew that the only person who could resolve the grudge between Jiang Chen and the three immortal courts was probably Tianping Evil Emperor. Even Star Sovereign might not be able to do it. The sovereign lords of the three immortal courts might not give Star Sovereign face, but they would definitely give Tianping Evil Emperor face. Demon Sovereign, Jiang Chen has killed many people of our three immortal courts. If we don't take revenge for this, our three immortal courts will lose their face. I hope Demon Sovereign won't get involved in this. Wu Yuanyang said to Tianping Evil Emperor, not daring to be negligent. After listening to Wu Yuanyang's words, Tianping Evil Emperor harumphed coldly and looked at Wu Yuanyang with eyes full of disgust. The face of your immortal courts? Is the face of me, Tianping Evil Emperor, not a face? Jiang Chen is the sworn brother of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. Anyone who wants to kill him will be going against me. Not to mention the three of you, even if your sovereign lord comes here personally, he will have to give me some face. In this immortal world, no one dares to kill my brother. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign said. Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude was incomparably domineering. He didn't give any face to the three immortal courts. Tianping Evil Emperor was a hot-tempered man. He only cared about friendship. He didn't care about things that had nothing to do with him. Tianping Evil Emperor treated Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. The reason was very simple. Apart from having similar interests with Jiang Chen, it was also because of Jiang Chen's identity, the successor of Void Sovereign. How could Tianping Evil Emperor let the successor of his benefactor die? He would protect Jiang Chen even at the cost of his own life. Kid, did you see that? This is your biggest gain from the demonic immortal island. Da Huang Dog said in a low voice. Xianxia nodded. Da Huang Dog was right. His biggest gain from the demonic immortal island was not the vermilion bird divine blood, but his sworn brother, Tianping Evil Emperor. If it wasn't for Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, Xianxia really didn't know how to solve the situation today. He was very clear about the determination of the three immortal courts to kill him. He was afraid that only Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign could solve the problem. Moreover, he might need the help of Tianping Evil Emperor in the future. Xianxia was very clear that Star Sovereign's position in the immortal courts was deeply rooted. Even if Heaven's Sovereign returned, even if Heaven's Sovereign regained the ancient elephant bloodline, it would be extremely difficult for him to regain control of the immortal courts. Star Sovereign must be an experienced and astute person to be able to do this. How could he not leave a backup plan? Furthermore, how could a powerful 6th-grade Great Sovereign, a Sovereign Lord, be easy to deal with? Demon Sovereign, it's not a good thing for you to go against the three immortal courts for a puny Xianxia. I hope Demon Sovereign can think twice and not affect the relationship between the immortal courts and the demonic immortal island for an irrelevant person. Huang Qingzhong couldn't help but say after seeing Tianping Evil Emperor's resolute attitude. Relationship? What relationship does my demonic immortal island have with you? It's impossible for you to kill Xianxia. Also, if you want to talk, let the three sovereign lords come. Otherwise, I'll leave with Xianxia. Tianping Evil Emperor said. He was a truly arrogant person who looked down on the world. He didn't even put the sovereign lords of the immortal courts in his eyes. Wu Yuanyang and the other two looked at each other helplessly after seeing Tianping Evil Emperor's domineering attitude. Let the sovereign lords come. We don't have the qualifications to negotiate with Tianping Evil Emperor. If we offend him, he might just kill us. Wouldn't we die in vain? Li Shangyun said with a frown. That's right. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign is a famous person. We can't afford to offend him. His personality is eccentric and he never acts according to common sense. He's not someone we can afford to offend. If he really wants to attack us, only death awaits us. That's true. Huang Qingzhong nodded and agreed with Li Shangyun's words. They were indeed not qualified to go against a person like Tianping Evil Emperor. That's the only thing we can do now. I don't know what means this kid Xianxia used to become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor. He even made Tianping Evil Emperor leave the ocean to protect him. Judging from Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude, he won't make any concessions. So, we can only let the Sovereign Lord take action. Wu Yuanyang said, agreeing with their opinion. Feng Jingyang and the others might not care about it, but Tianping Evil Emperor was different. He was the pinnacle figure of the immortal world, a Sovereign Lord. Only the Sovereign Lord could stand on equal footing with Tianping Evil Emperor and have the qualifications to negotiate with Tianping Evil Emperor. Moreover, Xianxia's growth was too fast. His cultivation base was getting stronger and stronger. Such a strong enemy had already made the immortal court worried. So, they had to settle their grudges with Xianxia no matter what, even if they had to let the Sovereign Lord take action personally. Therefore, the three of them took out a messenger talisman at the same time. It was a special messenger talisman that had a specific direction. It was obviously meant to send a message to the Sovereign Lord. They are sending a message to the three Sovereign Lords. It seems like the three immortal courts are very determined to kill Xianxia. Feng Jingyang said worriedly. After all, they were three Sovereign Lords, not just one of them. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Humph. Not to mention the three Sovereign Lords, even if all 9 Sovereign Lords are here, I, Tianping Evil Emperor, wouldn't care. Who dares to kill my brother? Tianping Evil Emperor harumphed coldly. His qi had reached the extreme. It could be seen that this demon sovereign was going all out in order to protect Xianxia. What a powerful demon sovereign. So domineering. I know that this Tianping Evil Emperor is the island lord of the overseas demonic immortal island. I never thought that Xianxia could become sworn brothers with such a figure. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. That's right. I never thought that today's matter would become so big. More and more people have been involved. Perhaps even the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court will appear soon. Our genius prefecture is going to be really lively. To the people of Great Qian Empire, so many figures had appeared one after another today. Each of them was a legendary existence. If it was in the past, the appearance of so many great sovereigns in Genius Prefecture would absolutely bring light to their humble dwelling. It was a supreme glory. But now, Genius Prefecture had become the place to settle the grudge between Xianxia and the three immortal courts. The master of Great Qian Empire could only be an onlooker. They couldn't say anything and no one dared to say anything. Thank you, big brother. Xianxia clasped his fists at Tianping Evil Emperor. All the gratitude he felt was fused into the word thank you. He could see that Tianping Evil Emperor was genuinely nice to him. He could only keep this friendship in his heart. Given the current situation, Xianxia indeed needed the help of Tianping Evil Emperor. Brother, we are sworn brothers. There's no need to be courteous. I believe that if I fall into a dangerous situation one day, you will stand up for me without hesitation. Tianping Evil Emperor patted Xianxia's shoulder. Not long after, 3 brilliant rays of light suddenly pierced through the sky from 3 different directions and appeared in the sky above Genius Prefecture at the same time. The entire Genius Prefecture was immediately shrouded by an endless pressure. Needless to say, the 3 sovereign lords had arrived. The arrival of the 3 sovereign lords had brought an unimaginable pressure to the entire Genius Prefecture. That was the pressure released by 3 6th-grade great sovereigns at the same time. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Some of the weaker ones were shivering from head to toe under such pressure. Their faces turned pale and they might suffocate at any time. Upon seeing this, Xianxia waved her hand and struck out an ice curtain above Genius Prefecture. This ice curtain was nothing to the 6th-grade great sovereigns, but it was enough to isolate the pressure released by the 6th-grade great sovereigns. At least, the people of Genius Prefecture felt much better because of the ice curtain. Countless people of Genius Prefecture heaved a deep sigh of relief. Their eyes were looking at Xianxia, who was hovering in the sky with deep gratitude. In the void, 3 tyrannical silhouettes emerged. They were 3 middle-aged men who seemed to be in their 40s. Their eyes were filled with deep gratitude. All 3 of them had a domineering aura on their faces. Their brows were filled with the unique heroic spirit of those in a superior position. Every single one of their actions carried a high and mighty aura, making people feel subdued. Ethereal Sovereign Lord, Miluo Sovereign Lord, Radiant Sovereign Lord. The 3 sovereign lords appeared at the same time. This was probably the first time in the immortal world. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. There were times when the 9 sovereign lords would gather together, but that was in the high and mighty immortal court. Today, 3 sovereign lords and Tianping Evil Emperor appeared at the same time in a small place like Genius Prefecture. It was truly unprecedented. Great Qian Empire was at best a top power in eastern Xuanyu. Such a power would never be taken seriously by the immortal court. Today, because of Xianxia, so many legendary experts had appeared. Just this alone was enough to make Great Qian Empire famous. Seeing the 3 sovereign lords, Wu Yuanyang and the other 2 went to their respective sovereign lords and clasped their fists, then explained everything that had happened here. The ethereal sovereign lord nodded, then took a step forward and came to a place not far from Tianping Evil Emperor. Tianping Evil Emperor, long time no see. The ethereal sovereign lord greeted. The Tianping Evil Emperor was a famous great demon in the immortal world. Even though he was the sovereign lord, he still had to give him face. Ethereal Sovereign Lord, it's been a long time since we last met. Your immortal court has improved a lot. So many great sovereigns are here to kill a half-sovereign. If word of this spreads out, I'm afraid it will affect your reputation, Sovereign Lord. Tianping Evil Emperor said. He went straight to the point and brought the topic to Xianxia. Obviously, Tianping Evil Emperor didn't want to waste any time. His only purpose for coming here today was to help Xianxia settle the grudge between him and the 3 immortal courts. Tianping Evil Emperor, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come here. As for that Xianxia, he is insane. He has killed the people of my immortal court time and time again. If I don't punish him, the reputation of my immortal court will be greatly affected. Am I right, Tianping Evil Emperor? Said the ethereal sovereign lord with a smile. From his tone, it seemed like he didn't want to fall out with Tianping Evil Emperor. After all, it wouldn't benefit his immortal court if they were to fall out with Tianping Evil Emperor. However, the ethereal sovereign lord's words were very clear. It seemed like he wasn't going to let Tianping Evil Emperor go. If it was before, you can kill whoever you want. I, Tianping Evil Emperor, don't have the time to care about your trivial matters. But now, Xianxia is my sworn brother. That day on the demonic immortal island, I and Xianxia are sworn brothers. It has already been announced to the world. If my brother is killed, it will show that I, Tianping Evil Emperor, am incompetent. How can I continue to live in the immortal world in the future? Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude was incomparably strong. Since he had appeared today, he must do everything he could to protect Xianxia's safety. Humph. Tianping Evil Emperor, you said it nicely. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to the demonic immortal island to ask. At this moment, a cold harumph was heard. The radiant sovereign lord strode towards them. His face was as sharp as a knife. His tiger-like eyes were constantly glowing. One look and anyone could tell that he was a man with a bad temper. Tianping Evil Emperor, we have given you face by sending people to congratulate you on your birthday. We even brought precious gifts. However, none of the people we sent returned. All of them were killed in the sea region. Don't you think you should give us an explanation for this matter? Said the radiant sovereign lord loudly. As the sovereign lord of an immortal court, he naturally had his own strength. Upon hearing this, Tianping Evil Emperor couldn't help but frown. He had learned about this matter later on. Before the people of ethereal immortal court went to the demonic immortal island, only Xianxia was left. The other two people of immortal court were killed in the sea region after they left. Needless to say, this matter must have been done by Xianxia. In the entire immortal world, perhaps only Xianxia dared to attack the people of immortal court in such a way. Our people were killed by Xianxia. Tell me, how are you going to settle this debt? The radiant sovereign lord's chi was overbearing, as if he wanted to seek justice. Don't be angry. Tianping Evil Emperor has come today to settle the grudge between you and Xianxia. It's impossible for you to kill my brother. This emperor will never agree to it. Why don't the three of you give me face and settle the grudge between you and Xianxia once and for all? If you don't go looking for trouble with Xianxia in the future, Xianxia will never kill your people again. In addition, I, Tianping Evil Emperor, will compensate you. Tianping Evil Emperor said. He wanted to be a peacemaker. Given the current situation, reconciliation was the best choice. After all, Xianxia's current strength was too weak to compete with the immortal court. Moreover, Xianxia's actions had completely alarmed the higher-ups of the immortal court. Even the sovereign lord had to personally come forward to kill him. No matter how capable Tianping Evil Emperor was, it was impossible for him to start a war with the three sovereign lords at the same time. In that case, not only would he not be able to save Xianxia, the demonic immortal island might also be implicated. Settle it once and for all? What a joke. Heavenly Pung Demon Sovereign, we will give you face, but we can't accept your conditions. We will never give in to Xianxia. As for your compensation, do you think that the immortal court will put it in our eyes? Heavenly Pung Demon Sovereign said. Miluo Sovereign Lord said. It seemed that he was not going to give face to Tianping Evil Emperor. Tianping, this isn't overseas. Don't think that you can cover the sky with one hand in the immortal world. Let me tell you, Xianxia will be killed by the immortal court today. I advise you to mind your own business. The atmosphere suddenly became incomparably tense. Everyone's facial expression didn't look good. Feng Jingyang knitted his eyebrows tightly. He didn't expect that the three immortal courts would be so determined to kill Xianxia. Judging from the attitude of the three sovereign lords, they didn't plan to give Tianping Evil Emperor any face at all. In other words, if the three sovereign lords decided to take action today, even if Tianping Evil Emperor was here, he wouldn't be able to save Xianxia. After all, there were too many great sovereign experts in front of them. Once they decided to kill Xianxia, no one would be able to stop them. No matter how strong Tianping Evil Emperor was, he could only fight against two sovereign lords at the same time. The remaining one could crush Xianxia with just a finger, not to mention the three powerful fifth-grade great sovereigns, Wu Yuanyang. Kid, it seems like today's situation isn't going to be easy to deal with. Da Huang Dog said worriedly. Jiang Chen, if it doesn't work, I will send a message to Star Sovereign and ask him to come over. With the deterrence of Star Sovereign and Tianping Evil Emperor, the three sovereign lords will have to reconsider. Feng Jingyang said. No need. Don't worry, master. Everything will be fine. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His face was as calm as an ancient well, without any sign of nervousness. It made people wonder where his confidence came from. Jiang Chen could accept Feng Jingyang's kindness, but he would never accept Star Sovereign's help. From the moment he stepped into the Fengqi Immortal Court, it indicated that he and Star Sovereign were enemies. Jiang Chen would never accept the kindness of his enemy. If he did so, he wouldn't be able to do what he wanted to do in the future. Additionally, Jiang Chen secretly circulated the great divination art to divine the future. He predicted that there would be more opportunities today. He wasn't at the end of the road yet. If the great divination art showed that he was at the end of the road today, Jiang Chen wouldn't waste any more time here. He would use the Zulong Tower to escape. With his current strength, with the help of Tianping Evil Emperor, even if the three sovereign lords joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill him. However, Jiang Chen couldn't escape. He still had to wait for the opportunity predicted by the great divination art. Escaping was the last resort, and it would bring disaster to the great Qian Empire. Now that the three sovereign lords had shown themselves, it was obvious that they had abandoned their dignity. Under such a situation, it wasn't impossible for them to use the great Qian Empire to threaten him, just like the northern and southern dynasties. It seems like the three of you don't intend to give me, Tianping Evil Emperor, any face today. Tianping Evil Emperor's face darkened. He had roamed freely in his life and there were too many situations where he would start a fight because of a disagreement. Even if it was the three sovereign lords, he would still dare to start a fight. Tianping Evil Emperor, the three of us appearing together is already giving you a lot of face. It's absolutely impossible for you to bring Jiang Chen away safely today. The ethereal sovereign lord said. His attitude was as tough as the other two sovereign lords. In order to kill Jiang Chen, they would definitely not give in. Humph. It seems like I, Tianping Evil Emperor, am trying to mediate the feud between you all out of kindness, but you all don't appreciate my kindness. However, I, Tianping Evil Emperor, am not someone who can be killed by anyone. Today, I am going to bring Jiang Chen away. I'm afraid that even if the three of you join forces, you won't be able to stop me. Tianping Evil Emperor let out a cold harumph. The imposing manner of a sixth-grade demon sovereign was completely unleashed. It seemed like he would start a fight if there was any disagreement. You're right. With your strength, Tianping Evil Emperor, even if the three of us join forces, we won't be able to stop you. However, if you bring Jiang Chen away, the great Qian Empire will suffer today. The radiant sovereign lord sneered. Kong, as soon as the words were spoken, a surge of anger instantly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. He had expected that the Immortal Court would use the great Qian Empire to threaten him, but he didn't expect that the radiant sovereign lord would be so shameless as to threaten him directly. The dignified Immortal Court dares to attack a small power? Don't you think you're too shameless? Tianping Evil Emperor was infuriated as well. According to his initial plan, he would bring Jiang Chen away if the mediation failed. At least, he would save Jiang Chen's life. However, he had never thought that the three Immortal Courts would be so shameless as to use the great Qian Empire to threaten him. Although Tianping Evil Emperor had only known Jiang Chen for a short period of time, he knew Jiang Chen's character very well. From the day when Jiang Chen brought Xiao Wangqing to the Myriad Wind platform, he could tell that Jiang Chen was a person who would sacrifice himself for his friends. A person like Jiang Chen valued friendship the most. If the disaster of the great Qian Empire was caused by Jiang Chen wouldn't leave even if he had to die. Tianping Evil Emperor, aren't you being too serious? The great Qian Empire is a force under the control of the Immortal Court. Now that the great Qian Empire is disrespectful to the Immortal Court and harboring a fugitive of the Immortal Court, any one of these is enough to destroy the great Qian Empire. The ethereal sovereign lord said casually. His words could decide the fate of the great Qian Empire. Despicable. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Although the ethereal sovereign lord was shameless, his words were reasonable. If the immortal court didn't lose face by destroying the great Qian Empire, the immortal court could at least find 100 reasons to destroy the great Qian Empire. And this consequence was brought to the great Qian Empire by Xianxia. Mother **Ker. The immortal court is too shameless. It's obvious that they want to use us to threaten Xianxia. It's too despicable. Xianxia values friendship and righteousness. He won't leave us behind. The immortal court has noticed this and put Xianxia in a dilemma. Hey, I didn't expect it to come to this. If the Tianping evil emperor isn't strong enough, Xianxia might die here today. The people of the great Qian Empire were incomparably angry. However, they could only be angry on the ground. There was nothing they could do except to watch the scene unfold. Even their old emperor didn't have the right to speak in the face of so many magnates of the immortal world. Tianping evil emperor, our time is very precious. You'd better hand Xianxia over to us, lest we get into an unpleasant situation. The radiant sovereign lord continued to speak in a threatening manner. Kong, a powerful demonic aura gushed out from the body of the Tianping evil emperor. It could be seen that the Tianping evil emperor was really angry, unprecedentedly. Humph. Don't think that I'm a pushover. I, the Tianping evil emperor, am trying to negotiate with you nicely, but you don't want to give me any face. In that case, let's fight. Violent chi waves began to roll in the sky above the Genius Prefecture. On the other side, the three sovereign lords' faces showed a hint of ruthlessness. Each of them was emitting the powerful aura of a 6th-grade great sovereign. Judging from their looks, they wouldn't let Xianxia go even if they had to fight Heavenly Peng Demon Sovereign. Countless people's faces turned ugly, especially the people of the great Qian Empire. They knew very well that if the four of them were to fight against each other, the damage and destructive power would be far greater than the battle between Feng Jingyang and the others. Are they really going to fight? There's no room for negotiation anymore. Someone sighed. The situation was getting worse and worse. At this moment, perhaps no one could control the situation anymore. Everyone, listen up. Kill Xianxia and that dog at all costs. The ethereal sovereign lord gave the order. Obviously, the order was given to Wu Yuanyang. The three sovereign lords wanted to control the Tianping evil emperor tightly, so that the Tianping evil emperor wouldn't have any chance to help. In that case, it would be easy for Wu Yuanyang and the others to kill Xianxia. Ba. At this moment, an incomparably solemn voice suddenly resounded from afar. Everyone's eyes looked towards that direction and saw a golden light that was 1,000 miles wide spreading towards them at a rapid speed. The golden light was pure Buddha light. As soon as it appeared, it swept away all the haze, making the sky above the Genius Prefecture peaceful. Under the golden light, the silhouettes of two eminent monks emerged. These two eminent monks were obviously powerful figures. One of them was a young monk that seemed to be in his 20s, with a solemn face. However, the people of the great Qian Empire weren't unfamiliar with this monk, because this little monk was none other than Tyrant. Look, isn't that Tyrant? How did this guy become a great sovereign? Yeah, it's Tyrant. How did his cultivation base improve so fast? It's unbelievable. Who's that eminent monk beside him? Such a powerful aura. He doesn't seem to be any weaker than the three sovereign lords. Could he be the abbot of White Dragon Temple? The sudden appearance of these two eminent monks immediately attracted everyone's attention. There was almost no need to think about the eminent monks at the great emperor level. They were definitely from the White Dragon Temple. The immortal world's White Dragon Temple was the representative of the Buddhist sect. Green Lotus. Jiang Yan Xinyu, and De Huang Dog exclaimed when they saw the eminent monk of 6th grade Great Sovereign Realm. Their eyes were wide open, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Shocking, this was too shocking. That senior monk who looked to be in his 40s, wearing a golden kasaya, and exuding pure Buddhist light, was none other than Ancestor Green Lotus. Old Ancestor Green Lotus had disappeared ever since they parted ways in Saint Origin World. There had been no news of him since then. Who would have thought that they would meet here today? What made Xianxia and the others even more shocked was that old Ancestor Green Lotus's appearance had brought such a great shock to them. A sixth-grade great sovereign was too powerful. It was a miracle that tyrant had advanced to the first-grade great sovereign realm. Needless to say, Xianxia and De Huang Dog could guess that Ancestor Green Lotus must be the reincarnation of a supreme Buddha. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. The fact that Tyrant could become a great emperor in such a short time was obviously related to Ancestor Green Lotus. When Tyrant saw Xianxia, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. With a sway of his body, he appeared beside Xianxia. "Monk, what's going on?" Xianxia couldn't wait to know the answer. He was really surprised today. "It's a long story. Let's settle this first." Tyrant chuckled and kept Xianxia in suspense. However, given the current situation, it was indeed not suitable to talk about this. Xianxia sighed. After today's matter was settled, he must get to the bottom of it. Are the eminent monks of the White Dragon Temple going to meddle in other people's business? Radiant Sovereign Lord looked at Ancestor Green Lotus and said with a frown. The Ethereal Sovereign Lord and the Miluo Sovereign Lord looked solemn. They could see that the reason why this eminent monk appeared here was obviously to protect Xianxia. It was the same purpose as Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. They might not care about a single Tianping Evil Emperor. However, if White Dragon Temple was added to the mix, they had no choice but to be cautious. White Dragon Temple was a special force in the immortal world. It was the pinnacle of Buddhism. In the past, the Golden Clan and Buddhism had made great contributions to the war against the barbarian race. Therefore, the existence of White Dragon Temple had always been respected by the people of the world. Moreover, White Dragon Temple's Buddhism sect was deeply rooted and its Buddhist divine art was incomparably powerful. There were many eminent monks in the temple. There were even powerful Buddhas in the Emperor domain. Even the immortal court wouldn't dare to go against White Dragon Temple for no reason. Ba. This humble monk, Green Lotus, greets the three sovereign lords. Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together and said righteously. Green Lotus? You are Ancestor Green Lotus? Ethereal Sovereign Lord was shocked. That's me. Ancestor Green Lotus said. Didn't Ancestor Green Lotus pass away in meditation? That's a figure that existed even longer than us. Radiant Sovereign Lord was also shocked. That's right. He didn't lie. He really is the abbot of White Dragon Temple, Ancestor Green Lotus. I have an impression of him. I once met this eminent monk. However, I was just a small fry back then. He had already become an eminent monk. Unexpectedly, he didn't die, or rather, he has returned. Miluo Sovereign Lord said as he felt the aura of Ancestor Green Lotus. As the abbot of White Dragon Temple, Ancestor Green Lotus was also a famous figure in the past. However, the era he lived in was after the Great Calamity. Therefore, even De Huang Dog hadn't seen Ancestor Green Lotus before. However, to the three sovereign lords, Ancestor Green Lotus' reputation was huge. As the abbot of White Dragon Temple, who wouldn't know him? Master, may I know why you are here? Ethereal Sovereign Lord asked. This old monk is here for an old friend. This Xianxia is a close friend of this old monk. I hope that the three of you can be magnanimous. If the enmity between the three of you continues, it won't be beneficial to any of you. Ancestor Green Lotus clearly expressed his intention of coming. Brother, you're really something. Since when did you befriend the abbot of White Dragon Temple? Tianping Evil Emperor gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. With his demonic immortal island, White Dragon Temple, and Fengqi immortal domain as his backer, the three sovereign lords would have to consider the consequences if they wanted to act forcefully. One should know that among the 9 immortal courts of the immortal world, none of them had ever dared to go against White Dragon Temple. At this moment, Xianxia was still in a dumbfounded state. He and old Ancestor Green Lotus were the first to meet again in the immortal world. Naturally, he was excited. However, the strength of old Ancestor Green Lotus shocked Xianxia even more. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He was a 6th-grade great sovereign and the abbot of White Dragon Temple. But no matter what, Xianxia was still very excited to see his old friend's achievement and tyrant's successful advancement to the great sovereign realm, becoming a true Buddha. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Moreover, the stronger old Ancestor Green Lotus was, the more help he would be to Jian Wushuang. Especially in a situation like today, any ordinary person would be useless. On the other side, the three sovereign lords heard the purpose of old ancestor Green Lotus' visit. Although they had already expected it, their faces still turned extremely ugly. This situation was what they didn't want to see the most. Xianxia's background was getting stronger and stronger, causing them to have scruples. They even knew that it would be extremely difficult to kill Xianxia today. Old ancestor Green Lotus, the grudge between us and Xianxia is too deep. Your White Dragon Temple has never participated in the battles of other forces. Why are you interfering in our grudge today? This isn't good. The Radiant Sovereign Lord said unwillingly. Bah. My appearance here today is only representing myself. I don't represent the White Dragon Temple. My old friend Xianxia had once saved my life and we are best friends. Now that my old friend is in trouble, I will protect him even if I have to risk my life. Xianxia said. Old ancestor Green Lotus said calmly, but the strength in his tone was obvious. After hearing what old ancestor Green Lotus said, the three sovereign lords almost spurted out blood. What does he mean by only representing himself? You're the Motherf * King Abbot of White Dragon Temple. Can you only represent yourself? If anything were to happen to this old monk, how could the White Dragon Temple let this matter rest? In the Immortal Court, White Dragon Temple wasn't a force to be trifled with. It was a true sacred land of Buddha sect. Its foundation was much deeper than that of the Immortal Court. Moreover, White Dragon Temple had once made great contributions to the Immortal Court. Not to provoke White Dragon Temple had already become an unspoken consensus among the 9 Immortal Courts. The 3 Supreme Lords could not help but start to praise Xianxia. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that this Xianxia was indeed an unusual person. He was a sworn brother of the Tianping Evil Emperor, and he had even saved the life of the Green Lotus ancestor, causing the abbot of the White Dragon Temple to risk his life to ensure his safety. Was this something that a human could do? What kind of magic did he, Xianxia, have that made the 2 giants stand up for him at all costs? Amazing. To think that Xianxia saved the life of the White Dragon Temple's abbot before. This is simply unbelievable. Xianxia has created yet another miracle. Like I said, it's too difficult to kill Xianxia. Haha, now even the White Dragon Temple has appeared. In addition to the demonic immortal island, Feng Jingyang even represents the Fengqi immortal domain. With these 3 giants joining hands, even the 3 immortal courts would have to think twice. The people of the Great Qian Empire heaved a sigh of relief. If one Tianping Evil Emperor wasn't enough, then the addition of the White Dragon Temple would definitely be enough. In the entire immortal world, the only person who could be protected by both the Tianping Evil Emperor and Ancestor Green Lotus at the same time was probably Xianxia. The 3 Supreme Lords' faces turned extremely ugly. They even felt that they were in a difficult situation. What should we do now? Asked the ethereal sovereign lord. This damned Xianxia. To think that so many giants want to protect him. I really regret not killing him in the beginning, said the Miluo sovereign lord while gritting his teeth. Now that the abbot of the White Dragon Temple has appeared, if Ancestor Green Lotus protects him with all his might, it's impossible for us to start a war with the White Dragon Temple. The Radiant Sovereign Lord also frowned. This was the first time he felt that the situation was troublesome. 3 sovereign lords, according to what this old monk knows, Xianxia had once obtained the Sun Divine Feather. One of his wives has even become the inherited disciple of Empress Xiaoyao. You all should know that the Golden Clan hasn't truly gone extinct. It's only a matter of time before they reappear. Xianxia and the Golden Clan have a deep relationship. If you all kill Xianxia, the Golden Clan will certainly not be willing to accept it. Continued Ancestor Green Lotus. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 Supreme Lords changed again. Because what Ancestor Green Lotus said was right. They all knew about the relationship between Xianxia and the Golden Clan. In the beginning, they thought that the Golden Clan had completely gone extinct and disappeared from the scene of history. However, the appearance of Wu Ningzhu previously brought news that the Golden Clan hadn't truly disappeared and would one day see the light of day again. Moreover, the second catastrophe of the immortal world would come again, and it wasn't far away. In the entire immortal world, no one dared to disrespect the Golden Clan. They were the true heroes of the immortal world, surpassing the White Dragon Temple. Demonic Immortal Island, White Dragon Temple, Fengqi Immortal Court. If there was also the Golden Clan that would reappear in the world at any time, they really couldn't kill Xianxia. None of these forces were easy to provoke. They didn't care if they offended one of them, but if they offended all of them, even if the three immortal courts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Then, how do you think we should end this situation today, Ancestor Green Lotus? After all, Xianxia has killed so many of our people. He should at least give us an explanation, right? Said the ethereal sovereign lord. He was no longer as strong as before and had started to take a step back. Buddhism pays particular attention to karma. The grudge between you and Xianxia is also a kind of karma. If it wasn't for the people of the immortal court who wanted to kill Xianxia, Xianxia wouldn't have attacked the immortal court. In my opinion, let the past go with the wind. The grudge between you guys can be written off. From now on, Xianxia won't kill the people of the immortal court anymore. If the catastrophe comes again in the near future, we might have to unite as one. Ancestor Green Lotus said righteously. However, after hearing the words of the old monk, the three supreme lords almost spurted out blood. After all this time, the old monk wanted to let the matter go and Xianxia wouldn't have to pay any price. To think that a dignified eminent monk, the abbot of White Dragon Temple, would have such a shameless side. The three of you, I think that Xianxia's promise that he won't kill your people in the future is already the greatest benefit you guys can get. Otherwise, I don't know how many people of the three immortal courts will die in the hands of Xianxia in the future. Tianping Evil Emperor said loudly, looking like he was asking for a beating. The two of you, I don't think we can come to a conclusion today. With Tianping Evil Emperor and Ancestor Green Lotus here, we won't be able to kill Xianxia. In my opinion, let's talk about it later. Radiant Sovereign Lord said. That's the only way. Tianping Evil Emperor, Old Ancestor Green Lotus, I will give you face today. Farewell, said the ethereal Sovereign Lord. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Wu Yuanyang and the other great sovereigns from the immortal courts shook their heads helplessly and left with the ethereal Sovereign Lord. Although they were unwilling, they knew that it was impossible for them to kill Xianxia under such circumstances. After the ethereal Sovereign Lord left, the Radiant Sovereign Lord and the Miluo Sovereign Lord also left. In the blink of an eye, the three great sovereigns of the immortal courts had disappeared. The commotion had finally ended. Xianxia's crisis had been resolved. The sky regained its clarity once again. Everyone from the great Qian Empire heaved a deep sigh of relief. Wave after wave was truly too depressing. Xianxia was finally out of danger. The great Qian Empire could finally enjoy peace. It was a great thing and worth celebrating. The three great sovereign lords left immediately. They did not say that they would reconcile with Xianxia, nor did they say whether they would kill Xianxia in the future. However, it was certain that the three immortal courts would not attack Xianxia so blatantly, nor would they use the great Qian Empire to threaten Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's backing was too powerful. The three immortal courts would have to consider the consequences before they attacked Xianxia openly. However, Xianxia knew that the three great sovereign lords were unwilling to accept that they could not kill him. In other words, the enmity between him and the three immortal courts had not ended yet. There might be more conflicts in the future. However, Xianxia was not afraid. It would be best if the three immortal courts did not find trouble with him. However, if they did, he would not be courteous to them. The current Xianxia was not someone to be trifled with. With the cultivation base of a half-step sovereign, and with De Huang Dog by his side, it was no different from seeking death if an ordinary person dared to attack them. Ancestor Green Lotus came to Xianxia's side with a smile on his face. The two old friends had met again, but it was different from the past. Congratulations on your return, Ancestor Green Lotus. I've long heard of your great name, but I didn't expect you to be such good friends with my brother. You Buddhists pay particular attention to fate. Is it fate for us? Haha, Tianping Evil Emperor laughed. He was very happy to be able to befriend old Ancestor Green Lotus. Of course it's fate. Heavenly Pung Demon Emperors might have shaken the world. Now that I've seen him today, he's indeed extraordinary. Said Ancestor Green Lotus. Both of them looked very happy to see each other. Both of them were Jiang Chen's friends. Because of Jiang Chen, they would naturally be friends in the future. Junior Feng Jingyang greets Ancestor Green Lotus. Feng Jingyang kept his fists towards Ancestor Green Lotus. Even though he was a peerless figure of the Fengqi Immortal Court, he was still a junior in front of the legendary Ancestor Green Lotus. Feng Jingyang was very respectful towards the abbot of White Dragon Temple. The few of them chatted for a while longer before Feng Jingyang prepared to leave. Jiang Chen, the matters here have been settled, I will go back first. The miniature Fengqi world will open in a few days, remember to come back quickly after you are done with your work, don't miss this opportunity. Feng Jingyang patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Yes, master. I haven't seen Ancestor Green Lotus for a long time and I have many things to talk about. I'll be back tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. All right. Feng Jingyang nodded and stepped into the air. The glory of the Dragon Hall would rest on Jiang Chen's shoulders in the future. To Jiang Chen, the most important thing in Fengqi Immortal Court was to enter the miniature Fengqi world. He had been waiting for this day. Even if Feng Jingyang did not remind him, he would not have delayed it. Jiang Chen estimated that the Fengqi Immortal Court would welcome a real change after the miniature Fengqi world was over. Brother, you and Ancestor Green Lotus have reunited after a long time. You should have a good reunion. I will not participate in this. This is a message talisman that I personally made. Take it. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a message through this talisman. As long as you don't leave the immortal world, I will receive it. Tianping Evil Emperor took out a pale golden talisman and passed it to Jiang Chen. Alright, thank you for your help today. Jiang Chen did not stand on ceremony and took the talisman. He might need Tianping Evil Emperor's help for the changes in the Fengqi Immortal Court in the future. Alright, don't stand on ceremony with me. Don't forget to visit the demonic Immortal Island when you are free. Tianping Evil Emperor said and stepped into the air. Jiang Chen turned and looked at Ancestor Green Lotus. Green Lotus, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Jiang Chen sighed. It's all because of the fate and fortune of Buddha. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. Little Chenzi, Ancestral Master used to be the abbot of White Dragon Temple. He went straight to White Dragon Temple after ascending. I only found out about it not long ago. It's all thanks to Ancestral Master that I can advance to the Great Sovereign Realm now. Tyrant said excitedly. One could see that Tyrant was also very surprised about the true identity of Ancestor Green Lotus. Little monk has a deep fate with Buddha. Your future achievement will surely surpass this old monk. Ancestor Green Lotus looked at Tyrant and said sincerely. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The fact that Tyrant could be praised by Ancestor Green Lotus was enough to show how extraordinary Tyrant was. All along, Tyrant had never been an ordinary person. How could a person who could control the God-trembling monument be an ordinary person? Everyone, let's not stand here and chat. Let's enter the Genius Prefecture. I have already arranged everything. Yang Bufan stepped forward. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Under the lead of Yang Bufan, a group of people walked towards the Genius Prefecture. The place that Yang Bufan had arranged was the courtyard where Jiang Chen used to cultivate in Genius Prefecture. Although Jiang Chen had left, this place was still intact for him. Great Qian Empire still needed to reorganize with great fanfare. After defeating Nanbei family, Great Qian Empire would become the true overlord of East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen and Ancestor Green Lotus chatted for a night. Early the next morning, Ancestor Green Lotus left with Tyrant. The second catastrophe was coming. This was the message that Ancestor Green Lotus left for Jiang Chen before he left. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen had been preparing for this catastrophe. Ever since the battle with the barbarian race in desolate ancient land, he had witnessed the strength and terror of the barbarian race. The barbarian race had recuperated for such a long time that their foundation was strong enough to launch the second catastrophe at any time. The arrival of the catastrophe wasn't a matter of one person. Everyone in the immortal world must be prepared. Let's go. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. Jiang Chen left with De Huang Dog and returned to Fengqi Immortal Court. After all, the matter of the barbarian race hadn't arrived yet. There was no point in worrying blindly. The most pressing matter at hand was Namgong Wentian and Fengqi Immortal Court. After Jiang Chen and Da Huangdog left, Great Qian Empire regained its peace once again. However, after this huge incident, Great Qian Empire could be considered to have gained a firm foothold in East Xuanyu. From now on, there wouldn't be any more danger. Nanbei family would certainly be silenced. Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley were on good terms with Great Qian Empire. As long as the Immortal Court didn't take action, there wouldn't be another existence that could go against Great Qian Empire. Today, Tianping Evil Emperor and Old Ancestor Green Lotus appeared at the same time. No matter how shameless the three Immortal Courts were, they wouldn't dare to take action against Great Qian Empire. After all, demonic Immortal Island and White Dragon Temple still had a great influence in the immortal world. The next important thing was the opening of the miniature Fengqi world. The reason why Jiangchen entered Fengqi Immortal Court was for this day. Yan Chenyu was still cultivating in the Great Qian Empire. She had just become a great monarch, and she needed to stabilize her cultivation base. The Great Qian Empire was undoubtedly the best place for her to cultivate. To Jiang Chen, he had gained quite a lot from this trip. Firstly, he had completely settled the grudge between him and the northern and southern dynasties. It was time for him to put an end to the conflict between him and the northern and southern dynasties after such a long time. Then, he met his old friend, Old Ancestor Green Lotus, which gave him a great surprise. Not only was he happy to meet an old friend, but he also temporarily got rid of the entanglement of the three immortal courts. Before the catastrophe of the immortal world arrived, temporarily settling the grudge between him and the immortal courts had saved Jiangchen a lot of trouble. I really didn't expect Green Lotus to be the abbot of White Dragon Temple in his previous life. This is really unbelievable. Jiangchen sighed. It was impossible to say that he wasn't shocked by the identity of Old Ancestor Green Lotus. No one had thought of this. However, the stronger Old Ancestor Green Lotus is, the better it is for us. As far as I know, the abbot of White Dragon Temple isn't just a 6th grade great sovereign. Green Lotus definitely has a lot of room for advancement. Buddhism can still play a vital role in the fight against the barbarian world. Da Huangdog said. You're right. According to Ancestor Green Lotus, the second calamity of the immortal world is coming. Sister Ning also said the same thing when she appeared. When we went to the desolate ancient land to save you, we personally witnessed the terror of the barbarian world. It's enough to set off a calamity. Jiangchen nodded. All the signs indicated that a new catastrophe was about to arrive. Jiangchen was incomparably excited about this catastrophe that could change the fate of the entire immortal world. For him, the barbarians of the immortal world were like fertile nourishment. The Zulong Tower had not been upgraded for a long time. Now, the Zulong Tower had condensed to the 57th floor. Once the catastrophe came, the Zulong Tower would be greatly upgraded. There was no doubt about this. Fengqi Immortal Court. As soon as Jiangchen returned, he was immediately surrounded by the disciples of the Dragon Hall. They didn't know what had happened in the Great Qian Empire yesterday, but they had heard about what had happened in the demonic Immortal Island. After all, the demonic Immortal Island was such a big event that everyone in the world would know about it, especially Jiangchen, who was a famous person. Our junior brother Jiang has returned. My God! His cultivation base has already advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. What kind of joke is this? My God! Did this guy eat some kind of great tonic? Isn't his progress a little too fast? How long has it been and he has already advanced to the half-step sovereign realm? Is he still a human? That's right. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that even big senior brother won't be a match for the half-step sovereign realm junior brother Jiang if he uses that powerful transformation skill. Seeing Jiangchen advancing to the half-step sovereign realm, the disciples of the Dragon Hall felt as if they were going to go crazy. They were geniuses amongst geniuses, especially Hong Ying, Yu Feng and Duan Ren. They were outstanding geniuses amongst geniuses, but even they had never seen such a terrifying speed of advancement. In their point of view, Jiangchen was simply a monster. He was a little too abnormal. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'll feel embarrassed if all of you stare at me like a tiger watching its prey. Jiangchen said hastily. Embarrassed? Our junior brother Jiang actually knows how to be embarrassed. Hong Ying teased. Junior brother Jiang, I heard that you've become famous after going to the demonic immortal island. Why don't you tell us how you became sworn brothers with a great figure like Tianping Evil Emperor? That's really exciting. That's right. That's Tianping Evil Emperor we're talking about. I didn't expect you to become sworn brothers with him. It's a great pity that I didn't see that scene with my own eyes. Junior brother Jiang, you have to tell us about it. Big senior brother's story is so boring. Yu Feng and the others surrounded Jiang Chen as soon as they came up and started talking at the same time. Yu Huafan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Chen didn't even have the time to interrupt. Alright. Are you guys done yet? Yu Huafan said angrily. Go away, big senior brother. Your story is boring. We're going to sit down and have a long talk with junior brother Jiang. Duanren pushed Yu Huafan aside impatiently. Yu Huafan shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't do anything to his junior brothers and sisters. He didn't have the dignity of a big senior brother at all. The Dragon Hall was indeed united. Big senior brother didn't have the airs of a big senior brother. When everyone gathered together, they were like real brothers and sisters. Jiang Chen liked this warm atmosphere very much. Alright, you little brats. That's enough. A voice was heard not far away. Feng Jingyang was seen leisurely walking towards them with a faint smile on his face. Master, you really have a good eye this time. You found a good disciple. Yu Feng said with a smile. I don't need you to tell me about my eye. Feng Jingyang glared at Yu Feng and said, the miniature Fengqi world is going to open the day after tomorrow. You should at least make some preparations. Yes, master. Hong Ying said. Jiang Chen, come with me. Feng Jingyang called out and turned around to walk back. Master is so biased. He never talked to me alone. Duanren looked envious. Why not? The last time you did something wrong, Master looked for you alone and punished you severely. Get lost. Not far away, Jiang Chen came to Feng Jingyang's side. Jiang Chen, even I am afraid of your current identity. Feng Jingyang teased with a smile. Master must be joking. As a matter of fact, Feng Jingyang felt that being Jiang Chen's master was rather stressful. Not only was it stressful, it wasn't a small amount of stress. Putting everything else aside, when Jiang Chen addressed him as master in front of Tianping Evil Emperor and Old Ancestor Green Lotus, his heart trembled. What kind of people were Tianping Evil Emperor and Old Ancestor Green Lotus? They were well-known figures in the entire immortal world. Other than the sovereign domain, they were the pinnacle existences. Feng Jingyang had to address himself as a junior in front of them, but Jiang Chen had become sworn brothers with them. This disciple of his was quite incredible. Back to the main topic, the miniature Fengqi world will be opening the day after tomorrow. It's an opportunity for the disciples of the immortal court. The miniature Fengqi world is a special space that exists. There are many inheritances of ancient experts in it, and there are also ancient Great Devil ruins. After it was discovered by the immortal court, it was named the miniature Fengqi world. With your current strength, as long as your luck isn't bad, there won't be much danger in the miniature Fengqi world. Feng Jingyang continued, as for the fights between the disciples of the immortal court, if the disciples of other halls were to find trouble with you, they would be asking for it. Feng Jingyang introduced the situation of the miniature Fengqi world to Jiang Chen. The miniature Fengqi world wasn't created by the immortal court. It originally existed but was occupied by the immortal court after they discovered it. There were indeed many powerful ruins and benefits in the miniature Fengqi world. Otherwise, the disciples who had cultivated to the great sovereign level wouldn't have entered it. Yes, I've heard a little about the miniature Fengqi world. I hope to obtain some benefits from entering the miniature Fengqi world this time. Jiang Chen nodded. He wouldn't tell Feng Jingyang his real purpose for coming to the miniature Fengqi world for the time being. Jiang Chen, there's one more thing. I want to know about your relationship with Heaven Sovereign. Feng Jingyang suddenly looked at Jiang Chen seriously. After all, when Jiang Chen came to the immortal court, he was summoned by Heaven Sovereign. If it was in the past, Feng Jingyang would never have doubted it. After all, the celestial emperor was high and mighty. Why would he have any friendship with a mere Jiang Chen? However, After interacting with Xianxia for a long time, Feng Jingyang realized that his disciple was too miraculous. He could not be viewed with the eyes of an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person become sworn brothers with the Tianping evil emperor? Master, why do you ask? Xianxia frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was about to happen. Xianxia, I won't hide it from you. If you're related to Sky Emperor, I advise you not to get too close to him, because Star Emperor is already preparing to take action against him. Feng Jingyang said. When do we do it? Xianxia's face turned cold. It seemed like the change in the Fengqi Immortal Court was unavoidable. If Star Emperor chose to take action against Heaven Emperor at this moment, the Celestial Emperor would definitely be at a disadvantage with his current cultivation base. Star Emperor is secretly trying to persuade the elders of the Immortal Court. After all, taking action against Heaven Emperor is a big deal. If he doesn't manage to persuade all the higher-ups, Star Emperor will be accused of murdering the Sovereign Lord. Star Emperor has to pay attention to this. Currently, there are still some voices of opposition from the higher-ups of the Immortal Court. They were all people from the same era as Heaven Emperor. In my opinion, once Star Emperor is done with his job, he will take action against Heaven Emperor. At that time, I'm afraid that Heaven Emperor Palace will no longer exist. That's why I advise you not to get too close to Heaven Emperor, Feng Jingyang said. This was a confidential matter. Normally, Feng Jingyang shouldn't tell Xianxia about it. Now that he had told Xianxia about it, it was enough to show that he cared about and valued Xianxia. Of course, Feng Jingyang also wanted to test Xianxia. Star Emperor wants to kill Heaven Emperor. Master, do you oppose or agree? Xianxia asked. Since he had already spoken about it, Xianxia also wanted to know Feng Jingyang's thoughts. It was certain that he wanted to save Sky Emperor, but he did not want to be enemies with Feng Jingyang when the time came. Me? I, Feng Jingyang, have always been loyal to the Immortal Court. Moreover, I have my own thoughts and bottom line when I do things. Neither Star Sovereign nor Heaven Sovereign can force me, Feng Jingyang, to do things that I don't want to do. To me, it doesn't matter who is in charge of the Immortal Court. I won't participate in Star Sovereign's fight against Heaven Sovereign, but I oppose it from the bottom of my heart. After all, Heaven Sovereign treated Star Sovereign well in the past. Feng Jingyang said. Xianxia nodded secretly. Feng Jingyang was just as he had imagined. If he was in the outside world, he would be a lone ranger with an independent character. Even the Sovereign Lord would not be able to force him to do things that he didn't want to do. Therefore, he would choose not to participate in the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign. In fact, there was nothing he could do about it. Feng Jingyang had already shown the greatest benevolence by not helping the Star Emperor. It was impossible for him to help the Sky Emperor at all costs. After all, Feng Jingyang was not a fool. As a neutral party, there was no reason for him to help someone who could not possibly win and even lose his life. If it was someone else, he would definitely help Star Sovereign. There was no doubt about it. From this aspect, Xianxia did not misjudge Feng Jingyang. Feng Jingyang was worthy of being roped in. If that was the case, he would lay his cards on the table for Feng Jingyang. After all, with Feng Jingyang's influence, it would be greatly beneficial if he could be roped in by Heaven Sovereign. His existence would greatly affect the hearts of others, especially those who had followed Heaven Sovereign and were treated well by him. Master, what would you do if I said that I have an unusual relationship with Heaven Sovereign, and that I came to the Fengqi Immortal Court to help Heaven Sovereign? Xianxia looked at Feng Jingyang and said in an extremely calm tone. After hearing Xianxia's words, Feng Jingyang's body visibly trembled, but he quickly recovered. Obviously, he had such a thought, but he did not expect it to be true. Now that it was said by Xianxia, there was no doubt about it. Xianxia, this matter is not a joke. Feng Jingyang's tone was solemn. Since I have laid my cards on the table today, I have nothing to hide. Nangong Wentian and I got to know each other in the Saint Origin world. I was also friends with old ancestor Green Lotus back then. That's why Green Lotus called me an old friend. Nan and I are brothers of life and death. I just didn't expect him to be the reincarnation of Heaven Sovereign. Now that my brother is in trouble, I, Xianxia, will not stand idly by even if I have to sacrifice myself. This is the reason why I came to the Fengqi immortal court. Feng Jingyang was extremely shocked. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by Jiang Chen's words. He looked at Jiang Chen in shock and remained silent for a long time. He knew that Jiang Chen and Heaven's Sovereign were related, but he didn't expect their relationship to be so deep. If that was the case, Feng Jingyang felt that his previous words of persuasion to Jiang Chen were completely useless. He knew that Jiang Chen was a person who valued friendship and would do anything for his brother. Moreover, he came to Fengqi immortal court with a purpose. While he was shocked, Feng Jingyang also felt extremely gratified. He was gratified that Jiang Chen didn't hide anything from him and told him such a big secret. It was enough to show that Jiang Chen had already treated him as one of his own. This was a form of absolute trust. One should know that if he told Star Sovereign about this, Jiang Chen's death would be waiting for him. However, Jiang Chen still told him calmly. Trust and honesty. Feng Jingyang felt that his sincerity wasn't wasted and that his judgment wasn't wrong. However, Feng Jingyang also knew that he had to make a choice because Jiang Chen was going to participate in the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign. As his master, he couldn't just stay out of it. Even the entire Dragon Hall couldn't stay out of it. He couldn't clean up Jiang Chen. However, if he didn't do it, Star Sovereign wouldn't let him go. It seemed that he had no other choice. But Jiang Chen, how are you going to fight against Star Sovereign? Feng Jingyang frowned. This was what he was worried about. After all, Heaven Sovereign wasn't the same as before. Star Sovereign was powerful and had almost controlled the entire immortal court. It was undoubtedly impossible to topple Star Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign already has a countermeasure. Heaven Sovereign already has a countermeasure. He has left the ancient elephant bloodline in the miniature Fengqi world. The reason I am going to the miniature Fengqi world this time is to help Heaven Sovereign find the ancient elephant bloodline. As long as the ancient elephant bloodline is found, Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base will recover to its peak state. Moreover, I have the help of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, so Star Sovereign won't be that scary. Moreover, Heaven Sovereign is the Sovereign Lord. When he doesn't appear, everyone may follow Star Sovereign. However, as long as Heaven Sovereign stands out with strength that is not weaker than Star Sovereign, the hearts of those old men of the immortal court will be shaken, especially those who used to follow Heaven Sovereign. Jiang Chen said. Since he had already laid his cards on the table, he wouldn't hide anything from Feng Jingyang anymore. He told him all his secrets and plans. Feng Jingyang sighed. Then, he nodded secretly because Jiang Chen was right. Heaven Sovereign had already left a backup plan. The ancient elephant bloodline was left in the miniature Fengqi world. Once Jiang Chen obtained it, his cultivation base would recover very quickly. Moreover, Jiang Chen also had a sworn brother, Tianping Evil Emperor. From the incident in East Xuanyu, Feng Jingyang could see that this Tianping Evil Emperor attached great importance to Jiang Chen. Moreover, he was very loyal. As long as Jiang Chen was in trouble, he would not hesitate to appear. He even dared to go against the three great immortal courts, let alone a mere Star Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign and Tianping Evil Emperor were enough of a deterrent force. Feng Jingyang didn't even dare to imagine what kind of situation they would face once they clashed. I didn't expect the immortal court to be so calm on the surface. Your arrival is destined to set off a storm in the immortal court. Looks like I have to make a decision. Feng Jingyang couldn't remain calm at all. He needed some time to digest such an earth-shattering secret. I think Master has already made preparations. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You brat. Feng Jingyang glared at Jiang Chen. That's right. He had already made his choice. Or it could be said that he had no other choice. Unless he immediately took down Jiang Chen and handed him over to Star Sovereign. However, Feng Jingyang would never do that. He was a person who cherished talents. It was his pride to finally accept such a disciple. Moreover, Jiang Chen trusted him so much. How could he disappoint Jiang Chen? Moreover, the immortal court originally belonged to Heaven Sovereign. Even if he chose Heaven Sovereign, he would be defending the immortal court itself. So Master, when Star Sovereign mobilizes the higher-ups of the immortal court, you must be absolutely against it. The more vehemently you oppose, the more Star Sovereign will have misgivings. That way, you can buy some time for Heaven's Sovereign. After all, even if Heaven's Sovereign obtained the ancient elephant bloodline, he still needs time to refine and absorb it. Xianxia said. Yes, I don't need you to tell me this. Since I've made my choice, I naturally know what to do. However, before that, you better not get too close to Heaven's Sovereign to avoid unnecessary trouble. Perhaps no one would care about it in the past. After all, you were just an insignificant figure at that time. However, it's different now. Everyone knows that you and Tianping Evil Emperor have become sworn brothers. Your speed of improvement is also very fast. The Immortal Court will definitely pay a lot of attention to you. Feng Jingyang reminded Xianxia. Don't worry. I know what to do. Xianxia said with a smile. Alright, go and get ready. The miniature Fengqi world will open the day after tomorrow. Feng Jingyang patted Xianxia's shoulder and turned to leave. Looking at Feng Jingyang's departing figure, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Today, he had successfully obtained Feng Jingyang's support and pulled Feng Jingyang and Dragon Hall to Heaven's Sovereign's side. It was definitely a great thing. Feng Jingyang might not play a crucial role in the process of fighting against Star Sovereign, but his influence on the internal affairs of the Immortal Court was extremely great. After all, the Hall Master of Dragon Hall still held an unparalleled position in the Immortal Court. Late at night, a ghost-like figure appeared in the courtyard where Xianxia was staying. At this moment, Xianxia, who was sitting on a big green rock with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and saw Han Feng in black clothes appearing in front of him. Elder Han. Xianxia greeted. Brother Xianxia, Heaven's Sovereign really didn't misjudge you. The progress of your cultivation base is really astonishing. Han Feng was speechless when he saw that Xianxia's cultivation base had already reached the half-step sovereign realm. To him, this situation was pretty ridiculous. He still remembered the first time he met Xianxia in the Monarch Mountain. Xianxia was only a half-step immortal venerable. How long has it been since then? Xianxia had already become a half-step sovereign. Such a heaven-defying speed of advancement. How could anyone live in this world? Han Feng finally understood why Heaven's Sovereign had such a high evaluation of Xianxia. Now, not only did Xianxia's cultivation base improve rapidly, but he had also become sworn brothers with a peerless figure like Tianping Evil Emperor. It was hard for Han Feng not to admire Xianxia. Elder Han, did Heaven's Sovereign send you here? That's right, Heaven's Sovereign asked me to pass this talisman to you. Bring this talisman to the miniature Fengqi world and you'll be able to find what you're looking for. Han Feng took out a golden talisman. The talisman was about the size of a palm, and there was a picture engraved on it. The picture was not very clear, but if one looked closely, they could see that it was an ancient barbaric elephant. It raised its head to the sky and roared. Alright, tell Heaven's Sovereign not to worry, I'll definitely bring it out for him. Xianxia took the talisman and kept it. He knew the importance of this talisman. Without this talisman, he wouldn't be able to find the ancient elephant bloodline even if he entered the miniature Fengqi world. The ancient elephant bloodline must have been hidden by Heaven's Sovereign, otherwise, Star Sovereign would have found it after so many years. In other words, if Star Sovereign couldn't find it, Xianxia wouldn't be able to find it even if he went there. Hence, the importance of this talisman was obvious. Alright, I'll take my leave now. Han Feng cupped his fists at Xianxia and disappeared in a flash. Looks like the real show is about to begin. Da Huang Dog said with a smile. We'll definitely help Anan get back what belongs to him. From now on, Fengqi Immortal Court will be our base. Xianxia revealed a faint smile. He believed that Nangong Wendian had been waiting for this day for a long time. The third day, early in the morning, the young genius disciples of the Immortal Court gathered on top of a mountain. No one lived on this mountain, it was a barren mountain. It was said to be the gateway to the miniature Fengqi world. At this moment, there were at least 2,000 disciples gathered on this mountain. There were naturally more genius disciples in the Immortal Court. However, entering the miniature Fengqi world was voluntary. Not everyone was willing to go, some of them were not in the Immortal Court. There were also geniuses like Yu Huafan who were not interested in the miniature Fengqi world as it wasn't their first time entering the miniature Fengqi world. The genius disciples were divided into a few groups. Xianxia naturally stood with the people of the Dragon Hall. The disciples of the Dragon Pool were originally few in number, but they were more united. This time around, according to Feng Jingyang's arrangement, other than Yu Huafan, the others followed Jiangchen into the miniature Feng Qi world. Beside Jiangchen, Hong Ying, Yu Feng, Duan Ren and the others were following him, but Jiangchen stood at the center. From this, it could be seen that even though Jiangchen was the latest to enter the Dragon Hall, his position was already very high. At least for this trip to the miniature Feng Qi world, Yu Feng, Hong Ying and the others were willing to let Jiangchen lead the team. On the Leopard Hall side, the leader was a young man in black armor. He held a black sword in his hand. It looked like there was no blade, but if anyone thought that a sword without a blade would not have a powerful lethality, then they were absolutely wrong. The black-armored young man had an extremely strong cultivation base. He had already reached the second-grade Great Sovereign realm. Judging from his aura, he was only slightly weaker than Yu Huafan. His name is He Xia, the great senior brother of the Leopard Hall. His methods are extremely cruel. Just like the great senior brother, he has not participated in the miniature Feng Qi world training for a few times. I didn't expect him to participate this time. Duanren said. Why do I feel that this guy has a purpose for participating in the miniature Feng Qi world? Yu Feng frowned. Even an idiot can see it. Needless to say, the Leopard Hall must be brooding over the previous incident with Junior Jiang. That's why they let He Xia participate in the training in the miniature Feng Qi world to kill Junior Jiang. The miniature Feng Qi world has been open for 2 days and there are powerful demons inside. Every time someone dies inside, he must be using this opportunity to kill Junior Jiang. Shameless. Hong Ying said snappily. She was a straightforward person and hated the Leopard Hall's way of doing things the most. He better not provoke me. Jiangchen said faintly. If it was in the past, he might still care about a person like He Xia. But now, he did not put He Xia in his eyes at all. It was fine if He Xia did not provoke him, but if he did, Jiangchen would never be polite. Moreover, he did not have a good impression of the people from the Leopard Hall. The Hall Master of the Leopard Hall was definitely on the same side as Star Sovereign. Jiangchen might have to fight them to the death. Great senior brother, that's Jiangchen. He's been in the limelight recently and he even became sworn brothers with the Tianping Evil Emperor. One of the people from the Leopard Hall said softly and looked at Jiangchen. He's just a half-step sovereign. What's there to be proud of? I will personally take action this time to make him stay in the miniature Feng Qi world. Even if he became sworn brothers with the Tianping Evil Emperor, what's the use? He Xia said disdainfully and did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. He Xia had the right to be arrogant. After all, he was a young second-grade great sovereign. Unfortunately, he had not seen Jiangchen's means. Otherwise, he would not be standing here and saying such words. Jiangchen met He Xia's gaze and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All the disciples were waiting for the opening of the miniature Feng Qi world. Not long after, a figure descended from the sky. The person was none other than Feng Jingyang. Feng Jingyang's arrival immediately silenced the scene. Feng Jingyang's position in the immortal court was very high. Hence, he was the one who came to open the miniature Feng Qi world. A talisman appeared in Feng Jingyang's hand. The talisman did not look small and was branded with complicated runes. Violent energy rushed out from Feng Jingyang's body and poured into the talisman. For a moment, the talisman shone brightly and fused with the void, turning into an illusory door. Through the door, one could feel the gloomy aura coming from inside. Everyone, listen up. The miniature Feng Qi world will only be open for 2 days. After 2 days, I will open the door again for 10 minutes. All of you must come out within 10 minutes. Otherwise, you will have to stay inside for half a year. There was once a disciple who did not listen to my advice and did not come out. He died tragically in the end. Feng Jingyang said loudly. All right, let's go in. Feng Jingyang waved his hand and the door rose to a height of 30 to 40 feet. Let's go. This time in the miniature Feng Qi world, I must obtain great benefits and break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Someone was in high spirits and was the first to fly up and rush into the door. Immediately after, figures rushed into the door at an extremely fast speed. Soon, more than 1,000 people flew into the door and entered the miniature Fengqi world through the door. Junior Jiang, this door is only open for a limited time. Let's hurry up and go in. Hong Ying reminded. Jiang Chen and Feng Jingyang looked at each other and nodded secretly. Then, their bodies flashed and rushed into the door. Soon, all the disciples who participated in the trial had entered. Feng Jingyang waved his hand and the door turned back into a talisman and was kept by him. Whether you can succeed or not depends on you, Jiang Chen. Kahu. Within the miniature Fengqi world, strong winds were howling and there were violent hurricanes everywhere. Among them, there were many black winds and devil winds, giving people an extremely bad feeling. Anyone who entered this place couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. The miniature Fengqi world itself was an incomparably cruel dimensional space. Just like the Golden Horizon, there should have been a great number of massacres here as there were many relics. Apart from that, there were also many demons and ghosts. In such a dark environment, demons and ghosts were very suitable to survive. Although the environment was harsh, those who entered this place were all geniuses of the immortal court. The lowest cultivation base among them was at least at the immortal venerable realm. When one reached the immortal venerable realm, no matter how harsh the environment was, it was nothing. In other words, the environment of the miniature Fengqi world didn't affect the geniuses of the immortal court at all. If they couldn't even overcome the environment here, then there was no need for them to enter. The miniature Fengqi world was a different dimension, and its area was still very large. The disciples that came in had already gone to different directions. Naturally, everyone did their own things when it came to searching for opportunities. Everyone wanted to keep the benefits for themselves after obtaining them. This was human nature. Jiang Chen. Not long after Jiang Chen and the people of Dragon Hall entered the miniature Fengqi world, they were stopped by a loud shout. Jiang Chen and the others saw a dozen people of Leopard Hall blocking their way. The one leading them was He Sha. It was also He Sha who shouted his name. He Sha, what are you doing now? Hong Ying said angrily. Hong Ying, it's not your fault. Jiang Chen once barged into my Leopard Hall alone, causing us to lose face. He even crippled Lu Jian. The entire immortal court knows that Lu Jian is my man. Crippling Lu Jian means that he didn't give me, He Sha, any face. Today, I will make him pay the price. He Sha said Leng Leng, looking as though he had completely dominated Jiang Chen. Price? I don't know what price you want me to pay. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed an indifferent smile. He really did not care about this black sand at all. However, looking at the other party's stance, he did not intend to have a proper chat with him today. Jiang Chen, if you know what's good for you, then cripple your own cultivation and become a cripple like Lu Jian. This way, it'll be more fair, and it'll save me the trouble of killing you myself. Black Sand said loudly. Using the excuse of avenging Lu Jian, he wanted Jiang Chen to cripple his own cultivation. He Sha, don't go overboard. Our Dragon Hall has never done anything to anyone. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Big Brother isn't here. Hong Ying was infuriated. All along, it had always been the Dragon Hall bullying others. No one had ever dared to step on the Dragon Hall's neck and take a dump. Although Black Sand was powerful, it was the wrong idea to bully the Dragon Hall. Humph. Even if Yu Huafan comes, I'll still kill Jiang Chen. Don't forget, this is the miniature Fengqi world. Dying here would be in vain. He Sha snorted coldly. It was obvious that He Sha was determined to kill Jiang Chen. This was the reason why He Sha came to the miniature Fengqi world this time. Duanren wanted to speak but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took 2 steps forward and said indifferently, He Sha, I'm not a sensible person. If you want to kill me to avenge Lu Jian, then do it yourself. But I have to remind you in advance that you better be mentally prepared. Because once you attack me, your ending will be worse than Lu Jian's. He Sha's expression changed. Haha, Jiang Chen, you're too arrogant. Since you want to fight me, then I'll fulfill your wish. He Sha laughed heartily. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. From his point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was only a half-step sovereign. With his second-grade great sovereign strength, killing a half-step sovereign was as easy as flipping his hand. Even if the opponent was a genius, wasn't he also a genius? Unfortunately, Xianxia knew too little about Xianxia. He did not know what happened on the demonic immortal island. Without witnessing Xianxia's terror and means, he would not know fear. He also did not know that he was walking on the path of courting death. Come on then. Xianxia's body swayed and flew high into the sky. Explosive energy gushed out from his body. His body began to transform into his dragon form. You're courting death. Xiao's face was ruthless. He fully unleashed his second-grade Great Sovereign aura and came to the opposite of Xianxia. His black battle armor emitted a gloomy light and the aura emitted from his body was incomparably cold. It could be seen that this guy's cultivation method also belonged to the Yin attribute. Xianxia didn't care about this kind of person who had a special attribute. Just the attribute alone was enough to make the opponent unable to unleash his full power. In this way, the outcome of this battle could be imagined. As a matter of fact, Xianxia, who had advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, Xianxia was not a match for Xianxia even without the suppression of attributes. From the moment Xianxia advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, the gap between the two had been completely widened. Moreover, Xianxia was still in his dragon form. This Xianxia is finished. Senior brother Xianxia will definitely be able to kill him. That's for sure. Xianxia doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dared to challenge senior brother Xianxia. This in itself is an act of courting death. After killing Xianxia, our Leopard Hall's reputation can be redeemed. We can also avenge Lu Jian. Let's see. I guess Xianxia won't last more than 3 moves from senior brother Xianxia. The people of Leopard Hall were extremely confident in Xianxia. Their faces were filled with sneers. This confidence originated from Xiao's strength, not Xianxia's weakness. Can junior brother Jiang do it? Someone from the Dragon Hall asked worriedly. Can he? Have you forgotten that when Xianxia first came to the Dragon Hall, he was able to fight me to a draw when he was only an intermediate immortal venerable? Now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, he's 2 levels higher than that. He's the most abnormal existence in our Dragon Hall. Not even big senior brother is a match for him. Xianxia is courting death if he wants to kill junior brother Jiang. Yufeng sneered without the slightest hint of worry. He had fought Xianxia before and knew how powerful Xianxia was. He had already concluded that Xianxia would definitely die if he met Xianxia. That's right. Xianxia is courting death. He can't blame anyone else. Hong Ying nodded. She wasn't worried about the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia. Xiao's aura was incomparably strong, and his lethality was incomparably shocking. However, Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia was a second-grade Great Sovereign, but there was still a small gap between him and Yu Huafan. Such combat strength was utterly vulnerable in front of Xianxia. With a wave of his hand, a fire dragon was conjured out of thin air. Roar, the fire dragon roared wildly, and terrifying waves of fire shot out from its body. The entire sky instantly turned into a vast sea of fire. This was the fire dragon seal that Xianxia casted. As the flames in his body increased, the power of the fire dragon seal grew stronger and stronger. It had completely surpassed the golden dragon seal, and could even be compared to the slaughter dragon seal. Especially when the opponent's attribute was Yin, which happened to be restrained, the power of the fire dragon seal would be amplified limitlessly, even surpassing the slaughter dragon seal. Kong Long, the terrifying fire dragon and Xiao's attack collided. Under the powerful impact of the fire dragon mark, Xiao's attack was as vulnerable as a rotten wood. It was completely destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the fire dragon exploded, turning into a sea of fire, and Xianxia was covered in it. A shrill scream was heard from the sea of fire. Xianxia had turned into a flaming man. The gap between him and Xianxia wasn't just a little bit. The Yin attribute energy became even more fragile after encountering Xianxia's flames. The move of the fire dragon seal had severely injured Xianxia. Now that he was trapped in the sea of fire, he could only struggle violently. Amazing. Junior brother Jiang is a little too terrifying. My god. 1 move. Just 1 move. Xianxia is no match for him. If Junior Jiang killed He Sha would be a dead man by now. I've already said that He Sha is courting death by going against Junior Jiang. After advancing to the half-step sovereign realm, Junior Jiang is already the #1 genius of our immortal court. Even big senior brother Yu Huafan is no match for him. Everyone in the Dragon Hall was shocked. In addition to shock, there was also a strong sense of excitement. After all, the stronger Jiangchen was, the happier they were. No matter what, Jiangchen represented the Dragon Hall. However, compared to the excitement on the Dragon Hall side, the people on the Leopard Hall side were tragic. Each of them looked at Black Sand, who was constantly struggling and screaming in the sea of fire. Their expressions were extremely ugly. How could this be? How can this Jiangchen be so powerful? He's just a half-step sovereign while Senior He Sha is already a second-grade great sovereign. They're not on the same level at all. Stop talking. A person like Jiangchen can no longer be judged by common sense. Including senior brother He Sha, we have all underestimated Jiangchen. This guy has grown to an undefeatable level. I hope he doesn't kill senior brother He Sha directly. Otherwise, our Leopard Hall will suffer a serious loss. The people of the Leopard Hall weren't fools. Jiangchen almost killed He Sha with a single move. This had made them realize how terrifying Jiangchen was. They saw it clearly. It was a real collision without any fancy moves. There was no luck involved at all. After struggling for a while, He Sha finally broke free from the sea of fire and extinguished the flames on his body. At this moment, He Sha was in an extremely sorry state. His whole body was scorched and he had completely turned into a black man. It should be said that he was charcoal. His aura was extremely weak, which showed how serious his injuries were. This was He Sha. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died in the sea of fire and not even ashes would be left. He Sha, I won't kill you today, but there won't be a next time. You should understand the logic of the winner taking all. If you see me in the future, stay far away from me. Otherwise, the next time will be the day you die. After I kill you, no one can do anything to me, Jiangchen. Jiangchen stopped his dragon transformation and said to He Sha condescendingly. It was a serious form of contempt, but it made He Sha unable to even get angry. Under the absolute suppression of strength, other than fear, all he could feel was submission. Just as Jiangchen had said, the winner takes all and the loser takes all. This was an unchanging truth and He Sha understood it. His original intention was to kill Jiangchen. Now that he had been defeated by Jiangchen and Jiangchen had spared his life, what else could He Sha say? Let's go. Jiangchen waved his hand at Hong Ying and the others and flew away. This was the first interlude in the miniature Fengqi world and also the first meaningful battle after Jiangchen advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. He defeated his opponent in a crushing manner. This battle would completely establish Jiangchen's position in the younger generation of the immortal court. No one would dare to compete with him for the title of the #1 genius. On a barren hill 100 miles away, the people of the Dragon Hall landed. Junior Jiang, the miniature Fengqi world is very big. The place we are at now should be at the border. There are no opportunities here and even demons and ghosts are rare. Hong Ying said. At this moment, everyone had subconsciously treated Jiangchen as their backbone and leader. Senior sister Hong Ying, I think we should split up from here and look for our own opportunities. If everyone were to gather together, many people's luck would be concealed and lose the meaning of training. Jiangchen said. Junior Jiang is right. Let's split up from here and look for our own opportunities and benefits. But don't forget to gather here 2 days later. Master will reopen the gate of the miniature Fengqi world. Yu Feng said. After that, everyone went their separate ways and went in different directions. Everyone in the Dragon Hall was the best of the best, the best of the best. Every one of them could hold their own in the miniature Fengqi world. Feng Jingyang's sunshine was never wrong. To Jiangchen, he had to send everyone away because he came with a mission. Only when he was alone could he use the talisman to search for the ancient elephant bloodline. Searching for the ancient elephant bloodline was the most important thing in the miniature Fengqi world and also the most important thing for Jiangchen to do in the Fengqi immortal court. All the training had to be thrown to the back of his mind. Nothing was more important than the ancient elephant bloodline. Who is it? Just as Jiang Chen was about to take out the talisman, the space not far away from him suddenly trembled. Jiang Chen immediately turned his gaze towards the direction of the talisman. In this kind of strange space, slight spatial trembles were everywhere and were very normal. However, the tremble just now was not normal. Jiang Chen's perception was very sharp. His intuition told him that there must be something in the dark. Moreover, the slight tremble just now made Jiang Chen feel uneasy. This made Jiang Chen to be serious. Jiang Chen had never doubted his senses. The Great Soul Derivation technique had never been wrong. If it was just an ordinary spatial tremor, he would never have felt any change in his emotions. Swoosh, Jiang Chen's body swayed and came to the place where the spatial tremor was. Terrifying soul power gushed out of his body like a tide, constantly sweeping the void around, but he found nothing. However, Jiang Chen absolutely did not believe that it was just a momentary spiritual coincidence. He was never suspicious. There must be someone in the dark, and in that instant, the person was obviously paying attention to him. Jiang Chen had no choice but to take this matter to heart, because Xianxia was the one with the highest cultivation among those who entered the miniature Feng Qi world this time. Someone like Xianxia could not pose any threat to him, and it was even more impossible for him to observe him in the dark without being noticed. Jiang Chen did not give up and continued to search for the mysterious existence in the dark, but he still failed in the end. It was as if the ripple just now was just a ripple that he was searching for, but Jiang Chen was just being suspicious. Since he could not find it, and since the other party was not willing to show up, Jiang Chen did not waste any more time here. However, this matter was something that he had to pay attention to. Whoosh, subsequently, Jiang Chen unleashed the 5-elemental domain. The 5-elemental domain surrounded him, isolating him from the outside world. With the isolation of the 5-elemental domain, even if a 5th-grade great sovereign wanted to investigate Jiang Chen's situation in the domain, he would definitely be detected by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. This was the spiritual talisman that Heaven's Sovereign asked Han Feng to pass to him. Whether or not he could find the ancient elephant bloodline depended on this spiritual talisman. Buzz buzz, a divine sense was instilled into the spiritual talisman by Jiang Chen. The spiritual talisman suddenly jumped violently in Jiang Chen's hand, emitting a buzzing sound. Then, the talisman seemed to come to life. The ancient picture on it disappeared and a red line appeared. The line was like a swimming fish. It kept spinning on the talisman at a very fast speed. Jiang Chen knew that the talisman was searching for traces of the ancient elephant bloodline. The red line on it was used to find the direction. A minute later, the red line stopped in one direction. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen quickly flew in the direction indicated by the red line. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. The barren mountains below him constantly flitted past, and with every step he took, he would shrink the ground to an inch. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded in front of him. A black wave of qi appeared out of thin air, and a huge black hole appeared 300 feet in front of Jiang Chen. However, if one looked closely, it was not difficult to find that it was not a black hole at all, but the big mouth of a demon. The miniature Feng Qi world was full of demons and demons. The demon that appeared in front of him already had the cultivation of a 1st-grade great sovereign. After noticing the appearance of a half-step great sovereign, it immediately launched an attack. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the human in one bite. It was a pity that the demon was too unlucky to have run into Jiang Chen, an extremely perverse fellow. Facing the huge mouth of the demon, Jiang Chen did not even slow down his speed. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand, and he crashed into the demon's mouth like a meteor. Bang! Jiang Chen's strike smashed the demonic devil's head into pieces. He rushed out from the demonic devil's back. The demonic devil let out a blood-curdling screech as its head exploded into pieces. Then, Jiang Chen took out the Zulong Tower on the spot, regardless of what kind of demon it was. A hole was torn open on the Zulong Tower, and a terrifying devouring power gushed out like a tidal wave. The 100-meter-tall behemoth was completely swallowed by the Zulong Tower in the blink of an eye. To Jiang Chen, the demons here were absolute nourishment. A 1st-grade great sovereign demonic demon allowed Jiang Chen to condense half of the dragon marks on the 58th floor of the Zulong Tower. Not only that, Jiang Chen also condensed 10,000 new dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in his body to 1,660,000, one step closer to becoming a true great sovereign. He only needed to condense another 40,000 dragon marks to reach 1,700,000, and Xianxia's cultivation could directly break through to become a true great sovereign. Looks like I need to set a new goal for this trip to the miniature Fengqi world. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His ultimate goal in coming to the miniature Fengqi world was the ancient elephant bloodline. Now, he needed to make use of the environment of the miniature Fengqi world to help himself break through to the great sovereign realm. As long as he broke through to the great sovereign realm, Xianxia would be considered to have advanced to a truly high level. Moreover, according to Xianxia's plan, he would attract an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the great sovereign realm. Ever since Xianxia advanced to the immortal venerable realm to the half-step sovereign realm, he did not attract any heavenly tribulation. This itself was very unusual. Xianxia could sense that there would definitely be a heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the great sovereign realm, and the power of the heavenly tribulation would be unimaginably terrifying. As the saying goes, good preparation is the key to success. This time, the heavenly tribulation would also be well prepared. The heavenly tribulations of the immortal venerables and half-step sovereigns would be integrated together with the great sovereign realm. Xianxia couldn't imagine to what extent he couldn't control the legendary terrifying sovereign tribulation, but Xianxia would absolutely not be afraid of it. Xianxia was very experienced in crossing tribulations. Moreover, Xianxia had already developed a strong immunity towards the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, with the powerful cheating tool of the Zulong Tower, no matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Moreover, under the impact of the heavenly tribulation, Xianxia's cultivation would directly break through to the second-grade great sovereign realm, and would no longer linger around the first-grade great sovereign realm. After killing a demon with ease, Xianxia continued to advance towards the direction indicated by the spiritual talisman. After flying for about half an hour, Xianxia entered a mountainous region. Such sovereign domain was everywhere in the miniature Fengqi world, and no one would notice it at all. According to the instructions on the spiritual talisman, the ancient elephant bloodline is hidden in front. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked ahead. There was a huge valley in front of him. The valley was filled with dense qi. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the coldness from within. Without any hesitation, Xianxia flew towards the valley. No matter how harsh the environment was, it wouldn't affect Xianxia. Very soon, Xianxia arrived above the valley. The whole valley was filled with dense qi, and the qi was rolling back and forth. The environment was extremely harsh. The qi here is really powerful. It has a strong corrosive effect. Once it enters a person's body, even the immortal qi will be corroded. However, these things don't affect me at all. Instead, they can be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. If the entire sea of qi in the Zulong Tower is completely absorbed, it can directly condense the 59th level. Xianxia thought. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit The Vast Valley was filled with dense baleful qi. In terms of quality and density, the baleful qi here was definitely top-notch. It was enough to pose a serious threat to immortal venerables. The higher the grade of the baleful qi, the more Xianxia liked it. Because the higher the grade of the baleful qi, the more helpful it would be to him. Just like how the Zulong Tower devoured the corpses of those demonic devils, the higher the grade of the demonic devil, the more helpful it would be to the Zulong Tower. There was no doubt about this. According to the guidance of the talisman, the ancient elephant bloodline was in this valley. Xianxia didn't care too much. He simply absorbed all the baleful qi into the Zulong Tower to help the Zulong Tower advance. If the ancient elephant bloodline was hidden in the baleful qi, it would be better if it was directly absorbed by the ancestral dragon. This would save Xianxia a lot of trouble. If the ancient elephant bloodline was absorbed into the Zulong Tower, Xianxia would be able to detect it immediately. Kong Long, without any hesitation, Xianxia opened the door of the Zulong Tower. The huge door turned into a black hole with a radius of 30 meters. A terrifying devouring force gushed out from the Zulong Tower. The agitated baleful qi immediately surged towards the Zulong Tower like a tide. Absorbing the baleful qi crazily was a suicidal method. In the entire immortal world, perhaps only Xianxia would dare to do this. Such a scene was too grand. If outsiders were to see it, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme and might even be scared out of their wits. Absorbing all the darking qi in the entire valley was a huge project in itself, but with the Zulong Tower, it wouldn't take too much time no matter how huge the project was. According to Xianxia's estimation, it would take at most 20 minutes for the Zulong Tower to absorb all the darking qi here. With the energy conversion of the darking qi, the 59th floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed, and Xianxia himself would gain more benefits. Rumble, the ancestral dragon pagoda crazily devoured the baleful qi, creating a rumbling sound like thunder. 20 minutes later, all the baleful qi in the valley had been completely refined and absorbed by the Zulong Tower. All the baleful qi had been transformed into pure energy. Just as Xianxia expected, not only had the 58th floor of the Zulong Tower been completely condensed, but the 59th floor had also been completely condensed. Next, it would be time to break through to the 60th floor. It wasn't far from the second transformation of the Zulong Tower. When the 33rd floor was completely condensed for the first time, Xianxia had obtained a space of time. The change of time by 33 times had given Xianxia an excellent place for cultivation. According to the instructions on the Zulong Tower, as long as the 66th floor was condensed, the second transformation of the Zulong Tower would be able to bring more benefits to Xianxia. As for the benefits of the 66th floor, Xianxia had always been looking forward to it. Great, the 59th floor of the Zulong Tower has been completely condensed. Moreover, the pure energy that I have absorbed from the Zulong Tower has helped me condense another 20,000 dragon marks, making my combat power even stronger than before. I'm only one step away from becoming a great sovereign. Once I find the ancient elephant bloodline, I'll find a way to break through to the true great sovereign realm in this miniature Fengqi world. Xianxia had a smile on his face. The enemies that he encountered were getting stronger and the troubles were getting bigger and bigger. The second catastrophe was coming soon. At this time, Xianxia was eager to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. He wanted to improve himself at all costs. Only in this way, he would be able to deal with everything that was going to happen in the future. Whether it was Star Sovereign, or the three great immortal courts that were his enemies, or the impending second catastrophe, Xianxia must be fully prepared for all of them. Feeling that his strength was rising continuously, Xianxia's confidence grew stronger. Without the cover of the eveling qi, the appearance of the valley was completely revealed. Looking at it, the valley was extremely desolate. There was a lake at the bottom that had dried up for God knows how many years. It was surrounded by black barren mountains. The stone walls above were also filled with scars caused by the eveling qi, as if it had been eroded by time. The whole place gave off a very desolate and depressing feeling. Xianxia probed around, trying to find traces of the ancient elephant bloodline. However, he couldn't find anything after looking around. However, Xianxia found many caves on the stone walls around the valley. Could it be hidden in these caves? It shouldn't be possible. Everything in the miniature Fengqi world should have been searched by Star Sovereign. Although these caves are covered by the eveling qi, it shouldn't be able to stop Star Sovereign from probing. Looks like I still need the spiritual talisman. Xianxia thought. He turned his palm and the spiritual talisman appeared again. Xianxia instilled his divine sense into the spiritual talisman again. Buzz, the spiritual talisman let out a buzzing sound again and jumped violently. The red line that had disappeared previously also appeared again. The red line rotated violently and the speed of rotation was much faster than before. Xianxia could feel that the direction of the red line was pointing to a cave every time it rotated. This discovery made Xianxia see hope immediately. He had reason to believe that the ancient elephant bloodline must be hidden in one of the caves here. The reason why Star Sovereign couldn't find it was probably because he didn't have the spiritual talisman with him. To find the ancient elephant bloodline, he had to rely on the spiritual talisman. There was no doubt about this. This was also Sky Sovereign's hidden trick. If Sky Sovereign didn't have this trick, he wouldn't be Sky Sovereign. Moreover, Star Sovereign couldn't be sure that Sky Sovereign would definitely leave something behind. He wouldn't believe that Sky Sovereign would leave such an important ancient elephant bloodline intact and leave such a big backup. Suddenly, the red line stopped and pointed to the direction of a cave. Xianxia raised his bright eyes and his body swayed to the front of the cave. Buzz, at this place, the spiritual talisman trembled even more violently. The red line on it almost jumped out. It's here. Xianxia's face was filled with surprise. The guidance of the spiritual talisman would never be wrong. This cave looked completely different from the other caves. It couldn't be more ordinary and it was difficult to attract people's attention. If it wasn't for the spiritual talisman, Xianxia wouldn't have found this place. Just as Xianxia was about to step into the cave, there was a slight fluctuation in the void behind him. This fluctuation was very subtle, especially in the valley that had just been ravaged by the ancestral dragon pagoda. It was almost impossible to detect it, but Xianxia still managed to catch it. Xianxia's eyes widened. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly, then turned around and walked into the cave. No matter who was in the dark, Xianxia would not be afraid. With the Zulong Tower as a self-defense tool, he only needed to rely on the talisman to find the location of the ancient elephant. As for the person in the dark, he would appear sooner or later. However, the ancient elephant bloodline could not be delayed. If the mysterious person in the dark paid attention to him and delayed the search for the ancient elephant bloodline, it would not be worth it. Following the guidance of the talisman, Xianxia kept flying into the depths of the cave. The cave was not big, but it was very long. He did not know how far it extended. Xianxia walked for hundreds of miles and finally reached the end of the cave. Unfortunately, what appeared in front of Xianxia was a dark stone wall. The passage of the cave had come to an end, and there was no path in front of him. Xianxia's expression did not change. He knew there must be something fishy. If there was a huge space at the end of the passage, it would be abnormal for the ancient elephant bloodline to be in it. Because if it was so easy to hide the ancient elephant bloodline, with Star Sovereign's means, he would have found it long ago. Why would he wait for Xianxia to find it? At this moment, the talisman in Xianxia's hand automatically floated out. The light on the talisman began to become extremely dark, and finally became the same color as the stone wall in front of him. Xianxia paid close attention to the front. He saw the talisman rush toward the stone wall, and in the end, it actually merged with a pattern that could not be seen clearly. Rumble. The moment the talisman and the pattern on the stone wall overlapped, there was a sudden rumble. The stone wall in front of him suddenly disappeared, and a door appeared. It was an illusory door, filled with the power of space. This is connected to a different space, and the talisman is the key to open the space. It is so well hidden, no wonder Star Sovereign could not find it. Anan is really good, Xianxia said with a smile. With a sway of his body, he entered the door. Xianxia guessed that this space must have been personally created by the Celestial Arch. The ancient elephant bloodline must be in this space. After entering the void portal, Xianxia's spiritual will moved and the spirit talisman that had disappeared once again appeared in his hand. At the same time, the illusory space portal began to close. Shwa, just as the door was about to close, a black shadow rushed in like a ghost. It was extremely fast. Humph. I finally couldn't help but show up. Xianxia coldly snorted. He had closed the door as soon as possible to prevent the hidden person from breaking in. He hadn't expected the other party to be so fast. In the end, he still couldn't defend against it. The black-cloaked man was fast, but Xianxia was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the black-cloaked man. At this moment, the other party did not hide anymore. Standing in front of Xianxia was a black-cloaked man. He looked to be in his late 20s, and his body was filled with terrifying qi. His cultivation base had reached the terrifying third-grade Great Sovereign realm. Moreover, he was very good at concealing himself, which was why Xianxia could not find him out from the darkness. This space wasn't big, it was only a dozen miles in radius. The surroundings were filled with spatial qi, and there was nothing, not even land under their feet. At this moment, Xianxia and the black-cloaked man looked at the sky at the same time. There was a crystal ball floating in the sky. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel the powerful qi from the crystal ball. It was ancient and strong. Outside the crystal ball, there were shadows of the desolate ancient elephant flickering continuously. It looked extremely mystical. Obviously, the ancient elephant bloodline was in the crystal ball. The reason why Jiang Chen and the black-clothed man came here was to obtain the ancient elephant bloodline. Jiang Chen looked at the black-clothed man from top to bottom. At first, he thought that the black-clothed man was from the immortal court, but after sensing the evil qi from the black-clothed man, he denied this guess. Moreover, the qi of the black-clothed man gave him a very familiar feeling. Whoa, Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with two strange lights. He looked at the black-clothed man and said, Leng Leng, you are from the barbarian world. That's right. The qi from the black-clothed man was barbaric and evil. The barbarian bloodline was very strong. Jiang Chen had been to the desolate ancient land and fought with the barbarian world before. So he was very familiar with their qi. The black-clothed man was stunned when he saw that the other party could recognize him. Obviously, this situation was out of his expectation. You can see through my identity? The black-clothed man asked with a frown. The barbarian world has extended their hands to the immortal court. Jiang Chen said that he could see an expert of the barbarian world here. It was imaginable that a new catastrophe was about to befall the immortal world. The genius expert of the barbarian world in front of him had a strange movement technique and was good at hiding. That was why he was able to hide from everyone, including Feng Jingyang, and followed the disciples of the immortal court into the miniature Feng Qi world. This is the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant. The barbarian elephant is the orthodox bloodline of our barbarian race. It does not belong to the immortal world. I came here today to take back what belongs to the barbarian world. The black-cloaked man looked at the crystal ball floating in the sky and said as a matter of fact. Barbarian race? Don't taint this word. The true bloodline of the ancient barbarian race has almost disappeared. You barbarian world are just evil barbarians. You are no different from devils. What right do you have to inherit the supreme bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant? Jiang Chen sneered. It seemed that the barbarian world had long set their eyes on the Feng Qi immortal court. They knew that there was the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant here, but they couldn't find it. Now it seemed that when he and Heaven's Sovereign were discussing the countermeasures, the other party already knew about it. When the miniature Feng Qi world opened this time, the black-clothed man had been following him secretly. He only showed himself after the opening of this space. From this, it could be seen that the other party was jealous of his intelligence. From another perspective, Jiang Chen was being used by the other party. Brat, how dare you insult our barbarian race? You're courting death. The tone of the black-clothed man instantly became extremely cold, not concealing his strong killing intent. The one who is courting death is not me, but you. You want to take away the bloodline of the ancient elephant? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen's face was cold. If the black-clothed man was a third-grade great sovereign genius, he might not be a match for the genius of the immortal court. However, the black-clothed man was an evil barbarian. Jiang Chen's means could completely restrain the black-clothed man, causing the black-clothed man to only be able to exert half of his strength. This situation had been proven in the desolate ancient land. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not afraid of the black-clothed man at all. He was even excited. If he could kill and completely refine a third-grade great sovereign evil barbarian, not only could the Zulong Tower condense another 2 floors, his cultivation base would also break through to the great sovereign realm. There will be a 3rd chapter later. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit in Jiang Chen's mind. The black-clothed man's arrival was like a gift to him. He knew that Jiang Chen was going to break through to the immortal sovereign realm, so he took the risk to prepare for it. Jia Jia. A puny half-step sovereign dares to boast in front of me? If that's the case, I'll kill you first and take away the ancient elephant bloodline. I might as well tell you that as long as I bring the ancient elephant bloodline to the barbarian race, it'll be the doomsday of the immortal world. The black-clothed man laughed evilly. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. It was normal as he was a third-grade barbarian sovereign. Why would he put a half-step sovereign in his eyes? Unfortunately, you'll never be able to take away the ancient elephant bloodline. Even you won't be able to walk out of here today. Jiang Chen said. Violent energy rushed out of his body as he displayed the dragon transformation. The black-clothed man was right. The desolate ancient elephant bloodline was the same as the barbarian god bloodline in Swo Ling Er's body. Both of them were extremely important to the barbarian race. The only difference was that Zhuoling Heir's barbarian god bloodline needed to be nurtured for it to be of great use, while the desolate ancient elephant bloodline could be used directly. As long as the black-cloaked man brought the bloodline back to the barbarian race would have a true pinnacle expert, possibly surpassing the immortal realm. At that time, the immortal world would not be able to resist the invasion of the evil barbarian race. No matter how powerful your transformation skill is, it can't make up for the difference in cultivation. In front of me, you can only stretch your neck and wait to be killed, the black-cloaked man said. Violent evil barbarian energy rushed out from his body, forming a storm that swept towards Xianxia. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was filled with this evil chi, turning it into an azure hell. Xianxia was stunned. Facing the black evil energy storm, Xianxia revealed a faint smile. Judging from the momentum of the opponent's attack, it was indeed terrifying. Even a third-grade great sovereign genius might not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, the black-cloaked man's opponent was Xianxia, a person who could be called as a fiend to the entire evil barbarian race. Voila, in the face of his opponent's energy attack, Xianxia's counterattack was very simple. It was a fire dragon seal. Currently, his fire dragon was formed by the fusion of 5 types of supreme flames. Moreover, Xianxia had gained another 30,000 dragon marks after arriving at the miniature Fengqi world. His combat strength had increased by a lot and it was not difficult for him to deal with the black-cloaked man. Roar, the fire dragon roared, and a sea of fire instantly filled the air. The moment the fire dragon appeared, the vast energy storm that the black-cloaked man had unleashed seemed to have met its natural enemy. Its aura instantly withered, and even its attack power was reduced by half. The originally ferocious beast also started to become docile. In the blink of an eye, all of the black-cloaked man's energy attacks were completely shattered by Xianxia's fire dragon, leaving nothing behind. What? The black-cloaked man cried out in surprise. His face had lost its initial calmness. His eyes were filled with horror. He clearly saw the terrifying flame just now. That kind of flame had a great restraining effect on him. It was a natural enemy that could restrain the origin of the evil barbarian race. Under such extreme restraint, the black-cloaked man could not unleash his full strength. At most, he could only unleash half of his battle strength. This kind of battle was the most depressing. Even a supreme expert's mind would be affected. In a real battle, once one's mind was affected, the consequences would undoubtedly be very serious. Don't be surprised. My flame can restrain you evil barbarians. My existence is the nemesis of the entire barbarian world. I've said it before, you won't be able to take away the ancient elephant bloodline today. You won't even be able to take away your own life. Xianxia said Lung. The power of his domain suddenly surged out from his body. The huge 5 elements domain directly covered the entire space, including the black-cloaked man. Since the black-cloaked man was good at hiding, he must be good at escaping. Since he already knew his opponent's advantage, Xianxia naturally had to make ample preparations. He could not give his opponent any chance to escape. At that moment, Xianxia completely regarded his opponent as his prey. Brat, that's not enough for you to be arrogant. So what if you're able to restrain me? You're only a half-martial emperor. The gap between our cultivations is something that you can't make up for. Even if this martial emperor is only able to unleash half of his strength, I can still kill you effortlessly. The black-cloaked man Lung said. After a short moment of shock, he once again revealed his vicious side. He had reason to believe that even if he could only unleash half of his strength, killing a half-emperor would still be a piece of cake. You talk a lot of nonsense. Xianxia let out a loud shout and unleashed the fire dragon seal once again. This time, he unleashed 3 fire dragons. Each fire dragon was a few hundred meters long, and they were hovering in the air. They flew towards the man in black from 3 different directions. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Nothing was better than the fire dragon seal to deal with an evil barbarian. Divine fist of the barbarian emperor. The black-cloaked man also sensed the terror of the fire dragon seal. That terror was not only due to the suppression of attributes, but also the terrifying energy contained in the fire dragon seal. It was a terrifying energy that was enough to contend against him. Therefore, the black-cloaked man did not dare to be careless and immediately used his strongest move. Rumble, a huge fist that was filled with barbaric power appeared. Like a huge black mountain, it pressed down on the black dragon. Roar, the three fire dragons roared continuously. Their heads and tails connected, forming a huge circle that completely surrounded the huge fist. Endless flames spread, causing the huge fist to sink into a sea of fire. Rumble, under Xianxia's control, the three fire dragons exploded at the same time, turning into unparalleled flames and energy. That was an unimaginable destructive force. Even the divine barbarian sovereign fist that could destroy the heavens and earth could not withstand the impact of the fire dragon's seal and was burnt to ashes on the spot. Dang dang dang, the divine barbarian sovereign fist was destroyed. The black-cloaked man also suffered a huge injury. His face turned extremely ugly and he retreated a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. Impossible. How could a half-emperor have such a powerful combat strength? The black-cloaked man could not accept this reality. He, a third-grade barbarian sovereign, was defeated by a half-emperor. This was a reality that he could not even dream of. At this moment, the black-cloaked man's aura had started to weaken. At least, the difference between his aura and the beginning was not just a little bit. I've said it before, you can't escape. The fire dragon seal was too ferocious, it completely restrained the black-cloaked man. Now, Xianxia did not give his opponent any chance to breathe. The terrifying fire dragon brought along an endless sea of fire and besieged the black-cloaked man from different directions. I don't believe that I can't defeat a puny half-step sovereign human with my strength. The black-cloaked man went berserk. His body began to change greatly, turning into a monster that was more than 30 meters tall. The monster's face was extremely ferocious and his body was covered with black scales. It was very scary. This was not the first time that Xianxia saw the true form of an evil barbarian, so he was not surprised at all. The current barbarian world had already broken away from the true barbarian god's bloodline. They were no different from demons. Therefore, Xianxia would not show any mercy to such an evil barbarian. Roar, the evil barbarian roared madly. A black battle blade appeared in his hand. It was a terrifying barbarian weapon, emitting an endless barbaric aura. He then slashed towards the fire dragon and the sea of fire. Rumble, the entire spatial zone was almost cut into two halves. This spatial zone was created by Heaven's sovereign in the past. That's why it was indestructible. Otherwise, the spatial zone would have been shattered by the battle between Xianxia and a third-grade barbaric sovereign. Undeniably, the barbarians of the barbarian race were very strong. Just like this third-grade barbarian sovereign in front of him, he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack even though he was heavily injured. This kind of terrifying explosive power was not something any ordinary human could compare with. The huge black barbarian blade was like a battle blade of the heavens and earth. It could split the heavens and everything that stood in its way. Even the flames were split into half. Boy, it's a great threat to our barbarian race to have such a heaven-defying figure. Today, I will kill you to remove the future trouble for our barbarian race. The huge evil barbarian said with a buzzing voice. He was like a peerless giant, carrying an unparalleled battle blade and slaughtering everything in his way. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Xianxia's face was cold. He did not want to waste any more time. Since his opponent had turned into his true form and displayed his peerless attack, Xianxia would not be polite anymore. Roar, boundless dragon roars rang out as Xianxia transformed into a true blood dragon. A massive draconic might spread out, and at the same time, a dragon-shaped blood-red sword appeared above his body. The sword buzzed, and in the blink of an eye, it had perfectly fused with the blood dragon. Fusion of dragon and sword was Xianxia's most powerful move. When he transformed into a true dragon, it was time for Xianxia to display his most powerful killer move. And when he displayed this move, it also foretold the doomsday of his opponent. Roar, at this moment, Xianxia was the sword, and the sword was Xianxia. They were inseparable, and the destructive power that erupted from them was unimaginable. What a powerful fellow. The evil barbarian's expression changed once again. In the face of the rampaging dragon, a huge pressure appeared in his heart. Now, it was not only the flames released by Xianxia that caused him to be suppressed and traumatized. There was also the true dragon bloodline that Xianxia carried. It was an extremely powerful bloodline pressure. Xianxia's powerful attack arrived in front of the man in black in the blink of an eye. All of his aura had been completely locked on by Xianxia. He could not avoid it, so he could only face it head-on. In desperation, the evil barbarian raised the saber in his hand again and slashed at Xianxia's dragon sword. Clang, the two peerless imperial weapons collided with each other, immediately creating an endless sea of fire. The void space was ravaged beyond recognition. Even the space that Sky Emperor had personally created felt like it was on the verge of collapse. Terrifying cracks appeared on the void barrier, and it could be destroyed at any time. The violent waves of fire and sword chi instantly invaded the saber, and even rushed into the evil barbarian's body. The power of extreme yang was too strong. Arg, the evil barbarian let out a blood-curdling scream. He could not hold the saber in his hand anymore and was sent flying away. At the same time, one of his thick arms was torn apart by Xianxia's terrifying power, causing him to spurt out blood. This time, the evil barbarian suffered a heavy injury. His face was filled with shock. Even if he was very unwilling, he had to accept this reality. He had to admit that this human half-step sovereign was too heaven-defying. Even a third-grade barbarian sovereign like him was not a match for him. Boy, I will remember what happened today. The day our barbarian race steps into your immortal world will be the day of your death. The huge evil barbarian turned back into the appearance of the black-robed man, but this time, one of his arms had been completely shattered. With a sway of his body, he tried to escape into the void. At this time, the most important thing was to escape. The bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant was no longer important, and he couldn't care less about it. In his current situation, it was already quite good that he could escape. If he still wanted the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant at this time, he would definitely die. You still want to escape at this moment? The entire space has been covered by my domain. You have no chance to escape anymore. Xianxia returned to his half-human half-dragon state. He held the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and executed the Great Void technique. In a blink of an eye, he caught up with the man in black who had escaped into the void. The Heavenly Saint sword slashed towards the evil barbarian mercilessly. The terrifying sword chi turned into a sword net, enveloping the man in black completely. He did not even have the chance to escape. Die. The Heavenly Saint sword slashed down mercilessly. No. The man in black let out a blood-curdling scream. In the end, he could not escape and was slashed into half by Xianxia's sword. A dignified third-grade barbarian sovereign, a rare genius in the barbarian world. He came to the Fengqi Immortal Court with a great mission. He thought that he could obtain the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant and make the barbarian race rise again. Unexpectedly, he died tragically in this space. He died in the hands of a half-step sovereign. It was truly a tragedy. After killing the third-grade barbarian sovereign, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. The gate of the Zulong Tower was instantly opened. A violent devouring power gushed out from the Zulong Tower. The body of the third-grade barbarian sovereign was instantly devoured. Boom! The moment the third-grade barbarian sovereign entered the Zulong Tower, the 60th floor of the Zulong Tower shook violently. The energy contained within a powerful third-grade barbarian sovereign was extremely terrifying. It was like a vast ocean. In just a minute, the 60th floor was completely condensed. Then it was the 61st floor. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 6,000, the number of dragon marks kept increasing. Xianxia was like a huge melting pot. Endless energy was being absorbed into his body and turned into dragon marks. Undeniably, the energy of a third-grade barbarian sovereign was too huge. The benefits it brought to Xianxia were unimaginable. 5 minutes later, the 61st floor of the ancestral dragon pagoda was completely condensed. At this time, the third-grade barbarian sovereign was completely consumed. Not only the ancestral dragon pagoda benefited from this, but Xianxia himself also benefited from it. The Zulong Tower had brought great benefits to Xianxia, forming 20,000 dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in his body to 1,700,000. This number was the number that Xianxia needed to break through to the great sovereign realm. Rumble. At this moment, Xianxia's qi began to undergo a tremendous change. Countless dragon marks were roaring and circling like heavenly dragons, forming a resonance. Under this resonance, the energy in Xianxia's body began to transform. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He could faintly feel the smell of a law. It was the great sovereign law, the supreme law. A great sovereign law was condensed above Xianxia's head. It was a transformation of quality. Finally, I'm going to break through to the great sovereign realm. I've waited for this moment for too long. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. To him, this was an extremely important and sacred moment. The great sovereign law began to condense. Xianxia did not immediately break through to the first great sovereign realm. He stretched out his palm and kept the ancient elephant bloodline that was floating in the sky. Xianxia did not plan to break through here. After all, this was a man-made space. It could easily obstruct the heavenly Tao, which might affect his breakthrough to the great sovereign realm. Rumble. The instant Xianxia retracted the ancient elephant bloodline, the entire space seemed to have lost its powerful support. It began to shake violently and one terrifying spatial crack after another appeared. The space was on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia wasn't surprised by this. With a sway of his body, he flashed into a huge spatial crack. With the Great Void technique, there was no place in the heavens and earth that he wouldn't dare to go. Even if he entered a spatial crack, he would still be able to walk out easily. The moment Xianxia left, the space completely exploded and was completely destroyed. After obtaining the ancient elephant bloodline, there was no longer a need for this space to continue existing. Xianxia's figure reappeared in the sky above the valley. Above his head, a great emperor's law soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds. Waves of air surged as the law continued to condense and strengthen. In the blink of an eye, it had already become as thick as an arm. And this was just the beginning. Xianxia sat cross-legged in meditation, absorbing a large amount of immortal metastones crazily, as if he didn't need them at all. Fortunately, he had enough immortal metastones in his storage, enough to help him break through to the second great sovereign realm. Buzz, the heavens and earth changed color. The great emperor's law had already become as thick as a cylinder. It turned into a golden light pillar, almost illuminating the entire miniature Feng Qi world. As Xianxia's great emperor's law continued to condense, the law became thicker and more dazzling. Runes appeared on the surface of the law. Each rune looked like the shadow of a dragon. What made Xianxia puzzled was that he only had one great emperor's law from the beginning to the end. I understand now. The so-called Great Tao unification. Other great sovereigns cultivate the law and constantly increase the number of laws. But I only have one law. Constantly increasing the energy and grade of the law is in line with the Tao of the heavens and earth. Xianxia looked exceptionally excited. Although he only had one great emperor's law, this one great emperor's law was equivalent to countless others. To Xianxia, the cultivation of a great sovereign was no longer measured by the number of great emperor's law. Rumble. The entire miniature Feng Qi world began to tremble. The influence and commotion caused by the birth of a great sovereign was incomparably huge. What's going on? Why is there such a huge commotion all of a sudden? Look, what's that? There's a golden red light pillar at a very far place. Where is the commotion coming from? I can feel an enormous pressure of a great sovereign from it. Someone is going to break through to the great sovereign realm. Amazing. Who is that? Why is there only one great emperor's law? But that great emperor's law is too dazzling. We can see it clearly from such a distance. The entire miniature Feng Qi world was stirred up. The disciples of the immortal court who were originally cultivating shifted their gaze towards the light pillar. Xianxia's great emperor's law was too dazzling. The strong light couldn't be concealed at all. It lit up the entire miniature Feng Qi world. It's Junior Jiang. Junior Jiang is breaking through to the great sovereign realm. That's great. Junior Jiang is really a heaven-defying existence. He has already broken through to the great sovereign realm in such a short time. Breaking through to the great sovereign realm in the miniature Feng Qi world is a huge matter. Looks like it won't take long for a powerful sovereign tribulation to come. We must open the door of the miniature Fengqi world as soon as possible. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Junior Jiang were to undergo his tribulation here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Many of us would suffer along with him. It can't be. The miniature Fengqi world is so big. Even if Junior Jiang were to undergo his tribulation, how much space could he occupy? It's hard to say. I have a hunch. Did you guys see that? Junior Jiang only has one great emperor's law. That's the great Tao of the unification of the heavenly Tao. Since ancient times, only peerless geniuses would have such a situation. The heavenly tribulation that such a person would trigger would be incomparably terrifying. The miniature Fengqi world is after all just a different space. When the heavenly tribulation of the vast thousand world is drawn in, anything could happen. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't just the people of the Dragon Hall who were shocked. After the others sensed Jiang Chen's great emperor's law, their facial expression began to change. How could they still have the mood to cultivate at this moment? The unification of the heavenly Tao had appeared. This was a miracle that was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. This would only happen when a truly heaven-defying figure was born. It was imaginable that under such circumstances, Jiang Chen's sovereign tribulation would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Rumble. The great sovereign law above Jiang Chen's head was getting stronger and stronger. Endless rumbling sounds were heard. Under the impact of this great sovereign law, the entire miniature Fengqi world was in a state of great vibration. Even the void started to crack. It was just a great sovereign law, but it was able to stir up the entire miniature Fengqi world. One could imagine how strong this great sovereign law was. It seemed to have surpassed the great sovereign law, and was the symbol of the great Tao. Jiang Chen was hovering in the sky above the valley. The reddish-golden great sovereign law above his head pierced through the clouds. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded. The sky above the miniature Fengqi world was torn open. 7-colored lightning poured down like a tide, and directly poured into the miniature Fengqi world. Damn it, why did the lightning tribulation come so fast? The heavenly tribulation had descended. Jiang Chen had just advanced to the great sovereign realm and the heavenly tribulation had already descended. This situation was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. In the past, when he advanced, he could control the lightning tribulation by himself, and could descend at any time according to his will. However, this time, the heavenly tribulation no longer listened to Jiang Chen's command. The moment Jiang Chen advanced to the great sovereign realm, the heavenly tribulation had descended. Look, the heavenly tribulation has descended. Let's stay away from it. What a terrifying heaven's might. It has covered the entire miniature Fengqi world. We are about to be shrouded by the heaven's might. Damn it, this won't do. Jiang Chen has reached the unity of heavenly Tao. God knows what kind of heaven-defying heavenly tribulation he will attract. It's too dangerous for us to stay in the miniature Fengqi world. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Don't worry, the higher-ups of the Immortal Court must have noticed the changes here. I guess Hall Master Feng Jingyang will soon open the door of the miniature Fengqi world. Everyone was shocked and fell into a state of panic. Those who came to the miniature Fengqi world to train were not ordinary people. There were quite a number of great emperors and they were very clear about the Emperor Tribulation. The Emperor Tribulation itself represented terror. For people like Jiang Chen who had achieved unity of heavenly Tao, who knew how terrifying the Emperor Tribulation would be. At this moment, the sky above the Immortal Court was also covered with dark clouds and lightning constantly flickered. The heavenly tribulation came from the Great Thousand World. The miniature Fengqi world was connected to the Immortal Court. Therefore, when Jiang Chen underwent the tribulation in the miniature Fengqi world, the people outside could clearly feel it. What's going on? Where did the heavenly tribulation come from? It's the miniature Fengqi world. Someone is trying to break through to the great sovereign realm in the miniature Fengqi world. This is great news. I wonder which genius disciple is going to become a great sovereign. The appearance of the heavens tribulation alarmed everyone in the Immortal Court. To the Immortal Court, it was a good thing that a young great sovereign appeared. In the past, there were people who underwent the heavens tribulation in the miniature Fengqi world, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. Asterisk rumble, asterisk suddenly, the entire immortal court trembled. Everyone felt as though they were shaking violently. This wasn't the trembling of the immortal court, but the trembling of the miniature Fengqi world. Even the people in the immortal court could clearly feel the intense heavenly might spreading. Such a strong shaking. The shaking of the miniature Fengqi world has actually spread to the inner part of the immortal court. And that incomparable heavenly might, how could it be so strong? Who is it that is advancing? How could there be such a huge movement? Oh no, the movement is too big. Even the immortal court has been affected. I'm afraid that the entire space of the miniature Fengqi world has been covered. Then, the disciples who are training in the miniature Fengqi world will be in danger. We must immediately stop training and look for Feng Jingyang. The key to open the miniature Fengqi world is in his hands. Panic. The people of the immortal court also began to panic. The higher the cultivation base, the more they could feel the seriousness of the problem. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk there was no need for them to worry. Feng Jingyang could no longer sit still. He turned into a ray of light and appeared at the peak of the mountain that opened the miniature Fengqi world. He took out the talisman again and immediately opened the gate of the miniature Fengqi world. Behind Feng Jingyang was De Huang Dog. Because he wasn't a disciple of the immortal court, he wasn't qualified to enter the miniature Fengqi world. This kid actually made such a huge movement. It seems like he's going to be heaven-defying after his advancement. De Huang Dog said with a smile. There was almost no need to think. In the entire immortal court, apart from Jiang Chen, there wouldn't be a second person who could make such a huge movement when advancing to the great sovereign realm. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the gate of the miniature Fengqi world was immediately opened. Those disciples who had already realized the danger had already gathered at the edge of the gate, which happened to be the place where they came from. Look, the gate is open. Let's go. Someone saw the gate of the miniature Fengqi world opening. Without any hesitation, he dashed towards the gate like a madman. All disciples, listen up. The training has ended. Everyone, get out of the miniature Fengqi world immediately. Feng Jingyang's voice rang out and reached everyone's ears. Even without his reminder, no one dared to be negligent at this moment. No one would joke around with their own lives. The great sovereign law of unity of the heavenly Tao had never been seen before. It only existed in legends. Therefore, no one could predict what would happen next. Judging from the current movement, the heavenly tribulation this time was definitely not small. Each and every disciple's face was filled with panic. In just a minute, everyone who had entered the miniature Fengqi world had walked out. Who's undergoing the tribulation inside? Feng Jingyang asked. Master, it's junior brother Jiang. He only has one great sovereign law, which has reached the unity of the heavenly Tao. That's why he caused such a huge movement. Hong Ying said. What? Unity of the heavenly Tao. Many people exclaimed. The higher-ups of the immortal court had appeared. The loudest exclamation came from the hall master of Leopard Hall, Huang Tianbao. Huang Tianbao looked at He Sha who had just walked out from the gate and couldn't help but frown. Jiang Chen is too powerful. I'm not his match. He Sha shook his head helplessly. Feng Jingyang, summon Jiang Chen immediately. When the heavenly tribulation arrives, it might destroy the miniature Fengqi world. Huang Tianbao said. Bullsh asterisk T, Huang Tianbao. Are you an idiot or are you treating us as idiots? If the heavenly tribulation hadn't arrived, Jiang Chen would have died after finding a place with no one to undergo the tribulation. Now that the heavenly tribulation has arrived, and it might be an extremely terrifying great tribulation, summoning Jiang Chen at this time will not only affect his unity of the heavenly Tao, it will also bring disaster to the immortal court. Feng Jingyang said impolitely. How could he not see through Huang Tianbao's intention? He was jealous of Jiang Chen. Huang Tianbao clearly knew that the unity of the heavenly Tao was a rare occurrence. If he summoned Jiang Chen at this time, it would seriously affect Jiang Chen's state of mind. Huang Tianbao wanted to disturb Jiang Chen and make Jiang Chen fail in the end. Hall Master Feng is right. This isn't the right time to let Jiang Chen come out. He might bring the heavenly tribulation to the immortal court. That would be a great loss. I've read the ancient records. When the legendary unification of the heavenly Tao appears, it will lead to an unimaginably terrifying calamity. If Xianxia is allowed to come out at this time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Star Sovereign is in seclusion. If we let Xianxia come out at this time, the commotion will be too big and it will disturb Star Sovereign. That's not good. Those elders began to speak. No one agreed with Huang Tianbao's opinion at this crucial moment. They weren't fools. They knew that Huang Tianbao had his own selfish motives. Everyone in the immortal court knew that Huang Tianbao and Feng Jingyang were at odds. Moreover, Jiangchen had barged into the leopard hall, causing them to lose their face. The last thing Huang Tianbao wanted to see was Jiangchen's rise. Humph, Huang Tianbao harumphed coldly and stopped talking. Even though he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do now. Jiangchen's growth was unstoppable. At this time, an old man who looked to be around 70 years old appeared. He was a powerful 6th-grade great sovereign, the highest-ranked elder in the immortal court. Even Star Sovereign had to give him face. His name was Ling Lacun, and he had a supreme position in the immortal court. It was rare to see him on normal days, even rarer than Star Sovereign. Now, the huge commotion in the miniature Fengqi world had actually attracted this old antique. Elder Ling Feng Jingyang and the others quickly greeted Ling Lacun. They didn't dare to show any neglect in front of such a big shot. Feng Jingyang, close the miniature Fengqi world and display the situation inside. Ling Lacun said. Yes. Feng Jingyang waved his hand and the door of the miniature Fengqi world closed. The talisman fell into Feng Jingyang's hand and was thrown up high. The talisman emitted a dazzling light and turned into a huge screen. On the screen was the figure of Jiangchen, who was undergoing the tribulation. This time everyone could see it clearly. Jiangchen was floating in the sky, his white clothes were fluttering in the wind, his black hair was fluttering in the wind, and his face was filled with a resolute expression. The most eye-catching thing was the golden red light beam above his head. It was like a pillar that could support the heavens. Sure enough, it's the legendary unification of heavenly Tao. I heard that for those who have reached this realm, there would only be one great sovereign law. Look at his great monarch law. It's so thick. It's terrifying. The legendary unification of the heavenly Taos has actually appeared. We're actually fortunate enough to witness such a heaven-defying feat. It's not easy. Look, the heavenly tribulation is about to form. I wonder what kind of terrifying tribulation will descend. Hearing about it and seeing it with one's own eyes were two completely different concepts. The unification of heavenly Tao only existed in legends. Even Ling Lacun, an old man, had never seen it before. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, everyone was excited. Therefore, even the powerful 6th-grade great sovereigns could not predict what would happen next. The unification of heavenly Tao had never happened before. No one knew how strong the heavenly tribulation would be. However, one thing was for sure. The heavenly tribulation would be incomparably terrifying. It would be much more terrifying than any of their previous tribulations. Asterisk roar, asterisk suddenly, a 7-colored true dragon appeared in the sky above the miniature Fengqi world. It was a thunder dragon, but its eyes flickered with heavenly might. It was vivid and lifelike, as if a real mad dragon had descended. After the appearance of the first lightning dragon, more and more lightning dragons were formed. For a moment, they blotted out the sky. Tens of thousands of dragons danced in the sky, shaking the heavens. This scene was just too vast. Countless dragon images appeared, and every single one of them seemed real. Every single one of them represented the might of heaven. It's the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. Oh my God. It's the legendary heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. Oh my God. This ancient lightning tribulation has really appeared. Am I dreaming? The ancient heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. The heavenly might evolved into tens of thousands of dragons. It represents a type of annihilation. This heavenly tribulation is incomparably terrifying. Any heaven-defying existence would not be able to survive the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, no one would believe that such a tribulation exists in the heavens and earth. It's over. The heavenly dragon Great Tribulation has appeared. I'm afraid that Jiangchen will die under the heavenly tribulation. Our immortal court has lost a heaven-defying genius. The heavenly tribulation hasn't started yet. It's too early to tell. The appearance of the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation had stirred up a storm in the crowd. The deterrence brought by the heavenly tribulation was too strong. No one was not shocked. Moreover, no one was optimistic about Xianxia. Even if he had the unification of heavenly Tao, he might not be able to survive the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. After all, the legend of the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation was too terrifying. Feng Jingyang and the people of the Dragon Hall had an ugly expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with worry for Xianxia. Sister Hongying, do you think Junior Jiang can survive the tribulation? Duanren asked. I have confidence in Junior Jiang. He can create a miracle like the unification of heavenly Tao. He must have the ability to survive the tribulation. Hongying said. That's right. I also have confidence in Junior Jiang. Yufeng nodded. To them, Xianxia was the pride of the Dragon Hall. Don't be blindly confident. No one can survive the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. It seems like your Junior Jiang won't be able to walk out of the miniature Fengqi world. Huang Tianbao sneered. He was very happy after seeing the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. He couldn't wait for Xianxia to die under the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. Huang Tianbao, no one will think that you're mute if you don't speak. Feng Jingyang said bluntly. Feng Jingyang, you've been targeting me. Do you want to fight? Huang Tianbao's aura shook. As the hall master of the Leopard Hall, he had a temper and status. How could he not be angry when he was scolded by Feng Jingyang in front of so many people? Humph. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you anytime. However, my disciple is undergoing the tribulation. I don't have the mood to care about you now. Feng Jingyang snorted. He ignored Huang Tianbao and stared at the screen in the sky without blinking. Hell, in the miniature Fengqi world, countless demons howled and scurried up and down. Under such a strong heavenly tribulation, they were in complete despair. Thousands of lightning dragons had covered the entire miniature Fengqi world. Those demons gritted their teeth in hatred when they saw Xianxia. This person chose to undergo the tribulation here. He was not giving them a way out. No one had undergone the tribulation here in the past. However, there was no one who had undergone the tribulation here. It was simply killing them. Roar. It was such a spectacular scene that the entire miniature Fengqi world was covered. This was the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation, which was rarely seen in 10,000 years. It represented destruction. It was said that the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation was divided into 10 lightning tribulations. Each time, 1,000 lightning dragons would strike. The further it went, the more intense the power of the lightning dragons and the heavenly might they carried. The lethality and destructive power would be astonishing. In other words, the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation was the same as any other tribulation. The further it went, the more dangerous it would be. Normally, when a cultivator advanced to the Great Sovereign Realm, they would be able to handle the first few lightning tribulations easily. They could even gain great benefits from the lightning tribulations. However, as time went on, the power of the thunder tribulation would become more and more terrifying, and the cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Almost everyone who survived the sovereign tribulation would be covered in cuts and bruises, and would need at least half a month to recover. Moreover, not everyone would trigger the sovereign tribulation when they advanced. For example, De Huangdog and Yan Xinyu didn't trigger the lightning tribulations when they advanced. That was because they were reincarnated. They used to stand at the height of the great sovereign realm. They were already incomparably familiar with this realm. Now that they advanced to the great sovereign realm again, it was just a normal return. Hence, there was no such thing as a sovereign tribulation. There were also many cultivators who were too ordinary when they advanced to the great sovereign realm, so the heavenly tribulation wouldn't befall them. The heavenly tribulation was the representation of the heavenly might. It would only befall when there was a heaven-defying existence. The path of cultivation itself was going against the heavens. The great sovereign realm represented the pinnacle of the heaven and earth. Anyone with a little bit of talent could trigger the heavenly tribulation. The more talented one was, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. Just like the current Xianxia, he had achieved the unity of the heavenly Tao, which was one of a kind throughout the ages, and triggered the terrifying heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. Roar. Thousands of lightning dragons swooped down and engulfed Xianxia in an instant. The entire miniature Fengqi world had turned into a sea of lightning, a world of dragons. The boundless heavenly might was extremely terrifying. Even though they were separated by a screen, the people of the immortal court could still feel the palpitations coming from the inside of the miniature Fengqi world. Xianxia stretched his arms. He was bathed in the sea of lightning like a spring breeze. Countless lightning bolts struck his body, but couldn't cause any damage to Xianxia. Roar! Xianxia let out a dragon roar. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a real blood dragon. The blood dragon was 100 zhang in size. It danced in the air, not showing any signs of discomfort at all as it danced with the thousands of dragons. Xianxia continued to absorb the terrifying power of lightning. His body's potential was stimulated once again and new dragon marks were formed. Every tribulation was a transformation for Xianxia. It would allow his cultivation to advance to another level. Even the celestial dragon tribulation could not make Xianxia feel the slightest bit of fear. To Xianxia, transcending the tribulation was as easy as having a meal. Look, Xianxia has also turned into a dragon. That great emperor's law is still standing in the sea of lightning. Even though the tribulation lightning is so powerful, it can't hurt him at all. This is a monster. Other people have to resist the tribulation with all their might, but he still looks like he's enjoying it. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. This is the most heaven-defying and monstrous genius I've ever seen. However, it's too early to say anything. This is only the first tribulation. The celestial dragon tribulation gets more terrifying as it progresses. It's said that the last two tribulation lightning have the power to destroy heaven and earth. It can destroy everything in the world. Everyone who saw Xianxia transcending the tribulation was shocked. They couldn't stay calm at all. They had never seen such a method of transcending the tribulation. In the entire world, perhaps only Xianxia had this ability. De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia, who dealt with the tribulation easily in the sea of lightning. Feng Jingyang and the people from Dragon Hall were extremely worried, but only he looked relaxed. This was because only De Huang Dog knew Xianxia's secret. Apart from Xianxia's ability to resist the celestial dragon tribulation, he also had a heaven-defying cheat, the Zulong Tower. Every time Xianxia transcended the tribulation, he would never forget to let the Zulong Tower obtain great benefits. This heaven-defying artifact could almost devour all the energy in the world. As long as Xianxia was willing, the Zulong Tower would not be absorbed by the entire celestial dragon tribulation. Of course, it was impossible for Xianxia to release the Zulong Tower now. It should be known that every tribulation was a rare opportunity for him. Xianxia had to obtain endless benefits before he would let the Zulong Tower take advantage of it. How as Xianxia continued to absorb the power of the lightning, the Heavenly Saint Sword also appeared. This sword had been crushing Xianxia. Now, Xianxia also wanted the Heavenly Saint Sword to undergo the final transformation in the lightning tribulation. The Heavenly Saint Sword was like a dragon, floating around Xianxia. It happily absorbed the power of the lightning and continuously tempered itself. Soon, the first wave of tribulation ended. Xianxia transformed into a dragon and his body emitted a dazzling blood-red radiance. The terrifying first wave of tribulation lightning did not cause any harm to him. Jingyang, you have accepted a good disciple. Ling Lakun couldn't help but praise. Xianxia is indeed the most heaven-defying genius I have ever seen. However, the celestial dragon tribulation is still very worrying, Feng Jingyang said. At the mention of Xianxia, Feng Jingyang's face was full of pride. However, facing the terrifying celestial dragon tribulation in front of him, he was still extremely worried. There was no way he could not be worried. Although Xianxia had easily dealt with the first wave of tribulation lightning, the following waves would definitely be even more terrifying. There were 10 waves of tribulation lightning. No one knew what would happen after that. After all, no one had seen the celestial dragon tribulation. Roar roar, the mad dragon roared and roared. Another 1,000 lightning dragons poured down. The moment the first wave of tribulation lightning ended, the second wave of tribulation lightning descended. This wave of tribulation lightning was twice as powerful as the first wave of tribulation lightning in terms of magnificence and destructive power. Needless to say, this wave of tribulation lightning made countless great emperors tremble in fear. They knew that if they were to stand under the tribulation lightning, their lives would be in danger the moment they were submerged in the sea of lightning. They wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Moreover, this was only the second wave of tribulation lightning. When they thought about the 8 more terrifying waves of tribulation lightning, they shuddered in fear. Rumble, thunder rumbled. Xianxia bathed in the sea of lightning. It was as if a cool breeze was caressing his face. He looked very relaxed. At this moment, the biggest change was the Heavenly Saint sword. The sword itself seemed to have come to life. It kept absorbing the lightning dragons into the body of the sword. Fundamentally, it was undergoing a huge change. Boundless lightning filled the air, changing the color of the heavens and earth. The third, fourth, all the way to the fifth lightning tribulation, the miniature Fengqi world had started to undergo a great change. Everyone in the immortal court had a change of expression because the terror of the fifth lightning tribulation had exceeded everyone's imagination and understanding of the heavenly tribulation. This was a devastating blow. Countless cracks appeared on the miniature Fengqi world. Everyone was almost certain that after the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation ended, the miniature Fengqi world would no longer exist. At this moment, Xianxia also started to feel strenuous. Wounds began to appear on the surface of his body. Blood flowed out and the dragon scales began to peel off. However, his aura continued to rise. The law of the great monarch had existed for an eternity, becoming the only existence in the heavens and earth. It would never disappear. Even the endless lightning tribulation couldn't make the law of the great monarch change its color. All the living beings in the miniature Fengqi world were annihilated. Those demons had nowhere to hide. All the way until the arrival of the fifth heavenly tribulation, all the living beings ended their lives. Under the impact of the lightning, under the pervasive heavenly might, they turned into ashes and turned into ruins. In front of the big screen of the immortal court, the scene was silent. Everyone was quietly watching everything that was happening on the screen. No one spoke because they didn't know what to say. They didn't know what words to use to express their shock at this moment. Very quickly, the sixth and seventh lightning tribulation descended. Half of the miniature Fengqi world disappeared and turned into chaos. The mountains turned into ashes, turned into nothingness and turned into air. If the miniature Fengqi world were to be treated as a world, then to this world, this moment was the end of the world. The real end of the world had arrived. This was a great destruction that could not be prevented from the destruction of this world. At this time, even if the last 3 heavenly tribulations did not descend, the miniature Fengqi world would be finished. It would not take long before it completely collapsed. However, at this moment, no one cared whether the miniature Fengqi world would be destroyed or not. Everyone's attention was on Xianxia. It was too shocking that he had persisted till the end of the first 6 heavenly tribulations. Xianxia's figure began to grow taller in everyone's heart, including Ling Lacun. Demon, this is a true demon. He actually lasted until now. If it were me, I would have been hacked to death long ago. The great heavenly dragon tribulation destroys heaven and earth. To be able to last until the 7th wave is already something to be proud of. It's a pity that Xianxia has already suffered serious injuries. The next 3 heavenly tribulations will be incomparably terrifying. The heavenly might and destructive energy they will bring will be at least the sum of all the previous tribulations. I'm afraid Xianxia won't be able to last until the end. That's right. It would be such a pity if such a heaven-defying genius were to die under the heavenly tribulation. Everyone fell into intense shock. They admired Xianxia and were convinced by Xianxia. However, the following situation was the most dangerous. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he might not be able to survive the heavenly dragon tribulation. Within the Sea of Thunder, Xianxia's dragon body had already suffered great damage. Blood sprayed out continuously, and it was an extremely gruesome sight to behold. The 7th wave of heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than any of the previous ones. Just when everyone thought that this was the most dangerous moment and they were sweating for Xianxia, Xianxia was in ecstasy. Because the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 175 million. In other words, he was about to advance to the second grade Great Sovereign Realm. Roar, the mad dragon roared. Xianxia was completely submerged in the sea of thunder. He and the Heavenly Saint Sword had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Look, the seventh wave of heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. It has completely submerged Xianxia and the sword. Looks like Xianxia won't be able to withstand it any longer. Yeah, the heavenly dragon tribulation is too terrifying. Sigh, I never thought that it would end in failure. It's not the final result yet. Who asked you to make such a conclusion? Everyone began to feel sorry for Xianxia. After all, they saw with their own eyes that Xianxia had already suffered great injuries. Now that he was completely submerged in the seventh wave of heavenly tribulation, it was almost impossible for him to survive. Roar, at this moment, a melodious dragon roar suddenly resounded from the sea of thunder. Everyone saw a white-robed youth walking out the moment the seventh wave of heavenly tribulation disappeared. Who else could that white-robed youth be other than Xianxia? There wasn't a single wound on Xianxia's body at this moment. His aura was extremely powerful. A blood dragon was circling around his body, dancing back and forth. Sword chi filled the air. At this moment, Xianxia had successfully advanced to the second grade Great Sovereign Realm with the help of the heavenly tribulation. Look, Xianxia has advanced to the second grade Great Sovereign Realm. Oh my god! This monster's genius! Others would experience life and death during their heavenly tribulation, but this guy actually advanced to second grade Great Sovereign Realm under the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it's under the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. How could this happen? Heaven-defying, he's really going to defy the heavens. This unparalleled monster can no longer be judged by common sense. Look at that dragon beside him, it's actually formed from the sword from before. That's right. That's not a dragon, it's a sword. Now, even his combat sword has transformed into a dragon, undergoing the final transformation. This is simply a miracle. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Everyone was shocked. Everyone fell into a deep state of shock. Advancing to the second grade Great Sovereign Realm during the Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulation was undoubtedly an epic-making miracle. What happened today was destined to be recorded in the history of the immortal world and be praised by the future generations. Under the Heavenly Tribulation. Xianxia waved his arm. The blood dragon immediately turned into a combat sword and appeared in his hand. The Heavenly Saint Sword has undergone a complete transformation. From now on, you shall be called the Heavenly Dragon Sword. You shall slash and slash together with me to eliminate powerful enemies. Xianxia looked at the combat sword in his hand lovingly, as if it was his most beloved child. From the Heavenly Saint Sword to the Heavenly Dragon Sword, this combat sword had never been separated from him. Today, it was going to step on the peak of this world and walk on its own Tao just like him. The divine might of the Heavenly Dragon Sword was destined to become the #1 sword in the world. Its fame was destined to surpass the immortal execution sword. Kong Long, the eighth heavenly tribulation began to descend. There were only 3 heavenly dragon Great Tribulation left. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky, revealing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Facing the last 3 heavenly tribulations that were enough to destroy everything, Xianxia's face showed no signs of fear. I'll leave the rest to the Zulong Tower. With the birth of the Heavenly Dragon Sword and his cultivation base reaching the second grade Great Sovereign, Xianxia had obtained unprecedented benefits. The next 3 Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulations depended on the Zulong Tower. The last 3 Great Tribulations of the Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulations were extremely terrifying. If Xianxia were to undergo the tribulations with his own body, even if he could withstand it, he would be seriously injured. Now that the immortal court was facing a great change, the barbarian world was also restless. No one knew when they would attack the immortal world. At this time, Xianxia must ensure that he was in his best condition at all times. He couldn't give the enemy any chance. He knew that there were people who wanted to kill him even in the immortal court. The black sand was enough to prove everything. Therefore, it was impossible for Xianxia not to use the Zulong Tower, a powerful cheating device. Moreover, he could gain great benefits from the absorption of the last 3 lightning tribulations by the Zulong Tower. Not only that, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, the energy of the last 3 lightning tribulations could raise the Zulong Tower to the 66th floor. In that case, the secret of the 66th floor of the Zulong Tower would be revealed. Needless to say, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. Kong Long, the 8th heavenly tribulation descended. The energy of each lightning dragon seemed to be many times stronger than the previous ones. Under such a powerful impact, the heavens and earth changed completely. In front of the big screen of the immortal court, countless people widened their eyes and found it difficult to breathe. Whether it was the people of Dragon Hall or Leopard Hall who wanted to kill Jiang Chen, they all wanted to see what kind of means Jiang Chen would use to deal with the 3 lightning tribulations. These 3 lightning tribulations could almost be called the tribulation of death. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was going to do his best to resist the lightning tribulations, a huge black hole suddenly appeared above Jiang Chen's head. The instant the black hole appeared, the countless lightning dragons in the sky were all devoured by the black hole. Jiang Chen stood under the black hole calmly. Not a single ray of lightning could fall on him, let alone cause any harm to him. My God! What's that? It actually absorbed the heavenly tribulation. That must be Jiang Chen's magic treasure. That magic treasure can absorb heavenly tribulation. Isn't that a defiance of heaven? How is that possible? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Even the most powerful great emperor weapon can't absorb heaven's retribution. I'm afraid Jiang Chen's magic treasure has already surpassed the world. How could this guy have such a powerful treasure? I don't believe he can absorb the last 3 lightning tribulations of the great heavenly dragon tribulation with just one treasure. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone sank into a state of intense shock. This scene was too terrifying. Jiang Chen, at the final juncture, displayed something that surpassed everyone's expectations. He forcefully absorbed the heavenly tribulation. This was a heaven-defying act. Under the lightning, Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. His aura continued to rise and the number of dragon marks in his qi continued to increase. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the last 3 lightning tribulations would give him 30,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 1.78 million. In that case, his cultivation base would reach the peak of 2nd grade Great Sovereign Realm, only a step away from the 3rd grade Great Sovereign Realm. After absorbing such a powerful energy of the heavenly tribulation, the interior of the Zulong Tower erupted with a loud rumbling sound. The 62nd floor was completely condensed, followed by the 63rd floor. When the energy of the 8th lightning was completely absorbed, the 63rd floor was also completely condensed. There were 10,000 dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body. Kong Long, another loud rumbling sound was heard. The 9th lightning tribulation descended. It was much more powerful than the 8th lightning tribulation. However, just like before, all the lightning dragons were absorbed by the black hole. The black hole seemed to be able to absorb everything in the heavens and earth. Countless people were frightened by this scene. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to believe it, accept it, or even imagine it. As the 9th lightning tribulation ended, the 64th and 65th floor of the Zulong Tower were condensed. Another 10,000 dragon marks were added to Jiang Chen's body. Next was the most powerful 10th lightning tribulation. The last lightning tribulation was undoubtedly the most terrifying one. The energy it contained was almost the sum of the previous 9 lightning tribulations. However, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would be amazing if he could condense the 66th floor this time. Although the last lightning tribulation of the heavenly dragon tribulation was terrifying, the later the Zulong Tower was, the more difficult it was to condense, especially the 66th floor, which was extremely important. It required a large amount of energy. Jiang Chen felt very fortunate in his heart. He felt fortunate that he had encountered the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to condense the 66th level with his own ability. Where else could he find such a huge amount of energy to attack the 66th level? Perhaps only the last lightning tribulation of the heavenly dragon tribulation could completely condense the 66th floor of the Zulong Tower. Rumble, roar, thunder rumbled and the dragon roared. The last 1,000 lightning dragons poured down, carrying with them the energy to destroy everything. Countless eyes were fixed on it. They didn't believe that the treasure that Xianxia secretly used could really absorb the last lightning tribulation after absorbing 2 lightning tribulations. However, nothing was impossible for a miracle creator like Xianxia. The last 1,000 lightning dragons descended. Just like before, even though the formation was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth, it still couldn't cause any damage to Xianxia. The giant black hole was like the mouth of the heavens and earth. All the energy in the heavens and earth could withstand it. Rumble, as expected, all the lightning dragons were swallowed by the black hole. Xianxia could feel that the violent lightning energy was wreaking havoc in the ancestral dragon pagoda. The 66th floor was soon lit up. Just like Xianxia's estimation, when all the energy contained in the last lightning tribulation was completely refined, the 66th floor of the Zulong Tower was completely lit up. Moreover, an ancient door appeared on the 66th floor. There must be something extremely precious behind the door. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to open the door. It wasn't the right time now. He could feel that countless eyes were watching him. If he entered the Zulong Tower and disappeared at this time, it would be too suspicious. Today, his action of forcefully using the Zulong Tower to absorb the lightning tribulation had attracted a lot of attention. The exposure of this secret was not a good thing for him. With Xianxia's current peak 2nd grade Great Sovereign cultivation base, he could easily kill a 5th grade Great Sovereign. The entire Immortal Court was no longer a threat to him. Even if Star Sovereign wanted to kill him, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Xianxia didn't care whether the Zulong Tower was exposed or not. So what if it was exposed? Who could do anything to him? Rumble. The Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulation was completely over, but an even greater movement occurred. The entire miniature Fengqi world was in an extremely intense tremor. The spatial barrier began to shatter, and the entire world began to be destroyed. Not good, the miniature Fengqi world is going to be destroyed. It's normal. After experiencing the Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulation, this space is no longer safe. It's a pity. The miniature Fengqi world has existed for countless years. As the best place for the disciples of the Immortal Court to train, its destruction is a great loss to the Immortal Court. Looking at the miniature Fengqi world that was about to collapse, many people's faces revealed a look of pity. After all, the miniature Fengqi world had always been the symbol of the Immortal Court. It was a unique product of the Immortal Court. It had contributed a lot to the Immortal Court for countless years. Now that it was completely destroyed, it was really unbearable. Very soon, the entire miniature Fengqi world was completely submerged in chaos. Xianxia took a step forward and entered into a huge spatial crack. With the Great Void technique, there was no place in the void that he couldn't go. No matter how bad the environment was, it wouldn't be able to stop his footsteps. De Huang, catch this ancient elephant bloodline. De Huang dog, who was originally in shock, suddenly heard Xianxia's voice. Then, he saw a crystal ball appearing beside his mouth. De Huang dog's eyes brightened, and he swallowed the crystal ball. This was the moment when the miniature Fengqi world was about to be destroyed. Everyone's attention was on the miniature Fengqi world and searching for Xianxia's figure. No one noticed De Huang dog at all. Plus, De Huang dog's action was too fast. He kept the crystal ball the moment it appeared. Even 6th grade Great Sovereign Ling Lacun didn't notice it at all. De Huang, listen carefully. I have destroyed the miniature Fengqi world. When I come out later, the people of the Immortal Court will definitely take this opportunity to make things difficult for me. At that time, I will make a big fuss and attract the attention of everyone in the Immortal Court. You will take this opportunity to secretly go to Heaven's Sovereign Palace and give Gu Xian's bloodline to Anan. Xianxia's voice reached De Huang dog's ears through the void. The ancient elephant bloodline was of great importance. Heaven's Sovereign Palace would definitely be secretly watched by the people of the Immortal Court. If he went to Heaven's Sovereign Palace right after coming out from the miniature Fengqi world, it would definitely arouse suspicion. However, Heaven's Sovereign Palace was pressed for time. Star Sovereign was ready to attack him. Therefore, he must obtain the ancient elephant bloodline as soon as possible. Xianxia's plan was very clear. He would attract everyone's attention here, and De Huang dog would secretly go to Heaven's Sovereign Palace. With the Huang dog's ability, it was not difficult to do it stealthily. All right. The big yellow dog responded to him secretly, then it acted as if nothing happened. On the big screen, the miniature Fengqi world had completely disappeared and turned into a piece of chaos. After that, the big screen also disappeared. The spiritual talisman that was the key to open the miniature Fengqi world also exploded and turned into nothingness. At this point, the symbol that represented the immortal court for countless years had completely disappeared and became history. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a crisp sound exploded in the void. A figure rushed out from the void. It was none other than Jiang Chen. When he entered the miniature Fengqi world, Jiang Chen was only a half-step sovereign. In less than a day, he had advanced to the second-grade Great Sovereign realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of the second-grade Great Sovereign realm. No one would believe such a heaven-defying advancement speed if they didn't see it with their own eyes. This was a miracle in itself. Master. Jiang Chen came to Feng Jingyang and cupped his fists at him. Good, haha, Feng Jingyang laughed heartily, unable to conceal his excitement. He had no regrets in his life to be able to recruit such a powerful disciple in the Dragon Hall. Junior Jiang, you are really amazing this time. Even the miniature Fengqi world was destroyed by you. Yu Huafan appeared out of nowhere and said with a speechless face. Looking at the second-grade Great Sovereign Jiang Chen, Yu Huafan couldn't help but admit his admiration. He knew that his position as the number one genius of the immortal court would have to be given to someone else in the future. He knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Although he and Jiang Chen were both second-grade great sovereigns, if they were to fight, Jiang Chen could crush him to death with just a finger. Jiang Chen, this is Elder Ling, the supreme elder of the immortal court. Feng Jingyang introduced to Jiang Chen. Greetings, Elder Ling. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Ling Lakun. Ling Lakun was a sixth-grade great sovereign, an extremely important figure in the immortal court. Jiang Chen had the intention to rope him in, but Jiang Chen wasn't sure if Ling Lakun was a friend or foe for the time being. A young talent. Not bad. Ling Lakun nodded and praised. Jiang Chen's performance today had greatly surprised the Supreme Elder. Jiang Chen, Elder Ling is a senior expert of the immortal court. He has existed since the time of Heaven's Sovereign. He's the same as me, a neutral party that only considers the interests of the immortal court. You can rope him in. Feng Jingyang's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen nodded and had a plan in his mind. Jiang Chen, you have destroyed the miniature Fengqi world and caused a great loss to the immortal court. This is a great sin. A voice suddenly sounded. Needless to say, the person who spoke was the hall master of Leopard Hall, Huang Tianbao. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile. This situation was within his expectation and it was exactly what he wanted. If Huang Tianbao didn't deal with him, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Huang Tianbao, the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world was caused by the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. What does it have to do with Jiang Chen? Feng Jingyang said snappily. What does it have to do with him? Feng Jingyang, don't talk nonsense. Why did the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation appear? It's all because of Jiang Chen. No matter what, Jiang Chen has to be responsible for the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world. Huang Tianbao Lingling said. Feng Jingyang wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Huang Tianbao, whether I, Jiang Chen, am responsible or not is not up to you to decide. Even if I, Jiang Chen, need to be punished, it's not up to you. Let's not talk about the miniature Fengqi world first. Let's settle the score between us first. Jiang Chen said loudly. Huang Tianbao was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so domineering that he dared to confront him directly. Huang Tianbao wasn't the only one who was stunned. Many people on the scene were also stunned. They thought that Jiang Chen would definitely admit defeat and say something nice. After all, the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world was definitely related to Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen came up and wanted to settle the score with the hall master of Leopard Hall. Even if he had advanced to second-grade great sovereign, he didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of the hall master of Leopard Hall. Kid, I would like to hear what you want to settle with me. Huang Tianbao's face was filled with anger, but he still asked with interest. He was the hall master of Leopard Hall, a famous figure in the immortal court with one of the best status. His cultivation base had even reached the terrifying 5th grade great sovereign realm. Now, a young kid did not give him any face in front of so many people, and even said that he wanted to settle the score with him. Settle the score, my ass, what's there to settle? The young man thought that he had achieved the unification of the heavenly Tao, attracted the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation, and advanced to the 2nd grade great sovereign realm. He didn't know that a 2nd grade great sovereign was nothing in the immortal court. Huang Tianbao must let him know the consequences of disobeying him. He must let him see clearly that a 2nd grade great sovereign was really nothing. Of course it's to settle the score. You sent He Xia into the miniature Fengqi world to kill me. I will definitely settle this score. The dignified hall master of Leopard Hall actually did such a despicable thing and secretly attacked a disciple. Isn't it shameful enough? Jiangchen said loudly. What? Huang Tianbao sent He Xia to kill Jiangchen? That's impossible, right? It's not impossible. Jiangchen barged into Leopard Hall alone and disgraced Huang Tianbao. It's normal for him to want to kill Jiangchen. Moreover, He Xia's cultivation base has already reached the 2nd grade great sovereign realm. Someone like him, like Yu Huafan, has long lost interest in the miniature Fengqi world. Moreover, he hasn't participated in the trial of the miniature Fengqi world for a long time. If that's the case, then Huang Tianbao is in the wrong. However, Jiangchen is still alive and well. What evidence do you have to prove that He Xia wants to kill him? Jiangchen's words immediately caused an uproar. Many of the people present were shocked. If what Jiangchen said was true, then Huang Tianbao had indeed crossed the line. Huang Tianbao, I never thought that you're such a person. Feng Jingyang was furious. Someone wanted to kill his disciple. How could he not be angry? Humph. Feng Jingyang, don't listen to Jiangchen's side of the story. Isn't he alive and well now? Huang Tianbao snorted. He did not expect that Jiangchen would suddenly use this excuse to make things difficult for him. Hall Master Huang, Junior Jiang was able to survive because of his powerful abilities. He Xia was not Junior Jiang's match at all. You should be glad that He Xia was able to come out alive. Hong Ying said snappily. That's right. Previously, when we just arrived at the miniature Fengqi world, He Xia directly attacked Junior Jiang. Unexpectedly, he wasn't Junior Jiang's match. In the end, it was Junior Jiang who spared his life. If you don't believe me, everyone can ask He Xia. Yu Feng spoke up as well. They could all bear witness to the fact that Black Sand wanted to kill Jiangchen, so he had no choice but to admit it. Shua, everyone's gazes landed on Black Sand. Black Sand lowered his head and did not say a word. This behavior was already very obvious. Basically, he had tacitly agreed to Hong Ying and Yu Feng's words. Now, regardless of whether Huang Tianbao sent He Xia to kill Jiangchen or not, it was already a fact that He Xia tried to kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen had once hurt my Leopard Hall's disciple and even barged into our hall, causing our Leopard Hall to lose face. Even if He Xia wanted to kill Jiangchen, it's pardonable. Moreover, this is a fight between disciples, it has nothing to do with me. Huang Tianbao said. Bullsh *T Huang Tianbao, you dare to say that you didn't know that He Xia wanted to kill me? Jiangchen's aura was overbearing, not giving any face to Huang Tianbao. Kid, don't pester endlessly. It doesn't matter whether He Xia attacked you or not because you are still alive and well. Now, we are discussing the loss of the miniature Fengqi world. Because of you, the miniature Fengqi world has been completely destroyed. This is a loss that the immortal court cannot measure. You must be punished. Huang Tianbao said loudly. He didn't want to be entangled with Jiangchen on the issue of He Xia. His current focus was on the miniature Fengqi world. Huang Tianbao, whether I should be punished for the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world or not, it's not up to you to point your finger. I, Jiangchen, will definitely not allow anyone to ride on my neck and piss on me. You, Huang Tianbao, can't do the same. Don't you want to kill me? Then I'll give you a chance now. I want to challenge you. Jiangchen pointed his finger at Huang Tianbao. His attitude was extremely arrogant. In front of countless people of the immortal court, he didn't give Huang Tianbao any face at all. It was clear that he wanted to go all out. Now, Jiang had to use Huang Tianbao as an excuse to create havoc. Other than creating an opportunity for De Huang Dog to go to Heaven's sovereign palace, he also wanted to attract the attention of the entire immortal court to himself. He wanted everyone to be unable to move their eyes away from him in the following days. In that case, he could create time for Heaven's sovereign to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. Jiang Chen was very clear that even if Heaven's sovereign had obtained the ancient elephant bloodline, it would still take a certain amount of time for him to refine it. What? Is this Jiang Chen crazy? How dare he challenge Huang Tianbao? The youngsters nowadays are too impetuous and too arrogant. This Jiang Chen thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he's a genius. He doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He really thinks that he's invincible. That's right. He's too arrogant. After all, he has just advanced to second-grade great sovereign while Huang Tianbao is a powerful fifth-grade great sovereign. The gap between them isn't small. If they really fight, Jiang Chen has no chance of winning. Everyone began to shake their heads, feeling that Jiang Chen's behavior was ridiculous. Even if Jiang Chen was still brooding over the fact that he was killed by He Sha, directly challenging the Hall Master of Leopard Hall was still a very stupid action. Kid, what did you say? Huang Tianbao doubted that he had heard wrongly and couldn't help but ask again. I said that I want to challenge you, a battle of life and death. In the future, in the immortal court, there will only be one of us. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky, as if he swore to defend his dignity with his life. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Chen was just blinded by anger and was too confident in himself. In fact, Jiang Chen was very confident. After advancing to second-grade great sovereign, he no longer put Huang Tianbao in his eyes. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Huang Tianbao. Huang Tianbao was a follower of Star Sovereign and was determined to be his enemy. Such a person must be eliminated sooner or later. Jiang Chen took this opportunity to attack Huang Tianbao. As long as he killed Huang Tianbao, the entire immortal court would fall into a great shock. The death of a hall master was no small matter. In this way, the entire immortal court's attention would be on him. Heaven's sovereign could take this opportunity to refine the ancient elephant bloodline and restore his cultivation base as soon as possible. Jiang Chen, stop messing around. We're on the same side. Ling Lakun couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to stop Jiang Chen. On the same side? I, Jiang Chen, don't want to be on the same side as someone who wants to kill me. This is a private matter between me and Huang Tianbao. Elder Ling, don't get involved in it. Jiang Chen wasn't going to compromise. It seemed like he was going to have a life and death battle with Huang Tianbao today. Elder Ling, there's no need to say more. This kid has humiliated me in public. I have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, how can I, Huang Tianbao, survive in the immortal court in the future? Huang Tianbao was infuriated. Given his identity and status in the immortal court, everyone had to be respectful to him. Even Star Sovereign had to give him some face. It was the first time that a disciple of his didn't put him in his eyes and even humiliated him. If he let this matter go, he wouldn't be able to survive in the immortal court in the future. Jiang Chen, don't you want to have a life and death battle with me? I'll accept it. Huang Tianbao looked over at Jiang Chen. A life and death battle was exactly what he wanted. He would use all his strength to kill Jiang Chen later, to get rid of any future troubles. Since you've accepted it, bring it on. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen soared to the sky and instantly opened up an extraterritorial battlefield. Everyone was shocked to see Jiang Chen challenging the Hall Master of Leopard Hall without hesitation. Putting everything aside, Jiang Chen's boldness was very admirable. In the entire immortal court, they were afraid that only Jiang Chen dared to challenge the Hall Master of Leopard Hall to a life and death battle. This bastard really doesn't want to live anymore. I like his guts. If I were him, I would do the same. He has already sent someone to kill you secretly. Aren't you going to fight back? That's right. Moreover, Jiang Chen has the capital now. However, even though he's powerful, there's still a huge gap between him and Huang Tianbao. There's a difference of 3 whole levels. This gap is very hard to make up for. Let's see. This is going to be a great show. This is the first time that a disciple of the immortal court dares to challenge a hall master. No matter what the outcome is, it's worth watching. I also want to see how heaven-defying the unification of the heavenly Tao can be. Can it really be used to fight a person who is so many levels higher than him? Those who were here to watch a good show would never be afraid of things getting out of hand, especially those disciples like Jiang Chen. Young people were all hot-blooded, and they were all subdued by Jiang Chen's courage and lofty sentiments. In any case, if it was them, they would definitely not dare to do this. Master, do you think junior brother Jiang is a match for Huang Tianbao? Yu Huafan asked with a low voice. This junior brother of yours is not ordinary. Let's not talk about other things. He will never fight a battle that he has no confidence in. Since he dares to attack Huang Tianbao, he must be very confident. Based on his previous battles, his current strength is enough to fight against a fifth-grade great sovereign. Feng Jingyang said with a smile. He wasn't worried at all. He was very confident in Jiang Chen. Putting aside whether Jiang Chen could defeat Huang Tianbao, there was one thing that he was sure of. Jiang Chen would never joke around with his life. In the sky above the immortal court, Huang Tianbao soared into the sky and came to the opposite of Jiang Chen. His chi was unparalleled. After all, the strength of a fifth-grade great sovereign wasn't just for show. Currently, Huang Tianbao looked extremely angry, but he was also very happy because Jiang Chen had given him a chance to kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, given his identity and status, he wouldn't do it himself even if he wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't be courteous. Moreover, Jiang Chen had humiliated him today. It could be said that Huang Tianbao didn't give him any face at all. Huang Tianbao's words were constantly humiliating him. If he didn't punish Jiang Chen today, he would become the first laughingstock of the immortal court in the future. He wouldn't be able to stay in the immortal court anymore. Jiang Chen, since you are determined to court death, I will fulfill your wish today. Huang Tianbao said loudly with unparalleled qi. Old dog, isn't this what you want? But if you want to kill me, you still need to see if you have the capability to do so. Jiang Chen's face was cold. An incomparably powerful qi wave surged out from his body. He immediately cast the dragon transformation and entered his battle state. Boasting shamelessly. Huang Tianbao could no longer tolerate this young man in front of him. He was too arrogant. Huang Tianbao struck. Terrifying great sovereign law was revealed, condensing into a Dharma image. He waved both of his hands, striking out a powerful qi wave. The qi wave fused with the Dharma image, crashing towards Jiang Chen with an earth-shattering momentum. Countless eyes were fixed on the battlefield in the sky. No one noticed that a dog had already disappeared without a trace. De Huang dog's speed was unparalleled, and his movement technique was unpredictable. Now that Jiang Chen had absorbed all the attraction force, he wouldn't be De Huang dog if he couldn't sneak towards Heaven's sovereign palace without anyone noticing. Facing Huang Tianbao's powerful attack, Jiang Chen remained expressionless and indifferent. With a jerk of his feet, a terrifying giant foot materialized and stomped on the brilliant image. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base continued to improve, this true dragon combat skill became more and more terrifying. Asterisk rumble, asterisk Jiang Chen's foot landed squarely on the gigantic Dharma idol. The sky was immediately smashed. Destructive waves of qi filled the entire battlefield, sending shivers down people's spines. Asterisk bang. Asterisk after Jiang Chen took the first step, he immediately took the second step. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the huge image was crushed on the spot by Jiang Chen's giant foot. This was only the second step of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He hadn't even taken the remaining 3 steps. What? Huang Tianbao, who was originally full of confidence, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe it was true. In order to show his strength, he didn't hold back when he launched the attack just now. He intended to kill Jiang Chen with a single move. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, he didn't expect that his powerful attack would be crushed by Jiang Chen's foot so easily. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Huang Tianbao. Look, Xianxia is so powerful. He destroyed Huang Tianbao's attack in an instant. This guy is truly heaven-defying. He's indeed a monstrous genius who has comprehended the myriad Dao unification. He's too powerful. He has a transformation skill that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. I guess that Xianxia has the strength to suppress a 5th-grade great sovereign. I'm afraid it's hard to tell who will win this battle. Everyone was shocked. The battle had just begun, but the suspense had already been drawn. Those from the immortal court who thought that Xianxia was no match for Huang Tianbao immediately withdrew their thoughts. Xianxia's speed was too fast. His usual style was to not attack, but once he attacked, it would be like a thunderbolt, and his attacks would never stop, knocking down his opponent. Especially the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Once it was executed, the 5 steps must be executed continuously. Each step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was scarier than the previous, especially the last step. With Xianxia's current strength, it was enough to shatter a part of the sky. Huang Tianbao, who was still in a state of shock, did not dare to be negligent when he saw Xianxia pouncing towards him. One flower, one world. Huang Tianbao had already sensed Xianxia's strength. He knew that even though Xianxia was just a 2nd-grade great sovereign, his true strength was not to be underestimated. Xianxia was almost at the same level as him, or even more powerful than an ordinary 5th-grade great sovereign. Huang Tianbao yelled, exerting all of his strength. The great sovereign law rippled continuously above his head, forming a petal in front of his chest. The petal was covered with mystical runes, as if it contained a universe, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and earth. This was Huang Tianbao's strongest attack. He was incomparably adept in the control of spatial energy, thinking that he had comprehended the true essence of one flower, one world. Little did he know that such an attack was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of Xianxia. One flower, one world was an incomparably profound of the great Tao. It was not something that ordinary people could comprehend. Those who could comprehend the profound of it must be a genius of the heavens and earth. Obviously, Huang Tianbao was not qualified to do so. Xianxia was the one who had truly comprehended the great Tao. First, it was the Tao of slaughter, and now, he had comprehended the true essence of the myriad Tao unification. Therefore, in his eyes, every profound could be seen through at a glance. Huang Tianbao's one flower, one world attack was merely in the form of it. He had merely instilled his powerful energy into it, evolving the embryonic form of one flower, one world. It was still miles away from the true profound. This attack was good enough to intimidate others, but it was far from being able to intimidate Xianxia. In the eyes of Xianxia, this was merely the most ordinary combat skill. Bang! Without stopping, the 3rd step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed on the mystical petal in an incomparably ferocious manner. The petal, which originally contained the energy of the universe, actually shattered under Xianxia's feet. It posed no threat at all. Thud thud thud, they were not on the same level at all. This time, Huang Tianbao suffered an extremely strong shock from this attack. Under such shock, Huang Tianbao retreated more than 10 steps before he could barely stabilize his body. His expression had completely changed. In addition to shock, he was also a little pale. It was obvious that Huang Tianbao had suffered serious injuries from the collision just now. However, compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. He finally understood what Black Sand had told him when he first came out. He said that Xianxia was too powerful and he was no match for him. At that time, Xianxia was only a quasi-emperor. Huang Tianbao finally knew that a monster like Xianxia couldn't be judged with common sense. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to understand. Bang! Without giving Huang Tianbao any chance to react, Xianxia immediately took the 4th step. The terrifying energy contained in the 4th step was countless times stronger than the 3rd step. Huang Tianbao's countenance turned pale with fright. At this moment, he started to feel a boundless pressure from Xianxia. That was an absolute suppression of energy. As the Hall Master of Leopard Hall and a powerful 5th-grade great sovereign, he had not felt this kind of suppression for a long time now. Damn it, how can this bastard be so powerful? Huang Tianbao's eyes were bloodshot. If he was defeated by the disciple of a 2nd-grade great sovereign, it would be an incomparably shameful thing. However, he couldn't care less if it was shameful or not, he might even lose his life. Clang, Huang Tianbao swung his arm and took out a leopard-headed battle blade. The leopard-headed battle blade was incomparably mighty, emitting an incomparably bright light that was extremely dazzling. This was an extremely terrifying great sovereign weapon, Huang Tianbao's natal weapon. The leopard-headed battle blade could increase Huang Tianbao's lethality by a lot. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. Huang Tianbao didn't even have the chance to fully display the leopard-headed battle blade. Just as Huang Tianbao's saber was about to unleash its divine might, Jiang Chen's foot stepped on it. Bang! This was the fourth step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. It was imaginable how powerful it was. Moreover, Huang Tianbao's current condition wasn't as good as when he first started the battle. Therefore, when the terrifying energy of the fourth step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed on the battle blade, the earth-shattering energy actually kicked the battle blade away. What? Huang Tianbao had the urge to spurt out blood. The moment the battle blade was kicked away, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was not from anger, but from the shock of Jiang Chen's terrifying energy. Huang Tianbao, you're just SOSO. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. The fifth step was taken in an instant. He appeared above Huang Tianbao's head like a peerless demon king. The terrifying giant foot was manifested once again. The tide-like chi had completely enshrouded Huang Tianbao, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. No. Facing the terror of Jiang Chen's fifth step, Huang Tianbao's face was finally filled with deep fear, because he could feel the taste of death. At this moment, Huang Tianbao finally understood the terror of Jiang Chen. This heaven-defying monstrous genius had truly grown up. A fifth-grade great sovereign like him was no match for Jiang Chen. In the entire immortal court, perhaps only a sixth-grade great sovereign like Star Sovereign could suppress Jiang Chen. Oh my god. This is too terrifying. Huang Tianbao is no match for Jiang Chen. This is too shocking. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Not good. Jiang Chen wants to kill Huang Tianbao. The lethality of his terrifying step is too strong. I'm afraid that Huang Tianbao will die for sure if he really steps on him. This is too brutal. If a hall master of Leopard Hall dies like this, it will be a great loss to the immortal court. No one had thought that the result of this battle would be like this. It could be said that it was beyond everyone's expectation. Jiang Chen's strength had taken everyone by surprise. Now, Jiang Chen wanted to kill Huang Tianbao. If Huang Tianbao died, it would absolutely be a huge matter for the immortal court. Jiang Chen, let people off when possible. Ling Likun spoke. The shock on his face was even more intense. Let people off when possible? Old Ling, if today's ending was reversed, and I fell into Huang Tianbao's hands, do you think he would let people off when possible? Jiang Chen sneered. What a joke. It was impossible for him to stop at this moment. Jiang Chen would never leave behind any future troubles when he did things, let alone someone who wanted to kill him. Huang Tianbao was the most unforgivable person. First, he asked He Sha to go to the miniature Fengqi world to kill him. Now that he had come out from the miniature Fengqi world, he made things difficult for him again. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. More importantly, if he was in Huang Tianbao's position, he would definitely die. There was no possibility of him surviving. Huang Tianbao would never let him go. Jiang Chen's words made Ling Likun swallow his words, because there was nothing wrong with what Jiang Chen said. Not only Ling Likun, but everyone from the immortal court felt that Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable. Now that Jiang Chen had won and defeated Huang Tianbao, one could imagine what the consequences would be if he was defeated by Huang Tianbao. Given Huang Tianbao's character, he would never let him live. This was a life and death battle. Whoever died could only blame himself for his own incompetence. There was no rule that only Huang Tianbao was allowed to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was not allowed to fight back. On the battlefield in the sky, Jiang Chen's face was cold and ruthless. He stomped the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. No, Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Huang Tianbao felt the real crisis of death, and immediately yelled loudly. At this last moment, identity and dignity were no longer important. The most important thing was to survive. Therefore, even if he begged for mercy in front of so many people, Huang Tianbao wouldn't care. Go and talk to King Yama. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. He didn't give Huang Tianbao any chance. His terrifying foot stomped on Huang Tianbao's head in an incomparably brutal manner. Along with a blood-curdling scream, half of Huang Tianbao's body was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot under countless horrified gazes. Jiang Chen's foot carried an enormous amount of power, enough to destroy a fifth-grade great sovereign. The remaining half of Huang Tianbao's body fell from the sky, and Ling LeCun sent out a force to catch it. Unfortunately, Huang Tianbao could only be a corpse. His life force had been completely severed, and his life had come to an end. At this point, the dignified Hall Master of Leopard Hall, a powerful fifth-grade great sovereign, had fallen. This was a great loss to the immortal court. The most important thing right now was not the death of a fifth-grade great sovereign, but the person who caused the death of a fifth-grade great sovereign. Everyone fell into deep shock, especially the people of Leopard Hall. The way they looked at Jiang Chen wasn't filled with hatred, but fear. When one's strength had reached a certain level, hatred would no longer have any meaning. This is heaven-defying. A second-grade great sovereign killed a fifth-grade great sovereign. I feel that Jiang Chen hasn't even used his full strength. If he used his full strength, Huang Tianbao would have died even faster. This is unbelievable and brutal. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Although they have lost a fifth-grade great sovereign, I'm afraid that even Star Sovereign wouldn't punish Jiang Chen. To the immortal court, Jiang Chen's value is much higher than a fifth-grade great sovereign. Of course. According to my estimation, with Jiang Chen's current combat strength, even Star Sovereign might not be able to kill him. Therefore, there's no point in punishing him. It will only force Jiang Chen to rebel. This madman is capable of anything. Everyone was shocked by the battle just now. To the entire immortal court, Jiang Chen had become famous after this battle. Feng Jingyang's eyes widened. He knew that Jiang Chen would be very powerful after advancing to the second-grade great sovereign realm, but he had never thought that he would be this powerful. In Feng Jingyang's opinion, Jiang Chen could guarantee that he wouldn't be defeated in the battle, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen could kill Huang Tianbao so easily. In other words, even if he were to fight against Jiang Chen now, he wouldn't be a match for him. His disciple had completely surpassed his master. Elder Ling, this Jiang Chen is extremely daring. He killed our hall master. Elder Ling, you must give us justice. One of the people of Leopard Hall shouted. This is a battle of life and death. How do you expect me to give you justice? Ling LeCun glared at the disciple. Before the battle between Jiang Chen and Huang Tianbao started, they had already agreed that it would be a battle of life and death. Everyone on the scene had heard it clearly. Even if Huang Tianbao died, he would die in vain. He could only blame himself for not having enough cultivation base. More importantly, Ling LeCun had no intention of punishing Jiang Chen. It was a good thing for the immortal court to have such a heaven-defying genius. Moreover, Ling LeCun had already seen how powerful Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen could kill a fifth-grade great sovereign so easily. Even if he were to punish Jiang Chen would definitely be dissatisfied and leave in anger. The immortal court would suffer a greater loss. If Jiang Chen wanted to leave, Ling LeCun had no confidence in stopping him. Kong, at this moment, an extremely tyrannical chi wave rushed out from the inner part of the immortal court. The chi wave was like intense starlight, quickly turning into a human figure in the sky. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had blue hair and wore a long blue robe. His eyes were incomparably bright, like a star. More importantly, his chi was at the peak of the sixth-grade great sovereign realm. There was no other person like him in the immortal court, except for one. Star Sovereign, that's right. The blue-haired man in blue robe was Star Sovereign, the lord of the immortal court. Sovereign Lord. Seeing Star Sovereign, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone bowed to Star Sovereign. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Star Sovereign. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Star Sovereign was truly powerful. With his current cultivation base, he had almost no chance of winning if he were to fight Star Sovereign. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for Star Sovereign to kill him. Xianxia, follow me. Star Sovereign looked at Xianxia and said. Then, he turned into a ray of blue light and left. Xianxia revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and chased after Star Sovereign. Xianxia had already guessed what Star Sovereign was going to do. Xianxia knew that Star Sovereign had already appeared when he killed Huang Tianbao. Star Sovereign watched him kill Huang Tianbao without doing anything to stop him. Undeniably, Star Sovereign was a very ruthless person. In order to win Jian Wendian over, he gave up a loyal 5th-grade Great Sovereign. Now that Star Sovereign had summoned Jian Wendian, what Xianxia had to do was to react accordingly and buy as much time as possible for Nangong Wendian. Master, do you think that Star Sovereign will punish Junior Jiang? Yu Huafan asked. What do you think? Feng Jingyang looked at Yu Huafan. I don't think so. The value that Junior Jiang has displayed now is much higher than Huang Tianbao's. Anyway, Huang Tianbao is already dead. Star Sovereign will not punish a peerless genius for a dead person. Moreover, if he wanted to punish someone, he would have done so just now. Why would he need to talk to Junior Jiang alone? Yu Huafan said. You're not stupid. Feng Jingyang smiled, but his heart was cold at this moment. Star Sovereign's action was too cruel. In order to win over Jiang Chen, Star Sovereign watched Huang Tianbao being killed without doing anything. No matter what, Huang Tianbao was the Hall Master of Leopard Hall and Star Sovereign's most trusted confidant. If Star Sovereign had intervened at the last moment, even if he couldn't save Huang Tianbao from Jiang Chen, he would still have intervened. Unfortunately, Star Sovereign did not do so. He only valued a person's value. In order to win over Jiang Chen and consolidate his position, he did not hesitate to use Huang Tianbao to vent his anger on Jiang Chen. Feng Jingyang's heart was as clear as a mirror. Many people were not fools and could see it. Even Ling LeCun frowned, as if it was the first time he met Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign Palace, this was built after Star Sovereign took control of the Immortal Court and became the Sovereign Lord. It was twice as luxurious and mighty as the Heavenly Sovereign Palace. When did such a genius appear in the Immortal Court? I didn't even know about it. It's a pity. Jiang Chen, you're already an extraordinary figure to be able to reach the realm of myriad Dao unification and successfully pass the Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulation. I'm very pleased that such a figure has appeared in the Immortal Court. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Chen and said with satisfaction. His tone was full of praise. Sovereign Lord is too kind. I have killed Huang Tianbao this time. Please punish me, Sovereign Lord. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Star Sovereign. Punish? What did you do wrong? This is a battle of life and death. Life and death are determined by fate. Huang Tianbao can only blame himself for his lack of cultivation. I have always been a very fair person. If it's not your fault, I won't punish you. Star Sovereign smiled and said. Then why did the Sovereign Lord summon me here? Jiang Chen pretended to be curious and asked. In fact, he knew very well why Star Emperor had called him. It was obvious that he was trying to rope him in. Jiang Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you were recruited by Han Feng, right? Also, you've been to the Heavenly Emperor Palace and met that Heavenly Emperor. Star Sovereign asked tentatively. This disciple has indeed met the Heavenly Emperor, but this disciple's cultivation was still weak at that time, and the Heavenly Emperor only casually said some words of encouragement to this disciple. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, if you had to choose between me and the Celestial Arch to be the Emperor, who would you choose? Star Sovereign asked. He had no doubts about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Sky Sovereign. Why do you ask, Sovereign Lord? You're the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court now. Jiang Chen said. If the Heavenly Emperor didn't come back, this Sovereign Lord would naturally be the rightful Sovereign Lord. Unfortunately, he has come back now, making my position as the Sovereign Lord unsteady. Jiang Chen, you're a smart person, you should understand what I mean. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Chen with a threatening gaze. The meaning he wanted to express was very clear. Sovereign Lord wants to abolish Heaven Sovereign and replace him completely. Jiang Chen said, but he was sneering in his heart. It seemed like Star Sovereign was about to make his move. The existence of Heaven Sovereign Palace was like a thorn in Star Sovereign's flesh, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't get rid of it. Today, Star Sovereign wanted to rope Xianxia in to win the hearts of the people. As long as he could win the hearts of the people to his side, then Heaven's Sovereign Palace could be destroyed at any time, and Heaven's Sovereign could be killed at any time. This sovereign likes to talk to smart people. You're right. The reason I came out of seclusion this time is to abolish Heaven's Sovereign Palace completely. As the saying goes, a mountain can't accommodate two tigers. It's impossible for an immortal court to have two sovereign lords. If that's the case, the hearts of the people will be divided. During the absence of Heaven's Sovereign, the immortal court has been in good order under my management. It's enough to compete with the other immortal courts. Now that Heaven's Sovereign has returned, the people will be disunited. I am abolishing Heaven's Sovereign now for the sake of the immortal court. After all, Heaven's Sovereign is only a third-grade great sovereign, he's not qualified to be the sovereign lord. Star Sovereign said. His words were full of determination. It could be seen that he had already made up his mind to abolish Heaven's Sovereign for a long time. This time, he was going to carry out his plan. Sovereign Lord is right. And immortal court shouldn't have two sovereign lords. Xianxia nodded and said. He didn't comment on Star Sovereign's words, but he didn't voice out the other thought in his heart, the sovereign lord shouldn't be Star Sovereign. This sovereign is going to abolish Heaven's Sovereign. Xianxia, do you support me? Star Sovereign looked at Xianxia and asked in a serious manner. If it was before, he wouldn't need to discuss with Xianxia if he wanted to abolish Heaven's Sovereign, let alone seek Xianxia's support. However, Xianxia wasn't the same as before. Even Huang Tianbao died in his hands. His future achievements would be limitless. Even Star Sovereign had to pay attention to him. Once he obtained Xianxia's support, he wouldn't have any scruples anymore. Of course, this disciple is a member of the immortal court. I will naturally listen to Sovereign Lord's arrangement. Moreover, Sovereign Lord's actions are all for the sake of the immortal court. Xianxia nodded and said. Good. Xianxia, you are a sensible person. I didn't misjudge you. Now, even you support me. There is no need for Heaven's Sovereign to continue to exist. Tomorrow, I will gather all the higher-ups of the immortal court to discuss the matter of abolishing Heaven's Sovereign. Star Sovereign said. He felt relieved after obtaining Xianxia's support. He believed that no one would dare to go against him in the meeting tomorrow. Moreover, the immortal court had been under the control of Star Sovereign all these years. Most of the people in the immortal court were his trusted followers. If he wanted to abolish Heaven's Sovereign Palace, he just needed to give an order. However, abolishing Heaven's Sovereign was a big deal after all. Star Sovereign had to be fully prepared. Before he took action, he wanted everyone in the immortal court to support him. In this way, the immortal court wouldn't fall into chaos. Only then, he wouldn't need to worry about his prestige after he abolished Heaven's Sovereign. He didn't want to see anyone opposing him. Sovereign Lord, don't worry. I, Xianxia, will support you with all my strength. Xianxia said in a serious manner. It was a psychological battle between him and Star Sovereign. He had already seen through Star Sovereign's ruthlessness. In order to achieve his goal, Star Sovereign would do anything. He didn't even care about the life and death of his trusted follower Huang Tianbao. Very well, Xianxia. After Heaven's Sovereign is removed, I will give you Heavenly Sovereign Palace as a gift. It will be your residence in the immortal court. Star Sovereign looked at Xianxia with admiration and gave him Heavenly Sovereign Palace as a gift. In the entire immortal court, perhaps only he, Xianxia, could receive such a reward. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Disciple has a question. Xianxia pretended to be surprised and excited. Go ahead. Star Sovereign was in a good mood. He found Xianxia very pleasing to the eye. Sovereign Lord, I want to know if the others in the immortal court will object if you want to remove Heaven's Sovereign? Xianxia asked. No one will object, but this is not what I want. What I want is for everyone to support me. However, in the immortal court, there are some old antiques who are neutral. In their eyes, it doesn't matter who becomes the Sovereign Lord between me and Heaven's Sovereign. For example, Elder Ling and your master, Feng Jingyang, Star Sovereign said. He felt a headache when Ling LeCun and Feng Jingyang was mentioned. These two were upright people and it was hard to change their minds. Star Sovereign's action was not only to remove Heaven's Sovereign. He also wanted everyone to respect and revere him. He wanted to be the true master of the immortal court and there should not be any objection from his subordinates. Sovereign Lord, why don't you let disciple act like my master and elder Ling? Xianxia said with a smile, as if he was willing to share Star Sovereign's burden. Oh? Xianxia, it would be great if you could represent me to persuade them, it would be much better than me doing it myself. Plus, your cultivation base has skyrocketed, your identity and position are different now. Plus, you've been summoned by me today. Everyone knows that you're going to be one of my favorites in the future. Plus, you're talented and your future is limitless. Feng Jingyang and Elder Ling won't be able to see this. So, it's best if you represent me. Xianxia said. Star Sovereign was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Xianxia to be so sensible. If Xianxia could really persuade Ling Likun and Feng Jingyang, it would be a piece of cake for him to get rid of Heaven's Sovereign. It is my duty to share Sovereign Lord's burden. Moreover, Sovereign Lord is blessed by the heavens. Elder Ling and Master have no reason not to support you. Xianxia flattered Star Sovereign Lord. Alright, Xianxia, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope that there will be no opposing voices in tomorrow's meeting, and no one will remain neutral. I hope that no one will oppose or remain neutral in the meeting tomorrow. Star Sovereign patted chin. Xianxia cupped his fists towards Star Sovereign and left. After leaving the Star Sovereign Palace, Xianxia's face started to show a sinister smile. He promised Star Sovereign to look for Ling Likun, just to find an excuse to see Ling Likun. He had already convinced Feng Jingyang. Since Ling Likun was a neutral like Feng Jingyang, it was necessary to rope him in. Moreover, Ling Likun's influence was much greater than Feng Jingyang's. More importantly, he was a powerful 6th grade great sovereign. He would be a great help in a war. Xianxia had already obtained some information from Feng Jingyang about the higher-ups of the Immortal Court. There were 3 6th grade great sovereigns in the Immortal Court. Other than Star Sovereign, there were 2 more. One was Ling Likun, and the other was Hu Yong. Hu Yong had a good relationship with Star Sovereign. He would definitely support Star Sovereign unconditionally. When Heaven Sovereign had just returned, Hu Yong had suggested Star Sovereign to cripple Heaven Sovereign. Star Sovereign did not do it because he wanted to influence Heaven Sovereign. Basically, if Ling Likun was roped in, and together with Heaven Sovereign, there would be 2 6th grade great sovereigns on their side. They would have the power to fight. If it could be resolved within the Immortal Court, it must be resolved internally. If it could be resolved without the help of Tianping Evil Emperor, he would definitely not do it. Xianxia understood that the change in the Immortal Court was not just a matter of battle. It also had a great impact. If Heaven Sovereign defeated Star Sovereign with the help of an outsider, even if he regained control of the Immortal Court and became the Sovereign Lord, his prestige would be greatly affected. In the Dragon Hall, Xianxia met Feng Jingyang. Xianxia, why did Star Sovereign look for you? Feng Jingyang asked. He asked me to support him, and also asked me to convince you and Elder Ling. Xianxia told Feng Jingyang about his conversation with Star Sovereign. It seems like Star Sovereign is getting impatient. What are you going to do? Feng Jingyang looked at Xianxia. It's very simple. I will first agree to support Star Sovereign. During the conference tomorrow, you will also choose to support him. I will think of a way to buy time for Heaven Sovereign. The ancient elephant bloodline has already been sent to Heaven Sovereign. After receiving the bloodline, Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base will quickly recover to its peak, and he will then fight against Star Sovereign. Xianxia's aura fluctuated. He and Heaven Sovereign had been waiting for this day for a long time. The reason why he came to Fengqi Immortal Court was also for this day. It'll be great if we can rope in Elder Ling. Star Sovereign has 2 6th grade great sovereigns, including Hu Yong. Moreover, Star Sovereign has almost controlled the entire Immortal Court's resources. Whether it's the Leopard Hall, the Tiger Hall, or the higher-ups, they are all under Star Sovereign's complete control. We only have the Leopard Hall now. Compared to our opponents, we are weak. Feng Jingyang said. His words were filled with medicinal pills. Master, let's go to Elder Ling together. Xianxia said. All right. Feng Jingyang nodded. Without wasting any time, he brought Jiang Chen and flew towards Ling LeCun's residence. This time, Jiang Chen had obtained Star Sovereign's permission. Therefore, he could look for Ling LeCun openly without any suspicion. This was Jiang Chen's shrewdness. It was impossible to deal with someone like Star Sovereign without some tricks. Ling LeCun's residence was an independent mountain peak. There was a luxurious palace built on top of it. With his identity and status, he could have anything he wanted in the immortal court. At this moment, Ling LeCun stood in front of the palace with a gloomy expression. He was greatly disappointed by Star Sovereign's performance today, which directly affected the old man's mood. Two silhouettes flew over and landed in front of Ling LeCun. Greetings, Elder Ling. Jiang Chen and Feng Jingyang greeted Ling LeCun. Why have you two master and disciple come to my place? Elder Ling, Star Sovereign came to me just now to discuss about removing Heaven Sovereign's position. What do you think? Jiang Chen did not like to beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. Ling LeCun's body shook after hearing Jiang Chen's words, and his expression changed slightly. This day will come sooner or later. It was destined from the moment Heaven Sovereign returned. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Star Sovereign will do anything to achieve his goal. He has been the Sovereign Lord for so many years, how can he allow others to take everything away from him? Ling LeCun shook his head and sighed. He was a smart man. He knew that there would be a battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign sooner or later. Before that, he had always maintained a neutral attitude towards both Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign. He felt that it didn't matter which of them became the Sovereign Lord as both of them had the ability to control and lead the immortal court. But today, Star Sovereign treated Huang Tianbao in such a manner, making Elder Ling feel disappointed. If you came to ask for my opinion, I would still maintain a neutral attitude. Heaven Sovereign treated me well in the past, so I will not attack Heaven Sovereign. However, Star Sovereign will not allow Heaven Sovereign to continue living in the immortal court. Ling LeCun continued to speak, expressing his neutral attitude. Jiang Chen and Feng Jingyang exchanged a glance and nodded. As long as Ling LeCun remained neutral, as long as he was grateful towards Heaven Sovereign, there was still hope. Star Sovereign's judgment is right. Elder Ling chose to remain neutral. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, looks like you've been convinced by Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign sent you here to persuade this old man, am I right? Ling LeCun looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. He was a smart man. Jiang Chen immediately came to him after leaving Star Sovereign's place. His intention was obvious. Elder Ling is only half right. Jiang Chen said. Oh? Ling LeCun looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Star Sovereign did send me here to persuade Elder Ling to remove Heaven Sovereign's position. However, I am not here to ask you to help Star Sovereign, but Heaven Sovereign. At the mention of the Sky Sovereign, Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became extremely solemn. Hearing this, Ling LeCun's expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Chen and saw that Jiang Chen was calm and composed. His eyes were like the abyss, and he did not seem to be joking at all. Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do? Ling LeCun frowned. He realized that he couldn't see through this young man at all. Now that Star Sovereign is going to take action against Heaven Sovereign, I have to stand up for him. Elder Ling is a person who values friendship and righteousness. That's why I'm telling you my purpose of coming here. You should know that no one in the immortal court can really stay out of the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign, especially someone like Elder Ling. I believe Elder Ling is very clear about this point. You have to choose a side. Elder Ling said with a smile. Elder Ling, I'm not going to hide it anymore. Back then when Heaven Sovereign fell, he was reincarnated into the lower world and became my sworn brother. The reason why I, Jiang Chen, came to the immortal court was to help Heaven Sovereign solve his crisis. Now that Star Sovereign is going to attack Heaven Sovereign, I have to stand up for him. You have to choose a side, said Jiang Chen. He knew that there was no need to hide anything when talking to an expert like Ling LeCun. He would tell him the truth and what choice he should make. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Ling LeCun's face was full of astonishment. He could see that Jiang Chen wasn't joking. He was telling the truth. Moreover, he finally knew the real purpose of Jiang Chen's visit to the immortal court. Jiang Chen, although Heaven's sovereign treated me well, I, Ling LeCun, don't want to joke around with my life. Even if I support Heaven's sovereign, I won't have the slightest chance of winning. Given my strength, I won't be able to defeat Star Sovereign. Moreover, Star Sovereign has Hu Yong. Ling LeCun said, shaking his head. Elder Ling, I, Jiang Chen, never do things that I'm not confident about. If I wasn't fully prepared, I wouldn't have come to Elder Ling rashly. To tell you the truth, I have found the ancient elephant bloodline in the miniature Fengqi world. Now that it is in the hands of Heaven's sovereign will recover to his peak state in a very short period of time. At that time, you don't need to deal with Star Sovereign, Heaven's sovereign will deal with him. Jiang Chen said, this is also the reason why I promised Star Sovereign. I promised Star Sovereign on the surface just to buy time for Heaven's sovereign to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. Elder Ling, what Jiang Chen said is right. The ancient elephant bloodline is in the hands of Heaven's sovereign. You have seen what happened today. Star Sovereign is willing to give up on Huang Tianbao for his own position. It's really disappointing. If he treats Huang Tianbao like this, I'm afraid that it's not hard to imagine how he will treat us in the future. Feng Jingyang said. Ling LeCun knitted his brows, as if he was thinking. Jiang Chen's words had greatly affected him. If Heaven's sovereign could really recover to his peak state, the situation would be completely different. Ling LeCun knew a little about the ancient elephant bloodline. He knew that Heaven's sovereign had fallen because he failed to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. Not only that, Elder Ling should have heard about the relationship between me and Tianping Evil Emperor. If the critical moment comes, I will ask Tianping Evil Emperor for help. In other words, even if Elder Ling stands on Star Sovereign's side, Heaven's sovereign and I will still emerge victorious in the end. At that time, when the demonic immortal island comes to help, Heaven's sovereign and Tianping Evil Emperor will join hands. Who can resist them? You should have seen my current combat strength. Even a 5th-grade great sovereign is no match for me. However, I don't want outsiders to interfere in the matters of the immortal court. That's why I came to you, Elder Ling. Your position is very important. If you follow Heaven's sovereign, we will emerge victorious in the end. At that time, your position in the immortal court will be even higher than now. I have said what I need to say. The rest is up to you. Jiang Chen said word by word. In order to convince Ling LeCun, he did not hesitate to use the name of Tianping Evil Emperor. Ling LeCun stopped talking and fell into contemplation. Jiang Chen's words weren't boasting, but stating a fact. Even if he stood on Star Sovereign's side, Heaven's sovereign would still be able to reverse the situation with the help of the demonic immortal island. In addition, Jiang Chen was a monstrous genius who had achieved the unification of the heavenly Tao. Who knew what would happen next? Moreover, Jiang Chen was right about one thing. In the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven's sovereign, and in the upcoming turmoil of the immortal court, no one could remain uninvolved. It was even more impossible for Ling LeCun, who was in a high position. Remaining neutral was an unrealistic idea. In other words, he had to make a choice. The choice seemed to be very clear. Jiang Chen had the confidence and determination to win. Moreover, what Star Sovereign did to Huang Tianbao today had disappointed him. Jiang Chen and Feng Jingyang stopped talking and looked at Ling LeCun calmly. They had said what they needed to say. Ling LeCun was a smart man, he would make the best choice for himself. Alright, I promise you that I will support Heaven's sovereign. Ling LeCun thought for a moment and said. His expression was solemn. Obviously, he had made a great decision. However, just like what Jiang Chen had said, Ling LeCun wasn't a fool. He was able to judge the situation. Following Star Sovereign wouldn't end well. It was impossible for him to remain neutral. Good. It seems like old Ling has grasped the situation. With your support, Heaven's sovereign will definitely be able to reverse the situation. At that time, you will be the greatest contributor to the immortal court. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He was relieved to have obtained Ling LeCun's support. Ling LeCun and Feng Jingyang's participation also proved the fact that Star Sovereign wasn't popular. Jiang Chen, what's your plan for the conference tomorrow? Ling LeCun asked. The real purpose of Star Sovereign's conference tomorrow is to gain everyone's approval and have everyone support him in deposing Heaven's Sovereign. In that case, we will follow his lead. Tomorrow, the three of us will agree to support Star Sovereign. At that time, I will naturally help Heaven's Sovereign by some time. What we need the most now is time. Star Sovereign's decision to remove Heaven's Sovereign's throne is irreversible. If we don't agree, he will most likely take action immediately. Only by agreeing to support Star Sovereign on the surface will we be able to buy some time for Heaven's Sovereign. Xianxia said. This was also his plan. Alright, we'll listen to you. Ling LeCun nodded. Since he had made his decision, he couldn't be hesitant anymore. He had to make his stand clear. At this moment, both Ling LeCun and Feng Jingyang had already regarded Xianxia as their backbone. Xianxia had come for Heaven's Sovereign and had been working hard and planning for this day. More importantly, both of them had an inexplicable trust and confidence in Xianxia. He was a man who was good at creating miracles. Whatever he wanted to do would definitely not go wrong. In that case, it's decided. After Xianxia finished his words, he left with Feng Jingyang, leaving Ling LeCun who was still in a daze. Even though he was the supreme elder of the Immortal Court, he didn't expect that the peaceful Immortal Court was already filled with undercurrents. The real turmoil was about to arrive. Xianxia returned to his place of residence. De Huang Dog had already returned after completing his task. De Huang, how is it? Xianxia asked. I've already given the ancient elephant bloodline to Anan. Anan said he needs 7 days. De Huang Dog said. 7 days, no problem. Xianxia nodded. He could help Nangong Wentian fight for 7 days. Little Chinzi, you're amazing this time. You've advanced to 2nd grade Great Sovereign and killed a 5th grade Great Sovereign with ease. Can you handle a 6th grade Great Sovereign with your current combat strength? De Huang Dog asked curiously. It's still a little difficult to handle a 6th grade Great Sovereign, but it's not impossible. However, it'll be much more difficult to handle a 6th grade Great Sovereign like Star Sovereign. As the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court, Star Sovereign's strength is far beyond that of an ordinary 6th grade Great Sovereign. Xianxia shook his head. He was very clear about his own combat strength. He could easily kill a 4th grade Great Sovereign and fight an ordinary 5th grade Great Sovereign without transforming into a dragon. He could easily kill a 5th grade Great Sovereign and fight an ordinary 6th grade Great Sovereign if he transformed into a dragon. However, he had no chance of winning against a 6th grade Great Sovereign like Star Sovereign. It's already monstrous. De Huang Dog said from the bottom of his heart. By the way, the benefits I've gained from this advancement are far more than these. The 66th floor of the Zulong Tower has been completely condensed. According to the advancement standard of the Zulong Tower, there should be some good stuff in the space of the 66th floor. Xianxia said. For God's sake, what are we waiting for? Let's open it and have a look. De Huang Dog's eyeballs almost popped out. He had not forgotten about the mysteriousness of the Zulong Tower. The 33rd floor's time law was already extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't related to the time law, there must be some good stuff in the 66th floor. There was no doubt about it. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia immediately tore open the door of the Zulong Tower and brought De Huang Dog to the 66th floor. Xianxia was already impatient to explore the 66th floor, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Asterisk rumble, asterisk under the control of Xianxia's divine sense, the door of the 66th floor opened with a loud rumble. An ancient aura instantly filled the air, causing Xianxia and De Huang Dog to tremble uncontrollably. Xianxia and De Huang Dog walked into the space. This space wasn't big, but it was very small. It was only the size of a palace. There was no ripple of the time law in the void, nor was there any strong spatial fluctuation. There was only a blood-red armor floating in the air. It was an ancient battle armor with dragon patterns carved on it. It was surrounded by a strong dragon aura. No one knew how long the ancient aura had existed. What a brave battle armor. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't help but praise the extraordinariness of the battle armor in front of him. This should be a defensive battle armor, but I don't know how strong its defense is. Seeing that there was only a battle armor here, Xianxia's expression was full of disappointment. He originally thought that there would be some heaven-defying stuff in the 66th floor, but it was just a battle armor. Refine the battle armor first, then you will know everything about it. De Huang Dog reminded. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Although he was disappointed, this battle armor was something from the Zulong Tower after all. It must be extraordinary. Xianxia stretched out his palm and waved at the battle armor. As if it had received some kind of summon, the battle armor immediately came to Xianxia's hand. Xianxia moved his divine sense and the battle armor disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already covered Xianxia's body. At the moment when the battle armor covered his body, an extremely strong sense of security instantly filled the bottom of Xianxia's heart. He only felt that he was surrounded by walls, and nothing from the outside could attack him. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, defend the world. Information about the battle armor poured into Xianxia's mind like a tide, so that Xianxia immediately had a full understanding of this battle armor. After receiving the complete information, Xianxia's disappointment disappeared completely and was replaced by boundless excitement. The ancient Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor is said to be refined from the skin of a divine dragon. Its defense is extremely amazing. If I wear this battle armor, I can withstand an attack from an 8th grade great sovereign. Xianxia was excited. Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. This powerful defensive armor could actually allow him to withstand a powerful strike from an 8th grade great sovereign. This was definitely a powerful life-saving trump card. More importantly, the defensive power of this battle armor would continue to increase along with his combat strength. The defensive power would also become stronger. In other words, with this armor and the Great Void technique, he could go anywhere in the heavens and earth. Even if he went to the barbarian world, he could still deal with everything with ease. With this powerful trump card, Xianxia was even more confident in dealing with Star Sovereign this time. With the protection of the armor, he was confident that he could fight against Star Sovereign. When he and Heaven Sovereign joined forces, Star Sovereign wouldn't be a match for them no matter how powerful he was. For God's sake, what the hell is this Zulong Tower? Why is it so heaven-defying? A 30-fold time rule is already terrifying enough, and now there's a battle armor that doesn't belong to the immortal world. This is King crazy. De Huang Dog said speechlessly. He had seen abnormal people, but he had never seen such an abnormal one. Xianxia's Zulong Tower could no longer be described as abnormal. De Huang, you said that this doesn't belong to the immortal world. Does that mean that there's a higher world above the immortal world? Xianxia asked curiously. In fact, he already knew that the immortal world was definitely not the end of cultivation. Because he had yet to discover the secret of the dragon transformation skill, the Zulong Tower had only reached the 66th floor. There was still a huge gap between it and the 99th floor at its peak. Therefore, Xianxia concluded that there must be a higher world above the immortal world. That's right. The immortal world is not the end. There's still the divine world above it. That's the world where the gods reside. It's above the myriad of worlds. In ancient times, the peak immortal sovereigns of the immortal world would be summoned to a mysterious place for a selection. Those who were selected could ascend to the divine world directly. De Huang Dog said. Ascending to the immortal world through selection is really rare. Is there no such selection anymore? Xianxia was curious. They disappeared a long time ago. The emissaries of the divine world haven't appeared in the immortal world for a long time. Ever since the barbarian world attacked, the connection between this place and the divine world has been completely cut off. Some people say that it's because of the missing heavenly Tao. I don't know the details, but I think Immortal Slayer King and Great Sovereign Xianxia have entered the divine world through some mysterious method. De Huang Dog said. So there's actually such a secret. Xianxia sighed endlessly. Looks like there are still many things that I don't know about the immortal world. You don't have to think so much now. Just focus on preparing what you need to do next. As for the God realm, even if there is a selection, you don't have the qualifications. Deal with the barbarian world first. De Huang Dog said. That's true. Xianxia shrugged. He felt that what De Huang Dog said was very reasonable. After all, he was still too weak. It was useless to think too much. He was still far away from the Supreme Realm. Let's go. We shouldn't stay in the Zulong Tower all the time. It's easy to arouse Star Sovereign's suspicion. Now that I have the battle armor, I'm more confident. Once Heaven Sovereign recovers his cultivation base, we'll start a war with Star Sovereign. Xianxia said. With a sway of his body, he walked out of the Zulong Tower with De Huang Dog. As for the Heavenly Dragon battle armor, it was still placed on the 66th floor. Anyway, he had already fused with the Zulong Tower. When he needed to use it, he just needed to send his divine sense over and the Heavenly Dragon battle armor would be attached to him. The next day, dong dong dong, early in the morning, the bell that hadn't rung for a long time rang again. It alarmed all the elders and disciples of the Immortal Court, because it meant that something big was going to happen in the Immortal Court. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, immediately after that, powerful silhouettes rushed towards the Star Sovereign Palace from different directions. This was the summon from Star Sovereign. All great sovereigns above the 4th grade of the Immortal Court were qualified to enter the Star Sovereign Palace. The huge Star Sovereign Palace was soon filled with more than 100 people. The lowest cultivation base among them was a 4th grade great sovereign. One could imagine how big the camp of the Immortal Court was. There were so many 4th grade great sovereigns and above. Do you know why Star Sovereign summoned us so early in the morning? I'm afraid that the only thing that could make Star Sovereign pay attention to and make such a big move in the Immortal Court is Heaven Sovereign Palace. That's right. It seems like Star Sovereign is going to take action soon. What should we do if Star Sovereign decides to abolish Heaven Sovereign? Isn't that obvious? Of course, we will support Star Sovereign. The era of Heaven Sovereign has long passed. Now, Star Sovereign is in power. The Immortal Court has long been under Star Sovereign's control. Most of the higher-ups are Star Sovereign's trusted subordinates. We must stand up and support Star Sovereign. As 4th grade great sovereigns and above, none of them were fools. They could guess what Star Sovereign was going to do today and they had already made up their minds. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Feng Jingyang and Old Ling walked in. Everyone immediately bowed and greeted Ling Lakun when they saw him. There were 3 6th grade great sovereigns in the Immortal Court, and Ling Lakun was one of them. He had a supreme position and no one dared to disrespect him. As for Jiang Chen, he was probably the only one who had yet to reach the 4th grade great sovereign realm in today's conference. However, no one was suspicious of his arrival. No one even rejected or dissatisfied him. Jiang Chen was now a celebrity in the Immortal Court. No one dared to look down on him. Even though he was only a 2nd grade great sovereign, he was the one who killed Huang Tianbao. Then, another 2 silhouettes appeared. One of them was a blue-haired, blue-clothed middle-aged man. He was Star Sovereign. Beside Star Sovereign was an old man. He had a sturdy build and seemed to be around the same age as Ling Lakun. He had a pair of tiger-like eyes that were brimming with vigor. His beautiful face was filled with a domineering aura. This old man was another 6th grade great sovereign of the Immortal Court, Hu Yong. Everyone knew that he was a loyal supporter of Star Sovereign. When Heaven Sovereign had just returned, he had suggested Star Sovereign to abolish Heaven Sovereign. Greetings, Sovereign Lord. Everyone bowed to Star Sovereign. The leader of the Immortal Court possessed supreme authority. Yes, I've gathered everyone here today because there's a very important matter to discuss. All of you know that the one who's currently living in Heaven Sovereign Palace is just a 3rd grade great sovereign. I'm not sure if he's the real Heaven Sovereign. It's been so many years since the fall of Heaven Sovereign, but a kid who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pretended to be Heaven Sovereign has always been suspicious of his identity. In addition, in my opinion, the fall of Heaven Sovereign represents the passing of an era. The era of Heaven Sovereign has already become history. We can't live in history forever. Star Sovereign's words were very obvious. As long as one wasn't a fool, he or she would know what he was going to do today. It was no longer important whether the young man living in Heaven Sovereign Palace was the reincarnation of Heaven Sovereign or not. What was important was that Star Sovereign was ready to attack Heaven Sovereign Palace, which meant that Heaven Sovereign was destined to perish. Sovereign Lord is right. Heaven Sovereign has already become a thing of the past. All these years, under the leadership of Star Sovereign, the Immortal Court has been flourishing day by day. It's not inferior to the other immortal courts at all. Because of Star Sovereign's generosity, Heaven's sovereign palace has survived for so long. However, in my opinion, there's no need for Heaven's sovereign palace to exist anymore. It's impossible for there to be two sovereign lords in one immortal court. Hu Yong continued Star Sovereign's words and was the first to stand up and support Star Sovereign. I only recognize Star Sovereign as the sovereign lord of the immortal court. Heaven's sovereign has fallen long ago. We don't even know if the one we are looking for is the real Heaven's sovereign. Even if he is, he's just a reincarnation. What right does he have to be our sovereign lord? I think it's time to abolish Heaven's sovereign palace and that young man. A middle-aged man said loudly. He had a mighty look on his face and his words were filled with vigor and vigor. More importantly, his cultivation base was extremely strong. He was a peak 5th grade great sovereign. From the surface, he was no different from Feng Jingyang. This man was called Li Yanghu, the hall master of Tiger Hall. He had a supreme position in the immortal court. He and Huang Tianbao were Star Sovereign's confidants. There were more than 10 5th grade great sovereigns on the scene. Most of them were elders who usually didn't show themselves. Today, all of them came out because of the major event of the immortal court. As Star Sovereign's confidant, Li Yanghu must stand up and express his opinion at this crucial moment. Abolish Heaven's sovereign and support Star Sovereign. Some people immediately began to agree, and more people agreed. Jiangchen saw all of this and sneered in his heart. However, this was understandable. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings his own ministers. Star Sovereign naturally had his own era. However, Jiangchen could see that there were still a small number of elders who frowned slightly, as if they didn't agree to abolish Heaven's sovereign. After all, Heaven's sovereign had treated them quite well in the past. The only thing they could do now was to stand there and not speak. In fact, to Nangong Wendian, what he wanted to fight for was not the position of the sovereign lord. After his rebirth, the Heaven sovereign no longer cared about such things. However, right now, Jiangchen and Nangong Wendian had no choice but to fight for it. Not for the position of the sovereign lord, but for their own lives. It was almost certain that Star Sovereign would never let Heaven Sovereign go. Even if Heaven Sovereign gave up everything here and left the immortal court, Star Sovereign would still secretly kill him to get rid of any future troubles. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out and take back what belonged to him. Star Sovereign raised his hand to signal everyone to stop discussing. He then looked at Jiangchen and asked, Jiangchen, what about you? Disciple will naturally support the Sovereign Lord. Disciple will do whatever the Sovereign Lord says. Jiangchen said, expressing his attitude in a very firm manner. Very good. Jiangchen is now the number 1 genius of the immortal court, or even the greatest genius of the entire immortal world. His future achievements will be limitless. Star Sovereign nodded his head in satisfaction. Jiangchen expressed his support in front of so many people. This was what he wanted to see the most. Elder Ling, Jingyang, what do you two think? Star Sovereign then looked at Ling Lakun and Feng Jingyang. Everyone in the hall looked at the two of them. Everyone knew that the weight of these two people was too great. As long as they expressed their support for Star Sovereign, there would be no one who would oppose it. In other words, Sky Sovereign's death was near. I also support Star Sovereign. I also support you. Feng Jingyang and Ling Lakun expressed their opinions at the same time. Haha, good. Star Sovereign, I'm afraid no one here will oppose it. Hu Yong laughed. Very well. Is there anyone who opposes the abolition of Heaven's Sovereign? If there is, say it now. Star Sovereign looked around and continued to ask. No one said anything. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Even if there were some who were dissatisfied, they dared not show it. Now that Feng Jingyang and Ling Lakun had expressed their support, how would they dare to oppose it? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble for themselves? Very well. Since no one opposes it, I have decided to abolish Heaven's Sovereign and turn Heaven's Sovereign Palace into Jiangchen's residence. Star Sovereign said loudly. What? Jiangchen is really lucky. Star Sovereign even gave him the Heavenly Sovereign Palace as a reward. Actually, this is normal. Star Sovereign is trying to win people's hearts. Jiang Chen's potential is obvious. He killed Huang Tianbao, a 5th-grade great sovereign, when he was only a 2nd-grade great sovereign. It's natural for Star Sovereign to value him. That's right. It's only natural. Jiang Chen is truly capable. Many of them were incomparably shocked by Star Sovereign's generous reward. Although they were shocked, they still expressed their understanding. After all, Jiang Chen's performance was too outstanding. A young man like him should be valued by the immortal court. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Star Sovereign, looking extremely excited. If that's the case, Jiang Chen, I will send you to Heaven Sovereign Palace to abolish Heaven Sovereign. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Chen and said. Sovereign Lord, although Heaven Sovereign is destined to become history, he was once a Heaven Sovereign. If we abolish him without any reason, it will show that the immortal court is too heartless. Why don't I go there and give him 7 days to abolish his own great sovereign law and never step into the immortal court again? This way, it will show your magnanimity, Sovereign Lord. Jiang Chen said loudly, putting Star Sovereign on the moral high ground. Upon hearing this, Ling Lekun and Feng Jingyang secretly gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This was indeed a good way to buy more time. Jiang Chen said this in front of so many people. It was hard for Star Sovereign not to agree. After all, Huang Tianbao's incident had already disappointed some people. Now was the time for him to rebuild his prestige. Moreover, Jiang Chen's words were not harmful to Star Sovereign at all. Although Heaven Sovereign was not killed, Heaven Sovereign could abolish his own great sovereign law. From then on, Heaven Sovereign would only have the cultivation base of an immortal venerable. What could an immortal venerable do? Sovereign Lord, Jiang Chen is right. Give him 7 days and let him leave on his own. This will show your magnanimity. Alright, Jiang Chen, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll give you 7 days, I hope you won't let me down. Star Sovereign nodded without a shred of doubt. Star Sovereign didn't know that he was fooled by a nobody despite being smart all his life. He wondered if Star Sovereign would vomit blood after 7 days. Sovereign Lord, don't worry. I, Jiang Chen, will never let Sovereign Lord down. Jiang Chen said with a clear voice, giving his guarantee. Feng Jingyang and Ling Lekun looked at Jiang Chen, who was lying with a straight face, and sighed in their hearts. This fella's acting skills were too good. Moreover, Jiang Chen was meticulous and his body was radiating a powerful radiance of confidence. It was easy to be influenced by him. At the same time, Feng Jingyang and Ling Lekun also felt that it was not a good thing to be enemies with someone like Jiang Chen. Alright, everyone can leave now. If Heaven Sovereign still doesn't give in after 7 days, Elder Hu and Elder Ling will attack together and break the defense of Heaven Sovereign Palace. Star Sovereign's aura fluctuated as he said loudly. After that, he disappeared in a flash. Although Jiang Chen was in charge of this matter, Heaven Sovereign Palace was still protected by Heaven Sovereign's defense. Jiang Chen alone wouldn't be able to break through the defense. If Heaven Sovereign didn't give in after 7 days, Jiang Chen would have to attack by force. The reason why Star Sovereign didn't attack Heaven Sovereign Palace these days was because he cared about Jiang Chen's influence. Now that the entire immortal court didn't oppose him, Star Sovereign was unscrupulous in his actions. After Star Sovereign left, Hu Yong walked towards Jiang Chen with a cold face. After sizing him up, he said, "Boy, hurry up and go to Heaven Sovereign Palace to be your lobbyist. I hope you can succeed and don't trouble me again." Of course, Disciple doesn't want Elder Hu to do it because it's really unpleasant. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This fella in front of him was definitely an enemy. 7 days later, there might be a life and death battle. All the experts flew out of Star Sovereign Palace. Jiang Chen went straight to Heaven Sovereign Palace. At this moment, there was only Han Feng guarding outside the Heaven Sovereign Palace. This old man had already reached the 1st-grade Great Sovereign Realm. To Han Feng, there was nothing else he desired as long as he could advance to the Great Sovereign Realm in this lifetime. Seeing Han Feng, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. This old man was probably the only person in the entire immortal court who was loyal to Heaven Sovereign. Young Master Jiang. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to see the arrival of Jiang Chen, Huang. There was no way that he wouldn't be shocked. He had also heard about how Jiangchen killed Huang Tianbao. When he first met Jiangchen was merely an early immortal venerable. It had only been a short period of time, but Jiangchen had already grown so much. Han Feng hadn't forgotten what Heaven's Sovereign had said. In this world, there was no one who could save Heaven's Sovereign other than Jiangchen. Now, Han Feng had no doubt about it. "How's Heaven's Sovereign now?" Jiangchen asked. "He's working hard to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. According to what Heaven's Sovereign said before he went into seclusion, he will need 7 days. Han Feng said. Don't disturb him. I have bought him 7 days. 7 days later, Star Sovereign will strike. At that time, there will be a great turmoil in the immortal court. A life and death battle will break out." Jiangchen said. Han Feng was very trustworthy. What's coming will come sooner or later. Han Feng shook his head and sighed. He wasn't too shocked, because he had already expected this day to come. "Elder Han, let me ask you. Apart from you, is there anyone else in the immortal court who truly supports Heaven's Sovereign? Is there anyone on Heaven's Sovereign's side?" Jiangchen asked. He knew that Heaven's Sovereign had a great influence in the immortal court. There was definitely more than one person like Han Feng. There are some who are loyal to Heaven's Sovereign. There are a few high-ranking great sovereigns among them, but they can't show their loyalty to Heaven's Sovereign. Han Feng said. "Look for them secretly these next few days and tell them about the situation 7 days later. Tell them that Ho Tiandi will truly return in 7 days and settle things with Star Sovereign. If they want to make a move, then make a move. If they don't want to make a move, then they should remain neutral. When the time comes, they just need to quietly observe the changes to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Jiangchen said solemnly. "All right. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. I will certainly tell them." Han Feng nodded. He could sense the seriousness of the situation 7 days later from Jiangchen's tone. At that time, the immortal court would face the greatest turmoil. Under such turmoil, it would be hard for anyone to stay out of it, especially those great sovereigns. After that, Jiangchen pushed open the gate of Heaven's Sovereign Palace and strode in. After all, he still had to put on an act. If Jiangchen didn't even enter the palace, it would be too suspicious. Jiangchen stayed in Heaven's Sovereign Palace for half an hour, then walked out with a beaming face. For the next few days, the entire immortal court was in a premonition of an impending storm. As the days went by, there was still no movement from Heaven's Sovereign Palace. Heaven's Sovereign didn't show any signs of coming out. There was no sign of him. It seems like Heaven's Sovereign isn't going to come out. In my opinion, there shouldn't be a deadline of 7 days. That's unnecessary. 7 days it is. Anyway, these 2 days don't matter. Many people began to discuss. At this time, most of them felt that Heaven's Sovereign wouldn't come out by himself, and wouldn't abolish the great sovereign law according to Jiangchen's 7 days. Soon, 7 days had passed. There was still no movement from Heaven's Sovereign Palace. Within these 7 days, there was another good thing that happened on Jiangchen's side. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had reached the 3rd grade demon sovereign realm. This was an incomparably powerful combat strength. One should know that a 3rd grade demon sovereign like De Huang Dog could already suppress an ordinary 5th grade great sovereign. On this day, early in the morning, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was filled with people. Countless experts surrounded the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Star Sovereign also appeared, but at this moment, Star Sovereign's expression was not good. He originally thought that the Heavenly Emperor would be sensible, but he didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so stubborn. However, since Heaven's Sovereign wouldn't come out, Star Sovereign had a real reason to get rid of Heaven's Sovereign. "Sovereign Lord, 7 days is up. Heaven's Sovereign hasn't come out yet. We don't need to be courteous anymore," Hu Yong said. His chi surged and he was ready to attack. "Elder Hu, Elder Ling, let's do it," Star Sovereign said expressionlessly. "Sovereign Lord, why don't you let me go in again? Heaven's Sovereign doesn't know my true combat strength, so he won't take any precautions against me. The defense of Heaven's Sovereign Palace isn't activated against me either. If he continues to be stubborn, I can take action in Heaven's Sovereign Palace." All right, I'll give him one last chance. If he still doesn't come out, you can just take action. That kid is no match for you," Star Sovereign said. Until now, he still had absolute trust in Jiang Chen without a shred of doubt. It was mainly because Jiang Chen's performance was too good that no one could see any flaws. "Yes, Sovereign Lord," Jiang Chen responded, then nodded at De Huang Dog. The two then flew towards Heaven's Sovereign Palace. At this moment, apart from Feng Jingyang and Ling Lekun, there were a few higher-ups in the crowd whose expressions had changed slightly. It was obvious that these people had been briefed by Han Feng and knew that something big was going to happen today. Moreover, they had already made ample preparations. As soon as the Sky Emperor returned, they would immediately stand up and make their stand clear. The disciples of the Dragon Hall did not come. Only Yu Huafan stayed beside Feng Jingyang. Those who besieged Heaven's Sovereign Palace were the higher-ups who participated in the conference that day. They were all powerful fourth-grade great sovereigns. Even if there were some newcomers, they were at least third-grade great sovereigns. Yu Huafan's cultivation was the lowest among them. However, Yu Huafan was gifted. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of second-grade great sovereign realm, his combat strength was enough to fight against a third-grade great sovereign. Moreover, his aura was fluctuating violently. It was possible for him to advance to the third-grade great sovereign realm at any time. Inside Heaven's Sovereign Palace, when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked in, Heaven's Sovereign had already tidied up everything and was about to walk out of the palace. "Little Chenzi, De Huang, you're here." Nangong Wentian's face revealed a warm smile when he saw the two brothers whom he had not seen for a long time. "Star Sovereign has besieged Heaven's Sovereign Palace." "Nan, how's your cultivation?" asked Jiang Chen. "I have completely refined the ancient elephant bloodline. My cultivation has recovered to its peak. I'm now at the peak of the 6th-grade great sovereign realm, comparable to Star Sovereign." Nangong Wentian's face was full of confidence. The aura that was emitted from his body was terrifying. "Alright, if that's the case, we'll settle this with Star Sovereign today," said Jiang Chen with a smile. His battle intent began to rise. "Although I have recovered my cultivation, there are too many experts on Star Sovereign's side. We don't know if we have any chance of winning," Nangong Wentian said worriedly. "What's there to worry about? We brothers have seen all kinds of situations, and haven't we come this far? You just have to deal with Star Emperor later, and Ling Lekun will deal with Hu Yong. Leave the rest to me and Feng Jingyang." Jiang Chen had a heroic look on his face. In his mind, there was no such thing as fear. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. "That's right. You're right. Us brothers have never been afraid of anything. We've encountered even the largest camps. Today, let's turn the world upside down." Nangong Wentian laughed out loud. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. "Kaka, let's go. This Lord Dog can't wait any longer." De Huang Dog cackled. No matter when it was, he would never be afraid of trouble. It had been a long time since he had a passionate battle. "Celestial the Arch, what about me?" Han Feng, who was at the side, couldn't help but ask. Right now, he was also very excited. The day of Celestial Thearch's return had finally arrived. Han Feng's heart was burning with excitement. "Han Feng, you stay in Celestial the Arch Palace. No matter what happens, don't go out," Nangong Wentian said solemnly. I understand." Han Feng nodded. At such a time when his blood was boiling, he really hoped that he could participate in the battle. However, Han Feng also knew his own limits. He knew that with his strength, he didn't have the qualifications to participate in such a battle. Not only would he not be of any help, but he would also become a burden. With so many experts joining forces to fight, even the slightest shockwave would be able to take his life. "Little Chenzi, let's go." Nangong Wentian smiled. His body flashed, and he flew up to the sky above Celestial the Arch Palace. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood on his left and right. This scene stunned Star Sovereign, who was waiting outside. Not only him, everyone else was stunned as well. "Star Sovereign, it's been a long time since we last met. Your performance has really disappointed me. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to kill me today," because my cultivation base has fully recovered. Heaven Sovereign looked at Star Sovereign and said with a cold smile. At the same time, he unleashed his powerful aura. That was the aura of a peak 6th grade Great Sovereign, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Xianxia, it's you? Star Sovereign wasn't an idiot. At this moment, how could he not know that this matter was related to Xianxia? Star Sovereign, I forgot to tell you my true identity. Heaven Sovereign and I are sworn brothers. The purpose of me coming to Fengqi Immortal Court is to help Heaven Sovereign. I was the one who helped Heaven Sovereign find the ancient elephant bloodline in the miniature Fengqi world. I was also the one who helped Star Sovereign gain 7 days of time. Now, 7 days have passed and Heaven Sovereign has returned. You can abdicate now. Xianxia said with a smile, without the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. Good, good. You're good, Xianxia. I, Star Sovereign, have been dominating the world. I never thought that I would be tricked by a nobody. Star Sovereign was furious. He had never thought that this was the truth. He thought that he had Xianxia under his control. He never thought that Xianxia was just playing with him. Boundless killing intent spread out from Star Sovereign's body. In this world, no one could trick him. Xianxia must pay a heavy price for doing this. Star Sovereign, you and I are not the same kind of people. You are cold-blooded and ruthless. You will do anything to achieve your goal. A person like you is not suitable to be the Sovereign Lord. Xianxia said loudly. Star Sovereign, I've said it before. There's no need to wait for 7 days. We can directly attack Heaven Sovereign Palace. But it's not too late now. The Immortal Court is still in your hands. So what if Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base has recovered? He and Xianxia are not our match. Hu Yonglinling said. Just like Star Sovereign, he hated Xianxia to the core. If it wasn't for Xianxia, Heaven Sovereign would have been eliminated a long time ago. Elder Hu, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid it's not just the two of us today. Xianxia said with a smile. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, as soon as his voice fell, silhouettes rushed towards Heaven Sovereign's camp like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people stood in Heaven Sovereign's camp. Kong, a surge of fury rushed out from Star Sovereign's body. The sudden change in the situation made Star Sovereign furious. He had always thought that everything was under his control, but he did not expect that Xianxia had secretly separated the Immortal Court. At this moment, Star Sovereign finally understood why Xianxia took the initiative to persuade Ling LeCun. Xianxia did persuade Ling LeCun, but Ling LeCun was on the opposite side of him. Motherf *Ker, these traitors. This Xianxia really deserves to die. He's a traitor. How dare he secretly separate our forces? Humph. So what? With such a small number of people, they will definitely die if they really fight. It seems that there will be a great war today. The Immortal Court should indeed be cleansed. There's no need to keep those who are not loyal to Star Sovereign. The people on Star Sovereign's side were incomparably furious. Facing this sudden betrayal, the only thing they could do was to kill. In their point of view, Ling LeCun and the others were traitors, and there was only one ending for traitors, death. Star Sovereign, in fact, if it wasn't for you trying so hard to kill me, I wouldn't have any interest in becoming the Sovereign Lord. However, I have no choice but to save my life. Heaven Sovereign said loudly. Save your life? Do you think that you can save your life just like that? Do you think that you can regain your position as the Sovereign Lord with their support? What a joke. It's good that they betrayed me today. I have seen those who are not loyal to me in the Immortal Court. It's a good opportunity to get rid of them. From now on, I can build my own Immortal Court. Star Sovereign's face was cold. Although he was furious and felt that he had been tricked, he was happy about the betrayal of Ling LeCun and the others. It was best for these people who were not loyal to him to surface. After getting rid of them, no one in the Immortal Court would dare to disobey him anymore. Star Sovereign, you are indeed not suitable to be the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. Feng Jingyang shook his head and said. Traitors! Feng Jingyang, Ling LeCun, I, Star Sovereign, have always treated you well. To think that you two are traitors. Star Sovereign was furious. Star Sovereign, everything in the Immortal Court was originally left by Heaven's Sovereign. You're just the acting Sovereign Lord. Now that Heaven's Sovereign has returned, even if you don't give up the position of Sovereign Lord, there's really no need for you to kill Heaven's Sovereign. Today, we chose to support Heaven's Sovereign after careful consideration. Ling LeCun shouted. Star Sovereign, if you could let Sky Sovereign go, perhaps today's events wouldn't have happened. We were once greatly indebted to the Heavenly Sovereign, so it is absolutely impossible for us to deal with the Heavenly Sovereign. If we really have to fight, we will naturally stand on the Heavenly Sovereign's side. Even if we die in battle, it can be considered as repaying the Heavenly Sovereign's kindness. The people standing beside the Sky Emperor said righteously. They were all experts who held important positions in the Immortal Court. Each of them represented a group. It could be seen that although Heaven's Sovereign had fallen for so many years, his influence in the Immortal Court had not completely disappeared. Since that's the case, all of you shall die today. Star Sovereign's murderous aura soared to the sky. It seemed like he was ready to make a move. Cut the crap. Make your move. Hu Yong took the initiative to attack. He struck out a large piece of divine light towards Heaven's Sovereign Palace. Let me deal with Hu Yong. Ling LeCun stretched out a big hand and blocked Hu Yong's attack. The two sixth-grade great sovereigns of the Immortal Court instantly clashed with each other. Heaven's Sovereign, since you've recovered your cultivation base, let me see how powerful you are after refining the ancient elephant bloodline. Star Sovereign pointed his finger, and a bright light rushed towards Heaven's Sovereign. Heaven's Sovereign struck out a punch, shattering the light of Star Sovereign. Then, his body swayed and flew up to the sky. As his hands turned into a blur, a battlefield was drawn out. Kong Long, this was a battle of life and death. The four sixth-grade great sovereigns of the Immortal Court had started a fierce battle, causing the sky above the Immortal Court to darken. Everyone, don't show any mercy later. If the Immortal Court wants to transform, it must undergo the baptism of blood. You can kill anyone who dares to attack you. Remember, the fall of Star Sovereign is the fall of a force, not an individual. The Immortal Court will certainly suffer a great loss in today's battle, but we must be the ones who survive, not the sacrificial victims and stepping stones for others. Xianxia transformed into his dragon form and the heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. He was ready for a bloody massacre. Rumble, Feng Jingyang and the others also unleashed their aura. They understood what Xianxia meant. Today's battle was a battle of life and death. Compared to their opponents, they were already at a disadvantage, so they dared not to be careless. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, all battles were incomparably cruel. Xianxia, Feng Jingyang, you two have chosen to rebel recklessly. You will pay a heavy price. Hall Master of Tiger Hall, Li Yanghu, shouted and was the first to attack. Let me deal with him. Feng Jingyang's movement was swift. Waves of qi rolled out from his body and he instantly clashed with Li Yanghu. Kong Hong, in the next moment, hundreds of powerful airwaves rolled out, trapping Xianxia and the others within. There were only a dozen people beside Xianxia. Compared to their opponents, the ratio was 10-1. Each of their faces turned ugly. Under such a disparity, they had almost no chance of winning. However, since they had already made their decision, they could only fight with their lives on the line. This battle was a battle between all the higher-ups of the Immortal Court. Ordinary elders and disciples were not even qualified to participate in this battle. The turmoil of the Immortal Court today had alarmed everyone in the Immortal Court. However, to the others, they could only play the role of a spectator. Heaven's Sovereign has returned. I wonder who will win and who will lose. Never thought that Xianxia is actually Heaven's Sovereign's man. Even Star Sovereign was fooled. Even if Heaven's Sovereign has returned, it's still hard for him to win. Star Sovereign has already taken control of most of the Immortal Court. Look at the disparity between them. It's too huge. There's almost no suspense. Don't judge too early. That Xianxia is a super abnormal monster. He can easily kill a fifth-grade great sovereign. Almost no one is a match for him now. Everyone was paying attention to this battle. Everyone knew that this battle represented an extraordinary significance in the Immortal Court. The battle for the position of sovereign lord was destined to be a bloodbath. From today onwards, the immortal court was destined to undergo a great change. Kill them. A fifth-grade great sovereign shouted. Hundreds of people pounced towards Xianxia and the others at the same time. Haha, how can Master Monkey miss out on such an exciting battle? His shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing many people's ears to buzz. Everyone looked at the uninvited guest. Haha, Monkey, you've come at the right time. Xianxia had already transformed into his dragon form. The battle was about to begin. Little Xianxia, you always make people worry no matter where you go. It's not easy for me to come and see you, but you're in the middle of a battle. But this is exactly what I want. Haha. Longshan laughed heartily and descended to the side of Xianxia. Damned monkey, how did you improve so fast? You've already become a third-grade demon sovereign. De Huang Dog said speechlessly. It's just luck. Longshan smiled mischievously. After becoming the holy son of demonic Immortal Island, Longshan had nothing to do in demonic Immortal Island. Therefore, he decided to come to Fengqi Immortal Court to have some fun with Xianxia. Unexpectedly, the Immortal Court was in chaos, which made Longshan very excited. After advancing to the third-grade demon sovereign realm, Longshan couldn't wait anymore. Today was the perfect opportunity for him to practice. Xianxia gave Longshan a thumbs up. He knew that the reason why Longshan could improve so fast was not only because of his powerful bloodline, but also because of the cultivation resources of demonic Immortal Island. Longshan had not only obtained the inheritance of the Saintess of the first generation, but also became the holy son of demonic Immortal Island. Tianping Evil Emperor would definitely nurture him vigorously. In any case, he was the first-generation holy son of demonic Immortal Island. If he was too weak, he would become a laughingstock. To Xianxia, the arrival of Longshan was definitely a great help. Given Longshan's strength, killing a fifth-grade great sovereign was not a problem at all. Kong Long, endless airwaves rolled. A great upheaval broke out in the Immortal Court. All the experts displayed their most powerful killer moves, pouncing towards Xianxia and the others. One of the fourth-grade great sovereigns struck out a ray of light, shrouding Longshan. Motherf Ker, a fourth-grade great sovereign is looking down on Master Monkey? Longshan was infuriated. A fourth-grade great sovereign dared to pick a fight with him? Do I look that weak? Couldn't there be a fifth-grade great sovereign? Whoosh, without saying a word, Dragonshire swung his iron staff. The attack launched by the fourth-grade great sovereign was completely destroyed by Dragonshire's iron staff. The attack was destroyed in an instant. Longshan's killing intent soared to the sky. His speed was extremely fast. An ordinary fourth-grade great sovereign could only be crushed by him. Not good. Seeing his opponent's iron staff appearing above his head at lightning speed, the fourth-grade great sovereign knew that it was not good. He could feel an extremely dangerous aura, even the aura of death. He knew that he had been careless and underestimated his opponent. He thought that a third-grade great sovereign was a pushover, but he never thought that he would meet a tough opponent. It was too late to dodge now. Under the absolute suppression of strength, what awaited him was only death. Arg, Longshan's iron staff smashed on the fourth-grade great sovereign's body mercilessly. The elder let out a blood-curdling screech and was smashed into minced meat, dying on the spot. So powerful. Where did this young man come from? Someone exclaimed. This man is terrifying. Let me deal with him. A fifth-grade great sovereign shouted and charged towards Longshan. It's more interesting to fight with you. Longshan's face was filled with arrogance. He did not even put a fifth-grade great sovereign in his eyes. Kill, the battle had completely broken out. The entire sky above the Immortal Court was filled with countless battlefields. The impact caused by the battle of so many great sovereigns was like the end of the world. Great sovereigns had fallen just as the battle began. Blood floated in the void, creating a great pressure on the people. The disciples and elders of the Immortal Court were paying close attention to the battle. Every one of their faces was filled with sorrow. Those who were engaged in a life-and-death battle were usually on the same side, but now, they could only fight each other to the death. However, everyone understood that the immortal court had not been peaceful since the return of Heaven's sovereign. Undercurrents were surging. It was impossible for there to be two sovereign lords in the immortal court. Between the two sects, there would be a battle sooner or later. De Huang Dog's strength was boundless. Two fifth-grade great sovereigns couldn't even cause any damage to him. On the contrary, the two fifth-grade great sovereigns paled in comparison. They were suppressed by De Huang Dog to the point that they could hardly breathe. Not to mention Xianxia. After killing a fourth-grade great sovereign, the fifth-grade great sovereign was severely injured by him. 3 more fifth-grade great sovereigns came to Xianxia's aid, causing him to be able to fight against 4 fifth-grade great sovereigns all by himself without losing the upper hand. Motherf *Ker, where did all these freaks come from? Even a fifth-grade great sovereign with self-restraint couldn't help but curse out loud when facing such an opponent. The most important thing for both sides was the difference in strength and number. On Jiang Chen's side, there were only 2 fifth-grade great sovereigns, each of them fighting against a fifth-grade great sovereign. However, the remaining fifth-grade great sovereigns on Star Sovereign's side had already been taken over by Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Xianxia. All the fifth-grade great sovereigns were fighting against the 3 of them, which reduced a lot of pressure on the others. However, for the fourth-grade great sovereigns on Heaven's Sovereign's side, the pressure was still very great. The difference in numbers between both sides was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they still wouldn't be a match for so many experts. Arg! Yu Huafeng let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was torn off and his life was in danger. He was only a second-grade great sovereign after all. Even though he was known as the #1 genius of the Dragon Hall, he couldn't handle such a battle. Yu Huafeng, hurry up and come in. Jiang Chen couldn't just watch Yu Huafeng get killed. He opened the gate of Zulong Tower. A black portal floated above Yu Huafeng's head and sucked him in with a strong suction force. Jiang Chen, you have betrayed Star Sovereign. You deserve to die. A fifth-grade great sovereign elder, Leng Leng, who was standing opposite Jiang Chen, said. There were 5 fifth-grade great sovereigns surrounding Jiang Chen. He was in a situation where he had to fight against 5 of them alone. Betray? I, Jiang Chen, have nothing to do with Star Sovereign. How could I betray him? Star Sovereign betrayed Heaven Sovereign. You bunch of stubborn old fogies still want to die with Star Sovereign. You're really hopeless. If you surrender now, Heaven Sovereign might let bygones be bygones due to his magnanimity. Jiang Chen said loudly. Jiang Chen, you're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. You and Heaven Sovereign won't have a good ending. Another fifth-grade great sovereign said. Haha, looks like you guys have forgotten how Huang Tianbao died. When Jiang Chen was fighting against Huang Tianbao, he did not use his full strength. Today's situation was urgent, Jiang Chen would not hold back. The heavenly dragon sword that had just undergone a transformation was destined to follow Jiang Chen and kill everything in its path. Roar, the heavenly dragon sword let out a deafening dragon roar. In Jiang Chen's hand, the heavenly dragon sword had completely turned into a blood-red battle dragon. The violent sword chi was like a storm, shrouding the fifth-grade great sovereign in an instant. What? The fifth-grade great sovereign shouted. Just a single strike had made him feel an endless sense of danger. Only now did he understand that Jiang Chen did not use his full strength when he killed Huang Tianbao. The sword strike in front of him had completely terrified him. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox 1 should know that the combat strength of the fifth-grade great sovereign was weaker than Huang Tianbao. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying heavenly dragon sword. Let's attack together. The other 4 also felt the terror of Jiang Chen. Their facial expression changed drastically and they did not dare to be careless. They knew very well that none of them was a match for Jiang Chen. They would only be easily killed by Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about it. At this point, the only way they could fight Jiang Chen was if the 5 of them worked together. Unfortunately, they had still underestimated Jiang Chen. Facing the attacks from 4 different directions, Jiang Chen did not even look at them. He locked onto one of them and wanted to kill him in one move, causing a great psychological blow to the others. Moreover, Jiang Chen's great void technique had reached the point of perfection. He only needed a thought to avoid the attacks of the others. Puchi Arg, the heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. After experiencing the great tribulation of heavenly dragon, it had completely transformed. It almost had the momentum of becoming the #1 sword in the world. The fifth great sovereign was caught off guard and his great sovereign law was shattered. Then, he was cut into 2 halves. The blood of a great sovereign splattered everywhere. The whole scene looked extremely bloody. Rumble, at this moment, the attacks of the other 4 fifth great sovereigns had arrived. Unfortunately, their violent attacks did not cause any damage to Jiang Chen. Haha, you guys are too weak. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Then, he transformed into a true dragon. The dragon and sword had fused into one. He was going to unleash a deadly attack. Next, every strike of his sword would lock on to a target and kill a person. Oh my god. How can Jiang Chen be so terrifying? Even a fifth great sovereign is not even a match against him. This is too terrifying. If the battle continues like this, he alone will be able to turn the situation around. There's also that dog and the yellow-robed youth. Although they are only third great sovereigns, each of them is more abnormal than the other. This is too heaven-defying. The immortal court is Chen. The disciples and elders who were watching the battle were shocked speechless. They knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. After all, Jiang Chen had killed Huang Tianbao. But they had never thought that he would be this terrifying. Not only were the 5 fifth great sovereigns unable to cause any damage to him, he even killed one of them in an instant. That terrifying battle sword had already reached a level where there was nothing it could not break and nothing it could not destroy. On the other battlefields, Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign were locked in battle. These two were the most powerful existences in the immortal court. Both of them had reached the peak of the 6th great sovereign realm. It was almost impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Hu Yong was fighting against Ling Lekun, and Li Yanghu was fighting against Feng Jingyang. Both of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to cause any substantial damage to their opponents in a short period of time. From the looks of it, Jiang Chen and Long Shan were the deciding factors. Arg, another blood-curdling scream was heard. Another 5th great sovereign died under Jiang Chen's sword. The scene was too bloody and shocking. 5th great sovereigns were falling one after another. The death of each 5th great sovereign was a great loss to the immortal court. However, there was nothing that could be done about this loss. The immortal court was going to experience a great upheaval and a great revolution. It needed a baptism of blood. Only then would there be a qualitative transformation and rapid development. More importantly, Jiang Chen and Nangong Wendian didn't have the time to think too much right now. They needed to stay alive, and these people in front of them wanted to kill them. That made them their enemies, their mortal enemies. When dealing with one's enemy, it was always a matter of life and death. The tragic death of 2 fifth great sovereigns had caused an invisible deterrence to the entire battlefield. Under such deterrence, the morale of the Star Sovereign's side had started to weaken. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper, fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Star Sovereign, do you see this? Jiang Chen alone can fight against thousands of troops. To be honest, no matter how many 5th great sovereigns you have, they will all be killed by Jiang Chen alone. Heaven Sovereign said with a smile. Jiang Chen had always been the creator of miracles. From the day he entered the immortal court, he knew that the only one who could save him was Jiang Chen. The only one who could change the situation of Fengqi immortal court was Jiang Chen. That was why he asked Han Feng to find Jiang Chen at all costs. Damn it. Star Sovereign's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally saw Jiang Chen's strength. Apart from anger, he also felt regretful. If such a peerless prodigy were to be used by him, then no one would be able to shake his position as Star Sovereign. Unfortunately, not only could such a person not be of use to him, but he had also become his enemy. This was what Star King did not want to see the most, and it was also what he did not want to face the most. Arg, as he spoke, another blood-curdling scream was heard. The 3rd fifth great sovereign died in the hands of Jiang Chen. The remaining two fifth-grade great sovereigns were already trembling with fear. They stood not far from Xianxia, trembling with fear, and even forgot to attack. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk they were stunned, but Xianxia did not have the slightest intention of holding back. He swung his sword twice at lightning speed, chopping off an arm of each of the two fifth-grade great sovereigns. Their faces were pale, but they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. After all, Xianxia only chopped off one of their arms, and not cut them in half. In fact, after Xianxia killed three fifth-grade great sovereigns, the remaining two fifth-grade great sovereigns had completely lost their courage to fight. They felt that they would definitely die under Xianxia's sword if they were to attack. The two of you have one chance to surrender to Heaven's Sovereign. Only one chance. Make your choice now. Alone survivor, we surrender. The two of them did not dare to hesitate and agreed to surrender without any hesitation. Death was too far away for them when they had reached their level of cultivation. Facing death would be infinitely terrifying. Moreover, in many people's hearts, this was not a battle that concerned the life and death of the immortal court or the glory of the immortal court. It was just a battle between the sovereign lords. In many people's eyes, it was not important who the sovereign lord was. Moreover, Heaven's Sovereign was the former sovereign lord of the immortal court. This was an internal battle of the immortal court. There was no need to throw away their lives for such a battle. Perhaps, such a battle was meaningless in the first place. Both of you retreat from the battlefield and recuperate. Xianxia said. Yes. The two of them immediately retreated from the battlefield as if they were granted amnesty. The moment they made their decision, they felt extremely relaxed. They knew that the era of Star Sovereign was about to end and the immortal court would usher in a new era. Xianxia alone was enough to change the entire situation of the immortal court. The one who obtained Xianxia would obtain the world. He was a peerless genius. There was no way to experience his terror, because it was a gamble with one's life. No one could afford to gamble because there was no second life. The surrender of the two fifth-grade great sovereigns had caused a huge impact. The morale of Star Sovereign's camp had fallen to the lowest point. This kind of blow to the morale could seriously affect the other party's mood. This kind of surrender could spread, planting the seed of surrender in everyone's heart. Xianxia would let them know that the outcome of not surrendering was death. This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia wanted the two fifth-grade great sovereigns to surrender. One should know that no matter if it was an ordinary force or a battle between great sovereigns, as long as it was a war, morale and mentality were extremely important. Haha, they have all surrendered. Is there any need for you to persist? Long Shersan laughed and said to the four fifth-grade great sovereigns who were completely suppressed by him. If this was said at the beginning, it would definitely be countered by the other party. But now, none of the four of them spoke. No one would have thought that the battle that was supposed to be without suspense would develop to such an extent. Asterisk roar, asterisk dragon roars shook the sky. Xianxia dragged the body of a mad dragon and charged towards the chaotic battle below. Because there were too many experts on Star Sovereign's side, it had already created a great deal of pressure on Sky Sovereign's side, causing all the people on Sky Sovereign's side to suffer light or heavy injuries. The fact that Xianxia was charging towards Heaven Sovereign's side at this moment was a great boost to their morale. In addition to the fact that two fifth-grade great sovereigns had surrendered, all of their despair had disappeared. Rumble, Xianxia didn't make any unnecessary movements. He waved his hand and the terrifying sword chi turned into a shocking dragon. Boundless sword chi rained down, enveloping a large area of the void. Blood-curdling screams could be heard as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. At least 7 or 8 people had died from Xianxia's slash. The remaining martial monarchs were scared out of their wits and started to flee in all directions. They didn't even have the desire to fight against Xianxia, who was a madman who valued life. Everyone, listen up. Surrender or die. Xianxia unleashed his 5-elemental sphere, shrouding everyone within it. Boundless divine mightiness surged out of his body. At this moment, he was like a peerless devil king, a devil of slaughter. Every move of his could shake people's souls. Looking at Xianxia's blood-red cold eyes, countless people were frightened and their faces turned pale. They had no doubt that even if all of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to kill Xianxia. In front of Jiang Chen, these fourth grade or third grade great sovereigns were just ants. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could crush them at any time. We surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. It's a meaningless fight between our own people. It's meaningless to die in a war like this. I don't want to fight anymore. I surrender. Surrendering was a thing that would spread, especially when most people were in despair. Once one person surrendered, a large number of people would follow suit. It was still the same saying, no one wanted to die. The better one lived, the more they didn't want to die, and the more they knew how precious life was. An earth-shattering battle between great sovereigns was about to end so quickly. Everyone on Heaven's sovereign's side was pleasantly surprised. Before they made their decision, they had never thought that such a turn of events would happen. Jiang Chen alone had turned the situation around. Let's not talk about who would win the battle between Heaven's Sovereign and Star Sovereign in the end. Jiang Chen already had complete control over the situation, and Star Sovereign was about to become a loner. Since you've surrendered, retreat from the battlefield immediately. Stand there and don't move. Jiang Chen shouted. Those people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They didn't dare to disobey Jiang Chen's order and began to retreat from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Jiang Chen moved again. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at De Huang Dog's side. The two fifth-grade great sovereigns who were fighting against De Huang Dog had been injured by De Huang Dog. When they saw Jiang Chen's arrival, they were instantly terrified. I'm not fighting anymore. I surrender. One of the fifth-grade great sovereigns immediately kept his sovereign weapon. The other one quickly followed suit. To them, this was the wisest choice. If they continued to fight, they would be torn apart by their opponents. There was no meaning in such a battle anymore. Only idiots would continue to fight knowing that they would die. After the two fifth-grade great sovereigns surrendered, the other four fifth-grade great sovereigns who were fighting against Long Shan also wisely gave up. They were all smart people. They didn't need to wait for Jiang Chen's arrival. At this stage of the battle, it was no longer something that they could control or fight for. Heaven's Sovereign had obtained Jiang Chen's support. He had obtained almost everything. The era of Star Sovereign was destined to pass. They didn't want to lose their lives in vain in a battle like this. There was no value in it. At this point, the pinnacle battle had ended in the shortest time possible. The noisy battlefield had stopped, leaving only 3 battles. Getting rid of these people was very important for this battle. All of Star Sovereign's people had surrendered, causing Star Sovereign to immediately become isolated. Only Hu Yong and Li Yanghu were still fighting, but their expressions had already become very ugly. Jiang Chen is too powerful. He settled the battle so quickly. Now, let's see who's more powerful, Star Sovereign or Heaven Sovereign. The current situation of the battle was very clear. The era of Star Sovereign was coming to an end, and the new era of the Immortal Court was coming soon. After all the experts had surrendered, Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto Hu Yong, who was fighting against Ling Lekun, and Li Yanghu, who was fighting against Feng Jingyang. Monkey, you go and kill Li Yanghu, I'll go and kill Hu Yong. Jiang Chen said to Long Shan. He wanted Star Sovereign to become a loner, and then deal with him after wiping out everyone. Hu Yong and Li Yanghu were the absolute confidants of Star Sovereign. These two must not be left alive, and must be killed. All right. Long Shan responded, and rushed towards Li Yanghu with his iron staff. On the other side, Jiang Chen also rushed towards Hu Yong with his battle sword. Li Yanghu and Feng Jingyang did not gain any advantage in the battle. As the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall, Feng Jingyang's strength was definitely the #1 expert below the 6th grade Great Sovereign of the Immortal Court. Now that Long Shan had joined the fray, Li Yanghu instantly had the urge to spurt out blood. Li Yanghu had witnessed Long Shan's strength with his own eyes. Even when fighting against 4 opponents, he was still able to defeat them. Now that Long Shan and Feng Jingyang had joined the fray, he was afraid that he would only be killed. No more fighting, I surrender too. Li Yanghu shouted angrily. How could he continue fighting? You don't have the right to surrender. Long Shan did not say anything, and smashed his iron staff down. Jiang Chen told him to kill Li Yanghu. According to his understanding of Jiangchen, Li Yanghu was on the list of people who must be killed. Kong Long, Feng Jingyang also attacked without any mercy. A person like Li Yanghu must not be left alive. Even if he surrendered today, he might become a scourge in the future. He might even become the second star sovereign in the future. Mother Ker, you are forcing me. Li Yanghu cursed. So what if I force you? Long Shan sneered. He didn't put a fifth-grade great sovereign in his eyes at all. In a one-on-one fight, even without Feng Jingyang's help, Long Shan could still easily kill Li Yanghu. Moreover, he could guarantee that Li Yanghu wouldn't even have the chance to escape. On the other side, after Jiangchen joined the battle, Hu Yang's performance immediately paled in comparison. He dared not look down on Jiangchen at all. He had witnessed how Jiangchen killed those fifth-grade great sovereigns with a single slash. Although Jiangchen was only a second-grade great sovereign, his performance was enough to prove that he had the strength of a sixth-grade great sovereign. Hu Yang's cultivation was on par with Ling LeCun's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to determine a victor after fighting for so long. However, now that an anomaly like Jiangchen had joined the fray, the outcome would most likely change immediately. Swoosh, Jiangchen did not waste any time and immediately launched his strongest attack. He immediately executed the fusion of dragon and sword. The terrifying sword dragon was enough to destroy everything in the heavens and earth, madly rushing towards Hu Yong. Even Hu Yong had to pay attention to such a fierce attack. Damn it, how can this bastard be so powerful? Hu Yong cursed in his heart. The long spear in his hand danced vigorously, thrusting towards Jiangchen's dragon sword. Rumble, Jiangchen's dragon sword and Hu Yang's spear collided. Terrifying chi waves immediately rolled. With Jiangchen's strength, even if he executed the fusion of dragon and sword, it was still very difficult for him to cause any damage to Hu Yong, who was a sixth-grade great sovereign. Of course, Jiangchen's aim was not to cause any substantial damage to Hu Yong. What he wanted was to attract all of Hu Yong's combat strength. That was indeed the case. Ling LeCun also attacked decisively at the moment when Hu Yong and Jiangchen collided. Ling LeCun's sovereign weapon was also a sword. His sword technique was strange. The sharp sword was like a poisonous dragon, piercing Hu Yong's body in an instant. Puchi. Ling LeCun's sword pierced through one of Hu Yong's arms. Then, the destructive sword chi exploded. Hu Yong was caught off guard and couldn't withstand it at all. One of his arms was shattered on the spot. Bastard! Hu Yong cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Both Jiangchen and Ling LeCun were too strong. Their attacks were very strange. He couldn't afford to split his attention to deal with both of them at the same time. This gave one of them an opportunity to attack. Hell. Jiangchen did not give Hu Yong any chance at all. After Ling LeCun shattered his arm, Jiangchen's dragon sword struck again with extreme speed. Buzz, this was not the only scary thing. Ling LeCun's attack came from another direction, causing Hu Yong to fall into an extremely passive state. Star Sovereign, I'm sorry. Hu Yong shouted at Star Sovereign. Then, his body flashed, preparing to escape. At this critical moment of life and death, nothing was more important than preserving his life. Hu Yong knew that it was impossible to surrender. Based on his previous actions, his opponent would never accept his surrender. The only thing he could do now was to escape. With his sixth-grade great sovereign cultivation base, even if he couldn't win, escaping was not a problem. Unfortunately, this was only Hu Yong's wishful thinking. In an instant, Hu Yong tore through the void and disappeared with a swoosh. Don't let him escape. Ling LeCun exclaimed. His strength was on par with Hu Yong. If Hu Yong was determined to escape, it would not be a problem for him to escape even if he had lost one of his arms. Don't worry, he can't escape. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. With a sway of his body, he entered the void. In the next moment, a rumbling sound could be heard from the void. Hu Yong, who had escaped, was forced out from the void once again. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. How is this possible? Hu Yong turned pale with fright and looked at Jiangchen. He couldn't believe that his opponent could accurately predict his escape route. A sixth-grade great sovereign could escape in the blink of an eye, but Hu Yong failed to do so. Hu Yong, let alone you, even if it's Star Sovereign, do you think he can escape from the Great Void technique? Xianxia sneered. What? Void Sovereign's Great Void technique? You've learned the Great Void technique? Hu Yong exclaimed once again. He thought of the movement technique that Xianxia used just now. If it wasn't the Great Void technique, what else could it be? Just like what Xianxia said, if Xianxia really had the Great Void technique, not to mention Hu Yong, even Star Sovereign would not be able to escape. In this world, there weren't many people who could escape from the Great Void technique, unless there was a huge gap in strength. Unfortunately, Hu Yong was not one of them. The gap between his and Xianxia's cultivation base was not huge. Hu Yong, surrender. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Arg, two blood-curdling screams were heard almost at the same time in the void. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hu Yong's chest was pierced by Ling Lakun's long sword. At the same time, he was attacked by Xianxia's terrifying dragon seal and died on the spot. On the other side, Li Yanghu was also in a terrible state. His head was smashed by Ling Lakun's staff. Following the tragic deaths of Hu Yong and Li Yanghu, Star Sovereign had become completely isolated in the entire immortal court. He no longer had a capable general by his side. Countless people of the immortal court were speechless. None of them had expected that today's war would end up like this. Xianxia's sudden emergence was just too abnormal. Other than Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign who were still fighting fiercely, Xianxia had completely turned the tide of the battle. He alone had turned the situation around. Star Sovereign was finished. At this moment, no one had any hope for Star Sovereign. The best outcome for Star Sovereign was to escape and look for a chance to rise again in the future. However, there was no place for Star Sovereign in the immortal court anymore. Old Ling, let's besiege Star Sovereign together. Don't give him a chance to escape. Xianxia said to Ling Lakun. All right. Ling Lakun nodded. The two of them headed towards the highest point of the battlefield. Ling Lakun wasn't a fool. He naturally knew how dangerous Star Sovereign was. If they couldn't eliminate Star Sovereign today, the immortal court would never have a peaceful day in the future given Star Sovereign's ruthlessness. Moreover, this was the best time to eliminate Star Sovereign. Two silhouettes flashed past. Xianxia and Ling Lakun rushed into the battlefield. The two of them and Heaven Sovereign surrounded Star Sovereign from all directions. The entire battlefield was completely locked down, not giving Star Sovereign any chance to escape. Star Sovereign, you're done for. Just surrender. Considering our past relationship, I can spare your life. Heaven Sovereign said. Haha, Star Sovereign heard this and burst into laughter. However, his laughter was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Star Sovereign looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you are the key to my failure. I can only blame myself for trusting you. If I had acted earlier, you and Sky Sovereign would have died tragically, and today's ending would not have happened. The person Star Sovereign hated the most now was not the Sky Emperor, but Xianxia. All his plans were ruined in the hands of Xianxia. At this moment, Star Sovereign's heart was filled with unwillingness and regret. Yes, he was very regretful. He regretted not paying attention to Xianxia earlier. When he wanted to pay attention to Xianxia, he still treated Xianxia as one of his own. If he had chosen to kill Xianxia when he first entered the immortal court, he would have definitely gotten rid of all the troubles and obstacles in his path. Unfortunately, regret was the only thing that could not be solved in this world. Regret was useless unless time could be reversed. Unfortunately, even if he, Star Sovereign, had the ability to reverse time, he did not have the ability to do so. Winner takes all. Star Sovereign, you should know this principle. Xianxia said indifferently. He had nothing to say about Star Sovereign's ending. He had experienced too many wars ever since he was in Saint Origin World. In this world where strength was respected, there was no logic. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. People would only worship the strong, and at most, they would only reminisce about the dead. Heaven Sovereign, Xianxia, Ling Lakun, do you think that the three of you can kill me by joining hands? You're too naive. You can't stop me from leaving this place. Star Sovereign Ling Ling said. Is that so? I wonder if Star Sovereign has heard of the Great Void Technique. Xianxia said indifferently. He did not hear Star Sovereign and Hu Yong talking about the Great Void Technique when Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign were fighting fiercely. Therefore, he mentioned it again. His purpose was simple, to strike a psychological blow to Star Sovereign. You mean the Great Void Technique of Void Sovereign? Star Sovereign frowned. Star Sovereign, it seems like you know too little about me. In the demonic immortal island, I and Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign became sworn brothers because I'm the successor of the Void Sovereign. Ignoring me is the ultimate reason why you failed. With my current strength, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for you to escape from this space under the pursuit of the Great Void Technique. Xianxia said. Hearing this, Star Sovereign's facial expression changed instantly. He knew that Xianxia was not threatening him. This guy might really be the descendant of Void Sovereign. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Void Sovereign was famous in the immortal world. He was a figure from the same era as Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia. No one in the world could escape the pursuit of Void Sovereign. Now that Xianxia had obtained the Great Void Technique, it would be very easy for him to track Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign, all of this is because of your greed. After I returned, I did not plan to compete with you for the position of Sovereign Lord. I originally planned to leave the Immortal Court after obtaining the item from Heaven's Sovereign Palace and go to the Immortal World with little Xianxia. However, you did not give me the chance and only wanted to kill me. You let me know that once I leave the Immortal Court, I will definitely die. That's why I had no choice but to invite little Xianxia here. If it wasn't because you wanted to kill me, you might still be the Sovereign Lord. However, all of this is meaningless now. Heaven Sovereign said. Today's situation was not what he wanted, but things did not go as he wished. A loss is a loss. You don't need to pretend. Star Sovereign's face was cold. Then, Star Sovereign looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, even if I am defeated, I will drag you to hell with me. As he said that, Star Sovereign suddenly attacked without any warning. In his hand was a peerless starlight sword. With extreme speed, he appeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Watch out! Celestial D'Arch and Ling LeCun both exclaimed. They didn't expect Star Sovereign to attack without any warning. Not even Heaven Sovereign could save Xianxia in time when a peak 6th grade Great Sovereign expert struck like lightning. Heaven Sovereign casted the Million Stars ruler and dashed towards Star Sovereign at lightning speed. Ling LeCun also thrust his sword at Star Sovereign, attempting to force him to turn around and resist, thereby saving Xianxia. However, at this moment, Star Sovereign was bent on killing Xianxia. Even if he would suffer serious injuries, he would drag Xianxia to hell with him. Facing Star Sovereign's peerless attack, Xianxia understood that even if he resisted with all his strength, he would still be no match for Star Sovereign. However, Xianxia's face did not show any signs of panic, because he still had a trump card that he had yet to display. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. At the moment when Star Sovereign's Starlight Sword was about to hit him, Xianxia suddenly shouted. A layer of blood-red battle armor immediately appeared on the surface of his body. The battle armor was flickering with the shadow of a dragon, looking very mighty. Asterisk bang asterisk the Starlight Sword fiercely stabbed onto Xianxia's Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, creating a large amount of sparks. However, a shocking scene appeared. Star Sovereign's all-out attack did not leave a single mark on the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, let alone injuring Xianxia who was inside the armor. What? Star Sovereign screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Only he knew how powerful his attack was. The attack that could destroy everything did not injure Xianxia at all. It did not even leave a scratch on the battle armor. This was ridiculous. Asterisk Poochie asterisk while Star Sovereign was still in a daze, Heaven Sovereign and Ling LeCun's attacks arrived. The Million Stars ruler and the battle sword pierced through Star Sovereign's body at the same time. Asterisk barf asterisk a mouthful of blood spurted out from Star Sovereign's mouth, but he did not seem to feel any pain. His eyes were still staring at Xianxia without blinking, his eyes were filled with doubt. What battle armor is that? Star Sovereign asked. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die with a reason. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, able to defend against an 8th grade Great Sovereign's attack. Xianxia said and kept the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Star Sovereign was already seriously injured. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the effect of the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. However, every time he used the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, it would consume a lot of energy. Moreover, the consumption would increase with the increase of the opponent's strength. The consumption of defending against Star Sovereign could only be described as terrifying. Only a freak like Jiang Chen, with his abundant immortal origin energy, could withstand the consumption of the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. However, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor would be able to deplete all of the energy of an 8th grade Great Sovereign in an instant. In other words, even if he had the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor as a life-saving talisman, he could only use it once or twice in a short period of time against an 8th grade Great Sovereign. This was undoubtedly a fly in the ointment. However, Jiang Chen was already very satisfied. In any case, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was a great life-saving trump card. Star Sovereign is finished, he is destined to fall. Did you see that? Just now, Jiang Chen displayed a set of defensive armor and withstood Star Sovereign's powerful attack with ease. This is ridiculous, Jiang Chen said. There's nothing outrageous about it. Anything can happen to this freak. Everyone was shocked, but many people were already numb to Jiang Chen's abnormality. No matter how abnormal Jiang Chen was, no one would be too suspicious. Star Sovereign spat out another mouthful of blood and the smile on his face became extremely bleak. He knew that he had completely failed and it was not an unjust defeat. Celestial the Arch, leave me an intact corpse. Star Sovereign turned his head to look at Celestial the Arch. He knew that his fate had come to an end. Leaving his corpse intact was his last request. Star Sovereign, kill yourself. I won't kill you. The Celestial the Arch took out the myriad star ruler and said in an indifferent voice. All right. Star Sovereign nodded and severed his life meridian, dying miserably. The death of a sovereign lord was such a sad thing, but some things couldn't be helped. Since it was done, someone must pay the price. Sometimes, the price might be unbearable. Congratulations on your return, Celestial the Arch. Ling Lakun clasped his fists at Celestial the Arch and said loudly. Congratulations on your return, Celestial the Arch. Congratulations on your return, Celestial the Arch. Congratulations on your return, Celestial the Arch. Countless disciples and elders of the immortal court shouted in unison. All the gloomy atmosphere disappeared along with their cheers. The era of Star Sovereign was destined to become history, to disappear in the river of history. Nangong Wentian looked at the crowd of people in the immortal court, but his face didn't show much joy or excitement. After his rebirth, he was only Nangong Wentian, no longer Celestial the Arch. What he pursued was no longer supreme power. He wanted to live a carefree life, but fate played tricks on him. Since fate had pushed him to this height again, he had no reason to retreat. Nangong Wentian was in the process of accepting his new identity in his previous life and this life. In the end, Nangong Wentian buried Star Sovereign in the Star Sovereign Palace. He only sealed the Star Sovereign Palace, but did not destroy it. Celestial the Arch was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Such an act was enough to show his magnanimity. This alone made many people accept this new sovereign lord. A sovereign lord that valued friendship and righteousness was more reassuring than a cold and heartless sovereign lord. In the Celestial the Arch Palace, Jiang Chen, Celestial the Arch, Long San, and De Huang Dog were gathered together. An ordinary table was placed in the middle. The four of them chatted happily while drinking. Monkey, let me introduce someone to you. This is Nangong Wentian, the reincarnation of Celestial the Arch. He is also my sworn brother. The reason why I came to Fengqi Immortal Court is because of him. Jiang Chen said. Nan, this is Long San. He possesses the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape. This fella has an even more powerful identity, the first-generation holy son of the demonic Immortal Island. After Jiang Chen's introduction, Nangong Wentian and Long San quickly familiarized themselves with each other. They were very clear that those who could be sworn brothers with Jiang Chen were definitely not weak. Most of them were people from the passageway. The conversation between the two of them was filled with joy. In the end, the two of them even put their arms around each other's shoulders and called each other brothers. It was as if they regretted not meeting each other earlier, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. These two fellas, why are they so annoying? De Huang Dog said speechlessly. Nan, there's a very important matter that I have to tell you guys. Jiang Chen suddenly frowned. What is it? Nangong Wendian asked. The three of them could feel that the matter that Jiang Chen paid so much attention to was definitely not a small matter. Previously, when I obtained the ancient elephant bloodline in the miniature Fengqi world, I met someone who was also interested in the ancient elephant bloodline. This person tried to snatch the ancient elephant bloodline and was killed by me in the end. Jiang Chen said. Who? Celestial the Arch was startled. In this world, other than himself, he believed that no one else would know where the ancient elephant bloodline was hidden. What made him even more confused was that there was actually someone who was interested in the ancient elephant bloodline and did not hesitate to enter the miniature Fengqi world to snatch it. Moreover, this person was obviously unrelated to Star Sovereign. It's someone from the barbarian world. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a cold light. What? Barbarian world? Why are the barbarian world trying to snatch the ancient elephant bloodline? Longshan was puzzled. The barbarian elephant is the totem of the ancient barbarian race, a supreme existence. The bloodline of the barbarian elephant is unimaginably attractive to the barbarian race. Unfortunately, the current barbarian race has lost its true meaning. The bloodline of the barbarian race is sacred, but the current barbarian race is just a bunch of evil barbarians. They have lost their sacred taste. However, if they could obtain the bloodline of the barbarian elephant, they would be able to cleanse their bloodline and make the barbarian world stronger. At that time, I'm afraid that even the immortal world would not be a match for the barbarian world. Heaven Sovereign said. The barbarian world has started to meddle in the affairs of the immortal world. They have their eyes on the Fengqi immortal court. I feel that the new catastrophe is not far away. It could happen at any time. Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi is right. Ancestor Green Lotus and Sister Ning have also said the same thing. The Buddhist sect and the Golden Clan are the nemesis of the barbarian world. Their words are not without reason. Looks like we have to prepare ourselves. De Huang Dog said. If the barbarian world were to attack the immortal world again, Nan will most likely be their main target. The ancient elephant bloodline in your body is too attractive to them. Jiang Chen looked at Nangong Wendian and said. Haha, let them come then. I, Nangong Wendian, have never been afraid. I was not able to participate in the previous catastrophe, but this time I will definitely not miss it. Nangong Wendian laughed. The pressure from the barbarian world did not scare him at all. Instead, it stimulated his strong battle intent. All along, they were battle maniacs. They had never been afraid of anything. Now that their cultivation base had reached such a level, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. Little Chenzi, the barbarian world will soon launch a new catastrophe. It has been a long time since the desolate ancient land. I'm worried that Ling Air will be in danger. De Huang Dog said. Thinking of Zhuoling Air, he, Jiang Chen and Longshan felt heavy. Little Chenzi, what's wrong with Ling Air? Nangong Wendian asked hastily. He wasn't unfamiliar with Zhuoling Air. They had both ascended from the same place and were the most important people around Jiang Chen. Ling Er has the complete barbarian god's bloodline. To the barbarian race, her bloodline is as important as the barbarian elephant bloodline. After Ling Er ascended, she ascended to the barbarian world because of her bloodline. She's now the saintess of the Wuka family. However, the intention of the Wuka family to nurture her is very obvious. As long as Ling Er becomes a great sovereign, her bloodline will be extracted by the higher-ups of the Wuka family. I'm worried that Ling Er has already become a great sovereign. Barian King Jiang said. King. The Wuka family is one of the top families in the barbarian world. There's a 9th grade great sovereign guarding them. It's impossible to save Ling Er from the Wuka family. It's impossible to save Ling Er from the desolate ancient land, said De Huang Dog. He understood the barbarian world very well. He knew that the Wuka family was too powerful for them to handle. We can't wait any longer. Even if there's no chance of winning, I have to go. If it wasn't for Ling Er, we wouldn't have been able to walk out of the desolate ancient land. Xianxia said. They could have brought Zhuo Ling Er out of the desolate ancient land, but the experts of the barbarian world came. Even the patriarch of the Wuka family, Wuka Manjun, had to take action personally. If it wasn't for Zhuo Ling Er, Jiang Chen, Long Shisan, and Yang Junlong would have been buried in the desolate ancient land. I'll go with you. Long Shisan said. No, I'll go alone this time. I'll act according to the situation when I get to the barbarian world. I have the heavenly dragon battle armor and the Zulong tower. It shouldn't be a problem for me to stay alive. Jiang Chen stopped Long Shisan. This time, he was going to the barbarian world alone. He wouldn't even bring De Huang Dog along. It would be more convenient for him to do things alone. Saving Zhuo Ling Er was an urgent matter. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. The more he delayed, the more dangers Zhuo Ling Er would face. With the Wuka family's methods and abundant resources, it was very easy for them to nurture a great sovereign. Moreover, Zhuo Ling Er possessed the powerful barbarian god bloodline. Her speed of improvement was incomparable to others. Of course, Zhuo Ling Er was also very smart. She understood her situation very well. She knew that as long as her cultivation base reached the great sovereign realm, it would be the time of her death. Therefore, in order to preserve her life, Zhuo Ling Er would definitely think of some methods to suppress her cultivation base. This was probably Jiang Chen's only chance. However, the three of them were still worried about Jiang Chen going to the barbarian world alone to save Zhuo Ling Er. Even if Jiang Chen had the ability to transcend the heavens, it was still too dangerous for him to enter the barbarian world like this. Just when everyone was frowning, Han Feng walked in from the outside. After killing Star Sovereign, Heaven Sovereign made Han Feng stay in Heaven Sovereign Palace to cultivate. Sovereign Lord, there's a woman outside who wants to see Jiang Chen. Han Feng said. What kind of woman? Jiang Chen asked curiously. She said that she's the saintess of the Golden Clan. Han Feng said. Sister Ning. Everyone said in unison. Why aren't you inviting her in? Heaven Sovereign was anxious. There's no need for that. I'm already here. While speaking, a woman in fiery red battle armor walked in. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. There was a golden crow halo on her head. The tight-fitting battle armor made her look extraordinarily noble, adding another kind of beauty to Wu Ningzhu. Sister Ning. They stood up at the same time. They couldn't be more familiar with Wu Ningzhu. Naturally, they were overjoyed to see Wu Ningzhu here. The bloodline of the Golden Clan is really powerful. Sister Ning has already reached the third grade Great Sovereign Realm. De Huang Dog clicked his tongue in amazement. Sister Ning has obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. It's only natural for her to improve so quickly. Long Shisan said. When we were still in Saint Origin World, we never thought that such a day would come. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but sigh. Not only him, Jiang Chen and the others also felt the same. Now that they thought about it, what happened in Saint Origin World was like yesterday. Little Chenzi, the reason why I'm here is to invite you to the Golden Clan as a guest. Wu Ningzhu said. What? The Golden Clan has reappeared? Everyone was shocked. Judging from Wu Ningzhu's tone, the Golden Clan had already reappeared in the world, and the reappearance of the Golden Clan meant that a new catastrophe was coming. Yes, the Golden Clan has reappeared in the world. A new catastrophe is coming. Little Chenzi had protected the Golden Clan previously and made an unimaginable contribution to the clan. Therefore, the Golden Clan has specially invited Little Chenzi as a guest to discuss how to resist the coming catastrophe. Little Chenzi, it just so happens that you are planning to go to the barbarian world to save Ling Er. The Golden Clan is the biggest nemesis of the barbarian race. Now that the Golden Clan has reappeared, you can go to the Golden Clan first. Maybe it will be of great help to you when you go to the barbarian world. Nangong Wentian said. The entire immortal world knew about the contributions of the Golden Clan during the last catastrophe. It was no exaggeration to say that without the Golden Clan, the immortal world would have fallen in that catastrophe. As the nemesis of the barbarian race, the Golden Clan definitely had something that could restrain the barbarian race. Since Xianxia wanted to go to the barbarian world, it was necessary for him to visit the Golden Clan first. Back in the Golden Horizon, Xianxia had helped the Golden Clan fend off all the invaders and obtained the Sun Divine Feather. His body even contained the fire of the Golden Crow. He had already gained the recognition of the Golden Clan. Xianxia was indebted to the Golden Clan. He had contributed greatly to the Golden Clan's re-emergence. Furthermore, his wife was now the Golden Clan's holy maiden. Xianxia and the Golden Clan could be said to be inseparable. In addition, Xianxia's talent was extraordinary and he was the #1 genius in the world. The Golden Clan would definitely attach great importance to him. It could be said that in the eyes of the Golden Clan, Xianxia was a solid force that could resist the barbarians in the future. You want to go to the barbarian world to save Ling'er? It's too dangerous. When Wu Ningxu heard Xianxia's plan, she immediately revealed a worried expression. After becoming the saintess of the Golden Clan, Wu Ningxu was already quite familiar with the barbarian world. It was also because of this familiarity that she felt the horror of the barbarian world. If Xianxia went to the barbarian world alone to save Ling'er, it would be 100 times more dangerous than going through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. There was almost no possibility of success and hope. If things went wrong, even Xianxia would not be able to come out and would die in the barbarian world. Sister Ning, Ling'er is in danger. How can I not save her? If it wasn't for Ling'er, we wouldn't have been able to walk out of the desolate ancient land. So, even if the barbarian world is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, I still have to go. Xianxia's momentum shook. Sigh, Wu Ningxu couldn't help but let out a sigh. She knew that Xianxia was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Xianxia would definitely not sit idly when Ling'er was in trouble. It was just like how Xianxia came to Fengqi Immortal Court without hesitation when Nangong Wentian was in trouble. Nobody could change the decision that Xianxia had made. Moreover, if Ling'er was really in trouble, Wu Ningxu had no reason to stop Xianxia. Even she herself was worried about Ling'er. Since you're determined to go, follow me to the Golden Clan first. You might be able to get some help there. Wu Ningxu said. Alright, then let's not delay any further. Let's go. Xianxia said. Then I'll also return to the demonic Immortal Island for the time being to prepare for the upcoming catastrophe. De Huang Dog will stay behind to help Anan deal with the matters of the Immortal Court. Little Chinzi, be careful in the barbarian world. But I believe that no one in this world can kill you. I hope that you can create another miracle. Longshan patted Xianxia's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't die. Xianxia smiled. There were some things that needed to be done. Xianxia had fought against the barbarian race before, so he was very experienced. Afterwards, Xianxia followed Wu Ningxu to the Golden Clan, Longshan returned to the demonic Immortal Island, and De Huang Dog stayed behind to help Heaven's sovereign manage the Immortal Court. The heaven and earth were calm, but it gave people the feeling of undercurrents surging. If the catastrophe came, this beautiful immortal world would once again become a purgatory on earth. After walking out of the Immortal Court, Wu Ningxu took out a reddish-golden talisman. The talisman was branded with a dancing golden crow, looking extremely mystical. Wu Ningxu struck out a golden energy into the talisman. In an instant, the talisman turned into an illusory portal. Behind the portal was a void passage that led directly to the Golden Clan. Xianxia and Wu Ningxu's bodies flickered and vanished into the portal. Then, the portal vanished, and the void returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had happened. The Golden Clan was still in the original Golden Horizon, but the current Golden Horizon was completely different from before. In the past, the Golden Horizon was filled with murderous qi, lifeless qi, and all kinds of demons and devils ran amok. Now that the Golden Clan had reappeared in the world, the environment of the entire Golden Horizon immediately underwent earth-shattering changes. The entire space was filled with a sacred aura. There was a scorching sun in the sky that would never set, regardless of day or night. Golden mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. 7-colored divine birds flew across the sky from time to time. The air was filled with blazing immortal qi. The Golden Horizon looked nothing like before. After the reappearance of the Golden Clan, the entire Golden Horizon was filled with the brilliance of the Golden Clan. All the existing devils were completely destroyed. Now, the entire Golden Horizon has become the holy land of the Golden Clan. There will no longer be any talk of opening the Golden Horizon in the future. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. This clan is really scary. Xianxia sighed. In the past, Golden Sovereign had used a supreme technique to seal the Golden Clan. After countless years, the Golden Clan has reappeared in the world, and the living forces of the past have been preserved. Wu Ningzhu said. How many great sovereigns does the Golden Clan have now? Xianxia asked curiously. I'm not sure about the exact number, but there are at least a few hundred great sovereigns. The one who controls the Golden Clan now is Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign. His cultivation base has reached the peak of the 8th grade Great Sovereign Realm, and he's only a step away from the 9th grade Great Sovereign Realm. He's extremely terrifying. Wu Ningzhu said. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk after listening to Wu Ningzhu's words, Xianxia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A peak 8th grade Great Sovereign, plus the special bloodline of the Golden Clan. Wouldn't that mean that they could fight against a 9th grade Barbarian Sovereign of the Barbarian world? It seemed like the living forces of the Golden Clan had been preserved. It was imaginable that the Golden Clan would play an important role in the upcoming second catastrophe. Currently, no one knows about the reappearance of the Golden Clan. Not even the experts of Sovereign Domain know about it. Otherwise, the Golden Clan would have been crushed by those supreme great sovereigns of Sovereign Domain. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Xianxia nodded. She wasn't boasting at all. The reputation of the Golden Clan wasn't just for show. If the rulers of Sovereign Domain knew about the reappearance of the Golden Clan, they would come to congratulate them. However, the first thing the Golden Clan did after their reappearance was to invite a nobody like him. This made Xianxia's heart filled with pride. Let's go and meet the patriarch. Wu Ningzhu said and brought Xianxia to the gate of the Golden Clan. On both sides of the Golden Gate were 2 pillars that pierced through the clouds. The pillars were engraved with ancient runes and diagrams. At the top of the gate, there was a lifelike divine bird hanging in the air. The divine bird had a pair of golden wings, and it raised its head to the sky. It gave off an incomparably noble aura, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of awe and reverence. At this moment, there were at least 20 powerful golden warriors standing in front of the gate of the Golden Clan. Xianxia looked over and found that these guards were all at the Immortal Emperor realm. This showed how powerful the Golden Clan was. Welcome, benefactor. A guard captain strode towards Xianxia and clasped his fists at Xianxia. His tone and attitude were extremely respectful. Benefactor? This form of address stunned Xianxia. It was true that he had contributed to the Golden Clan, but it wasn't to the extent of being a benefactor. Even though all the geniuses had entered the remains of the Golden Clan that day, they still couldn't stop the reappearance of the Golden Clan. Moreover, Xianxia had also obtained the Sun Divine Feather, which could be considered as a great benefit. More importantly, the way the guard captain looked at him seemed to be very familiar with him. At the very least, the guard captain knew him, but this was the first time that Xianxia met this guard captain. Little Chinzi, do you still remember those golden warriors in front of the gate of the Golden Clan that day? Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Xianxia came to a sudden realization. That day, he and a Huang dog were guarding in front of the gate, stopping everyone from entering. At that time, there was a group of golden warriors here. However, these golden warriors were in a sealed state, so Xianxia could only see their rough figures. He didn't pay special attention to their appearance. Now, it seemed that these guards were the golden warriors of that day. Benefactor, if it weren't for your help that day, we would have lost our lives. We were in a sealed state at that time and couldn't display much of our strength. If those people wanted to barge into the clan, we would have died to stop them. The guard captain spoke. The incident that happened in the Golden Horizon had been recorded in a special video. After the Golden Clan reappeared, this video was passed to every clansman. Therefore, almost everyone in the Golden Clan knew who Xianxia was. In other words, Xianxia had never been to the Golden Clan, but he had already become a very famous person. This is what I should do. Xianxia smiled, not daring to claim credit. Alright, I'm going to take him to see the patriarch. Wu Ningzhu said. Yes, Saintess. The guard captain bowed to Wu Ningzhu, then made an inviting gesture. Wu Ningzhu was now the saintess of the Golden Clan with the terrifying cultivation base of a third-grade great sovereign. These guards would naturally show respect to her. Wu Ningzhu brought Xianxia into the Golden Clan. There were golden mountains everywhere. The palaces and ancient pagodas were also golden. The main color of this place was golden. Anyone who came in would feel as if they were bathing in a golden ocean. There was only one palace in the center of the Golden Clan. It was where the patriarch resided. Wu Ningzhu brought Xianxia and flew towards the palace. The palace was 10 meters high and golden in color. There was a plaque hanging above the palace. On it were 4 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Scarlet Heaven Main Palace. This was the Palace of Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign, the most honorable place in the Golden Clan. At this moment, the gate of the palace was not closed. Xianxia followed Wu Ningzhu into the palace. The huge palace seemed a little spacious. Currently, there were more than 10 higher-ups of the Golden Clan sitting in the main hall. As soon as they stepped into the palace, Xianxia immediately felt an extremely powerful pressure pouncing on him. However, Xianxia was still as calm as a mountain under this terrifying pressure. Upon seeing this, the higher-ups of the Golden Clan nodded secretly, their eyes showing a hint of admiration towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked around and found that the weakest among them was a 7th-grade great sovereign. There were 5 to 6 8th-grade great sovereigns. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen such a terrifying lineup. These people were definitely not the full strength of the Golden Clan. According to Xianxia's attack, there was a high possibility that there were 9th-grade great sovereigns behind the Golden Clan. The Golden Clan was not under the control of Sovereign Domain. Therefore, there was no need for experts above the 6th-grade great sovereign to enter Sovereign Domain. This was an independent clan that belonged to the pinnacle of the immortal world. There was no force in the immortal world that could demand the Golden Clan to do anything. Patriarch. Wu Ningzhu bowed to a middle-aged man who was sitting at the head of the table. He seemed to be in his 40s. He had a square face, sword-like eyebrows, and tiger-like eyes. His eyes were constantly emitting golden light. Just by sitting there without moving, he gave people a great pressure. He was wearing a golden robe that was embroidered with various kinds of divine golden crows. He was the patriarch of the Golden Clan, Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign, Jin Qishao. Xianxia greets the patriarch, greets the seniors. Xianxia also cupped his fists. He knew that these people in front of him were people that had lived for countless years. They had existed since the ancient times. However, they were sealed and had only reappeared now. However, Xianxia understood that the overall strength of the Golden Clan had been increasing after being sealed for tens of thousands of years. This could be seen from the strength of these people in front of him. Facing these people who had made great contributions to the immortal world, even Xianxia had to show his respect. Xianxia, don't be shy. We all know about your contributions to the Golden Clan. That's why you were the first to be invited after the reappearance of the Golden Clan. From now on, you are the distinguished guest of the Golden Clan. Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign said. He had seen the strength and talent that Xianxia had displayed in the video. Moreover, Xianxia's calm and composed performance had given Jin Qishao a very good impression of Xianxia. You flatter me. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia, the Golden Clan has already prepared a residence for you. You can live here in the future. You can also use the cultivation resources of the Golden Clan as you please. A new catastrophe is coming. Only by continuously increasing your strength can you deal with it, Jin Qishao said. His words were filled with the intention to rope in Xianxia. He had even prepared a residence for Xianxia. It seemed that he was prepared to let Xianxia join the Golden Clan directly. Moreover, he could use all the cultivation resources of the Golden Clan as he pleased. Anyone in the immortal world would have fainted from such temptation. End of chapter 2059. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.